In the land of cherry blossoms, within the bustling city of Tokyo, aboard a crowded subway, Mrs. Oda, tall and voluptuous, with an exquisitely beautiful visage, felt someone pressing in from behind her. A young man's voice drifted into her ear. "Good day, madam. What would you wish to do?" "There are people all around us," Mrs. Oda replied, feigning calmness, though her heart raced with an unsettling rapidity. She slightly turned her head, catching a glimpse of the young man behind her with her peripheral vision. He was tall, handsome, and possessed chiseled features. How could such an admirable young man possibly take an interest in a woman a decade his senior? Surely, if he desired companionship, he would not lack for options among his peers. Could it be that my allure surpasses that of the youthful girls in his school? Her mind raced with tumultuous thoughts. Yet, in the next moment, a smartphone appeared before her, held firmly in his large hand. It dawned on her that the earlier interaction was merely about this device, rather than anything more sinister. Mrs. Oda's anxiety reached a zenith. She was at a loss for how to respond. Should she raise her voice for help or alert the authorities? Such actions would undoubtedly lead to the young man's arrest, irrevocably ruining his life. These thoughts spiraled through her mind. However, the video that began to play from the phone caused her heart to constrict violently. The tall young man in a university classroom stood over another hapless boy, mercilessly trampling him. Ignoring the latter's cries for help and pleas for mercy, he spat upon him and pressed a smoldering cigarette against his face. The expressions of those surrounding them were filled with fear, while the bully reveled in the torment he inflicted, as if the terror of others provided him with boundless pleasure. The video stretched on for several agonizing minutes. The wretched victim's cries echoed in her ears, his pleas for mercy resonating deeply as he curled up in despair. The look in his eyes conveyed an overwhelming sense of helplessness and hopelessness that transcended the screen. What infuriated her even more was the realization that the tormentor in the video was none other than her own son, Kudo. The figure on the screen was so alien to her that she could scarcely believe he was her child. Mrs. Oda, a host of an educational program on Tokyo television dedicated to guiding others on child rearing, now faced the bitter irony of having raised a bully. It was a profound mockery of her very purpose. How could this be? Kudo would never engage in such behavior. Where did you acquire this footage? Mrs. Oda managed to suppress her inner fury and posed the question to the young man behind her. I believe all major television stations would be highly interested in this video. The child of the renowned educational host, Mrs. Oda, turns out to be a bully. This is undoubtedly a sensational story. The young man continued with a tone of mockery. Once this matter is exposed, not only will your position, Mrs. Oda, be untenable, but your son will likely face expulsion from school and possibly arrest, thereby shattering his future. At those words, Mrs. Oda shuddered. Indeed, as the host of a prominent educational segment in Tokyo, her child's actions would cast a shadow over the television station. They would certainly not hesitate to sever ties with her, and she might even face substantial penalties for breach of contract. Should she lose her lucrative position, the burden of her hefty mortgage would become insurmountable, leading her to potential eviction. Furthermore, her son, ensnared in legal troubles for bullying, would leave her unable to secure even his bail due to her own financial ruin. Mrs. Oda grasped the gravity of the situation. She also realized that the young man seeking her attention on the train was not drawn by her allure, but rather aimed to leverage this video for his own gain. What do you want? Let's discuss this calmly. Whatever your demands may be, we can negotiate, Mrs. Oda implored earnestly, her tone laden with desperation. She was determined not to lose her job, her home, or her son's promising future. She understood that in order to safeguard what she held dear, she might have to relinquish something else. Chapter 2. Moving into Madam's house. Very well, Madam. You are indeed an astute individual. Now we can find a suitable place to discuss matters of importance. For instance, your home, the hometown of Gyuding, which I have longed to visit. Certainly, Madam Oda nodded. The two fell into silence, as a whirlwind of thoughts and possibilities raced through her mind, leaving her somewhat restless. In contrast, Liu Yang remained remarkably composed. After all, having once faced death, what storms had he not weathered? It was May 11th. For reasons unknown, he had been reborn a month prior to the apocalypse, awakening a system that thrived on negative emotions. The heavens had granted him a second chance, and in this life, He intended to rise as the sovereign of the apocalypse. At that moment, Madame Oda felt threatened, while Liu Yang's mind was inundated with system notifications. Negative emotion value 1, negative emotion value 1, negative emotion value 1. Listening to these notifications, Liu Yang offered a half-smile to the beautiful, mature woman before him. Do not be afraid. I am not a villain, I am a classmate of Gyuding, though I have also endured his bullying. However, I genuinely do not wish for Gyuding to be apprehended by the police, as long as you comply with my requests. Madame Oda's heart did not settle at his words. Rather, it filled her with greater trepidation. This young man had also been bullied by her son, which surely meant he harbored deep-seated resentment towards Gyuding. That wretched boy truly deserved his fate. It was my failure not to have guided him properly. This is ultimately my fault. Madame Oda cast a remorseful glance at Liu Yang. Gyuding had always preyed on the weak, targeting those without connections or courage. As an international student from Longhua attending university in Inghua country, Liu Yang was a prime target for bullying. After all, who would stand up for a foreign student? Thus, he endured numerous instances of Gyuding's torment. Eventually, unable to bear it any longer, Liu Yang trained diligently, achieving the tall, strong physique and exceptional strength that set him apart from his peers. When Gyuding bullied him once more, he retaliated fiercely, bringing Gyuding to the ground. From that moment on, he was never bullied again. It was then that Liu Yang understood. The sole solution to dealing with bullies was to bring them down. The more timid one was, the more one would be victimized. Only by adopting a tough demeanor would others fear you. This formidable physique had ultimately allowed him to survive for a year amidst the apocalypse as an ordinary person. During that harrowing year of survival, he encountered countless tribulations. Due to hunger, a father resorted to cannibalism, consuming his own child. Driven by greed, a wife conspired with her lover to murder her husband. Brothers turned against one another over a single compressed biscuit. A man, once celebrated for his affection, betrayed his beloved girlfriend for a vacuum-sealed chicken leg. It was precisely because of these experiences that Liu Yang's gaze now bore an air of indifference. To him, humans were no different from animals. The only reason civilization persisted was due to the material comforts of peaceful times, which masked their hypocrisy, especially in Inghua country, where the populace appeared courteous while harboring dark, malevolent thoughts, each soul concealing a lurking demon. The train arrived at its destination. Liu Yang followed Madame Oda towards her residence, a luxurious standalone villa situated in a wealthy district. The price of this villa in Tokyo was anything but modest. Upon reaching the entrance of the courtyard, a surprised voice reached Madame Oda's ears. "Oh, our beautiful hostess has returned. And who is this young man accompanying her?" The speaker was Nakai, Madame Oda's neighbor, a 40-year-old single man, corpulent and greasy, with a thick skin. He had long harbored designs on the stunning, voluptuous widow who had been bereaved for a decade. Now, seeing a young stranger with her, he regarded Liu Yang with hostility. Madame Oda responded with a professional smile. "This is Gyuding's classmate, here to visit him." Upon hearing this, Nakai's expression relaxed, and he quickly exclaimed, "Ah, so he is Gyuding's classmate. What an outstanding young man. Just like Gyuding." Madame Oda said nothing further, opening the door to the villa and leading Liu Yang inside. Nakai's gaze lingered greedily on her departing figure. Upon entering Madame Oda's villa, Liu Yang promptly seated himself on the sofa in the living room. Madame Oda poured him a glass of water before taking a seat opposite him. Scrutinizing the young man before her, he was indeed as she had observed on the train, youthful, handsome, and radiant. Yet, his demeanor was strikingly aloof, his eyes reflecting a hint of detachment, as if he had endured experiences far beyond what one of his age should have faced. Unsure how to articulate her thoughts, Madame Oda couldn't help but compare him to her son. Though they were of the same age and classmates, she viewed her son as a mere child, while the young man before her exuded the essence of a true man. "What shall I call you?" Madame Oda broke the silence. "I am Liu Yang." "Very well, Liu Yang, I have brought you home as you requested. Now we can discuss the matter at hand." "What price must I pay to have that video deleted?" Madame Oda inquired, her focus shifting to her son's future and her own career. Liu Yang smiled as he replied, "It is quite simple that I require 20 million yen as the price for deleting this video. You have 1 week to gather the funds, and I will need to reside in your villa for a month. After all, I have never had the pleasure of experiencing such luxury before. Additionally, to ensure a comfortable stay, I will be making some modifications to your villa, and you must support me unconditionally." Upon hearing Liu Yang's demands, Madame Oda sighed in relief. Thankfully, it was merely a monetary request. For someone of her stature as an esteemed hostess, 20 million yen was not an insurmountable sum. She could surely find a way to cobble the funds together. If Liu Yang had made any more peculiar demands, she would have been at a loss for how to respond. After all, it would be quite challenging to engage closely with a young man so similar in age to her own son. Even if he were extraordinarily handsome, the mere thought filled her with embarrassment. However, the prospect of him residing in her villa for a month and altering her home was something she found difficult to accept. "I can agree to the financial aspect, but as for the modifications to the villa," Liu Yang chuckled, interrupting her, "Rest assured, I will only make simple adjustments and will not alter the rooms belonging to you or Gyuding. Furthermore, after a month, when I vacate your villa, you can revert the modifications. It is merely a matter of enduring for a month. You and your son will be free, and nothing untoward will occur." The video of his bullying will not find its way onto the internet. Upon hearing this, Madame Oda contemplated the situation and deemed it reasonable. For the sake of her career and her son's future, she resolved to endure for a month. Gritting her teeth, she made her decision. "Very well. I agree to your terms, but I hope you will honor your promise. Fear not. I pledge my integrity that a month hence, your son's bullying will no longer trouble you." Now feeling fatigued, Liu Yang declared, "I need to rest." "Which room is mine? I would prefer to stay next to Madame Oda's room, so that late at night, I may engage in discussions about life with you." Liu Yang rose and addressed Madame Oda. Hearing his words, her cheeks flushed crimson, yet she dared not oppose him. "Follow me." Thus, the mature and voluptuous Madame Oda led Liu Yang to the guest room. A smug smile crept across Liu Yang's face as he thought, "When Gyuding returns and sees me in his home, his expression should be delightfully entertaining. I should also be able to gain a considerable amount of negative emotion points from him." Chapter 3. The plan for the apocalypse. Lying in bed, Liu Yang began to contemplate his strategy for the impending apocalypse. The true outbreak was set to occur on June 11th, when the zombie virus would erupt in full force. Ultimately, it was predicted that 80% of the population would succumb to zombification on the very first day, and within the following year, 80% of the surviving individuals would meet untimely ends. In other words, only 1.6 of people would endure for a year in the apocalypse. Liu Yang had once been among that fraction, but unfortunately, he had encountered a deceptive adversary, leading to his demise. Fortunately, he had been reborn, and this time, he was determined to make the most of the month leading up to the apocalypse to prepare meticulously. First and foremost, there was the matter of sustenance. In the early stages of the outbreak, as zombies roamed freely and food became scarce, many would perish from starvation within a month. Instances of cannibalism would not be uncommon, with countless weak souls meeting their end at the hands of their fellow humans. The most tragic case Liu Yang had witnessed was that of a man dismembered by his wife and her lover. Liu Yang had concluded that the first rule of survival in the apocalypse was to trust no one. Only oneself to endure, one must adopt a cold-hearted demeanor. Liu Yang planned to extract 20 million yen from Madame Oda, intending to use the entire sum to procure supplies. Secondly, there is the sanctuary. It must not only be fortified against the undead, but also against the desperate survivors. Under the compulsion of hunger, these survivors may resort to actions devoid of reason and morality, behaving like wild beasts. In his previous life, Liu Yang was one of those beasts. Otherwise, he could not have survived for a year. Thus, he is acutely aware of the terror posed by these desperate individuals. He intends to reinforce the walls of Mrs. Oda's villa, secure the iron gates, and fortify the basement, transforming it into his personal safe haven. Although he has promised Mrs. Oda that he would only stay for a month, who knows if she might turn into a zombie after the cataclysm, even if she does not become one. He believes she would not dare to expel a strong man like himself, but rather seek to cling to him, Liu Yang, for protection. Thirdly, there is the need for weaponry. A reliable weapon is of paramount importance in the apocalypse. The reason Liu Yang managed to survive for so long as an ordinary person in his previous life was due to a fortuitous encounter where he eliminated a police zombie. Acquiring a service pistol with 6 bullets from the fallen officer, Liu Yang used 1 bullet to eliminate a survivor and intimidated the remaining 79 with the other 5, thus becoming the leader of a survivor enclave. Therefore, it is crucial to procure several effective weapons during this month. Unfortunately, in Sakura country, firearms are prohibited, making the acquisition of guns quite challenging. However, crossbows are an excellent alternative, capable of piercing a zombie's skull silently. For close combat, knives will suffice. Liu Yang plans to acquire several crossbows, thousands of arrows, and a few sharp cleavers to stash in his sanctuary before the impending apocalypse. Subsequently, Liu Yang shifted his attention to the system. The negative emotion system allows one to gain negative emotion points by inducing fear, terror, anger, despair, grievance, sadness, and suffering in others. These points can then be used for a lottery system, which is divided into draws of 100, 1, 0, 0, 0, and 10,000 points. Liu Yang has yet to participate in this lottery, as he currently possesses a mere 25 points obtained from Mrs. Oda, a far cry from the 100 needed for a draw. The 1,000 and 10,000 point thresholds seem even more unattainable. Liu Yang prefers not to push too hard. If Mrs. Oda feels cornered and calls the police, he could find himself in trouble before the apocalypse even begins. Being incarcerated would inevitably lead to him being devoured by the zombies that would soon fill the prison. Thus, he intends to take a gradual approach, carefully gaining Mrs. Oda's trust to continuously accumulate negative emotion points from her. Additionally, Liu Yang has identified several other targets who could be coerced. Tomorrow, he plans to initiate his operations. He can threaten them for money while simultaneously extracting negative emotion points from them. In the final days leading up to the apocalypse, Liu Yang intends to accelerate his acquisition of negative emotion points. As for the methods he will employ, they will undoubtedly be more radical. The fear experienced by a person on the brink of death could provide him with hundreds of negative emotion points in an instant. The people of Sakura country deserve their fates. I am merely facilitating their liberation, sparing them from the despair that will accompany the apocalypse. It could be considered a noble act. Upon seeing Liu Yang resting in the guest room, Mrs. Oda returned to her own chamber, uncertain about her next steps. Ultimately, she picked up her phone to contact her closest friend. Her friend is a level 1 psychological counselor in Sakura country, and for many educational concerns, Mrs. Oda has sought her advice. Making her more professional than other hosts. It is precisely for this reason that she has excelled in producing an educational program for Tokyo Television, achieving high ratings and becoming the most beloved female host at the station. Unfortunately, her busy work life has led her to neglect her son's education, resulting in his troubling behavior. She hopes that none of the bullied classmates will suffer psychological trauma. Mrs. Oda thought to herself as she sent a message. Sakura, I have a matter I wish to consult you about. A parent who wants to enroll their child in our program is facing difficulties. She is an executive at a publicly listed company, and her busy schedule has resulted in inadequate education for her child. Her son has been bullying other students at school, and someone has recorded a video of his actions. If this video is released online, he may face arrest by the police, and her company's stock will suffer immensely, causing significant losses. Now, someone is threatening her with the video. What should she do? Soon, a reply came through. Sakura, what exactly are they threatening with? Mrs. Oda, a demand for 20 million yen. Sakura, for an executive at a publicly listed company, 20 million yen shouldn't be a substantial amount. However, should the video be released online, it could cause catastrophic damage to their company. Thus, she should comply, but ensure that the video is deleted, and have the individual sign an agreement stipulating that any breach would result in compensation. Mrs. Oda, thank you. Sakura, I will relay your advice to the parent. After sending the message, Mrs. Oda exhaled deeply. It seems even her close friend advises compliance with the request. Tomorrow, she shall begin to gather the necessary funds. Furthermore, until the video is deleted, she must unconditionally adhere to the demands of the blackmailer to keep the situation stable. Chapter 4. I have returned at 7 in the evening. Mrs. Oda prepared dinner. She knocked on Liu Yang's door and called out, Liu Yang, dinner is ready. Surprised by the unexpected warmth from Mrs. Oda, Liu Yang had not anticipated such kindness, especially the invitation to dinner. This marked the first time since studying abroad that someone had called him to dine. He opened the door and followed her to the dining room, where a steaming array of dishes awaited him. Liu Yang, I made all of this myself. I hope it pleases your palate, Mrs. Oda said sincerely, clad in an apron, her demeanor gentle. Liu Yang could not help but marvel silently. This beautiful mature woman exudes a nurturing aura reminiscent of a kind mother. Her every gesture imbued with the charm of maturity. The 18-year-old girl's pale in comparison to Mrs. Oda's graceful presence. Such a warm and mature woman surely knows how to care for others. He wondered how someone like Kudo could develop a bullying disposition under the care of such a gentle mother. This is quite impressive, he thought. Lu Yang did not hesitate to compliment her. Mrs. Oda's cheeks flushed slightly at his praise. At that moment, Lu Yang's gaze wandered to the window. The picturesque view of the villa district unfolded before him, yet he felt an unsettling sensation, as though he were being watched. It was an instinct honed during the apocalypse, one that had never failed him. Furrowing his brow, he stood up and approached the window. Peering outside but seeing nothing amiss, he decided to draw the curtains. Meanwhile, in a neighboring villa, a greasy man hiding behind the curtains muttered, "Damn it! I knew this guy was not as simple as he seemed." Kudo had yet to return home, and here was Lu Yang. Visiting uninvited. Who would believe that? As he stowed away his binoculars, he noticed a camera equipped with a telephoto lens resting on the table beside him. The walls behind him were plastered with photographs of Mrs. Oda, all captured surreptitiously. Every detail of her daily life was laid bare before him. Lu Yang's presence had ignited a profound sense of danger in Nakai. This young, handsome lad was likely not just Kudo's classmate. Instinctively, Nakai recognized Lu Yang as a potential adversary. The moment he laid eyes on Lu Yang, he sensed the threat he posed. Gritting his teeth, Nakai muttered angrily to himself, "If this kid dares to make a move on Mrs. Oda, I need to act quickly to teach him a lesson and deter him from pursuing her." At Mrs. Oda's home, Lu Yang was already seated at the dining table, ready to eat, when the door swung open. A tall figure strode in, calling out, "I'm back." However, this time, he heard no welcoming voice from his mother. Kudo's expression morphed into one of confusion as he glanced into the living room. His gaze fell upon the sight of his mother seated at the table with Lu Yang. For a moment, Kudo was rendered speechless. It took him several seconds to process that the individual before him was Lu Yang, the inconspicuous exchange student from his class. Initially, Kudo had bullied him, but eventually, Lu Yang had retaliated, leaving Kudo with a ringing head from a punch that day. The memory of that incident lingered in Kudo's mind. He believed Lu Yang must have some hidden skills, perhaps even learned from the legendary Jackie Chan. After that day, Kudo never bullied Lu Yang again, and Lu Yang kept to himself, blending into the background of the class. Yet today, this unexpected visitor had come to his home and was alone with his mother? What could he possibly want? Was he here to report his grievances? It had been a month since he last bullied Lu Yang, and now he dared to come and complain. Such audacity! The ancient vine manifested an expression of fury. Without even changing her shoes, she stormed toward the dining table, pointing at Lu Yang and exclaiming loudly, "Lu Yang, what brings you to my home? What do you want with my mother?" Indeed, Lu Yang pondered. He truly desired to know. Yet, a serene smile graced his face as he replied to Gu Teng. "What seems to be the matter, Gu Teng? My relationship with your mother is that of good friends. Is it so wrong for me to visit her? With a woman as beautiful and gentle as Mrs. Oda, naturally, I wish to draw closer." Mrs. Oda observed her son while recalling the moments in the video where he bullied his classmates. A tremor of rage coursed through her, her fists clenched and teeth grinding, on the verge of eruption. This boy was utterly oblivious to the magnitude of his misdeeds, daring to confront Lu Yang with such ire. The trajectory of his future, her livelihood, and the fate of their household rested squarely in Lu Yang's hands. How foolish he was to be so brazen, however. She dared not disclose Lu Yang's threats to Gu Teng. Should he learn of them, his volatile temperament might ignite, leading to an irreparable situation. Gu Teng. Mrs. Oda bellowed in fury. The once furious expression on Gu Teng's face froze, petrified by her outburst. He had never witnessed his gentle mother so enraged before. Confused, he queried, "Mom? What is it? How do you know this guy?" Before Mrs. Oda could respond, Gu Teng continued, "He is a classmate of ours, an international student with no ties in Sakura country. He is merely a parasite from Long country. He should return to his own land." Mrs. Oda retorted angrily, "What have I taught you? Lu Yang is my friend, a guest in our home. Is this how you treat guests? Do you possess no sense of decorum? Furthermore, Lu Yang will be staying with us for a while, and I expect you to behave with greater courtesy. I have also heard of your misdeeds at school, bullying your classmates, is it? Should you dare to repeat such behavior, I will cast you out." Gu Teng stood frozen, an expression of rage overtaking his features. It was clear that this Lu Yang had truly reported him to his mother. How infuriating! He had never seen his mother this furious before or heard such harsh words directed at him. "I am not eating anymore. You all go ahead," he declared, storming into his room and slamming the door behind him. A smile crept onto Liu Yang's face, for his mind was inundated with system notifications. Negative emotion value 1, negative emotion value 1, negative emotion value 1. Chapter 5. Madam, I am afraid since Gu Ting won't eat, I shall indulge myself, Liu Yang remarked joyfully. Pay no mind to that fellow. Skipping a few meals won't harm him. If he doesn't learn a lesson, he will continue his misbehavior. He has no comprehension of the psychological scars he inflicts on those he bullies, scars that may never fade. Mrs. Oda expressed her anger. Liu Yang understands. Your words are not mere feigned indignation for his sake. Clearly, Gu Teng's actions and attitude today have provoked immense wrath within me. Liu Yang took a bite of the delicious meal before addressing Mrs. Oda. It is quite normal for children to act thoughtlessly. Thus, it falls upon adults to educate them. Parenthood is laden with concern, and that is an unavoidable truth. Therefore, the debts incurred by Gu Ting must be settled by you. Mrs. Oda. I am full. I will wash up and then come to your room for a proper chat about children, he added. Upon hearing Liu Yang's words, Mrs. Oda was momentarily taken aback. Discuss children in my room? No, Gu Ting is still home. What if he hears us? Having finished his meal, Liu Yang returned to his room, while Mrs. Oda began to anxiously clear the table. At that moment, Liu Yang's phone buzzed with messages from Gu Ting, who was privately messaging him through the class group chat. The messages read, Liu Yang, what do you want in my home? And how dare you report me to my mom? Don't overstep. Just because you've learned a few skills doesn't make you invincible. If you push me too far, I will ensure we both suffer. As the saying goes, no matter how skilled one becomes, one still fears the kitchen knife. Do you think your training grants you 2 lives? Lying on his bed, Liu Yang smirked. He typed back, I am a long-time friend of Mrs. Oda. I came to visit my dear friend. What concern is it of yours? As for reporting you, I could not bear to see her son go astray, so I informed her of your bullying behavior. You ought to know, your mother frets endlessly over you. She even warmly invited me to discuss children after I wash up. Gu Teng's fury ignited, and he replied instantly, What? You dare? If you set foot in my mother's room, I will not forgive you. Liu Yang, reclining on his bed, chuckled as he typed his response. What business is it of yours? Children should remain silent when adults converse. With Mrs. Oda's enthusiasm for me, I am certain it won't be long before I win her over. Gu Ting shot back, You're finished. If you dare enter my mother's room, you're done for. How dare you harbor such intentions towards her? Liu Yang replied, Watch me. Be a good son and prepare to call me father. Gu Teng sent a voice message of 60 seconds. Liu Yang, feeling quite pleased, set his phone aside, uninterested in the voice message. He strolled into the bathroom for a shower, his mind flooded with notifications. Negative emotion value 1, negative emotion value 1, negative emotion value 1. After his shower, Liu Yang emerged in a bathrobe. Upon stepping out, he discovered Gu Ting seated on the living room sofa, his eyes fixed upon Liu Yang. A mask of fury on his face, with a sly smile directed at Gu Teng, Liu Yang confidently approached Mrs. Oda's door. Negative emotion value 1, negative emotion value 1, negative emotion value 1. Laughter bubbled within Liu Yang as the notifications continued to pour in. Inside Mrs. Oda's room, she had also finished her shower, clad in a low-cut white silk nightgown that accentuated her mature, flawless figure. Truly, she was the epitome of a mature and alluring woman. Liu Yang complimented. Your nightgown is exquisite. I would never have guessed that. Although Mrs. Oda is in her 30s, her figure and complexion rival those of a 20-something. If we were to step out together, others would surely mistake us for a couple. Uncertain of Liu Yang's intentions for visiting her room, Mrs. Oda felt a sense of delight at his compliment. After all, she was quite confident in her appearance. She warmly replied, Thank you for your kind words. Liu Yang, what brings you to my room? At that moment, Liu Yang's phone vibrated again, revealing several threatening messages from Gu Teng. He opened one of the threats and displayed it before Mrs. Oda. Gu Teng's message read, Liu Yang, I will ensure you meet a fate worse than death. Do not allow me to find an opportunity. I will dismember you and turn you to dust. Upon reading this message, Mrs. Oda's expression shifted from surprise to extreme anger. This Gu Teng, still so obstinate? Negative emotion value 2. Negative emotion value 2. Negative emotion value 2. Lu Yang's mind was flooded with double the negative emotion values, clearly indicating that both Gu Ting outside and Mrs. Oda inside were seething with rage. All his efforts had been aimed at stabilizing Lu Yang, preventing him from leaking the video, yet her son remained oblivious. Inciting Lu Yang's ire, did he wish to undo all her hard work? Did he seek to destroy their family? This detestable, ungrateful child. Then, a serene smile graced her face as she turned to Lu Yang. I apologize on behalf of this wretch. I assure you, I will educate him properly. He will not speak to you in such a manner again. Lu Yang feigned fear. I hope that holds true. Gu Ting's words terrify me, Mrs. Oda. You must protect me. I cannot even sleep in my own room tonight. May I stay in yours? Ah? Mrs. Oda was momentarily stunned, her mouth agape, unsure how to respond. She gazed at Lu Yang, whose exaggerated expression of fear belied a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. Chapter 6. Let me show you a beautiful woman. In response to Lu Yang's request, Mrs. Oda's face flushed a vibrant shade akin to a delightful ripe apple. Her heart racing with anxiety. Since the passing of her husband a decade ago, no man had entered her boudoir. The mere thought of allowing someone to step into her room for a conversation made Mrs. Oda feel intensely anxious. To her astonishment, the young man made an even more embarrassing request. To share her bed? Good heavens! He was but an 18-year-old, strong and handsome lad, bursting with youthful vigor. The implications of sharing her room were utterly unpredictable. Reflexively, Mrs. Oda declined this. Lu Yang, is that truly appropriate? Perhaps I should confront Gu Ting and demand an apology. I assure you, he will think twice before troubling you again. Lu Yang remained silent, merely pulling out his phone, which displayed a fresh barrage of messages from Gu Ting. So, you're ignoring me? Afraid, are you? I thought you were bold. Hiding in my mother's room? How about you stay hidden forever? Just step outside, and I'll make you regret it. Reading these messages ignited a fresh wave of anger in Mrs. Oda. That ungrateful wretch. Lu Yang interjected. You see, Mrs. Oda, my intentions are not nefarious. Rather, your son is simply too intimidating. Even if you scold him now, he may outwardly agree not to harm me, but secretly, he will harbor resentment and, given the chance, will not hesitate to eliminate me. I have video evidence of his violent tendencies that I plan to release publicly. If you can provide me with what I need within a week, I will cancel the release. After a month, I will delete the video entirely. However, should anything happen to me that prevents me from canceling the release, the video will go live. Please convey to him that killing me will not resolve his issues. Lu Yang merely sought to extract some emotional leverage from Mrs. Oda and Gu Ting, without wishing them to resort to desperate measures that might genuinely endanger him. Thus, he felt compelled to warn them that should they take such drastic action, the video would inevitably be disseminated, instilling a sense of caution in them, allowing him to continue exploiting their emotions without restraint. Mrs. Oda assured him, rest assured, Lu Yang, I will discipline Gu Ting. He is all talk and will not dare cross any lines. Besides, you reside next door. Should he trouble you, I will intervene. Now, return to your room and get some rest. Given her pleading tone, Lu Yang did not wish to press too hard. Very well, but I must admit, I find Mrs. Oda's nightgown quite charming. Might I request a few photographs? If I feel frightened tonight, I could look at them. Just seeing your lovely, gentle face would bring me comfort. Is that really appropriate? Mrs. Oda instinctively replied, photographing in my private quarters? How embarrassing. Suddenly, a flash of light caught her off guard. Click! Lu Yang had captured a photo. There's nothing wrong with that. Even a candid shot looks splendid. Mrs. Oda truly shines on camera. Click! Another perfect shot followed, and Lu Yang lavished praise upon her. Moments later, Lu Yang exited Mrs. Oda's room, satisfied. In the living room, Gu Ting, who had been monitoring the upstairs, locked eyes with Lu Yang. With a menacing gesture at his throat, Gu Ting threatened him. Lu Yang merely smirked at Gu Ting, his gaze filled with disdain. Turning away, he retreated to his own room and shut the door, lying on his bed and opening his phone. Sure enough, a flood of messages from Gu Ting continued to pour in. You scoundrel! How dare you enter my mother's room? What do you think you're doing? Let me remind you, my father passed away early, and my mother raised me alone. If you dare to harm her, I will fight you tooth and nail. You want to settle this? Let us take it outside the villa and duel like men. Seeing these messages, Lu Yang replied with a playful grin. I understand your urgency. But fret not. I was merely chatting with your mother. Why so agitated? If I were to become intimate with her, would you explode from rage? Gu Ting retorted, you wouldn't dare. You must be tired of living. Lu Yang responded, calm yourself. I have something delightful to show you. I know you're feeling restless tonight. He then sent a photo of a beautiful woman in a nightgown. Ji Yutong was taken aback by this unexpected turn. He instinctively replied, quite impressive. Do you have more? In light of these enticing images, we can postpone our duel until tomorrow. Tonight, sleep well of course, I do. Lu Yang sent several more photos. The woman's figure was flawless. Undeniably alluring. Alas, her face was obscured, leaving Gu Ting yearning for more. He typed with one hand, responding to Lu Yang. You're not entirely insensible. Lu Yang replied, you're still young. Indulging in such images isn't good for your development. Gu Ting shot back, you're the one who's young. I'm already 18. I could visit an establishment without a second thought. We're classmates. Stop acting like an elder. Hastily, Lu Yang sent over a photo revealing the woman's face. And almost immediately, a furious roar erupted from Gu Ting. Damn it, Lu Yang. I'll make you pay, Mrs. Oda, hearing the commotion, called out, Gu Ting. What on earth are you doing? Quit your shouting. If you can't sleep, at least let Lu Yang rest. Gu Ting was livid, his face flushed, teeth clenched, fists white-knuckled. Viewing the photo on his phone sent him into a rage. Chapter 7. 100 Emotional Points. Time for a draw. Negative emotion points 1. Negative emotion points 1. Negative emotion points 1. Lying in bed, clutching his phone, Lu Yang couldn't contain his laughter. He could vividly imagine Gu Ting's flustered expression. Would this lad ever recover from such humiliation? Moments later, the sound of pounding footsteps echoed as Gu Ting charged upstairs, slamming on Lu Yang's door. Open up, you little brat today. I'll make you regret ever crossing me. Lu Yang opened the door. And Gu Ting's large hands seized his collar with fury. You're crossing my line. I'll make you understand the consequences of your actions. Lu Yang chuckled. Is the line meant to be crossed? As Gu Ting raised his fist to strike Lu Yang, Mrs. Oda's furious voice rang out. Gu Ting, what do you think you're doing? Stop this instant. If you dare lay a hand on Lu Yang, don't bother coming back home. Get out. It turned out Mrs. Oda had heard the commotion and emerged from her room. Ji Yutong looked at his mother, a mix of frustration and pleading in his expression. Mom, this guy is crossing the line. You have no idea what he has done. Lu Yang feigned innocence. What have I done? I merely found Mrs. Oda's photos breathtaking, so I shared them for appreciation. You dare speak like that? Gu Ting raised his fist again, but Mrs. Oda swiftly grabbed his ear. Let Lu Yang go. This is your final warning. If you continue to act out, you'll be out of my house. Mom, you. Gu Ting felt utterly wronged, his teeth clenched, his chest heaving with rage, his skin flushed like a boiled lobster. Mrs. Oda scolded. What do you mean you? You ungrateful wretch. Apologize to Lu Yang at once. If you keep this up, I will truly throw you out. Feigning grievance, Lu Yang added, Mrs. Oda, just look at how aggressive he is. I was in my room, and he nearly broke down my door. I'm too frightened to sleep alone tonight. I must stay in your room for protection. At those words, Gu Ting's eyes widened in disbelief. This is too much. His anger surged again as he shouted at Lu Yang, You're asking for trouble. Don't push your luck, madam, I assure you. I'm not exaggerating. He is threatening me. Lu Yang maintained his innocent facade. Ji Yutong, apologize to Lu Yang immediately, otherwise, you'll be out of here tonight. Mrs. Oda was genuinely furious now. She had painstakingly used the threat of photos to coax Lu Yang into his own room, but now, Gu Teng's outburst had compelled Lu Yang to renew his request, leaving her at a loss for how to refuse. Gu Teng, realizing Lu Yang was simply a cunning manipulator, knew he could not allow him to succeed in provoking his mother further. The matter of teaching him a lesson can be postponed until after school tomorrow. At that moment, Gu Teng came to a realization, forcing a rather unpleasant smile as he addressed Lu Yang. I was just joking. Lu Yang, I sincerely apologize for my earlier impulsiveness. I promise not to trouble you again. You may rest in your own room. Upon hearing these words, Madame Oda finally breathed a sigh of relief and added, See, Lu Yang, Gu Teng has acknowledged his mistake. You need not worry any longer. Lu Yang, taken aback by Gu Teng's newfound clarity, felt a wave of frustration wash over him. having hoped to slip into Madame Oda's room without hindrance. Thus, Lu Yang responded, "Well, since you've apologized, I shall not dwell on it any further. However, Gu Tong, I still remember your earlier words about beating me to a pulp today. If not, you would have to call my father. I have not forgotten that a man must keep his word. After all that I am ready. Go ahead and call." Fuming with indignation, Gu Ting felt as though his very lungs might burst from the sheer exasperation. This fellow was simply insufferable, yet he found himself powerless to retaliate. With his mother watching closely, should he lay a hand on Lu Yang, she would undoubtedly cast him out without hesitation. How infuriating! Gu Ting thought Lu Yang to be a tormentor, intent on making his life miserable. Yet he had no means of resistance, as his mother appeared utterly blinded by Lu Yang's charm. Siding with him was truly maddening. After 18 years as her son, he found himself less trusted than a complete stranger. How tragic! Grinding his teeth, Gu Ting ultimately restrained himself from exploding. Taking a deep breath to calm his raging emotions, he finally called out to Lu Yang. Lu Yang's face lit up with an exceptionally entertaining expression. Erupting into laughter. Ha ha ha, ka ka ka. Gu Tong's hands crackled ominously as he clenched them. Lu Yang's mind was inundated with notifications from the system, indicating an increase in emotional value. Madame Oda interjected, attempting to defuse the tension. "All right, since the misunderstanding has been resolved, let us all return to our rooms and rest. Ji Tong, try not to be so hot-headed in the future. Understood?" "Understood," Gu Ting replied, suppressing his anger as he turned to descend the stairs and return to his room. Madame Oda's cheeks flushed, and she hurriedly retreated to her own room. That moment, Lu Yang reviewed the system within his mind. Tormentor Lu Yang had accrued significant emotional value through his dealings with both Gu Ting and Madame Oda, surpassing 100 points. Finally, he was able to commence his first lottery draw, eliciting a sense of excitement within him. He declared to the system, "Initiate the draw for 100 points. Ding, congratulations, host. You have successfully drawn a reward. You have received a C-grade system reward, 1 physique enhancement pill, C-grade reward." Upon receiving this notification, Lu Yang's excitement was palpable. He quickly examined the attributes of the reward. Physique enhancement pill. Upon use, it increases strength, speed, mental acuity, stamina, and all fundamental attributes by 10 points. Note: the average baseline attributes for adult males are 10 points. Upon receiving this information, Lu Yang's excitement surged. With the average attributes being 10 points, consuming 1 pill would effectively double his attributes, granting him the capabilities of an average adult male. Incredible, indeed. After awakening the system, becoming the king of the apocalypse was merely a matter of time. And this was just the lowest tier lottery draw at 100 points. What would happen when he draws for 1,000 or even 10,000 points? The sky would be the limit? Lu Yang queried the system. "How many levels of rewards are there in total?" The mechanical voice responded once more. "System rewards are categorized into D grade, C grade, B grade, A grade, and S grade. The more points you draw, the higher the chance of obtaining superior rewards." "I see. It appears that a draw for 100 emotional points predominantly yields D grade and C grade rewards, while a draw for 1,000 points likely results in B grade and A grade rewards. For 10,000 points, the likelihood of acquiring A grade and S grade rewards increases dramatically. Yet, the C grade reward, the physique enhancement pill, already possesses such formidable capabilities, enabling a direct doubling of his baseline attributes. Just imagining the potential of B grade, A grade, or even S grade rewards sends shivers of excitement down his spine. Lu Yang could hardly contain his eagerness to draw for a 1,000-point tier. It seems he must continue to pressure Gu Ting and Madame Oda to accumulate those emotional points. After all, how long would it take to amass 1,000 points otherwise? Without hesitation, Lu Yang consumed the physique enhancement pill. Instantly, a warm sensation coursed through his body, revitalizing every bone, muscle, and cell as if reborn. Mere seconds later, Lu Yang felt as though he had grown taller, his muscles becoming more robust and defined. Stripping off his shirt to admire his physique in the mirror, he found his 8-pack abs astonishingly pronounced. Akin to sculpted chocolate, this single physique enhancement pill had bestowed upon him a body reminiscent of a fitness coach, with proportions akin to a statue of a muscular man from ancient Greece. Simultaneously, Lu Yang felt an overwhelming surge of strength. Clenching his fists, he heard the satisfying crack of his knuckles. Now, with a single punch, he felt capable of shattering a person's skull. Lu Yong checked his foundational attributes within the system. Name, Lu Yong, age, 18, height, 185 cm, weight, 85 kg, strength, 20, speed, 20, maximum speed, 18 meters per second, stamina, 20, mental acuity, 20, superpower, none, special items, none. Upon viewing this attribute panel, Lu Yang's excitement reached new heights. His basic attributes were double those of an ordinary person, with a running speed of 18 meters per second. Even the world's sprinting champion would be left trailing behind. Just a month before the apocalypse, he possessed the foundational qualities of two ordinary individuals. Once the apocalypse erupted, Lu Yong would undoubtedly thrive, commanding the elements. Furthermore, what were these superpowers and special items? Was it possible that continued lottery draws could yield superpowers and unique items? Contemplating this prospect filled Lu Yong with exhilaration. The rewards provided by the system were extraordinarily potent. It was imperative that he swiftly accumulate more emotional value to draw more rewards. Tomorrow, he would commence his endeavors at school to extract his next target. Having made this resolution, Lu Yong settled into bed, falling into a deep, blissful slumber. The following day, Lu Yong awoke early, stretching with a relaxed demeanor. After freshening up, he descended the stairs. At that moment, Madame Oda, donned in an apron and exuding a gentle aura, had prepared breakfast. Upon seeing Lu Yong rise, her face brightened with a warm smile as she called out, "Lu Yong-kun, come and enjoy breakfast." Lu Yong nodded, approaching the dining area with a composed smile. At that moment, Gu Tong, engrossed in his bread, noticed Lu Yang's arrival and felt a surge of suppressed rage. Fearing he might lose control and strike Lu Yong, only to be reprimanded by his mother, he hastily declared, "I'm full. I must head to school first," before shouldering his backpack and exiting. Lu Yong, on the other hand, continued to enjoy his breakfast in tranquility. After finishing, he turned to Madame Oda and remarked, "Delicious, truly, it's a testament to your culinary skills, Madame Oda. Thank you for the delightful meal. Now, I shall be on my way to school. Be careful on your way, Lu Yong-kun, and return early. I will prepare something delicious for dinner." Madame Oda said sincerely. A special sentiment blossomed within her for Lu Yong. Despite his initial intimidation in forcing his way into her home, she found it inexplicably difficult to harbor any animosity towards this young, handsome, and considerate young man. In stark contrast, her own son, when compared to Lu Yong, appeared utterly inept, hot-tempered, emotionally unstable, and lacking foresight, leaving her perpetually disappointed. What an unfilial child! If only Lu Yong were her son, perhaps her worries would be greatly diminished. Lu Yong exited Madame Oda's villa. Behind the curtains of the neighboring villa, Nakai stealthily observed the scene, his expression darkening with anger. Muttering to himself, he said, "This guy claims to be here to play with Gu Tong. Yet he has taken up residence in Madame Oda's home. They don't even commute to school together. Can that truly be considered friendship? Clearly, his intentions are ulterior. How infuriating. I must teach him a lesson." On the way to school, Gu Ting pulled out his phone and sent a message in his Brotherhood group. "Brothers, gather at the school gate this morning. Some guy has provoked me, and we must teach him a lesson." A member of the group replied, "Who is it?" "Gu Tong. Someone dares to provoke you." "Isn't that courting death?" "Lu Yong," Gu Ting responded. Isn't that guy skilled in martial arts? We've always kept our distance from each other." "He has a tough nut to crack, Gu Tong. Why do you want to pick a fight with him?" The brothers in the group were puzzled. "Because he's south trying to get close to my mother." Gu Ting seethed inwardly. "Due to the fact that this rascal disclosed to my mother the incidents of my bullying classmates at school, I found myself subjected to a scathing reprimand from her. And she even threatened to cast me out. How outrageous! To think he would dare to inform my parents. Does he consider himself a mere elementary school student? Truly despicable. No worries, Gu Tong. This morning, let us drag him to the restroom and impart a lesson upon him, ensuring he understands how to conduct himself appropriately in school. That fellow believes that his martial prowess renders him invincible. Has he not heard the saying that 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands? Does he truly think we fear him? I refuse to believe that 5 of us cannot overpower a single individual. Upon perusing the chat logs of my comrades, Gu Ting finally felt a sense of reassurance. Today, we shall subdue this miscreant, ensuring he no longer dares to reside in my home. nor harbor any inappropriate thoughts towards my mother. I intend to make him kneel and call me father as retribution for the slight against me last night. Chapter 9. A direct confrontation. When Lu Yang arrived at school, he encountered 5 burly men standing at the entrance. Jiu Tang stood at the forefront, wearing a smug expression. Lu Yang did not flinch. He boldly approached them, only for Gu Tang to block his path, seizing his collar and declaring, "You little rascal, were you not quite arrogant last night? Today, my friends and I shall teach you a lesson about the consequences of provoking me." With a faint smile, Lu Yang replied, "Your mother would be exceedingly disappointed in your actions." This only fueled Gu Tang's fury further. In a low, menacing tone, he retorted, "You dare invoke my mother against me? If it weren't for you, would she berate me daily? Come, let us proceed to the restroom, where you will discover why the sky is so blue and the flowers so fragrant. Very well, let us resolve our differences within the restroom today." Lu Yang also wished to put an end to Gu Tang's incessant troubles, so he followed them into the school restroom. Upon entering, the 5 men revealed their menacing countenances, cornering Lu Yang against the wall. Gu Ting wore a self-satisfied grin as he commanded Lu Yang, "Kneel and call me father twice, and I shall go easy on you today. Otherwise, I will turn you into a grotesque figure." Lu Yang chuckled. "Son, have you lost your wits to utter such rebellious words? How dare you remain defiant?" Gu Ting shouted, launching a punch toward Lu Yang's face. Yet in that moment, a glint of cold light flickered in Lu Yang's eyes as he swiftly countered. His speed far surpassed Gu Tang's. Before Gu Tang's fist could even graze his face, Lu Yang's own fist had already struck Gu Tang's nose. With a resounding crash, Gu Tang was sent flying 3 to 4 meters away, crashing heavily against the restroom door, which fell with a thunderous crash. His nose was left askew, blood gushing forth. At that moment, Gu Tang's mind was a haze, and his underlings stood frozen in shock. Such speed, such strength, could this individual truly be just an ordinary student? Before they could comprehend the situation, Lu Yang swiftly unleashed a series of kicks, each landing squarely upon their abdomens. Boom, 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 boom. For tremendous impacts echoed as 4 figures were sent hurtling away. Each thug's face contorted in agony as they clutched their midsections, feeling as though their insides were churning violently, as if their very organs had been shattered. Terrifying, absolutely terrifying. At this juncture, all that remained in their gazes directed at Lu Yang was sheer terror. Initially, they had thought that 5 against 1, even if the opponent were a special forces soldier, would be manageable. Yet who could have anticipated that 5 of them would be dispatched in an instant? This individual was truly formidable, bordering on invincible. Lu Yang's mind was inundated with system notifications. Negative emotion value 5. Negative emotion value 5. Negative emotion value 5. It was evident that the 5 of them were experiencing negative emotions towards him. A smile crept across Lu Yang's face as he strode towards the fallen Gu Tang, subsequently placing a foot upon his face. From beneath Lu Yang's foot, Gu Ting emitted a pained wail. Lu Yang addressed him, "Obedient son, this is the punishment for your insubordination and rebellion. Call me father 3 times in front of your subordinates, and we shall let today's events pass. Otherwise, with a mere exertion of my foot, I could crush your skull." As he spoke, Lu Yang truly applied pressure with his foot. Jiu Tang felt as though a hydraulic press weighing dozens of tons was bearing down upon him. The pain was unbearable. "It hurts. It hurts. Please, stop. I understand my mistake. Spare me." The excruciating agony compelled Gu Tang to plead for mercy. "It seems you have taken my words lightly. Did you not hear my demands?" Lu Yang pressed down harder. The explosive pain forced Gu Tang to cry out in despair. He had never anticipated that Lu Yang possessed such immense strength, nor the vast gulf between their capabilities. "Father, father, father, I was wrong. I beseech you, release me. I shall never dare to trouble you again." Seeing his opponent submit and plead for mercy brought a smile to Lu Yang's face. He continued, "Since you have called me father, I shall stay at your home tonight. I trust you have no objections?" Upon hearing this, Gu Teng's expression shifted dramatically, contorting with pain and fury. He bellowed, "Lu Yang, do not push your luck. You may insult me, but do not dare insult my mother. I swear, even if it costs me my life, I will not permit you to demean her. Oh, a devoted son. Are we? If you were truly so filial, you would not bully your classmates, bringing such trouble upon your mother." You and your cronies have long been tyrants at school, bullying others at will. How does it feel to experience the role of the bullied? Lu Yang lifted his foot off Gu Teng's face and approached the other four men. Upon seeing Lu Yang advance, they quaked in fear, trembling like leaves in the wind. Lu Yang's mind was bombarded with system notifications. In mere minutes, his emotional value had surpassed 100. He was eligible for another lottery draw. Clearly, eliciting emotions from multiple individuals simultaneously was the correct approach. Just yesterday, he had garnered 100 emotional points. Today, merely by defeating them in the restroom, he had accumulated over 100 more. Such speed was exhilarating. Standing before the four thugs, Lu Yang looked down upon them and coldly commanded, "Call me father, and I shall spare your lives. Father, we were wrong. We shall never provoke you again. Father, please, spare us from now on. We will avoid you at all costs." Lu Yang was pleased with their submissive demeanor, chuckling, "Such obedient sons. I wonder how your mothers fare. If they are attractive, I wouldn't mind truly becoming your father." With that, Lu Yang exited the restroom. At this moment, his emotional value had already exceeded 150 points. It was utterly exhilarating. After Lu Yang departed, Gu Teng and his cohorts bore expressions of lingering trepidation. For a fleeting moment, they had believed Lu Yang would truly kill them. The power he had demonstrated was overwhelmingly formidable, akin to that of a superhero in their eyes. Was the martial art of Long Country truly this potent? Where had he learned such skills? I too wished to learn. Chapter 10. The director and the female student's secret tryst. Lu Yang attended class, and after a brief interlude, Gu Teng and his lackeys entered, their faces pale. Yu Teng, nursing his injured nose, had bloodied tissues stuffed within his nostrils. Upon spotting Lu Yang, fear washed over them once more, as if they had encountered a harbinger of doom, and they circumvented him to take seats at the back of the classroom. During the lunch break, Lu Yang headed to the cafeteria for a meal. After finishing, some students residing in the dormitories returned to rest, while others, who lived nearby, returned home. Lu Yang, however, had no intention of going anywhere. He made his way directly to the administrative building, heading straight for the director's office. One day, Lu Yang had intended to discuss a leave of absence with his academic advisor. As he passed the director's office, he heard peculiar noises emanating from within. Leaning closer, he discerned the director's closely guarded secret. He was having an affair with a female student from the school, frequently rendezvousing in his office during lunch hours. Even from outside the door, the sounds were audible. That day, Lu Yang had inadvertently overheard this revelation, leading him to return today to ascertain whether the director was once again indulging in his illicit escapades. Arriving at the door to the director's office, Lu Yang listened intently, but hearing no sounds, he pressed his ear against the door. Sure enough, he discerned faint feminine voices from within. Seizing the moment, Lu Yang retrieved his phone, activated the camera, and kicked the director's door open with a resounding crash. Bursting into the office, he discovered a man and a woman entwined upon a sleek black leather sofa. The woman was disheveled, her face heavily made up. Upon noticing Lu Yang's entrance, both were taken aback. "Ah!" the woman shrieked, curling into herself, hastily attempting to cover her exposed form. The head of the department, visibly flustered, stared at Lu Yang and inquired, Who are you? What brings you to my office? On what grounds do you kick down my door?" As he spoke, he hurriedly adjusted his trousers. Lu Yang's mind was already receiving notifications indicating he had gained emotional points. It seemed that his sudden intrusion had startled both individuals significantly, and it was likely the head of the department had been thoroughly shaken. He might even develop a psychological trauma from this encounter, and whether he could regain his composure was now in question. Thus, he addressed the head of the department, saying, "Director, I am a student at this school. I heard someone shouting for help outside and feared there might be an incident in your office. So I rushed in. To preserve evidence, I recorded everything that transpired. Upon entering, I found both of you shedding clothing due to the heat. I trust you are not at risk of heat stroke." Upon hearing this, the director's expression softened immediately. It turned out he was merely dealing with a student, which posed no real threat. Given his position and authority, silencing a student was hardly a challenge. He straightened his attire and resumed his previous lofty demeanor. Responding to Lu Yang, "Yes, it was simply too warm, prompting us to remove some clothing. Moreover, this young lady accidentally fell onto the sofa, hence the cries for help. I merely leaned down to assist her." Some matters are not as you might presume, so please refrain from spreading rumors, understood? Otherwise, your stay at this school could become quite untenable. Lu Yang was taken aback by the audacity of this man to threaten him in such a situation. He had extended an olive branch, yet the director was becoming increasingly brazen. It appeared he still did not grasp the gravity of the situation. Lu Yang replied, "Indeed, director, you are truly a devoted leader who cares for his students. I will return and meticulously review the footage, frame by frame. To appreciate your heroic deeds, I could even post the video on the school forum, inviting my classmates to witness, thereby promoting your admirable qualities in assisting students." Upon hearing this, the director's expression shifted dramatically, his face contorted with fury as he pointed at Lu Yang, exclaiming, "How dare you? You are a student of our school, are you? Which class are you in? What is your name? Do you still wish to graduate? Are you threatening me?" To the director, the notion that a student would dare threaten him was utterly ludicrous. With a mere flick of his finger, he could ensure this student would never graduate, rendering him unwelcome at any university in Tokyo, effectively ruining his future. "I not only threaten you," Lu Yang said with a cold smile, stepping closer to the director, then delivering a sharp slap. Smack! The rotund director was instantly knocked to the ground, a bright red handprint appearing on his face. His eyes were filled with disbelief. This student had the audacity to strike him? A student daring to assault the head of the department? Was he out of his mind? The female student nearby shrank in fear, trembling at the sight of Lu Yang. "I would dare to strike you again. You overgrown swine. Capturing you in the act with female students was fortunate. You still have the gall to be arrogant? Do you comprehend what will happen when I upload this video to the school forum? The entire Tokyo University will suffer a tarnished reputation. Do you think the principal will let you off the hook, using your graduation certificate to threaten me? You truly are a fool." Lu Yang's face was adorned with a chilling smile. In a month's time, the apocalypse would unfold, yet these school authorities still resorted to threatening students with graduation. However, it made sense, as that was the only semblance of power they possessed in the past. Lu Yang might have succumbed to such threats, but now, he chuckled. A change was imminent. Who still cared about graduation? After the world ended, money would become worthless, let alone a graduation certificate, which would be too rigid for even the most mundane uses. At that moment, the director finally recognized the cold glint in Lu Yang's eyes. He understood that this young man was not as easily manipulated as he had presumed. The mockery within Lu Yang's gaze was palpable. Unfazed by his threats, the director sensed an air of condescension, akin to observing a jester. Clutching his swollen face, the director rose, instantly adopting a more obsequious demeanor, addressing Lu Yang in a conciliatory tone. "Student, perhaps there has been some misunderstanding between us. Let us communicate amicably. Everything is negotiable, wouldn't you agree? What would it take for you to delete that video?" Chapter 11. The class flower caught stealing. Lu Yang extended his hand, delivering a series of slaps to the director's pig-like visage. "Had you approached this differently from the start, it would have been far better. I see you are a pragmatic individual. I shall not be unreasonable. 500 million yen, and I will pretend today never happened. I will also promptly delete the video. 500 million. Do you take me for a bank?" The director's expression was one of disbelief. He had initially assumed this student merely sought to extort a few academic credits for scholarships, but to demand 500 million outright? Did he truly believe money fell from the sky? Lu Yang chuckled. "Do not be agitated, director. I believe 500 million pales in comparison to your future, does it not? Young man, I advise you not to overstep. The value of your life may well be in question. Given the sum you demand," the director warned ominously. Lu Yang merely smiled, raising his hand once more. Smack! Another resounding slap struck the other side of the director's face, thrusting him 3 meters back, crashing heavily against the wall. Several teeth were knocked out in the process. "I initially thought you were astute. Since you dare to threaten my life, there is nothing left to discuss. 8:02 p.m. this afternoon. The video of the director will be posted on the school forum. And you? Do you wish to kill me? Let us see if you possess that capability." With that, Lu Yang turned with flair, a glimmer of murderous intent igniting in his eyes. The rule of the apocalypse: eliminate any who pose a threat without hesitation. Only through ruthless decisiveness can one survive longer. At this moment, Lu Yang harbored intentions of killing the director. Before the world crumbled, this bloated swine was destined to perish. Just as Lu Yong had taken a few steps, he suddenly found his foot stuck, unable to move. Glancing down, he discovered the rotund director clinging to his leg, his face resembling that of a swine, tears streaming down as he pleaded, "Do not leave." "Student, we can discuss this. I was merely jesting. 500 million yen. Yes? Grant me 3 days, and I will certainly procure that amount." The director was not foolish. When weighed against his future, 500 million was hardly a burden. As long as he remained head of the department, acquiring 500 million would merely take a few years. His earlier remark about Liu Yang's life not being worth 500 million was simply a threat. Meant to intimidate, he had underestimated Liu Yang's resolve. Rather than retreating, Liu Yang had incited his ire. That slap had nearly scrambled his thoughts. Liu Yang paused, looking down at the director from his elevated position. "Very well, I shall grant you 3 days. I will post the video on a timer. If I do not receive 500 million by then, the video will be released. Should anything happen to me, the video will also be released. Once the money is in hand, I will cancel the timer." With that, Liu Yang cast a mocking glance at the beautiful female student curled up on the sofa. This young lady was indeed attractive, her figure commendable. The director certainly knew how to indulge himself. "I shall not intrude further." "You may continue," Liu Yang remarked, nonchalantly exiting the director's office. Notifications of emotional gains flooded his mind. Negative emotional points 2. Negative emotional points 2. Negative emotional points 2. It seemed these two had been thoroughly shaken. Having concluded this encounter, Liu Yang made his way to the campus convenience store, intending to purchase a bottle of water before returning to Madame Oda's home for a nap. Upon entering the store, he spotted a familiar figure, the class flower and class president, Sakura KT. Sakura KT possessed a voluptuous figure, unmatched by most women. Her features were exquisitely charming, rivaling the starlets of Sakura country, and she excelled academically, making her the object of affection for all the boys in Liu Yang's class. Even Liu Yang harbored particular feelings for her. Thus, when he noticed Sakura KT while buying water, he couldn't help but steal a few lingering glances. However, upon closer inspection, Liu Yang sensed something amiss. The class flower appeared rather anxious. What could warrant such tension over a mere purchase? Liu Yang feigned interest in the shelves while subtly observing Sakura KT. After a few minutes of scrutiny, he finally discerned the issue. This privileged, sweet-faced class flower was stealing from the store. What was going on? With her family background, did she truly need to resort to such petty theft? It was akin to a mouse licking a cat's rear, seeking thrills without cause. Without hesitation, Liu Yang retrieved his phone, stealthily following Sakura KT, activating the tenfold zoom feature to capture every movement she made. Only then did Kong Tao glance around, ensuring no one was watching, before stealthily stuffing a box of snacks into her skirt. Liu Yang couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, "Goodness, this is bound to turn into seafood-flavored treats." Immediately after, he observed her shoving a bottle of drink into her skirt, followed by a box of pins, a bunch of grapes, and a watermelon. He watched in astonishment as this class beauty filled her skirt with an array of items. As if it were a pocket straight out of Doraemon, each item vanished into thin air upon insertion. How remarkable, however, it was evident that her gait had become somewhat awkward, clearly a consequence of the excessive items crammed within her skirt. Liu Yang then noticed the class beauty approaching the checkout counter, holding a carton of milk for the cashier to scan. After completing her purchase, she feigned calmness as she ambled out of the supermarket. Liu Yang followed closely behind, sensing an opportune moment to stride ahead and stand before her, greeting her with a smile. "Class monitor, long time no see." Kong Tao, with her skirt brimming with items, could hardly be bothered to respond, merely casting a disdainful glance at Liu Yang before continuing on her way. She hoped he would comprehend the meaning behind her glare. After all, as a class beauty, endowed with a physique that inspired awe and envy, as well as exquisite features, she was accustomed to unsolicited advances wherever she went. She had encountered far too many male classmates attempting to flirt with her, but this was hardly the moment for such distractions. If it weren't for her tightly clenching legs, the round watermelon would have surely tumbled down. "Wait, class beauty, would you consider dating me? Even if just for a brief encounter?" Liu Yang insisted, unwavering. Chapter 12, please. "Not that, get lost." Kong Tao could no longer contain her frustration and shouted at Liu Yang. How dare a mere foreign student without any connections pursue her? Such audacity! These men perpetually swarm around her like bothersome flies. Have they never encountered a woman before? Must they always think with their lower halves? Disgusting. In the face of Inkong Tao's disdainful gaze, Lu Yang remained unfazed. He simply retrieved his phone, stating, "Class beauty. I have something intriguing to show you. I believe once you see it, your opinion of me will change." Inkong Tao was not interested. She merely wished to return to her dormitory, burdened as she was with the plethora of items stuffed into her skirt. Yet Lu Yang had already opened the video on his phone, placing it before her. It captured the entirety of her pilfering escapades. Her eyes widened in shock, her heart racing. "I've been discovered. I've stolen so many times on campus without ever getting caught. How infuriating. Was I really that ridiculous from behind while stealing?" She wore a mixture of nervousness and surprise as she turned to Lu Yang. "You despicable creep. How dare you film me?" Lu Yang's lips curled into a smirk as he replied. The exemplary student leader in school, the model student in the eyes of teachers, the perfect daughter in her parents' sight. Yet here you are, engaging in such petty theft. Should this video find its way onto the school forum, I trust class monitor Inkong Tao would face severe repercussions, perhaps even expulsion. I'm not worried. The total value of what I've taken is far below the threshold for legal action. I'll merely receive a reprimand, Inkong Tao retorted defiantly. However, Lu Yang could hear the system notifications chiming in his mind, indicating he was accruing negative emotional points, and he understood she was only putting on a brave front. "But your racing heart betrays you, class monitor. If you truly didn't care, why is your heartbeat so rapid? Could it be that you have feelings for me?" he continued with a teasing tone. "All right, since you're not concerned about others seeing this, I shall proceed to post this video of your theft on the school forum. Don't say I didn't warn you." How infuriating. Inkong Tao's face contorted with anger as she finally relented. "Fine. What do you want?" She wasn't as indifferent as she pretended. Despite being perceived as an outstanding student, always the top of her class, strikingly beautiful, with a perfect figure and an enviable family background, Inkong Tao was not happy. Her parents, both high-ranking executives in publicly listed companies, had high expectations of her. From a young age, they instilled in her the belief that only first place proved one's worth. No one would remember second place. Thus, they demanded excellence in everything she undertook. From elementary school to university, she had consistently topped her class. While she enjoyed the admiration of her peers for her privileged upbringing, she bore the weight of pressure that was unimaginable to others. It was within this suffocating environment that she found a method to alleviate her stress. If her parents were to discover this, her image as their obedient and exceptional daughter would be irrevocably tarnished. She could only imagine how deeply hurt and cold their disappointed gazes would be. Perhaps they would even sever their father-daughter relationship. "Please, not that. I can't bear such a fate." Thus, Inkong Tao had no choice but to acquiesce to Lu Yang's threat. In response to her words, Lu Yang stated, "It's quite simple. Didn't I mention? To date class monitor Inkong Tao, all you need to do is spend a month with me. During this month, you must obey me as a girlfriend would. Whatever I ask, you must comply without question. After a month, I shall delete the video. Otherwise, it will be posted on the school forum. Anything you want me to do, even if it's to die, I must comply." Inkong Tao snapped back. "Of course not. How could I bear to let someone as beautiful as you perish? I will only assign you simple tasks. Just complete them obediently. For instance, stealing something useful for me from the school supermarket." Lu Yang said with a smirk. Lu Yang thought his bravado would instill more fear in Inkong Tao, thus yielding greater emotional points. To his astonishment, however, he noticed that after hearing his words, although her breath quickened, the notifications for negative emotional points had ceased. What was happening? Why had the negative emotional points stopped? This indicated that her accelerated heartbeat was not due to fear. Lu Yang gazed at her in surprise, discerning a hint of excitement in her eyes. "Goodness, I've miscalculated. This class beauty is a bit of a weirdo. Telling her to steal only seems to excite her further. Your demands are outrageous." Inkong Tao retorted, "Stop pretending, class monitor. Your excited eyes have already betrayed you. You're the real weirdo, even more so than me," Lu Yang remarked, somewhat exasperated. With the disappearance of the negative emotional points notifications, he pondered how to instill fear in her once again. After a moment of contemplation, he addressed Inkong Tao directly. "Is it too much? Very well. I shall change my request. A flicker of disappointment crossed Kong Tao's eyes. Dante, change it, please. I was just being polite. Why did you switch it up so quickly? I preferred your previous assertiveness. Lu Yang continued, then let us not have you steal anything. Let us find a quiet place to have a proper chat. Indeed, as soon as he uttered those words, he received notifications. Negative emotional points 1. Negative emotional points 1. Negative emotional points 1. Chapter 13a, Greasy Man Causing Trouble? A single slap sends him flying. It became clear that this class beauty only felt exhilaration when stealing. Now, her eyes reflected disappointment, yet disappointment itself is a form of negative emotion. Thus, Lu Yang gained negative emotional points from her discontent. Kong Tao shook her head vigorously, exclaiming, please, not that. You might as well just post the video of me stealing online. Is that so? Since you're not afraid, I might just do it, Lu Yang replied, his smile unwavering. But Kong Tao perceived this seemingly cheerful man as a terrifying demon. After contemplating for several seconds, she finally gritted her teeth and nodded, saying, fine, I agree to your demands, but you must keep your promise and delete the video after 1 month. Ah? Lu Yang was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated such a swift agreement from the class beauty. Seemed she valued her reputation far more than her chastity, fearing the repercussions of her actions being exposed to the school authorities and her parents. A girl who had been oppressed for 18 years would go to great lengths to maintain her esteemed image in her parents' eyes. Lu Yang hadn't expected her to agree so readily under his threat, causing him to second-guess whether there was a hidden agenda behind her compliance. Nevertheless, based on his understanding of Kong Tao, she had no boyfriend and her upbringing was quite strict, with her parents exercising considerable control over her. She was unlikely to be the type of girl who would easily engage in reckless behavior. Since such a beautiful class flower has already consented, is it reasonable not to have some fun with her today? Lu Yang did not wish to act in a manner unbecoming. Thus, he directly stated, all right, let us converse now. Soon, the two arrived at the hotel. Sakura KT glanced around to ensure no one was watching and promptly retrieved the stolen items from beneath her skirt. She muttered, I am utterly exhausted. My legs are nearly numb. While speaking, she produced a box of pastries, a bunch of grapes, a watermelon, a box of pins, and a bottle of drink. Sakura KT opened the pilfered beverage and inquired of Lu Yang. Are you ready? What do you wish to do next? Would you like a drink? No, thank you, Lu Yang responded with a shake of his head. A satisfied expression adorned his face. Today, he had garnered a considerable amount of emotional value from Gu Teng and his 4 lackeys, as well as from the director and his female student lover, and now, from the stunning class flower, Sakura KT. His total emotional value had already surpassed 300. With 100 points, he could draw 3 times. However, Lu Yang chose not to draw immediately. He aspired to be a person of ambition, perhaps aiming for a 1,000-point draw. Having accumulated over 300 points in a single day, reaching 1,000 should not prove too difficult. He planned to continue his efforts with the director tomorrow and engage the beautiful class flower further, thus securing even more emotional value. He believed tomorrow would be another day brimming with hope. In the afternoon, after school, Lu Yang prepared to return to Madame Oda's residence. However, just as he reached the entrance, he was confronted by a portly middle-aged man who blocked his path. Upon closer inspection, Lu Yang recognized the greasy, overweight Nakai. This man had regarded him with hostility since Lu Yang's first day at Madame Oda's home. Now, he stood in his way once more, clearly with ill intentions. A cold expression crossed Lu Yang's face as he offered no courtesy, stating bluntly, "Step aside. A good dog does not obstruct the way." Upon hearing this, Nakai's face contorted with rage. How dare this brat call him a dog? Such audacity! After all, he was merely an 18-year-old university student, yet he had the gall to belittle Nakai. "Who are you calling a dog? Kid, are you tired of living?" Nakai hissed menacingly. "Anyone who obstructs my path is a dog. Now scram, my patience is limited." Lu Yang displayed an expression of impatience. The apocalypse was imminent. Who still indulged fools like him? Lu Yang felt that conversing with this greasy man was a waste of his life. "You seek death. Let me warn you. If you provoke me, you will suffer greatly. Leave Madame Oda's residence immediately and do not linger." Nakai threatened Lu Yang fiercely. However, Lu Yang remained silent, merely raising his hand before delivering a resounding slap. Smack! With a sharp crack, Nakai was sent flying 2 meters away. crashing heavily to the ground. Chapter 14. Madam, you are truly amazing. Negative emotional value 1. Negative emotional value 1. Negative emotional value 1. As Nakai lay on the ground, his expression seethed with anger. Liu Yang's mind was flooded with system notifications. This fool was also contributing emotional value to him. Liu Yang's anger dissipated. It seemed his time had not been wasted after all. Tormenting Nakai could yield emotional value, which was quite favorable. Thus, a smirk played on Liu Yang's lips. At that moment, Nakai had risen, fists raised, ready to strike Liu Yang. Unfortunately for him, as a greasy, overweight shut-in whose pastime was spying on Madame Oda's daily life and taking clandestine photographs of her, he had long since depleted his physical capacity and stood no chance against Liu Yang, whose attributes were double that of an ordinary person. Before Nakai's fist could reach Liu Yang's face, Liu Yang had already lifted his other hand and slapped Nakai again. Smack! Once more, Nakai was sent reeling, both sides of his face swelling grotesquely, resembling a pig more than ever. Liu Yang observed him, noting, "Your steps are unsteady, your appearance is exceedingly repugnant, your eyes lack vitality, your skin is dull and lifeless, and your dark circles are prominent. You dare to lay a hand on me? First, abstain for a decade from your vices before you come to me." This statement struck a nerve with Nakai, who gritted his teeth in anger. "You little brat, you're finished. How dare you hit me? I will ensure you meet a terrible end. You have been warned. Leave Madame Oda's residence immediately and cease your harassment." Nakai threatened with venom. Yet Liu Yang exhibited no fear, for in the desolation, he had encountered individuals 1,000,000 times more ruthless than this middle-aged shut-in. He advanced step by step towards Nakai, then delivered a kick to his ample belly. Oof! Nakai curled up, clutching his abdomen, emitting pitiful wails. His eyes brimmed with fury. He never anticipated that this young university student would dare to disregard him, let alone physically assault him. Damn it, this guy must die. I must find a way to eliminate him. He will kneel before me, begging for mercy. At this moment, Liu Yang's cold voice echoed once more. "If you provoke me again, it will not merely be a lesson. I know you, you fat pig, have designs on Madame Oda, but you should take a good look at yourself. What right do you have to covet her? Return to your home and remain the failure you are." After speaking, Liu Yang turned on his heel and strode elegantly into Madame Oda's villa, leaving behind Nakai, whose anguished cries echoed in the air. Ah, cursed wretch! Liu Yang's mind continued to receive system notifications, his emotional value soaring. What a delight! A new addition had been made to Liu Yang's list of targets, the middle-aged, greasy Nakai. Before the apocalypse erupted, he would certainly perish. Anyone who dared to seek trouble with him must be prepared for the consequences. Liu Yang would not allow such unstable elements to linger in his vicinity. First, he would extract their emotional value. And in the days leading up to the apocalypse, he would eliminate them one by one, thereby amassing even more emotional value. Upon entering Madame Oda's villa, Liu Yang found her already home from work. She had donned an apron and was busily engaged in the kitchen. True to her status as a beautiful hostess, she was punctual. Upon seeing Liu Yang return, Madame Oda approached him, standing upright with a pleasing smile, and said, "Liu Yang-kun, you are back." Liu Yang inquired, "Madam, how has the matter of the funds progressed?" Upon hearing this question, Madame Oda's expression turned slightly awkward as she replied, "I have temporarily raised 5 million. Please grant me a little more time, and I can secure 20 million. Then please give me the 5 million now, as I am in urgent need of funds. Furthermore, I have noted down the renovations I wish for this villa in this notebook. Kindly deduct the cost from that 20 million, Liu Yang said, handing her a notebook. Madame Oda casually flipped through it and responded, "Very well, Liu Yang-kun, I will proceed with the renovations as per your request. And I will transfer 5 million to you." "Machem?" Liu Yang nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, Gu Ting returned, his face battered and bruised. Upon seeing her son's visage, Madame Oda immediately displayed a look of disdain. This boy had once again stirred up trouble and gotten into a fight, returning with such injuries. She scolded Gu Ting. "You little brat, have you been causing trouble again? I have told you countless times to stop bullying others. Do you not understand? One day, you will be beaten to death." Gu Ting froze momentarily, his eyes filling with grievance. After being beaten to such a state by Liu Yang, He returned only to be berated by his mother. Meanwhile, the assailant was right beside her, engaging in sweet exchanges. It was infuriating. In a huff, he stormed to his room, not bothering to look back as he declared, "I won't be having dinner. You can eat without me." As Lu Yang observed Gu Tang's retreating figure, he chuckled, "Madam Oda, do you think you are being a bit excessive? You mustn't let Gu Tang go hungry. Let him be hungry for a few meals. It's time he learned a lesson. Otherwise, he will always be hot-tempered and bully others," Madam Oda replied nonchalantly. "If we do not teach him now, who knows what kind of trouble he will cause later?" Lu Yang nodded in agreement. Madam Oda's concerns were valid. A character like Gu Tang certainly required proper guidance. Regrettably, the opportunity for education had come too late. With less than a month until the apocalypse, Gu Tang's personality was of little consequence. He could only hope to be immune to the airborne virus. Otherwise, he would be among the first to transform into a zombie. At the dining table, only Lu Yang and Madame Oda shared their meal, enjoying each other's company in the room. Gu Tang peered through the door crack at the scene outside, gritting his teeth in rage. It was utterly intolerable. His own mother was smiling at Lu Yang, treating him with tenfold more warmth than she ever did for her son. Gu Tang despaired at the thought. He felt as if he were on the brink of collapse. Meanwhile, as Lu Yang dined, he continuously received system notifications indicating the acquisition of negative emotional value. He instantly understood, and a barely contained smile emerged in his eyes. He picked up a piece of meat and placed it into Madame Oda's bowl, exclaiming, "Madam, your culinary skills are truly remarkable. This meat is exceptionally delicious. Do you have a taste?" Crack, crack, crack. Witnessing this scene, the ancient vine in the room gnashes its teeth audibly. Chapter 15. Assisting Madam with a massage. As Lu Yang savored his meal, he reveled in the system notifications echoing in his mind. Noting that his negative emotional value continued to rise, it appears that this fellow, Gu Tang, is quite concerned about his mother. However, it is only natural. Who would feel at ease seeing their mother exhibit such intimacy and gentleness with a young, unfamiliar man while offering them nothing but daily criticism? Such a sentiment is indeed disheartening. Yet, Lu Yang relished this discomforting sensation. The more distressed Gu Tang became, the more negative emotional value he accrued. Thus, Lu Yang raised his voice, addressing Mrs. Oda. "Madam, once we finish our meal, I would like to have a proper chat in your room. Additionally, I recently learned an impressive massage technique online, which I could demonstrate as a token of gratitude for this delightful dinner you prepared." Crack, crack, crack. Upon hearing these words, Gu Tang's teeth ground together in frustration. Although Mrs. Oda felt a twinge of unease, given the leverage Lu Yang held over her and the considerable debt she owed him, she found it difficult to refuse, fearing Lu Yang's ire. With lowered eyes, she acquiesced. "Very well, Lu Yang Kuan." After their meal, Lu Yang followed Mrs. Oda to her chamber. Before ascending the stairs, he deliberately glanced at Gu Tang through the door crack. Their eyes locked momentarily, causing Gu Tang to panic and hastily lower his gaze. However, he quickly regained his composure. "Why should I feel anxious? This fellow is the one forcing himself into my home, usurping my mother, and stealing all that I rightfully possess. Why should I fear him? I am truly a worthless coward. Now, I can only watch helplessly as he enters my mother's room, possibly engaging in unspeakable acts. Gu Tang, you are indeed a coward." "How despicable!" Lu Yang entered Mrs. Oda's private quarters. Upon stepping inside, he was greeted by a delicate fragrance, not of inferior perfume, but reminiscent of a woman's natural scent, akin to that which enveloped Mrs. Oda herself. The last time he had visited, he had been too preoccupied with the sight of her in her nightgown to take note of the room's decor. This time, he carefully observed the surroundings, discovering that the chamber was adorned in warm pastel hues, pink bed linens, pink curtains, and pink pillows, all contributing to an inviting atmosphere. It was curious that Mrs. Oda had such an affinity for pink. Did she, too, embody the warmth of her surroundings? Even in her 30s, her complexion remained as youthful as that of an 18-year-old. On the bedside table lay a photograph of a young man, seemingly in his 20s, wearing glasses and sporting slicked-back hair, a cultured appearance, reminiscent of an intellectual. Lu Yang gazed at the photograph and inquired, "Is this a picture of your husband?" 10 years prior, when Mrs. Oda was 25, her husband must have been around the same age. "Do not worry, Mrs. Oda. Let us proceed to discuss the matter at hand, Lu Yang said with a smile. I will provide you with a list of supplies I require. The cost of these supplies, along with the expenses for renovating the villa, will be deducted from the 15 million you owe me. I hope you can complete the tasks I assign within a week. Rest assured, Lu Yang-kun, I will fulfill your requests. However, I hope you will honor your promise to delete the video in a month. Mrs. Oda replied gently, Do not worry. I am not one to deceive, Lu Yang assured her, his gaze lingering on Mrs. Oda's curvaceous figure. Allow me to massage you, as a gesture of appreciation for all you have done for me. Lie down. Mrs. Oda's expression turned shy. Indeed, I shall massage your back. Of course, if you prefer to lie flat. Lu Yang said with a mischievous smile. I never considered such a thing, Mrs. Oda replied bashfully, before obediently lying down. Then let us proceed with the back massage. As she unzipped the back of her dress, revealing her smooth, fair skin, Lu Yang could not help but admire the impeccable care Mrs. Oda had maintained. Her complexion was flawless, resembling that of an 18-year-old. It was astonishing that she was already a 35-year-old woman. One could hardly fathom how enchanting Mrs. Oda must have been at 18. Such a beautiful woman had remained a widow for a decade. What a waste. Truly a tragic squandering of beauty. Having previously studied traditional Chinese massage, Lu Yang applied his knowledge to Mrs. Oda. Chapter 16. Madam, you are kidney deficient. Oh. Mrs. Oda's voice echoed through the room. This young man's hands are quite firm. It is a bit overwhelming. Outside, Gu Tang heard the sounds emanating from the room and felt as though his teeth might shatter from the sheer anger boiling within him. How infuriating! Tears streamed down his cheeks as he grappled with his own powerlessness. Inside the room, Lu Yang continued, This area of the back corresponds to the kidneys. In the terms of our Chinese medicine, Mrs. Oda, you are exhibiting some signs of kidney deficiency. Is that so? Can women also experience kidney deficiency? I have only seen such claims about men online, Mrs. Oda inquired, her interest piqued. Certainly, women can suffer from kidney deficiency. Everyone possesses kidneys, and if one has kidneys, they can become deficient. Based on your reactions during the massage, I deduce that you do not have any significant issues. Your body appears quite healthy, as evidenced by your radiant skin and clear complexion with regular menstrual cycles. The only concern seems to be that you have not had a man in quite some time. It appears that since your husband's passing, you have not indulged yourself, Lu Yang remarked, donning a knowing expression akin to that of a seasoned practitioner. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Oda's face flushed with embarrassment, astonished by Lu Yang's perceptiveness. Indeed, since her husband's death, she had single-handedly raised her son while juggling work, leaving her little time for romance. Observing her reaction, Lu Yang recognized he had hit the nail on the head. Madam, as a woman, you must not neglect yourself, especially someone as beautiful, graceful, and alluring as you. It is essential to have a man's affection, Lu Yang continued. Mrs. Oda pondered this statement, recalling similar sentiments she had encountered online. She had indeed been feeling increasingly melancholic and on the verge of depression, largely due to the troubles caused by Gu Ting and the emotional suppression she had endured for far too long. 10 years without a man. This repression could surely impact her mood and psyche over time. However, finding a suitable man was no easy task, especially at her age, Mrs. Oda lamented. At our age, it is quite challenging to find an excellent, compatible man. Lu Yang chuckled. Mrs. Oda, you are elegant and appear to be in your 20s. What kind of man could you not attract? I could also assist in helping you reclaim the feeling of being a delicate woman. Huh? Mrs. Oda's expression shifted to one of surprise and shyness. Lu Yang's teasing left her apprehensive, fearing that one day she might indeed succumb to temptation. But not now. Her son was still downstairs, and if he were to hear anything, it would be utterly mortifying. No. The age difference between Lu Yang and myself is too great. We are simply not meant to be, she insisted, shaking her head. Lu Yang grinned, declaring, Not at all. In matters of love, age is but a trivial concern. A vigorous young man like myself is the perfect match for you. After all, if you were to choose a man in his 40s, he would soon find himself sighing in defeat, helpless against your charms. Mrs. Oda recognized the validity in Lu Yang's words, yet she was reluctant to admit it, her face flushing as she fell silent. Meanwhile, Gu Tong was on the verge of madness downstairs. He felt utterly useless. Lu Yang had brazenly moved into his home, yet he could do nothing about it. He lacked even the courage to ascend the stairs. His spirit had crumbled entirely, Coward, Gu Tang. You are a coward, a worthless being, incapable of taking action, unable even to muster the courage to confront him. You watch as he does as he pleases in your home, and you remain powerless. You should be ashamed. The ancient vine covered its ears with a pillow, curled up in bed, wishing to emulate an ostrich burying its head in the soil. Tears, unbidden, streamed from the corners of its eyes, soaking the pillowed eye in the room. Lu Yang was inundated with incessant system notifications in his mind. Negative emotion value 1. Negative emotion value 1. Negative emotion value 1. Chapter 17. My youth has come to an end. Half an hour later, Lu Yang exited Madame Oda's room after concluding a massage on her back. During that brief interlude, Lu Yang amassed a considerable amount of emotional points, courtesy of both the ancient vine's contributions and Madame Oda's tension. A glance at the system revealed that his negative emotion value had surpassed 500 points. Already halfway to 1,000, he believed that in just a few days, he would be able to partake in a 1,000-point lottery. The mere thought filled him with exhilaration. On the following day, Lu Yang arose early, yawning and stretching his limbs before washing up and heading downstairs for breakfast. Upon seeing Lu Yang awake, Madame Oda greeted him warmly. Good morning, Lu Yang-kun. I must say, your technique last night was truly remarkable. I feel utterly rejuvenated this morning, as if I am glowing and my entire body feels so relaxed. Just as Madame Oda expressed her sentiments, the ancient vine emerged from the room, its eyes swollen and dark circles prominent. Hearing her praise Lu Yang, the ancient vine was momentarily taken aback. Oh, so you all no longer care to hide it from me, do you? Discussing last night's escapades in front of me? How infuriating. Am I truly destined to be the third wheel in this household? The ancient vine clenched its teeth, a look of indignation etched across its face. Lu Yang's mind was once again bombarded with system notifications. He understood that the ancient vine had misinterpreted the situation, believing that he had engaged in something inappropriate with her mother, when in fact, he had merely provided a massage. Nevertheless, the more the ancient vine misunderstood, the more negative emotion points he would accumulate. Seizing the moment, Lu Yang turned to Madame Oda. Madam, it brings me great joy to know that you felt relaxed. Shall we continue this evening? That might not be appropriate. I fear I may tire you out, Madame Oda replied. Her cheeks flushed. Rest assured, what is fatigue to a man of my age? I am brimming with energy and vigor, fully capable of ensuring Madame Oda's utmost delight. Lu Yang proclaimed confidently. Very well, then I shall rely on you tonight. With your assistance, I have indeed noticed some changes in my body. I woke up before my alarm this morning, feeling invigorated. It seems that women must indeed prioritize their health, Madame Oda said with a beaming smile. To the ancient vine, their conversation was nauseating. He felt utterly disregarded, utterly excessive. Lu Yang's behavior was one thing, but to hear his mother speak in such a manner was intolerable. Is it truly impossible for you women to live without a man? How despicable, the ancient vine thought disdainfully as it cast a glance at its mother. I shall skip breakfast, it declared, unwilling to witness their intimate exchange any longer. And stormed out. Madame Oda paid little mind to the ancient vine's outburst, having often seen her son forego breakfast, believing it necessary to impart a lesson given his recent behavior at school. After enjoying breakfast, Lu Yang made his way to school. At the school gate, he encountered Sakura Kongtiao. He waved at her as one might to a beloved pet. Upon seeing Lu Yang, Sakura's expression shifted to one of dismay, as if she had encountered a harbinger of doom. This individual had exhausted her with their previous conversation, and now they crossed paths again. It was an ill omen for her day. The cheerful mood that had enveloped her abruptly dissipated. Other students nearby observed Lu Yang's actions and erupted in laughter, engaging in animated discussions. What's going on with him? Is he actually waving at the class beauty, Sakura Kongtiao? They seem rather familiar. Is he being excessively self-centered? Countless wealthy heirs have pursued Sakura Kongtiao without success. Who is this guy to act so brazenly? Indeed, Sakura Kongtiao comes from a family no less affluent than those rich heirs. That's right, she is a super wealthy heiress herself. I suspect he is just a fool. Young Master San will not let this slide. Indeed, young Master San is Sakura Kongtiao's foremost suitor. The last time a boy accidentally brushed against her arm, young Master San broke that boy's hand. From what I know, young Master San's family is wealthy, and a school authority figure is his uncle. If he crosses young Master San, he will surely regret it. As the crowd continued their chatter, Sakura Kongqiao approached Lu Yong, her demeanor one of reluctant submission. She had no leverage to resist. After all, Lu Yong possessed incriminating footage of her theft, which could ruin her reputation. Lu Yong extended his arm, inviting Sakura to link hers with his. To the astonishment of onlookers, she complied, wrapping her arm around his. This sight caused an uproar among the crowd. What is happening? Sakura Kongqiao is willingly holding that man's arm. Who is he? Has she already found a partner? My goddess has a boyfriend, and it isn't me. Help, my youth is over. Some male students wore expressions of despair, their hearts shattered at the sight of their beloved goddess being taken. Meanwhile, Lu Yang's mind was inundated with system notifications. Negative emotion value 50, negative emotion value 50, negative emotion value 50. Upon receiving this notification, Lu Yang was elated. I can't believe that making my relationship with Sakura Kongqiao public would cause so many men to feel heartbroken. This was a veritable windfall. He mused that if he could win over all 4 of the school's most beautiful girls, he would undoubtedly maximize his negative emotion points. After all, heartbreak, sorrow, sadness, and jealousy all constituted negative emotions. As the surrounding male students continued their discussions, they exclaimed, "Capture this! Post it on the school forum. This is major news. If young Master San finds out, he will be furious." With that, numerous phones began snapping pictures of Lu Yong and Sakura Kongqiao. At that moment, Sakura felt as though she had socially perished. That insufferable man had merely asked her to date him for a month. Yet now it seemed as though the entire school would be privy to their affair. Chapter 18. Does he even dare to strike young Master San? The news of Lu Yang's relationship with Sakura Kongqiao quickly became the day's hottest topic. Photos of them walking into school together spread through every class group, and the student forum was inundated with posts about their union. As Lu Yang sat in class, his negative emotion value continued to soar, exceeding 1,000 points by the morning's end. He was thoroughly impressed by the sheer number of admirers Sakura had amassed. Merely the rumors surrounding them had allowed him to accumulate emotional points from afar. That evening, he planned to redeem his rewards, perhaps even bestow a gift upon Sakura Kongqiao. Thus, he sent her a message. Steal a box from the school supermarket. It will be useful after school. Upon reading the message, excitement lit up Sakura's face, her entire being trembling with exhilaration. The prospect of stealing again, especially at Lu Yang's behest, was an indulgent delight. Absolutely, Sakura responded immediately. Once class ended, Lu Yang decided to step outside for some fresh air. His classmates' gazes were fixed upon him, utterly perplexed as to what charm he possessed to ensnare the heart of the divine Sakura Kongqiao. Among them, some were envious, others admired him. While some were bewildered as he stepped out of the classroom, Lu Yang noticed a group of imposing figures approaching, their slicked-back hair and tattoos marking them as trouble. Approaching Lu Yang, the leader of the group wore a disdainful expression. I expected someone of significance to be courting my Sakura Kongqiao, but it appears I was mistaken. Kid, you will immediately break up with her and kneel to apologize. If you comply, I will let this matter slide. Otherwise, my young Master San will ensure that you wish you were never born. Lu Yang furrowed his brow. What an arrogant fellow. The last time someone was this audacious was during the previous incident. I wonder if he is simply seeking to court disaster or genuinely desires his demise. My relationship with Kong Tao is none of your concern. Is it my fault that you cannot win her affection? Around him, fellow classmates gathered, their expressions those of eager spectators, regarding Lu Yang as if he were a pitiful creature. Third young master, they murmured, referring to the scion of the Chiodao family, a family of considerable influence in Tokyo. This affluent clan wields significant power, and it is rumored that a certain leader within the school is actually a relative of the third young master. Anyone who dares to offend him within the school will likely find themselves expelled within 3 days. Lu Yang, audacious enough to covet the third young master's woman, could only imagine the consequences. If he doesn't perish, he will surely suffer greatly. Furthermore, continuing his studies at Tokyo University may soon become an impossible endeavor. Lu Yang's classmates regarded him with expressions of schadenfreude, fully aware that he was an international student without any connections in Tokyo. Such students are typically bullied within the school. They ought to keep their tails tucked between their legs. How dare a foreigner act so brazenly in front of us, the citizens of Sakura country? This is nothing short of courting death, and to offend none other than the third young master. His fate is surely sealed. Perhaps he should prostrate himself and beg for mercy. Who knows, the third young master might spare him if he is in a good mood. Otherwise, if the third young master truly becomes enraged, not only will he be expelled from Tokyo University, but he will also find it impossible to remain anywhere in Sakura country. Just as everyone anticipated, Liu Yang would kneel and plead for mercy. He instead revealed a cold smile and addressed the third young master, who granted you the audacity to speak to me in such a manner. The apocalypse is imminent. Who will indulge you then? Even if you are a wealthy heir now, once the world descends into chaos, you will transform into a mere zombie, just like anyone else. Even the richest in Sakura country will meet their demise at the hands of the undead. Hearing these words, everyone was momentarily stunned, the most astonished being the third young master himself. In Tokyo University, does the third young master require courage to speak to anyone? He was instantly rendered incredulous by Liu Yang's boldness. This fellow truly does not know the gravity of his situation. Is he genuinely oblivious or merely pretending? Without further ado, the third young master waved his hand, and his 4 lackeys sprang into action, charging toward Liu Yang. Unfortunately for them, their speed appeared to Liu Yang as nothing more than slow motion. Before they could even close the distance, he dispatched them with swift kicks, one after another. Boom, 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 boom. The sound of impact echoed as the 4 were sent flying several meters away, crashing to the ground, clutching their stomachs and curling up in pain, their faces pale and contorted in agony. Cold sweat began to bead on their foreheads, the excruciating pain in their abdomens rendering them breathless, as if their intestines had been ruptured. Witnessing this spectacle, the third young master was momentarily dumbfounded. He never anticipated Liu Yang possessed such formidable skills. His classmates were equally flabbergasted. They could hardly believe Liu Yang was so powerful. No wonder Kong Tao was fond of him. Who wouldn't be enamored by such a formidable man? Some female classmates gazed at Liu Yang with admiration, their eyes sparkling with infatuation. To be able to send someone flying with a single kick speaks volumes of his strength. One could only imagine how vigorous he must be in more intimate encounters. Amidst the astonished gazes, Liu Yang strode purposefully toward the third young master. With his lackeys incapacitated, the third young master's earlier bravado had dissipated, replaced by a look of fear as he retreated. Stammering, "No, you mustn't come any closer. What do you intend to do? If you offend me, you shall never remain at Tokyo University." Liu Yang let out a chilling laugh, raising his hand and delivering a resounding slap to the third young master's face. Smack! The sound reverberated as the third young master was sent sprawling several meters away, blood spilling from his mouth, his face swelling grotesquely. His meticulously styled hair was disheveled, hanging loosely over his features. The sight left everyone in utter disbelief. Has Liu Yang truly lost his mind? He dared to strike the third young master. Does he not fear the repercussions? Chapter 19. Help, do not approach me. Negative emotion value 5. Negative emotion value 5. Negative emotion value 5. As Liu Yang laid the third young master and his 4 lackeys low, he felt a constant influx of emotional value flooding his mind. In just a few brief minutes, he accumulated over 100 points. Clearly, these 5 were on the brink of wetting themselves in terror. Is this the so-called wealthy heir? How disappointing, scram. Do not let me see your faces again. Liu Yang commanded, waving dismissively at the heap of defeated foes. The third young master, feeling greatly insulted, gritted his teeth and retorted, "You little brat, I will remember this soon. You shall witness the consequences of provoking the third young master." With that, he departed, supported by his lackeys. At that moment, the classmates regarded Liu Yang with awe. He had driven away even the third young master. However, after the initial admiration faded, they returned to their senses and regarded him with pity. This was merely the beginning of Liu Yang's tribulations, for now that the third young master had departed, he would undoubtedly seek revenge. If he reports to the school authorities, Liu Yang might as well resign himself to expulsion. What a shame! It was rare to find a student brave enough to confront the third young master, and now he is destined to be expelled from Tokyo University. As the class bell rang, Liu Yang returned to his seat. Meanwhile, the third young master, with the support of his lackeys, marched directly into the office of a school leader. The director of education, "Uncle, I have been assaulted. How dare someone strike me?" he exclaimed, showcasing the crimson mark on his face. It was truly a pitiful sight. At that moment, the third young master resembled a swollen pig's head, his face marred with bruises and 2 front teeth missing, making him speak through a lisp. The director of education's face contorted with anger. He had been feeling quite vexed lately and couldn't believe someone dared to strike his nephew. Who did this? How dare anyone lay a hand on my nephew? Do they not regard me as the director of education? I do not know his name. He is a student from class 2. He stole my beloved woman and struck me when I confronted him, knocking out my teeth. Uncle, you must seek justice for me. The third young master sobbed, having never endured such humiliation before. Upon seeing his nephew's face, the director of education felt a sense of déjà vu. Just yesterday, he too had been struck. The pain was all too familiar. Let us go. We shall confront him in class 2. The director declared angrily, I can tolerate being assaulted, but my nephew, this is an affront to my dignity. Yes, uncle. The third young master's eyes glinted with malice as he added, I will make him kneel and beg for mercy. Fear not. Anyone who dares to strike you shall find it impossible to remain at Tokyo University. Once I intervene, not only will he beg for mercy, but he will even call you father if you so wish, the director declared confidently. Together, they marched toward class 2. At that moment, Lu Yang was still in class when suddenly a boisterous voice echoed from outside. You! Get out here! Weren't you quite arrogant just now? You dare to strike me? Come out and face your doom. The students turned their heads in unison. It was the third young master, accompanied by a school leader. Upon recognizing the leader's identity, their expressions shifted to shock. The leader was none other than the director of education, a figure of authority just below the principal and vice principal, responsible for overseeing all academic affairs within the school. Expelling a student for assault would be a trivial task for him. It's over. Lu Yang is truly finished. All eyes turned to him, filled with pity. Jiu Tang watched Lu Yang with a cold smile, relishing the thought that someone would finally put him in his place for his arrogance. After all, once he is expelled from the school, he will find it impossible to remain in all of Sakura country. What a delight it is to witness karma at work. Mother, you are finally safe, however. Upon seeing the third young master and the director of education behind him, Lu Yang could not help but smile with amusement. What a twist of fate! Who would have thought the third young master's backing was this rotund director? This was bound to be entertaining. At that moment, the director stepped forward, his demeanor fierce as he addressed the classroom. Who dared to assault someone in public? Step forward immediately. Under my administration, is there anyone bold enough to act with such impunity? This shall not stand. Severe punishment is warranted. He then turned his ire toward the bewildered homeroom teacher at the podium. Barking, you are the homeroom teacher of this class, are you not? How do you usually educate your students? I apologize, director, but I was unaware of any incident involving a student striking another. The homeroom teacher, drenched in cold sweat, bore an expression of trepidation. He then turned, his anger directed at the students in the classroom, exclaiming, Who was responsible for the assault? Step forward and confess your wrongdoing to the director at once. All eyes swiftly turned towards Lu Yang in that moment. Under the collective gaze, Lu Yang displayed no signs of trepidation as he slowly rose to his feet. Upon recognizing Lu Yang's demeanor, the director's expression of fury abruptly froze on his face. His mouth agape, he exhibited a look of sheer disbelief, which gradually morphed into fear. What on earth? It's him. This was a calamity. The individual his nephew had provoked was none other than Lu Yang. The director was unaware of Lu Yang's name or the class to which he belonged. All he knew was that Lu Yang was a student at the school and that there was evidence of his clandestine meetings with female students. Since the events of yesterday, the director had been tirelessly amassing funds. Just when he was on the verge of securing 50 million, his nephew had embroiled himself in yet another scandal, while others faced paternal wrath. Lu Yang had drawn his uncle's ire. Help! What do I do now? He's approaching. Lu Yang advanced step by step towards the director, his gaze fixed intently upon him. Lu Yang noted the imprint of his hand from the previous day still visible on the director's face. Now a shade of purple rather than red. With a smirk, he inquired, It was I who did it. What of it? He sought to initiate violence against me first. Am I not entitled to retaliate? Director, you certainly wield significant authority. Chapter 20. He dares to strike the homeroom teacher. Before the director could respond, the homeroom teacher rushed forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Lu Yong. "How dare you speak to the director in such a manner? You ought to promptly apologize for your misdeeds. You are utterly insubordinate." His failure to manage the students had led to this altercation, which had even summoned the director. Naturally, he needed to present himself well before the director. Moreover, Lu Yong's audacity in the director's presence could not go unchallenged. He had to be taught a lesson. After all, he was merely an international student in our land of cherry blossoms. One must tread with humility. The homeroom teacher had anticipated that Lu Yong would display fear upon being reprimanded and would hastily apologize to the director. Unfortunately for him, Lu Yong's reaction was far from what he envisioned. Instead of fear, a cold smile spread across Lu Yang's face as he addressed the homeroom teacher. "Are you speaking to me?" The homeroom teacher was taken aback. He had never anticipated that Lu Yong could maintain such composure in such a situation. He even found himself questioning, "Do you think you have the right to challenge a teacher?" To disregard his authority in front of the director was tantamount to declaring his incompetence. Could he not even manage one student? The homeroom teacher's anger flared. "Who else would I be addressing if not you? Am I speaking to a dog?" Yet before he could finish, Lu Yong swiftly raised his hand and struck him. A resounding slap echoed as the homeroom teacher was sent tumbling several meters, crashing heavily onto a desk, which splintered upon impact. The sight left all the students in shock. Had Lu Yong truly lost his mind to strike the homeroom teacher in front of the director? Was he so reckless that he no longer wished to remain in the school? Some male students felt their breaths quicken, their eyes alight with excitement. Though the homeroom teacher was a middle-aged man, his incessant nagging and cruel demeanor made him more detestable than any woman. They had often fantasized about giving him a good thrashing. Imagine how every student longed for the opportunity to confront their homeroom teacher. They simply lacked the courage. If given the chance, they would gladly trample him. Lu Yong had realized their fantasies, and he did so in front of their very eyes, igniting a fervor within them. Was this not akin to a heroic act? Lu Yong was impressive, a true deity in their eyes. Would you prefer to live as a coward for a lifetime or become a hero for 3 seconds? Lu Yong epitomized this philosophy. He became that fleeting hero. Even if expelled from the school, the tale of striking the homeroom teacher would be one he could boast of for a lifetime. "You insolent brat! How dare you strike me?" the homeroom teacher exclaimed, blood trickling from his mouth as he clutched his swollen face while pointing accusingly at Lu Yong. However, before he could utter another word, Lu Yong charged forward, placing a foot upon his chest, sending him crashing to the ground once more. The homeroom teacher felt as if a colossal weight pressed upon his chest, making it difficult to breathe. The pain forcing blood from his mouth. His eyes reflected sheer terror. Negative emotions surged within Lu Yong, the intensity alarming. It was evident that his assault on the homeroom teacher not only instilled fear in him but also unsettled those observing, particularly the director, who appeared utterly paralyzed. Lu Yang's strength was palpable. The impact of his slap felt like a hammer striking the face, leaving the director's head spinning. Lu Yong looked down at him coldly, asking, "Who did you just refer to as a dog?" The homeroom teacher, unable to articulate a response, struggled to breathe. Lu Yong eased his foot, allowing the man to gasp for fresh air. The terror etched deeper upon his face. The sensation of breathlessness had brought him face to face with death. Confronted with Lu Yang's question, the homeroom teacher was at a loss for words. Lu Yong applied pressure once more, pressing his foot against the teacher's head. The forceful impact caused the back of the homeroom teacher's head to collide heavily with the ground, eliciting a grimace of pain. Lu Yong posed his inquiry again. "I am speaking to you. Who did you say was a dog? Stop, please. I am a dog. I am a dog. I beg you, do not harm me any further. It hurts," the homeroom teacher pleaded before his students. Witnessing this, the classmates gazed at Lu Yong with admiration. Incredible! He had not only struck the homeroom teacher before the director, but had also compelled him to admit he was a dog. Lu Yong was a god among students. Hearing the teacher's submission, Lu Yong finally relented, lifting his foot, a chilling smile gracing his face as he slowly approached the director. Chapter 21. He fears not even the director. The director's lips trembled, instinctively taking a step back. However, the third young master, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, beamed with pride upon witnessing the homeroom teacher being flung aside by Lu Yong. This Liu Yang has truly lost his mind. To strike a teacher before the director is to breach the very foundation of school discipline. He pointed an accusatory finger at Liu Yang. You fool! You dare to challenge the authority of the school and its educators. Do you believe that the rules of Tokyo University can be trampled upon by an international student like you? With that, he turned to the director, urging, Director, you must punish him severely. Expel him. Remove him from our land of cherry blossoms. As he spoke, Liu Yang had already approached the third young master, shaking his head at the sight of his swollen visage. The third young master's face was so puffy that another slap might very well cause it to burst, dirtying Liu Yang's hands in the process. Therefore, Liu Yang delivered a swift kick to the young master's abdomen. In that moment, Liu Yang did not hold back his strength, and the third young master was propelled like a cannonball several meters away, crashing heavily against the classroom wall with a resounding thud. Boom! Ah! The third young master cried out in anguish, clutching his stomach and curling up like a shrimp, his face contorted with a mix of fear and pain. He could scarcely believe that this audacious individual dared to strike him in front of his uncle. Did he not regard the homeroom teacher, or even the director of education? Was he mad? A lunatic, truly a madman. Liu Yang, have you lost your mind? How dare you strike me? Do you wish to die? The fallen third young master threatened Liu Yang. Yet, Liu Yang paid him no heed, turning his gaze instead to the director of education. He began to slap the director's face, commenting as he did so, What do you think of today's events? Witnessing this scene, all the students in the classroom were left dumbfounded. The notoriously strict director was being slapped by a student. Although it was not a forceful act, the humiliation was profound. Was this not a complete disregard for the director's authority? Liu Yang had indeed gone mad. Provoking both the homeroom teacher and the third young master was one thing, but to challenge the director of education was tantamount to courting death. The director represented the dignity of the entire school, and to dismiss him was to dismiss the very essence of Tokyo University. If the principal were to learn of this incident, Liu Yang would surely face dire consequences. It was over. Liu Yang was truly doomed. They watched him with pity, yet failed to notice the director's body trembling, his entire form quaking with fear. Liu Yang was indeed a thoroughgoing madman, prone to violence, and what was more alarming was the fact that he held leverage over the director. If he were a rational individual, the director might not have been so frightened. The crux of the matter lay in the unpredictability of Liu Yang's madness. No one could foresee his next move. Perhaps, in a fit of rage, he would upload a video to the school forum, thus obliterating the director's future and life. Thus, the director, his voice trembling, addressed Liu Yang. The homeroom teacher disrespected students, calling them dogs. He deserves to be struck. I shall hold him accountable and demand compensation for this student's emotional distress. This scoundrel from the Cho family has bullied his classmates and deserves punishment. He too should compensate this student for his emotional suffering. Today's events are entirely of their own making. The classmates were left aghast upon hearing the director's words. What was happening? Was the director insane, or was it I who had lost my senses? Surely I did not hear incorrectly. Liu Yang, having struck someone, could receive compensation for emotional distress. This was nothing short of legendary within our school. A satisfied expression graced Liu Yang's face as he turned to the director, remarking, Truly, you are the most formidable director in our school. I am exceedingly pleased with your ruling. It appears that you genuinely care for the students. With that, he waved the director away. Now, you may return. Continue your noble work of nurturing students this afternoon. However, on the ground, the third young master was seething with rage. He could not fathom that his uncle would speak thusly to Liu Yang. I was the one who was struck, yet I must compensate him for emotional distress. Are you my uncle or his uncle? The third young master shouted, Uncle, you did not say this when you first arrived. You said you would make him kneel and call me father. I am your nephew. Will you just stand by and watch as I am bullied? Upon hearing this, Liu Yang's expression turned icy. You dare demand that I kneel and call you father? Such audacity! The director's countenance darkened, more grotesque than if he had consumed excrement. You insufferable brat, go torment your own father, and do not drag me into your mess. Just as the director was about to respond, he caught sight of Liu Yang's frigid gaze. You said I should kneel and call him father, did you not? No, absolutely not. Though this boy is my nephew, I have repeatedly warned him against addressing me as uncle in school because I am his superior and he is the student. I shall never abuse my authority for familial favors. The director turned to the third young master, scolding him. What nonsense are you spouting? How many times have I told you not to call me uncle at school? You, who have barely grown up, wish for others to call you father. You seek death, he commanded. Apologize to this student immediately, uncle, you. The third young master's face contorted with rage and confusion. He could not comprehend why his uncle would treat him in such a manner. What had transpired? Slap? The director struck the third young master across the face, rebuking him. How many times must I tell you? In school, address me as director of education. Understood? I will not tolerate any misuse of my position. The slap left the third young master utterly stunned. The other students were equally bewildered. While they may not have been particularly astute, it was evident that the director was deeply intimidated by Lu Yang. Otherwise, he would not have stooped to such depths. But what could possibly provoke such fear in the director? Could it be merely Lu Yang's madness? That was implausible, in the face of a mad student. One could simply call the authorities. Thus, Lu Yang was undoubtedly more than just a mere madman. His madness stemmed from a position of power. After striking the third young master, the director continued to cast furtive glances, hoping he would refrain from further provoking Lu Yang. The third young master suddenly regained his senses. Bowing his head, he murmured, "Very well, I was in the wrong. Director, classmate, I shall ensure that both of them compensate you for your emotional distress. Let us consider today's incident settled, shall we?" the director said, his expression one of obsequiousness towards Lu Yang. "That sounds fair. I expect 1 million yen from each of you, and I would like an immediate transfer," Lu Yang declared, pulling out his phone. 1 million yen represented 2 months' salary for the homeroom teacher and a month's allowance for the third young master. While not exorbitant, it was enough to cause them considerable discomfort. Both men stood frozen, their faces betraying their reluctance. "Hurry up and transfer. What are you waiting for? If you refuse, I won't be so forgiving," the director snapped impatiently. "You two are fortunate. A mere 100,000 yen settles this matter. While I am required to pay 50 million, did I even flinch?" Lu Yang mused. "Very well, we will transfer it immediately." The two hastily retrieved their phones and scanned Lu Yang's QR code, sending him 1 million yen. "Excellent, 2 million received." Lu Yang beamed, waving them away as though shooing away bothersome flies. "Now be gone. Do not linger before my eyes." The third young master ground his teeth, his expression one of fury. Yet, the director swiftly smacked him on the head, admonishing, "Why are you still here? Do you wish to stir up trouble?" The third young master's defiance was swiftly extinguished, and both departed the classroom. The homeroom teacher, wearing a mask of fear, returned to the podium to continue the lesson. The students looked at Lu Yang with a newfound admiration. Goodness, he is like a god among students. Such prowess. I would declare him the strongest at Tokyo University. Initially, they had been puzzled as to why Lu Yang had garnered Sakura Kudo's favor, but now they understood completely. With such strength, not only would he easily win over Sakura Kudo, but even the 4 school flowers would be at his beck and call. Meanwhile, Lu Yang sat in his seat, and no one dared to meet his gaze. Kudo, lurking in the corner, seethed with resentment. His 4 lackeys wore expressions of relief, grateful that Lu Yang had not pressed them too hard the previous day. If even the third young master had been bested by Lu Yang, what could they, mere thugs, expect? Even the director treated Lu Yang with utmost respect. What on earth was Lu Yang's background? It was truly a cause for deep concern, Kudo despaired, initially believing that Lu Yang's conflict with the third young master would lead to his expulsion from Tokyo. Yet, who could have predicted that not only would he remain, but he would also thrive, even forcing the third young master and the homeroom teacher to compensate him for emotional distress. The director even greeted him with a smile. What was his situation? What was his background? What strength did he possess? No wonder even his mother treated him with such gentleness. In that moment, Kudo finally grasped the chasm that lay between himself and Lu Yang. If he were to face the third young master, he would be forced to kneel and beg for mercy. Yet Lu Yang had struck the third young master and kicked him without consequence. Even receiving compensation for his troubles, it was utterly unfathomable. In that instant, Kudo relinquished any thoughts of resistance. He could no longer consider Lu Yang an enemy, for he knew he was unworthy of such a title. Mother, I am sorry. I cannot protect you any longer, Wu. At noon, Lu Yang went to the cafeteria and dined with Sakura Kuo. At this moment, everyone had come to realize the relationship between Lu Yang and In Kong Tao, believing that they were genuinely dating. Even the third young master had suffered a setback at Lu Yang's hands, finding himself knocked to the ground without any recourse, and even the dean, his uncle, did not come to his aid. Lu Yang had now become a prominent figure within the school, widely recognized as the greatest troublemaker, and no one dared to provoke him further. While eating, In Kong Tao turned to Lu Yang and remarked, "Lu Yang, you're truly impressive. I read about your exploits on the school forum. You not only took down the third young master but also confronted him and that dean uncle. How remarkable you are. That guy clings to me like a stubborn adhesive, pestering me endlessly. The moment he sees me getting close to any boy, he chases them away, leaving me without a single male friend. Now that you've driven him off, he should think twice before bothering me again. I ought to thank you." Initially, In Kong Tao had thought that dating Lu Yang would lead to social embarrassment, but now, faced with the admiring gazes of those around her, she felt that being with Lu Yang was not a bad thing after all. This guy was far from ordinary, as his recent actions had earned him newfound respect from everyone. Lu Yang replied, "There's no need for thanks. I merely dealt with him because he provoked me. By the way, did you manage to steal what I asked for?" In Kong Tao displayed a mischievous grin as she pulled out a box of pink condoms from her pocket, proudly declaring, "Of course, I succeeded. My ability to steal is as exceptional as my beauty. Indeed, quite impressive. Oh, and they are ultra-thin. Let us give them a try later," Lu Yang said with a smile. In Kong Tao's face flushed as she recalled Lu Yang's formidable nature. This guy was truly no ordinary person. People often say that no land is ruined without a hard-working ox, but in Kong Tao's eyes, Lu Yang could undoubtedly ruin the land. "All right, but do be gentle today," In Kong Tao pleaded. "You're asking me to be gentle now? You certainly didn't say that yesterday." Lu Yang chuckled. "Does Gamba Dai mean gentle? That was just me being delirious yesterday," In Kong Tao said, her expression turning sheepish as she pinched Lu Yang's solid arm. The playful banter between them filled the nearby classmates with envy. Some male students were filled with jealousy and gritted their teeth in frustration. Yet they felt powerless against Lu Yang. As they dined, Lu Yang's negative emotion points increased by over 100. In Kong Tao was truly a source of resentment. If it weren't for his own strength, he feared he might drown in the spit of those men. Yet, considering it, who wouldn't be enamored with a girl like In Kong Tao, with her exquisite features, gentle demeanor, standing at 1.65 meters tall and weighing 50 kilograms, possessing a pair of long, slender legs? For many men, merely speaking to In Kong Tao felt like a monumental achievement. If they knew that Lu Yang treated her like a servant, ordering her about without a second thought, many would likely experience a mental breakdown. Chapter 23. Chatting with the class beauty? After finishing their meal, Lu Yang took In Kong Tao out of the cafeteria. Countless students turned their heads to watch as they walked. Men were filled with jealousy, while women looked upon Lu Yang with admiration, some even with affection. This was the man who had toppled the third young master and emerged unscathed. It was said that in front of the dean, he had shown no sign of panic, even sending the homeroom teacher flying right before the dean's eyes. One word could describe him: fierce. Who wouldn't be enamored with such a fierce man? Many envied In Kong Tao for being able to enjoy the company of someone so formidable. If only they could have a taste of such excitement. Thus, the women cast envious and jealous glances at In Kong Tao, who basked in their attention, feeling her vanity swell. The last time she had been the center of such envy was a long time ago. Little did she expect that becoming Lu Yang's girlfriend would not lead to social embarrassment, but rather make her the focal point of admiration. This was certainly a win-win situation. With a blissful expression, In Kong Tao took the initiative to link her arm with Lu Yang's and asked, "Where shall we go to have fun today?" Lu Yang paused, slightly taken aback by the class beauty's forwardness. It seemed that this somewhat eccentric girl had grown accustomed to the thrill of such encounters. He thought it best to steer her away from places that would yield no negative emotion points. With a smile, he suggested, "On such a hot day, why not book a room? We can enjoy the air conditioning and chat in comfort." "Oh, I see." In Kong Tao's expression fell slightly, though she concealed her disappointment and merely nodded, saying, "No problem. Wherever you wish to go, I shall follow, for I have promised to absolutely obey you." Disappointment was also a form of negative emotion, and although she didn't show it, Liu Yang's mind registered the system's notification. A subtle smile crept across his face. Thus, Kong Tao linked her arm with Liu Yang's, and together they made their way to a hotel at the school gate, where they checked into a room. The sight of this left their classmates dumbfounded. What was happening? Were they not even pretending anymore? Heading out to book a room in broad daylight? How long had they been dating? Just a few days. And they had already reached this stage. Some classmates secretly took out their phones, capturing the moment Liu Yang and Kong Tao entered the hotel, posting it on the school forum, which immediately erupted with activity. Some could hardly believe their eyes. Was this really the aloof class beauty, Kong Tao? It was said she came from a very strict wealthy family and was the class monitor, a model student in the eyes of the teachers. How could she go off to book a room with someone in broad daylight? The third young master had pursued her for 6 months without success. Who was this Liu Yang, who had managed to reach such a level in just a few days? Was this the disparity between people? A girl as beautiful as Kong Tao, held in one's hands, would one dare to take her out in broad daylight? Just being able to kiss her would feel like a worthy sacrifice. If she were to date me, I would never harbor any ulterior motives. I would only wish to protect her. Easy for you to say. If you truly became Kong Tao's boyfriend, I suspect you'd be ready to leap for joy. Exactly. It's because you can't have her that you see her as a goddess. If you truly had her, how would she be any different from an ordinary woman? Precisely. Remember, every woman you long for has a man who is tired of being with her. Don't mythologize women. Even the most beautiful women have their moments of vulnerability. You really are too naive. Even if the goddess Kong Tao were to have her vulnerabilities, they'd be like the scent of strawberries. You truly are a filial son. I thank you on behalf of your mother. Laughter erupted among the group. Don't underestimate it. Perhaps his mother would genuinely feel happy about it. After all, Liu Yang, once a nobody, now looks increasingly charming in photos. What woman wouldn't he be captivated by such a handsome man? He possesses a unique sunny disposition. I think older women are particularly fond of this style. I would call him amateur woman killer. While browsing the forum, the third young master noticed these posts. Upon seeing the photo of Kong Tao linking arms with Liu Yang, entering the hotel together, he clenched his fists tightly, his face contorted with rage. Damn it! What makes this guy better than me? Why can he so easily win over Kong Tao? Uncle, I can't swallow this, he exclaimed to the overweight middle-aged man beside him. The middle-aged man poured a cup of tea for the third young master and said, "Drink some water to cool down. I know that guy is infuriating, but I have leverage over him. Not only did you get beaten, but look at my face. I still have 2 dark handprints from him. However, no worries. In a couple of days, it will be his end. Just hold on for 2 more days, and I will ensure you have your revenge. You can humiliate him however you wish, but uncle, look. This guy is taking Kong Tao to a hotel in broad daylight. In a couple of days? I fear for Kong Tao. What should we do?" The third young master gritted his teeth, his face seething with anger. "Just bear with it. Think of her as going to learn a skill." The dean comforted him, patting his shoulder. Inside the hotel, Liu Yang turned on the air conditioning, as the negative emotions of his male classmates echoed in his mind. Negative emotion points increased by 100. Negative emotion points increased by 100. Negative emotion points increased by 100. Before long, his negative emotion points surged past 1,500, heading toward 2,000. How delightful! He had not anticipated that dating a goddess would incite such jealousy and frenzy among so many boys. It appears that the time has come to seize an opportunity with the 4 renowned beauties. However, for now, I must first engage in a conversation with Kong Tao. Chapter 24. Another lottery draw. 1,000 points for a chance. At noon, Liu Yang checked out of the hotel with Kong Tao and returned to school for classes. This moment, the classmates' admiration for Liu Yang had transformed into profound respect. This Liu Yang is simply extraordinary. Not only did he confront the homeroom teacher and the third young master in front of the dean, but he also had the audacity to take the goddess Kong Tao to a hotel in broad daylight. And she agreed. He is truly a formidable individual. Kong Tao is a goddess in the hearts of many, almost sacred and untouchable, and no one would dare harbor any wicked thoughts towards her. Yet Liu Yang brazenly took her to a motel in the middle of the day. As for what might transpire between a man and a woman in a hotel room, one could easily imagine. It surely wouldn't be merely a chat. If it were just a conversation, Wouldn't that be worse than a beast? If you were to take a stunning class flower to a hotel, would you only engage in idle chatter? I dare say you would not be able to restrain your desires. Perhaps, even now, Lu Yang carries the lingering fragrance of Kong Tao on him. Other men would consider themselves fortunate to catch even a whiff of that scent. Lu Yang, your life is the dream of many. The male students could be said to be consumed with jealousy towards Lu Yang. Lu Yang once again began to accumulate negative emotion points. It seems he has become the public enemy of the school, resented wherever he goes. This feeling of being hated is rather delightful. His negative emotion points are at their peak. That evening after school, Lu Yang returned to Madame Oda's villa and discovered workers constructing the villa's surrounding wall. It seems Madame Oda is indeed following the design I provided, undertaking renovations on the villa. The efficiency is commendable. She truly is a woman of merit, as I, Lu Yang, have recognized. Upon entering the villa, Madame Oda greeted him with a gentle smile, saying, Lu Yang-kun, you're back. You've worked hard. Lu Yang nodded, and at that moment, Gu Ting also returned. Madame Oda shot him a disapproving glance, saying, you little rascal, you at least remember to come home. Gu Ting froze momentarily, his heart aching, and he retreated to his room without a word. The disparity between people is striking. When Lu Yang returns, he is greeted with accolades, yet for Gu Ting, it's merely a reprimand. What exactly is she to him? His mother or hers? Gu Ting felt suffocated. He sensed he no longer belonged in this home. However, he lacked the courage to resist. After all, Lu Yang's display of power at school was simply astounding. He had even defeated the third young master and made the dean wary of him. All while the homeroom teacher had to compensate him for being beaten. I am merely a small-time thug. What can I possibly do? Watching Gu Ting's departing figure, Lu Yang teased, is Gu Ting perhaps not interested in dinner? Forget him, just the two of us will eat, Madame Oda replied with a pout, annoyed at the thought of her unworthy son. Madame Oda is indeed efficient. She has already begun renovating the villa today. Clearly, she has taken my words to heart. It seems I shall have to reward Madame Oda later, perhaps with a thorough massage. Lu Yang cast an appreciative glance at the gentle and beautiful Madame Oda and remarked. Madame Oda blushed slightly and replied, it's merely my duty. But Lu Yang-kun, why did you want the villa's wall to be 5 meters high? Our neighborhood is quite safe. No one dares to engage in petty theft. Madame Oda was genuinely puzzled, for Lu Yang's design called for not only a 5-meter wall, but also sharp iron spikes atop it. If anyone dared to climb over, they could easily be impaled. Surely, this is not how one prevents theft, especially when there are no thieves in the vicinity. Lu Yang smiled and explained, I tend to feel insecure, so I dislike others prying into my life. A higher wall will better protect our privacy. Besides, I discovered that Nakajima from the neighboring villa was spying on you. He could hardly confess to Madame Oda that the walls were meant to fend off zombies and reckless refugees. So he offered a convenient excuse instead. Really? Is that true? Madame Oda exclaimed, her eyes widening. That man always looks at me with such lewd eyes. I suspected something was off. I never imagined he would stoop to such despicable acts. It is truly infuriating. I suppose I must draw the curtains every day from now on, Madame Oda said, somewhat shocked. Don't worry, I'll go teach him a lesson. He won't dare spy on you again. Lu Yang assured confidently. Perhaps it's best to avoid confrontation with him. I have a feeling he is quite disturbed. If you go after him, you may encounter danger. I am the danger to others. Lu Yang casually remarked. He then joined Madame Oda at the dining table, where they enjoyed a delightful meal together. After dinner, Lu Yang followed his usual routine of helping Madame Oda with a back massage in her room. Meanwhile, Gu Ting hid in his own room, tears of helplessness streaming down his face once more. After half an hour of massaging Madame Oda's back, Lu Yang returned to his own room. It seemed that Madame Oda was increasingly accepting of him. Once back in his room, Lu Yang checked his emotional points and found he had a total of 1680 points. This meant he could draw once at 1,000 points and also have 6 to 100 points available. Lu Yang decided to first draw at 1,000 points to see what reward he would receive. If it was favorable, he would save the remaining points for another draw once he accumulated another 1,000. If not, he could directly draw 100 points. Thus, Lu Yang wore an expectant expression as he addressed the system in his mind, saying, System, commence the lottery draw. Grant me a 1,000-point draw. Chapter 25. Acquiring Superpowers. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully drawing an A-grade reward. One superpower fruit. A superpower fruit? Is it akin to the devil fruits in anime? Consuming it would bestow corresponding abilities. Upon hearing this announcement, Liu Yang's face lit up with excitement. Unlike basic attribute enhancements, superpowers are immensely more potent. In his previous life, Liu Yang survived for a year in a post-apocalyptic world, during which he gathered extensive knowledge about survival in such dire circumstances. He understood that when the apocalypse struck, evolved humans would emerge. These evolved beings would possess superpowers. Each evolved individual wielded formidable abilities, making them the elite in a world ravaged by chaos. Even zombies would be no match for them. As time progressed, the zombies would also evolve, while those unable to become evolved humans would fall prey to them, unable to resist. Liu Yang, having lived as an ordinary person for a year, was already among the elite of humanity. Initially, he wielded a handgun and became a leader of a human gathering place. Ultimately, however, his position was usurped by an evolved individual who had once been a cowardly man but gained unbeatable powers upon evolution. Liu Yang was expelled, akin to a lion cast out from its pride, becoming a wandering survivor who ultimately perished at the hands of others. Yet in this life, the apocalypse has not yet arrived. And he is already set to become an evolved human? How exhilarating! When the apocalypse arrives, he shall be nearly invincible. This 1,000-point draw is indeed worthwhile. Liu Yang hurriedly checked the description of the superpower fruit. Superpower fruit. Upon consumption, one can awaken a superpower. The rarity of superpowers is categorized into D, C, A, and S grades. The higher the rarity, the more potent the superpower. Incredible! I hope to draw an S-grade superpower. Without hesitation, Liu Yang commanded the system, utilize the superpower fruit. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The superpower fruit has been successfully used, granting a B-grade superpower, mind reading. The host also receives a passive ability. All basic attributes increase by 10 points. Upon receiving this notification, Liu Yang's expression soured. How could it only be B-grade? Infuriating. However, what is this superpower passive ability? Previously, he spent 100 points to obtain a physical enhancement pill, yet now, acquiring a superpower grants a passive enhancement equivalent to that. How remarkable! This is akin to purchasing a superpower and receiving a physical enhancement pill for free. It seems this draw was not in vain. He continued to examine the effects of this ability. Superpower name, mind reading, superpower level 1. Superpower effect. By concentrating his attention, he can grasp the thoughts of others. He can read minds 5 times a day. Superpower cost. There is a possibility of passively hearing some strange thoughts. After reviewing these attributes, a glimmer of excitement crossed Liu Yang's face. The ability to read minds, albeit limited to 5 times a day, could prove life-saving during critical moments. In his previous life, betrayal by a trusted companion led to his demise. Had he been able to read minds, he would have foreseen that treachery and avoided death. Liu Yang then checked his profile panel. Name: Liu Yang, age, 18 years, height, 185 cm, weight, 85 kg, strength, 30. Speed, 30. Maximum speed, 27 meters per second. Stamina, 30. Spirit, 30. Superpower, telepathic reading. Special items, none. Upon witnessing this attribute panel, Liu Yang's face lit up with exhilaration. All technical attributes had reached 30 points. While an ordinary person only possesses 10, he is thrice as powerful. What does a maximum speed of 27 meters per second signify? 27,3609,7200. This means Liu Yang can run 97,200 meters in an hour, translating to a speed of 97.2 kilometers per hour. He is nearly the fastest on land, capable of rivaling the swiftest cheetah in Africa. An ordinary person would not even catch a glimpse of Liu Yang's taillights. Moreover, with Liu Yang's strength attribute at 30 points, each punch he throws is akin to a hammer striking a person, capable of sending someone flying several meters with a single kick. Even if faced with 10 burly men, Liu Yang could dispatch them one by one with ease. It is akin to an adult entering a kindergarten, rampaging without restraint, obliterating all in his path. When the disparity in power reaches a certain threshold, victory cannot be achieved through mere numbers. The laws of the African savanna elucidate this truth. 3 lionesses may contend with a single lion, while 3 hyenas can besiege a lioness. However, even 30 hyenas would flee upon encountering a lion. For the disparity in strength is so vast that the lion could dispatch them with a single blow, rendering numbers futile. Lying in bed, Lu Yong contemplated. This 1,000-point draw is indeed worthwhile. Even if the acquired superpower proves useless, the passive ability of a superhuman is tantamount to a C-grade physique enhancement elixir. Therefore, no matter how one looks at it, I cannot incur a loss. It seems prudent to refrain from drawing 100 points for now and instead save up to 1,000 points. Having made this mental resolution, Lu Yong closed his eyes and drifted off to sleep. Just as he was about to enter the realm of dreams, a woman's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Lu Yong jolted upright, swiftly turned on the light, and warily surveyed his surroundings. Yet, the room was devoid of any presence. What the hell? Am I seeing ghosts? Come out if you dare. Even if you are a female ghost, I can grant you maternity leave. The room remained empty, yet the voice continued to resonate. Could it be that I am hallucinating? Am I going mad thinking about women? That shouldn't be the case. I just spent 2 hours chatting with Kong Tao at the hotel today. I felt utterly drained by that little vixen. Even while massaging Madame Oda, I had no strange thoughts. How could I possibly be losing my mind over women? Wait a minute. Why does that voice sound so much like Madame Oda's? Oh no. Have I passively tapped into Madame Oda's thoughts? Lu Yong suddenly realized. He recalled the system's introduction to superpowers, which mentioned a cost associated with one ability, that one might inadvertently hear the thoughts of others. Chapter 26. The call-out. Fortunately, half an hour later, Madame Oda regained her composure. However, Lu Yong was somewhat shocked by the terrifying cost of this superpower. To hear another's thoughts through walls. Wasn't concentration required? If I were to activate this ability in a crowded place, would my mind not be inundated with countless voices? That would be utterly maddening. Lu Yong was uncertain whether this cost was unique to him or if all superhumans experienced it. If every superhuman shared this burden, it would indeed be a dire fate. Nonetheless, the thoughts revealed by Madame Oda suggested she harbored some feelings for him, if he were to exert a little more effort. Securing Madame Oda would not pose a significant challenge. Just the thought of her mature, voluptuous figure and gentle demeanor filled Lu Yong with anticipation. The next day, Lu Yong awoke refreshed, stretching like a proud dog, and savored the heartfelt breakfast prepared by Madame Oda at the dining table. Jiu Tong, observing the pair enjoying their meal with glee, suddenly darkened his expression. Bowing his head in silence, he left for school. Watching her ungrateful son depart, Madame Oda muttered to herself, "This child really lacks manners. If only he possessed half the thoughtfulness of Lu Yongkuan, I would be at ease. Children, after all, are often like this." Lu Yong spoke with the tone of an elder, carefully scrutinizing Madame Oda, and noticed she appeared somewhat different today. She had applied a light makeup early in the morning, and her cheeks bore an unusual flush. Madame Oda, acutely aware of Lu Yang's gaze, felt her face grow even warmer. Last night, in the stillness of the night, she had found herself yearning for Lu Yang's visage. How utterly embarrassing to a tea over 30 years of age. Yet she found herself thinking of an 18-year-old young man. Is it truly appropriate for an old cow to indulge in tender grass? Every glance at Lu Yong left Madame Oda feeling bashful, for she had inexplicably developed improper thoughts about him under the influence of her instincts. Now, facing Lu Yong, she could no longer maintain her composure. Lu Yong also sensed something was amiss with Madame Oda. Her breathing quickened, her heart raced, and her cheeks flushed. Could it be that she was unwell? "Madame Oda, are you feeling all right?" Lu Yong inquired with concern. No, Madame Oda quickly shook her head, displaying a hint of embarrassment. Lu Yong continued with a smile. "Madam, it seemed I heard you calling my name while I was asleep last night. Perhaps I misheard. If you need assistance with anything, please feel free to ask. I would be more than happy to help." "What?" Madame Oda's mouth fell agape, stunned into silence. Why heavens, how utterly mortifying. A look of embarrassment washed over her face as she abruptly stood, her hips swaying as she hurriedly retreated to her room. Observing her flustered departure, Lu Yong couldn't help but chuckle. Ha ha ha. Madame Oda is quite easy to tease. Despite being a mature and alluring woman of 35, her reaction was even more bashful than that of Kong Tao. He found himself eagerly anticipating the prospect of guiding her in matters of the heart. After finishing breakfast, Lu Yong left in high spirits. Meanwhile, Madame Oda remained hidden in her room, her face flushed with embarrassment. After a few minutes of calm, she began to apply her makeup, donned her professional attire, and grabbed her bag before heading off to work. Just as she stepped out the door, a portly middle-aged man appeared before her. Upon seeing him, Madame Oda recognized Nakai from the neighboring villa, who often regarded her with a greedy gaze. She found him utterly repugnant. Now that Lu Yong had mentioned Nakai spying on her, her distaste for him only intensified. Who knows what unspeakable, wicked deeds he might concoct with photographs taken of her? The mere thought made her feel nauseous. Just the sight of his rotund face was enough to turn her stomach. Madam, what a coincidence to see you so early, Nakai said nervously, his eyes filled with lewd intent. This alluring woman was simply too beautiful, especially after her makeup and clad in form-fitting professional attire, accentuating her every curve magnificently. The enticing sight of her long legs and black stockings drove Nakai's lustful imagination wild. He thought, if only he could win Madame Oda's affection, he would willingly sacrifice anything. I must be on my way to work, Madame Oda replied coldly as she turned to leave. Nakai obstructed her path. A lascivious grin plastered on his face as he inquired, Madam, may I ask you something? Why is your villa undergoing renovations? The walls seem to be getting taller. Is it really necessary to build them so high? The security in our villa community seems quite adequate, right? With such tall walls? How am I supposed to spy on you or take pictures? How infuriating. This cannot be allowed to happen. Nakai thought to himself, his mind racing. Initially, Madame Oda had been skeptical of Lu Yang's claim about Nakai spying on her. But upon hearing Nakai's direct inquiry, she became convinced of Lu Yang's accuracy. This man would go so far as to obstruct her efforts to raise the walls merely to facilitate his voyeuristic tendencies. He was truly a repugnant and audacious individual, inciting her disgust. It is to guard against lewd individuals, Madame Oda retorted sharply. I must be on my way to work. With that, she ignored Nakai and stepped into her car before driving away. Watching the red vehicle depart, Nakai's face twisted with malice. Lewd individuals? Is he referring to me? How dare he? For years, everything has been just fine. Why must the walls be raised now? This must be that brat's doing. That little wretch, he is courting death. I will make him regret his actions. Nakai gritted his teeth, vowing to enact a cruel revenge. Chapter 27. Eavesdropping on the school bells. Thoughts. Lu Yong ambled along the path to school, blissfully unaware that he had become the target of someone's resentment. However, he felt unconcerned. With his attributes thrice those of an ordinary person and a running speed that could rival that of an African cheetah, he could navigate the fast lane of the highway with ease. What threat could a mere overweight, middle-aged man pose to him? As he strolled down the street, a striking figure suddenly caught his eye. The girl wore a stylish JK uniform, her feet adorned with black round-toed shoes, complemented by a pair of white knee-high socks, a pair of exquisite legs, long and straight, with a height exceeding 1.7 meters, presents an image that is both tall and voluptuous. Simultaneously, her pink hair adds a touch of cuteness to her sensuality, while the playful tuft atop her head makes her resemble a beautiful girl stepping out from an anime. Lu Yong instantly recognized her. She is Lena, one of the campus beauties at the University of Tokyo, distinguished by her striking pink hair and that whimsical tuft. Previously, Lu Yong had only seen photographs of the four campus beauties on forums, surreptitiously captured by other students. He never anticipated that encountering her in person would be so breathtaking. She was far more stunning than her photographs. Lu Yong instinctively let his gaze linger on her tall and alluring figure. While a thought crossed his mind, he wondered what this enchanting campus beauty was thinking as she walked, if she too pondered handsome boys. Thus, he activated his ability to read minds. Soon, a young girl's voice echoed in his mind. Another dull day. I really don't want to go to school. Those people are staring at me again. Even though I'm beautiful, can't they be a bit more discreet and less arrogant? All these lecherous men. That guy is Lu Yong, right? He's quite popular on the school forum. Why is he staring at me too? Doesn't he have a girlfriend? His girlfriend is Sakura Kongtiao, right? How can he sneak glances at me when he has a girlfriend? Such a sleazy move. It's easy to determine if a man is a scoundrel. Just place your hand in front of his nose and see if he breathes. If he does, he's definitely a scoundrel. Men remain scoundrels until death. Stop staring at me. How infuriating. I still want to play with my little kitty. If you keep looking at me like that, how can I go? Lu Yong was taken aback, realizing that the campus beauty had noticed his gaze. Although she appeared calm, Her mind was berating him as a scoundrel repeatedly. Lu Yong couldn't help but marvel at her keen perception. However, what did she mean by wanting to play with a little kitty? Was that little kitty just a regular cat? Could it be that this campus beauty was a cat lover? Lu Yong diverted his gaze, deliberately blending into the crowd as he stealthily followed her. Hoping to ascertain whether this beauty truly had a fondness for cats. If so, he wouldn't mind indulging her passion by adopting a cat capable of performing backflips and inviting her over to his home. If he could win her over, it would undoubtedly stir up a wave of envy at school, potentially earning him even more negative emotional points. Seeing Lu Yong no longer watching her, Lena sighed in relief. She thought to herself, that scoundrel finally shifted his gaze. He stared at me for a full 31 seconds. It seems my charm remains undiminished. It's time to find my dear little kitty to play with. Unbeknownst to her, all her thoughts had been overheard by Lu Yong. He followed closely behind her as she made her way to a narrow alley. After glancing around to ensure no one was watching, Lena swiftly slipped into the alley. Lu Yong followed suit. It was a dimly lit alley, littered with trash. Occasionally, one could spot a used condom or two, indicating that this gloomy passage was a popular rendezvous spot for young lovers online. Thrilling and cost-effective compared to renting a room. Such filthy places often attracted rats, and where there are rats, stray cats are likely to follow. Could it be that this campus beauty truly was a cat lover, coming to rescue stray cats in the alley? Perhaps her backpack was filled not with books, but with cat food. What a compassionate campus beauty she was. One could only wonder if she extended her kindness to all small animals. Did she care for tadpoles that could only be seen under a microscope? Lu Yong slowly approached, and around a corner, he finally spotted Lena squatting down, with two limping kittens before her. The two tiny kittens appeared to be barely a month old, frail and trembling. It was unclear why they had injured their legs. Without Lena's help, they would likely not survive for long. Just as Lu Yong was about to commend her for her kindness in taking the time to care for the injured kittens amid her studies, he noticed Lena reaching into her backpack. Finally, was she about to pull out cat food? However, the next moment, Lu Yong was stunned to see her produce a large pair of scissors. Huh? Lu Yong was taken aback. And in the next instant, Lena had lifted one of the kittens and, with a swift motion, severed its injured leg. The kitten emitted a piercing scream. What on earth was happening? Lu Yong was dumbfounded. In the following moment, Lena displayed a somewhat deranged expression and whispered, "That agonizing scream is truly delightful." With that, she forcefully tossed the kitten onto the concrete floor. The kitten let out a more heart-wrenching cry. Collapsing and gasping for breath, at that moment, Lu Yong realized what was happening. She was torturing the kitten. This campus beauty named Lena was not a cat lover, but rather someone who derived pleasure from tormenting them. If an animal lover were to discover this, it would surely lead to her downfall. As realization dawned upon him, Lu Yong smirked, pulling out his phone and activating the camera mode. Unexpectedly, a casual test of his superpower could yield an unforeseen advantage. Lena, the campus beauty, certainly wouldn't want her cruel actions exposed, would she? Although Lu Yong was not particularly fond of animals, he despised the cruelty towards them. He found the idea of torturing enemies far more exhilarating. At that moment, Lena was stepping on the kitten she had thrown down. The black round head of her shoe relentlessly crushed the kitten's skull, leaving it to emit faint sounds of distress. Lu Yong approached with his phone raised and called out, "Let go of that kitten and come at me." Lena was taken aback by the voice. Her expression quickly turned to one of fury. "You sleazy man, how dare you follow me?" she shouted, pointing an accusing finger at Lu Yong. Lu Yong waved his phone with a light-hearted smile. "Lena, I never expected that beneath your angelic facade lurked a heart of darkness. I initially thought you were here to rescue stray animals, but it turns out you were here to torment them. Your recent actions have been captured on video. Once this footage circulates, it will create quite a stir. I believe you understand just how fervent those animal lovers can be." As expected, upon hearing this, a look of fear flashed across Lena's face. Lu Yong's mind was flooded with notifications of accruing negative emotional points. Lena was well aware of the fervor of animal lovers. Some would travel great distances to save a single kitten. They would even stop traffic on highways to rescue cats headed for slaughterhouses, sometimes leaving truck drivers severely injured. Some believed that cats were more important than human children. When a child died, it was unfortunate, but when a cat died, it was a tragedy. They never regarded cats as mere pets, but as family, often placing them above their own parents. For the sake of cats, they would commit many outrageous acts against human interests. It was precisely this thrill that Lena experienced while torturing cats, deriving immense pleasure from witnessing what others cherished in agony. This feeling of trampling upon someone else's deep affection was immensely gratifying to her. It served as a much-needed release from her own burdens, alleviating the pressures of academic life and the annoyances of persistent admirers and lecherous men. Maintaining her composure in front of them felt like wearing a mask every day. Such a life was utterly exhausting. I am just suffocated by life's pressures and seeking an outlet. What's wrong with that? Those little kittens deserve to die. They are merely strays, contributing nothing to society, just creating waste. They defecate and urinate indiscriminately, rummaging through trash at night. Their incessant yowling is unbearable. During mating season, they sound like tormented souls. What purpose do they serve besides being somewhat cute? They are utterly useless. My ability to torture them provides me with emotional value, which is the best contribution they can make in this world. What I'm doing is merely cleaning up the garbage, Lena defiantly declared to Lu Yong, yet her inner thoughts were fully exposed to him. Damn it, how did this sleazy man discover my secret? This is a disastrous start. I hope I can bluff my way through. Otherwise, if the animal lovers find out about this, I might not be able to stay in school anymore. My image as the sweet campus beauty will be utterly shattered. Lu Yong chuckled, his voice resonating like the whisper of a demon. Of course I understand. It's merely a few cats, and I am not particularly fond of felines. However, once your cat abuse video is disseminated online and it gains traction, I fear you will face significant backlash, potentially even in real life. Under such pressure, the school may have no choice but to impose sanctions on you. Whether you can continue your studies will become a pressing concern, so you might as well disregard that so-called sweet school belle image of yours. Furthermore, I warn you, should you continue to mentally refer to me as that underling, I shall not be so lenient. Lena trembled. She was acutely aware of the severe consequences, and she was even more astonished that this underling seemed able to peer into her thoughts, as if he knew she was berating him in her mind. Could he possess the ability to read minds? Lu Yong grinned and said, Indeed, I can read minds, so do refrain from cursing me internally. I shall no longer engage in trivialities. It is quite simple. If you wish for me not to release the video, you must accompany me for a month, adhering to my every command. After a month, I shall delete the video. What? Don't you already have a girlfriend? Lena gasped in disbelief. Lu Yong responded nonchalantly, I do have a girlfriend. But a girlfriend is not a wife. One may have many girlfriends, but only one wife. Henceforth, you shall be my second girlfriend. What nonsense? He truly is a scoundrel. He already has Sakura Kodo as a girlfriend, and now he wishes for me to play the role of the second. Lena thought to herself, Indeed, calling someone a scoundrel counts as an insult. Lu Yang's voice echoed once more, Goodness, this fellow genuinely can read minds. Of course I can. Lu Yong continued, his expression brimming with pride. So, what say you? Do you agree to my proposal? Could I possibly disagree? Lena replied, her face a picture of resignation. Excellent. Then let us proceed to school together. Lu Yong extended his arm, signaling for Lena to link hers with his. Lena felt somewhat at a loss for words. Her thoughts seemed to be laid bare before him, a sensation of being scrutinized that was genuinely unsettling. With no other option, she stepped closer to Lu Yong and obediently linked her arm with his. What a terrifying woman, attempting to wield those scissors to cut my treasures. Let me assure you, I will schedule the video for release. Should anything happen to me, the video will be sent automatically. So do not entertain thoughts of ambushing me while I slumber. Lu Yong warned her with a smile. Lena paused, astonished. You can even perceive that thought? You are truly terrifying. I find you far more frightening. Always contemplating such actions, Lu Yong chuckled. Dio refrained from such ideas. Lena internally lamented, Refrain? It seems I must proceed, Lu Yong replied. Following this experiment, he realized the rules of mind reading. One could read minds 5 times a day, not based on attempts but on individuals. Each person counted as one instance. As long as he utilized the ability on someone, he could discern their thoughts for the remainder of the day. It seemed this ability was not as trivial as he initially believed. Chapter 29. I shall return to Gotham City thus. The pink-haired school belle Lena linked her arm with Lu Yong's, and together they made their way to school. Upon arriving at the school gate, Onlookers were taken aback by the sight. Just yesterday, Lu Yang had brazenly checked into a hotel with the aloof class beauty Sakura Kodo, and today he was seen with the pink-haired belle Lina. What was happening? When had he begun dating her? The female students were utterly perplexed. What exceptional charm did this guy possess that allowed him to woo both the class beauty and the school belle? Did he not fear Sakura Kodo's wrath upon discovering this? Meanwhile, the male students glared at Lu Yang with jealousy and resentment. Damn it, Lu Yang is despicable. P.S. a pig who has devoured the finest cabbage. Why must all the girls from Sakura Country flock to this guy from Dragon Country? Can't our women choose our own men? What redeeming qualities does this scoundrel possess? If I were dating Sakura Kodo, I would cherish her like a precious gem, doing whatever she asked. I would be the ultimate devoted admirer, never daring to stray and pursue another belle. This is outrageous. Lu Yang is utterly shameless. They resolved to capture photographic evidence to expose Lu Yang's true nature to the entire school, ensuring no innocent girl fell victim to his deceit. He was a quintessential scoundrel, the king of scoundrels. Consequently, several classmates discreetly took photos of Lu Yang and Lina arm in arm, posting them on the school forum, hoping Sakura Kodo would see the betrayal. What a spectacle it would be to witness how Lu Yang would explain himself. As for school belle Lina, it was evident she had been deceived by this scoundrel. Otherwise, with her looks and popularity, how could she possibly play the role of a mistress? Her admirers numbered in the hundreds, lining up from the school entrance to the girls' dormitory, all yearning for her affection. She must be oblivious to the truth. After all, goddesses do not frequent forums. They are above such trivialities. Lu Yang, fully aware of the covert photography, was utterly unconcerned, even welcoming the attention. The more the male students knew he was associated with the pink-haired belle, the more jealousy would brew among them, generating the negative emotions he thrived on. As the crowd snapped pictures, a striking figure suddenly appeared at the school gate. It was Sakura Kodo. The male students' faces lit up with a gleeful anticipation. The master of time management has finally met his match. This time, he is surely doomed, caught red-handed by Sakura Kodo. Clearly, he has yet to grasp the true essence of the elusive gentleman. Sakura Kodo, upon spotting the pink-haired belle Lina linked to Lu Yang, froze in astonishment. How had Lu Yang managed to win over Lina? A scowl of indignation crept across her face. This despicable fellow, not only surpassing her in reputation but now attempting to usurp her boyfriend. Though this relationship was somewhat coerced, she had gradually come to accept him. She would not yield so easily. With determination, Sakura Kodo strode toward Lu Yang and Lina, inciting further delight among the onlookers. A confrontation between the official girlfriend and the mistress was imminent, a spectacle worth witnessing. Some students even discreetly switched their phones to video mode, eager to immortalize this moment. The clash between Sakura Kodo and Lina over Lu Yang would be sensational, guaranteed to go viral on the school forum. Thus, the crowd, transformed into an audience, prepared to observe Lu Yang's response. However, the next moment left them dumbfounded. Sakura Kodo, fuming, approached the two, and to everyone's astonishment, she linked her other arm with Lu Yang's, as if competing for his affections. What? Everyone stood in shock. Hadn't they anticipated a fierce confrontation? Instead, the unexpected alliance left them reeling in disbelief. The anticipated showdown between the primary girlfriend and the mistress had been completely upended. It was a revelation that stunned them all. They had expected Sakura Kodo to confront Lu Yang, slapping him and hurling accusations of being a scoundrel, while he awkwardly stood by, unsure whom to support. They envisioned capturing his mortified expression to share with the school, ridiculing him for his failure in time management. Yet, reality had unfolded in a manner entirely different from their expectations. The actual jester had been themselves. The true master of time management often operates in the simplest of ways, by not managing at all, letting women discern their own positions. Previously, they had scoffed at Lu Yang for lacking the sophistication of the elusive gentleman. Yet now he appeared to outshine them all. Lu Yang surveyed the astonished crowd with a triumphant glint in his eye. That moment, the onlookers realized that everything had transpired according to Lu Yang's design. Even they had unwittingly become a part of his elaborate scheme. Frustration simmered among the boys present. Lu Yang's delight was palpable as the system notifications echoed in his mind. Negative emotion value increased by 80. Negative emotion value increased by 80. Negative emotion value increased by 80. How exhilarating! Chapter 30. The more scandalous, the more alluring. In his left hand, he held the aloof class beauty, in Kong Tao, and in his right hand, the pink-haired campus goddess, Lena. Embraced by both, he reveled in sheer delight. Lu Yong instantly became the most dazzling figure on the street. As he strolled into the school, countless students gazed at him in awe, capturing candid shots. The boys gritted their teeth in resentment, while the girls regarded Lu Yong with a mix of admiration, curiosity, and intrigue. They couldn't fathom what made Lu Yong so exceptional that both the campus and class beauties were completely smitten by him. Even willing to share his affections, it made me want to discover what was so remarkable about him. Women are inherently drawn to strength. The more formidable a man is, the more appealing he becomes to women, who are indifferent to whether he has a girlfriend or not. They merely wish to experience the allure of a powerful man. Conversely, if one is a model of virtue, dutiful and unremarkable, one risks fading into obscurity, never garnering a woman's interest. This explains why the rebellious youth are never short of romantic partners. There are always those who drive by, glancing at the audacious youth, often accompanied by a beautiful girl in the back seat, pondering where they went wrong. Your downfall lies in your adherence to convention, your reluctance to take risks, and your fear of standing out. When you are young and reckless, you dare to embrace life. Yet as you age and acquire financial stability, opportunities slip away, and the women you encounter transform into rational, career-driven individuals. Young girls possess simple thought processes. Anything that brings them excitement captures their attention. Thus, gentle souls are often left behind. If one must choose, be a bold figure. Despite being labeled a scoundrel in online forums, Lu Yang's allure remained undiminished. In fact, his notoriety only intensified his appeal, as every woman was eager to uncover the secret behind his charm that captivated both the campus and class beauties. A man who piques a woman's curiosity can evoke her emotions, and stirring those emotions lays the most solid foundation for winning her heart. Lu Yong arrived at the base of the classroom building. Freeing his hands from the grips of Kong Tao and Lena, he then addressed them. All right, you both should return to class. We can have lunch together later, and afterwards, let us find a room to enjoy some air conditioning. It's unbearable to stay in school in this heat. Okay. Kong Tao eagerly nodded, her face brimming with anticipation. Lena's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She had never had a boyfriend before, and Lu Yong was being rather forward, suggesting they find a room together in the middle of the day. Surely, when men and women go to a room, it's not merely for air conditioning. The thought of going to cool off with a man she had only just met made Lena feel bashful, causing her little strands of hair to sway with her nervousness. Lu Yong, sensing Lena's unease, chuckled, "Don't be nervous. I'm quite gentle. I genuinely just want to enjoy the air conditioning with you both. If you don't believe me, ask Kong Tao. I, Lu Yong, am not a womanizer." Kong Tao quickly affirmed, Yes, Lu Yong is right. You'll understand in due time. I got it. Lena conceded shyly, nodding in acceptance. Lu Yong then made his way into the classroom, leaving only Lena and Kong Tao behind. Lena turned to Kong Tao and asked, "Were you threatened by him too? Huh? How did you know? You were threatened as well?" Kong Tao responded, surprised. Lena rolled her eyes dramatically. Is it even a question? If I weren't threatened, who would engage with an unknown exchange student? However, it seemed this fellow was rather intriguing, not at all like an ordinary student. Indeed, ordinary students lack his charisma, Kong Tao remarked, unimpressed. Though she had never dated, she had seen enough to know in Sakura country, the entertainment industry is quite advanced. Kong Tao had watched countless videos. However, Lu Yong left her astounded. That day in the grove nearly frightened her to death. The two continued their conversation as they departed. As Lu Yong entered the classroom, every eye turned toward him. The top muscle man of Tokyo University had arrived for class. His reputation only grew stronger. Just yesterday, he had won over the aloof class beauty, Kong Tao, and today, he strolled in with pink-haired goddess Lena on his arm. Was he collecting girlfriends one per day? A campus beauty and a class beauty, harmoniously coexisting. This was a spectacle that would shock onlookers for a century. Students from other classes, unfamiliar with Lu Yang's prowess, were likely consumed with envy and resentment, wishing to drown him in their disdain. Yet, after witnessing Lu Yong effortlessly send their homeroom teacher flying with a single strike, his classmates regarded him with admiration. A man surrounded by women undoubtedly possessed remarkable skills. They were not envious of Lu Yong but rather eager to learn his ways of winning over women. How did he manage to charm two goddesses into submission? In the back row, Gu Teng glared at Lu Yong, filled with resentment. This guy was dating both the class beauty and the campus goddess, and each woman seemed utterly captivated by him, even resembling his own mother. How infuriating! Did these women not see through his scoundrel facade? Despicable women. They were all despicable. Gu Ting spat mentally. Lu Yong sat at his desk, scrolling through the forum on his phone, discovering an abundance of posts about himself, including photos of Kong Tao and pink-haired goddess Lena holding his hands as they entered campus. Each post garnered hundreds of comments, with many on the forum condemning Lu Yong, wishing to see him suffer. However, in reality, they had to refer to him as a muscle man, suppressing their jealousy and resentment deep within. After all, Lu Yong had the audacity to confront the third young master. How could anyone dare to oppose him? As Lu Yong browsed the forum, a notification from the system echoed in his mind. Negative emotion points were rapidly increasing. He had used 1,000 points yesterday, leaving him with just over 600. Yet now it had surpassed 1,000 points once more. Chapter 31. Growing stronger every second. After school, Lu Yong headed straight to the cafeteria. Upon arriving, he spotted a tall girl with pink hair waiting for him at the entrance. With a smile on his face, he approached her. Lena blushed as she saw Lu Yong and eagerly linked her arm with his, leading him into the cafeteria. The surrounding students cast envious glances at Lu Yong, astonished that the pink-haired goddess was waiting for him under the scorching sun. Truly, Lu Yong carried an air of superiority. Upon entering the cafeteria, another beautiful girl waved at Lu Yong from a distance, calling out, "Lena, Lu Yong, come over here. I've already prepared your meals. Just come eat." The crowd turned their attention, revealing a stunning girl bouncing towards Lu Yong, none other than Kong Tao. How remarkable that he had the campus beauty waiting for him in the sun while the class beauty queued for lunch. He was immediately greeted with warm, home-cooked meals. The boys, who once felt secure in their relationships, suddenly found their girlfriends lacking in comparison to Kong Tao and Lena. Their girlfriends were less attractive and far more demanding, leaving them to wonder when they had ever experienced such tender care. It seemed they were dating not just girlfriends, but fairies. They had never been pampered or waited on, and the thought of waiting under the sun was foreign to them. The jest was on them. Amidst the envious gazes, Lu Yong sat across from Kong Tao, enjoying a meal with both beautiful girls. The system's notifications continued to chime, indicating his emotional points were soaring. After finishing lunch, Lu Yong turned to Kong Tao, saying, "You can head back now. I plan to spend some time with Lena to enjoy some air conditioning." Huh? Kong Tao gasped, her mouth agape. Are all men truly so fickle? Just yesterday, I was referred to as sweetie, and now I'm being sent away? Oh no, they say 7 years is a test, but you haven't even made it to 7 days. And you're already bored in just 2? Lena, linking her arm with Lu Yong, led him towards the hotel outside the school. The boys watched this scene unfold, feeling their hearts bleed. Lena, the pink-haired goddess, was being led away so soon by Lu Yong to a hotel. Their hearts ached, believing their youth had come to an end. Countless male students seethed with jealousy. Yet, Lu Yong had already taken Lena outside the school. Just as he had the day before, securing a room to enjoy the air conditioning at 2 p.m., Lu Yong checked out and returned to class. After enjoying the cool air, he felt rejuvenated. Walking alongside Lena in the school corridors, they became the most striking sight, drawing the attention of all, who regarded Lu Yong with admiration. The number of individuals surreptitiously taking photographs remains countless. However, Lu Yong remains indifferent, thinking to himself that if one is not handsome, who would even bother to capture their image? Furthermore, in a mere 20 days, the entire order of the world is destined to collapse, heralding the arrival of the apocalypse, and it is likely that 80% of these individuals will perish on the very first day. Lu Yong is unfazed by the notion of capturing his own likeness, even in a state of undress. For in just over 20 days, all will be driven by a singular goal: survival. All else becomes mere trifles. In that moment, they will come to understand that there are only 2 matters of consequence in life: existence and demise. Dignity, character, and reputation are not but ephemeral clouds that can be cast aside. Upon returning to the classroom, Lu Yong finds himself in the presence of his homeroom teacher. The moment she sees him enter, She visibly flinches, acutely aware of the lingering pain on her face from their previous encounter, which resulted in the loss of 2 teeth and a rather embarrassing speech impediment. To add insult to injury, she is also obligated to compensate Lu Yang financially. Now, whenever she lays eyes on him, it is as though she is confronted with a harbinger of misfortune. She fervently wishes for the school bell to ring so she can escape this classroom. Meanwhile, the negative emotions swirling in Lu Yang's mind have escalated beyond 1,500 points. He perceives himself as a veritable embodiment of negativity, eliciting adverse feelings in others wherever he goes, and he relishes this sensation. Each passing second that adds to his negative emotional score signifies his growing strength. When the apocalypse eventually arrives, he imagines himself striding through it with unstoppable force. Chapter 32. 2,000 Emotional Points. Another drawl after school, Lu Yang returns to Madame Oda's residence as per usual. To his surprise, he discovers that the villa's outer wall has been raised to a towering height of 5 meters. Construction workers are busy tiling the wall, and Lu Yang calls out to them, saying there is no need to waste time with tiles. The wall itself suffices. The workers glance at him, momentarily taken aback, before dismissing him as just a child and continuing their work. At that moment, Madame Oda, having heard Lu Yang's voice from the kitchen, emerges into the yard and greets him warmly. Lu Yang-kun, you're back. Thank you for your hard work. I instructed them to tile the wall, thinking it would enhance its appearance. With a smile, Lu Yang replies, I will only be residing here for a month. After that, the villa will return to its original state, and the wall will revert as well. What difference does it make whether tiles are applied? Taken aback, Madame Oda contemplates his words and responds, it does seem to make sense. She then calls out to the workers, all right, no need for the tiles. Since the wall is complete, focus on renovating the basement and aim to finish by tomorrow so I can settle your payment. Understood, madam. The workers, upon hearing her directive, leave the wall and head towards the basement, murmuring amongst themselves, this lady is truly generous to her son. With such a luxurious villa, how could the wall look so shabby? It must be her son's idea. Her son? I thought he was her younger brother. She looks remarkably youthful. She still possesses an air of elegance. Indeed, one wonders her true AGMY son is about the same age as that boy. And if they are truly mother and son, it implies that she is of a similar age to me. Yet, in comparison, my wife could almost pass for her mother. Isn't it evident? Those living in a villa naturally have better living conditions and self-care. How could we common folk possibly compare? True enough, as the construction workers enter the basement, Lu Yang wears a satisfied expression and steps inside the villa, only to find the living room brimming with supplies. These are all items he had requested Madame Oda to procure, with 100 bags of rice, each weighing 100 jin, stacked neatly. There are also 100 bags of flour, each the same weight, 200 boxes of compressed biscuits weighing 50 jin each, and 100 boxes of beef canned goods, also weighing 100 jin each. Additionally, there are various dehydrated vegetables, beverages, antibiotics, antipyretics, and an assortment of sugary snacks and chocolates. These supplies fill the spacious Villa-S hall to the brim. In the aftermath of the impending apocalypse, these items will be invaluable treasures. At that time, a single jin of rice could secure a date with a starlet. These provisions would enable one to live a life of luxury fit for a king. Madam, your efficiency is commendable, Lu Yang praises her. Once the basement is completed, please arrange for someone to move all these items inside. Of course, it is my duty, Madame Oda responds. These supplies cost me 2 million yen, so Lu Yang-kun, I owe you 13 million. I will endeavor to gather the remaining funds in the coming days. Is it truly possible to acquire all this for just 2 million? I must have had no concept of money before. These supplies are enough to fill the entire basement. Even if Lu Yang wished to purchase more, there simply wouldn't be room at that moment. Kudo returns home and is taken aback by the sight in the hall, quickly adopting an expression of anger. What has Lu Yang done to our luxurious villa? Has he turned it into a storage facility? What use is this pile of rubbish? Clearly, he is just a broke exchange student who eats beef canned goods and compressed biscuits. Who knows how many preservatives they contain? He must be out of his mind to stockpile so much. I refuse to have dinner, Kudo declares irritably. Madame Oda is already accustomed to Kudo's behavior, as if her son were not expected to have dinner at all. Come, Lu Yang-kun, let us go eat. I have prepared some new dishes for you, she says eagerly, as Lu Yang always provides her with positive feedback, and no matter what she cooks, he always compliments her, invigorating her spirit. Unlike her son, who finishes his meal and retreats to his room, likely to engage in games or some such activity, providing no emotional value and only causing her concern, which grows increasingly tiresome. All right, madam. Lu Yang thinks to himself that it seems he will once again be treating Madame Oda to a massage tonight, rewarding her for her hard work. Upon hearing this, Madame Oda's cheeks flush with a mixture of shyness and anticipation. After 2 days of receiving massages, she has discovered that Lu Yang's wellness techniques truly work wonders. Her back no longer aches, her mood has improved, and each day she gazes in the mirror, noticing a more radiant version of herself, as if she has returned to the state of her first love. Dining together, the two share a harmonious moment. Meanwhile, Kudo watches through the door crack, his teeth gritted in frustration. Meanwhile, next door, Nakai, armed with binoculars, lets out an angry growl. Damn it! That wretched scoundrel has succeeded in having Madame Oda raise the wall to 5 meters. Now I can't see a thing. That bastard will pay for this. He clenches his teeth, internally vowing to exact a severe toll on Lu Yang. After dinner, Lu Yang dutifully massages Madame Oda's back for half an hour before retreating to his room. Lying on the soft bed, a satisfied expression graces his face as he realizes that his emotional points have reached a remarkable 2,000. Just that morning, he had barely surpassed 600, and now, after returning from school, he has exceeded 2,000. An astonishing efficiency. It seems that the pink-haired school beauty, Lena, is indeed more popular among boys than Cherry Kong, as evidenced by the emotional points being accrued. With 2,000 emotional points, he can draw twice more. Without hesitation, Lu Yang addresses the system. System. Initiate the draw. Chapter 33. A new draw yields a space soon. Lu Yang's mind resonates with the system's voice. Ding, congratulations, host, you have successfully drawn. You have obtained an S-class reward, a storage space system. Upon hearing this, Lu Yang's face lights up with exhilaration. Oh my! An S-class reward and a storage space system. This is the hallmark of a novel's protagonist. Truly, I am destined to become the sovereign of the apocalypse. He hurriedly examines the details of this reward. Storage space system, level 1. You have acquired a storage space measuring 10 meters by 10 meters by 10 meters. You may collect any item within a 10-meter radius. Note, time flows at a rate of 0 within the space, allowing for permanent preservation of items, though living beings cannot be stored. Wow, this is exhilarating. After reviewing the details, Lu Yang leaps from his bed in joy. Initially, he thought that with the supplies Madame Oda had procured, the basement would be filled to capacity, and there would be no more room for additional items. However, with this storage space, he could accommodate an even greater quantity. The basement at Madame Oda's home is merely a 5 meter by 5 meter by 3 meter area, totaling 75 cubic meters. In contrast, his system's storage space measures 10 by 10 by 10, equaling a staggering 1,000 cubic meters, over 10 times the size. It is ideal for storing provisions, and now it is evident that he must continue to have Madame Oda acquire supplies for him. It seems he will need to draft another list for her shortly. After this surge of excitement, Lu Yang shifts his focus back to the remaining 1,000 emotional points in his mind. He continues speaking to the system. System, commence the next draw. Ding, congratulations, host, you have successfully drawn. You have obtained an A-class reward, 1 superpower fruit. Once again, a superpower fruit has been acquired. It seems that this 1,000-point draw yields rewards of B grade and above. The probability of obtaining S grade and B grade rewards is relatively low, while the likelihood of receiving A grade rewards is the highest. Without hesitation, Lu Yang addressed the system, declaring, commence the use of the superpower fruit. Ding, congratulations, host. The superpower fruit has been successfully utilized, granting you an A grade superpower. Sharpshooter. You have acquired the passive ability of a superpower user, enhancing all attributes by 10 points. Upon receiving this notification, Lu Yang's face lit up with joy. Indeed, each time he acquired a superpower, he would also gain the passive ability of a superpower user. His fundamental attributes had increased by another 10 points. He had previously boasted that his speed could rival that of the fastest land animal, the African cheetah. However, now he thought, apologies, dear cheetah, you won't even be able to catch up with my shadow. He hastily examined the abilities of the sharpshooter. Superpower name, sharpshooter, superpower level, level 1, superpower rarity, A grade, superpower effect. Significantly enhances your vision and accuracy, allowing you to achieve perfect precision. while also possessing the active skill, double shot. You can release 2 arrows in quick succession, doubling the power of your shots. Superpower cost, sharpshooter, doubles your desire to shoot. Upon reading this description, Lu Yang expressed surprise. Initially, he had thought that obtaining firearms in the Cherry Blossom country was exceedingly difficult due to its strict gun laws. But acquiring a bow and arrow would be a breeze. In a post-apocalyptic scenario, bows and arrows would be the ultimate weapon. Now, having gained the sharpshooter ability, it was akin to having wings added to a tiger. Clearly, he needed to swiftly purchase some weaponry online. However, why was there a cost associated with this newfound superpower? Did every superpower come with a price? The cost of being a sharpshooter was an amplified desire to shoot? What did that entail? Would he feel compelled to shoot at anything that moved? Would even a fly buzzing in front of him pose a threat? It seemed imperative to procure a bow and arrow for shooting. Otherwise, when the desire to shoot as a sharpshooter surged, what would he shoot at? Lu Yang shook his head, casting this matter aside, and checked his attribute panel. Name: Lu Yang. Age: 18 years. Height: 185 centimeters. Weight: 85 kg. Strength: 40. Speed: 40. Maximum speed: 36 meters per second. Stamina: 40. Mentality: 40. Superpowers: Mind reading level 1. Sharpshooter level 1. Special items: none. System storage space: level 1. Gazing at this panel, Lu Yang was filled with excitement. His foundational data had reached 40, quadrupling that of an ordinary person, and his maximum speed had achieved 36 meters per second, equating to 129 kilometers per hour. Even on the highway, he would be exceeding the speed limit. The fastest cheetah can only maintain a speed of 100 kilometers per hour for mere seconds before succumbing to overheating. Yet, Lu Yang had already reached 129 kilometers per hour. He could confidently proclaim himself as the fastest creature on the planet. How exhilarating! The apocalypse had not yet arrived, and he was already on the brink of invincibility. The following day, Lu Yang awoke feeling refreshed and, after enjoying a lovingly prepared breakfast from Madame Oda, headed to school. Today marked the 3rd day of his scheduled meeting with the director, and he trusted that the 50 million had been secured. Upon arriving at school, Lu Yang bypassed the classroom and made his way directly to the director's office. Upon entering, he found the director leisurely brewing tea, awaiting Lu Yang's arrival. Clearly, he had remembered their arrangement and had been anticipating Lu Yang's presence. Come, have some tea. Let us converse at ease, the director greeted Lu Yang with a warm smile. Lu Yang, feeling no need for formality, promptly took a seat before the director. Chapter 34. Seeking trouble. The director addressed Lu Yang. I have successfully gathered the 50 million, and I can transfer it to you at any moment. However, I cannot guarantee that you Haven T made a backup of your video, so we must sign an agreement. Once this agreement is signed, should the video be leaked online after you receive the funds, you will owe me tenfold, totaling 500 million. What do you say, my friend? Can you agree? No problem, I can sign, Lu Yang replied with a smile. With just over 20 days until the apocalypse, this agreement was hardly worth the paper it was written on. Even if he did leak the video online, what could the director do to enforce a 500 million debt? Would the court seize his assets? By then, he would have exhausted all his resources. At most, he would become a debtor, but with the impending apocalypse, what difference would that make? Excellent. You are indeed decisive, but I must clarify. Once you sign this agreement, if the video is leaked online, your bank account will be frozen by the court, and you won't be able to spend a single cent of the money you receive. Additionally, you will owe me 500 million, and all your earnings, whether from work or entrepreneurial endeavors, will be frozen. Essentially, your life will be ruined. I'm sure you understand the gravity of this situation, the director continued, still not fully reassured, warning Lu Yang. Enough with the chatter. Hurry and bring me the agreement so I can sign it, and then transfer the funds. We shall consider the matter settled. As long as you refrain from troubling me, I will not seek to disturb you either. Lu Yang said impatiently. All right. The director promptly produced the agreement and handed it to Lu Yang, who, without a moment's hesitation, signed his name before the 50 million was transferred directly to his account. Lu Yang then proceeded to delete the video from his phone in front of the director, and of course, a backup still existed on his laptop. Just days before the apocalypse, he planned to release the director's video online, ensuring that the director's reputation would be tarnished before the impending doom, allowing him to harvest a substantial amount of negative emotional energy from the director. After leaving the director's office, as Lu Yang departed, the director pulled out his phone, speaking into it. My issue has been resolved. Now you may retaliate against him as you wish. Understood, came the excited voice of the third young master on the other end of the line. For the past few days, he had been following Lu Yang's news on the forums, and every incident had fueled his resentment. First, Lu Yang had captured the heart of the aloof school beauty, Sakura Aki, and the very next day, he had taken her to a hotel in the middle of the day. Meanwhile, he had pursued Sakura Aki for 6 months without even holding her hand, having been a mere licking dog and a jester for half a year. The contrast was painfully stark, a blatant slap in the face. Lu Yang's presence had turned the third young master into a laughingstock at Tokyo University. Furthermore, a video of him being knocked down by Lu Yang had circulated on the school forum, leaving him too embarrassed to show his face in public, as the forum was flooded with mocking posts and comments about him. Finally, the third young master had awaited this opportunity. If he could bring Lu Yang down and make him call him dad, while broadcasting the video on the school forum, he could reclaim his standing and restore his pride. Thus, after hanging up on the director, the third young master wasted no time dialing another number. Second brother, I need a favor. I've been bullied by a little punk at school, and I need you to help me regain my honor. The second young master, also known as the second heir of the Chiu Dao family, was 28 years old, a leader in the society, and a skilled underground fighter with an undefeated record of 18 matches. If he intervened, dealing with a university student would be a breeze. The voice on the other end of the line was filled with indignation as the second young master responded, Someone dared to bully you? Do they not know you're my brother? Don't worry, I'll be waiting for you at your school gate when you finish class today. I'll back you up. Great. Thank you, second brother. The third young master hung up, a sinister smile creeping onto his face as he murmured, Lu Yang, today, you shall witness what true power looks like. After school, Lu Yang, along with Zhao Li, Sakura Aki, and Lina, headed to the cafeteria for a meal. However, this time, the negative emotional energy he received from the surrounding male classmates had dwindled to half of what it had been yesterday. It appeared that everyone was gradually becoming accustomed to such behavior, making it increasingly difficult to evoke their jealousy and anger. This simply wouldn't do, Lu Yang pondered, tilting his head. Perhaps he should target another school beauty to incite them, with the ability to read minds. It should not be difficult to win over a school beauty, as knowing others' thoughts would reveal their weaknesses. After finishing their meal, Lu Yang led the two girls outside the school, where envious glances were cast in their direction. That evening, as Lu Yang prepared to return to Madame Oda's house, he stepped out of the school gate only to find the third young master waiting for him. Surrounding him were several lackeys, and beside him stood a tall man who bore a striking resemblance to him, aged a few years more than the third young master, suggesting he was not a student of the school. Upon seeing Lu Yang emerge, the third young master immediately donned a sly smile. Lu Yang was momentarily taken aback, then quickly realized that this troublemaker had come seeking him once more, even enlisting the help of some thugs. Nevertheless, with his foundational attributes now quadrupled compared to an ordinary person, dealing with these ruffians would be as easy as squashing a chick. Thus, Lu Yang did not halt his steps. Instead, he strode directly towards the trio of young masters. Blatantly disregarding their attempts to pass tea that moment, the third young master stepped forward, blocking Lu Yang's path, and arrogantly declared, Today, you shall witness the prowess of the third young master. Kneel and apologize to me, and I shall spare you the breaking of a leg. Otherwise, I shall shatter both your arms and legs. With a cold scoff, Lu Yang remained silent and unleashed a powerful punch to the third young master's face. Bang! With a resounding crash, the third young master was sent flying several meters away, crashing heavily to the ground. Blood began to trickle from the corner of his mouth, and one side of his face swelled grotesquely. He was left dazed and bewildered, struggling to rise but failing repeatedly, disoriented. Observing this scene, the second young master was instantly enraged. Pointing at Lu Yang, he shouted, You insolent brat! How dare you strike my brother in my presence? Brothers, charge! The group of henchmen armed with baseball bats rushed towards Lu Yang alongside the second young master. In the face of the approaching thugs, Lu Yang displayed no trepidation. He delivered a swift kick to each of them, and they were propelled through the air like cannonballs, landing more than 10 meters away. At this juncture, Lu Yang's strength had reached 4 times that of an average person. Even professional fighters paled in comparison to him. In the presence of absolute power, technique mattered little. These gangsters stood no chance against Lu Yong. Witnessing this spectacle, the surrounding classmates were left utterly dumbfounded. They had gathered to watch Lu Yong face a humiliating defeat. But the outcome was entirely contrary to their expectations. Were these gang members merely bluster, lacking true substance? How could such seemingly robust individuals be so easily vanquished? What manner of strength did Lu Yong possess? One by one, they grimaced in pain, collapsed on the ground, clutching their stomachs, and foaming at the mouth. At that moment, Lu Yong approached the second young master, towering over him, and placed a foot upon his chest. Ah! The second young master emitted a cry of agony, feeling as though a 10-ton hydraulic press was bearing down upon him. Is this fellow even human? How can he possess such formidable strength? Though the pain in his chest was excruciating, he gritted his teeth and threatened Lu Yong. You insolent brat, do you know who I am? Are you attempting to oppose the Chiodao family? You are merely an international student without any backing. Offending us will leave you without a grave. You believe you are formidable? Lu Yong scoffed coldly, applying more pressure. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of bones shattering echoed. The second young master felt his ribs break under the force. Sharp bone fragments piercing into his lungs, making each breath increasingly labored, blood frothing from his nostrils. This indicated that his lungs were beginning to bleed. The sensation of suffocation filled him with the dread of impending death. Looking into Lu Yang's eyes, the arrogance he once possessed was replaced with sheer terror. This man feared nothing. He truly seemed intent on crushing him down a madman, without a doubt. While the Chiodao family's influence was indeed formidable, facing this reckless youth who showed no fear of his family's power could lead to his demise. The second young master realized he had much to lose. He had yet to experience the joys of life and saw no reason to die here over an international student. Instantly, he softened. Cough, cough, cough. Let me go that we can discuss this. Everything is negotiable. Just let me off the hook today, and I will hold no grudges against you. He spoke with great difficulty. Hold no grudges. The real question is whether I wish to let this slide. Your brother has repeatedly sought trouble with me. Why should I forgive you? Lu Yong replied icily, increasing the pressure once more. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of more bones breaking filled the air. The second young master felt his heart being crushed. And if this continued, the fractured bones would inevitably pierce his heart, sealing his fate. Fear enveloped him. The second young master had truly come to fear for his life. He had spent years in the gang world, never before encountering someone so ruthless. As the saying goes, the soft fear the hard fear the reckless, and the reckless fear the desperate. Lu Yong was indeed desperate. He had no regard for consequences. The thought struck the second young master like ice water, sending chills down his spine. I do not wish to die. His previously calm demeanor shattered, revealing a face of desperation as he pleaded with Lu Yong. Save me. Please do not kill me. I realize my mistakes. I will never trouble you again. I can compensate you. What do you desire? Money? Women? I have it all. The Chiodao family lacks for nothing. Oh, is that so? Lu Yong replied, lifting his foot slightly to relieve some pressure. The second young master seized the opportunity to take a deep breath, the suffocating sensation easing somewhat. He quickly added, It's true. How much do you want? What kind of woman do you desire? I can procure her for you. This second young master proved to be much cleverer than the previous one. Lu Yong raised his foot, pondering the matter. Though he had not sustained any significant impact, it would be reasonable to extort 1 to 2 million from him. He said to the second young master, Very well, individuals like you, who know how to read the room, can suffer less. 10 million, is 10 million enough? I will transfer it to you immediately. The second young master exclaimed hastily. 10 million? Lu Yong was taken aback, not expecting this scoundrel to possess such wealth. It seemed poverty had indeed limited his imagination. Well, I only have 20 million in my account. The second young master, fearing Lu Yang's discontent, hastily increased the offer. Lu Yang's heart leaped with joy, yet his expression remained one of feigned reluctance. All right, then 20 million it is. Transfer it directly to my account. Lu Yong extracted his phone and displayed his account number. The second young master, gritting his teeth against the pain, took his phone and transferred the funds. Once Lu Yong confirmed that 20 million had arrived, he felt satisfied and began to stride toward the third young master. The second young master breathed a sigh of relief, but the oppressive presence of Lu Yong would not dissipate. It would merely shift. The second young master relaxed, but the third young master was in dire straits. Having been struck by Lu Yang's punch, he was still dazed, and witnessing his brother and his brother's henchmen being dispatched by Lu Yong filled him with dread. As Lu Yong approached him step by step, he was nearly paralyzed with fear. Finally, Lu Yong stood before the third young master and placed a foot on his chest. Ah! The third young master let out a pained scream, his face contorting in agony as if his heart were about to burst under the pressure. Help! Help me! Save me, second brother! Save me from a distance! The second young master heard the cries for help and cast a sympathetic glance. Brother, you had better pray for your own safety. I had to part with 20 million to appease him. You should stop hoarding your pocket money and recognize your defeat to avoid further suffering. Do not come any closer. Please, do not approach. Lu Yong, let us discuss this. We can resolve everything amicably. I can offer you money. I can give you 20 million. The third young master writhed on the ground, attempting to crawl away from Lu Yong, but his foggy mind rendered him incapable of even crawling. All he could do was extend his hands in a futile gesture of defense, continuously pleading for mercy. You truly are a thick-skinned troublemaker, coming to me time and again. First, transfer the funds, and we can discuss the rest later. Lu Yong pulled out his phone. No problem. I will transfer the money right now. The third young master promptly sent Lu Yong 20 million. Seeing the money had been transferred, Lu Yong finally displayed a satisfied expression. Excellent. This 20 million has purchased your life. Upon hearing this, the third young master's face brightened with relief. Wonderful. I want to die. He truly believed Lu Yong would spare him. However, Lu Yang's next words plunged him back into despair. But while you may escape the death penalty, you cannot evade punishment for your transgressions. Earlier, you stated that if I did not kneel and plead for mercy, you would break my arms and legs, correct? Now, I shall let you experience the agony of broken limbs. The mention of this. The third young master's countenance shifted dramatically. He cried out, No, Lu Yong, I have already given you the money. What more do you want? 20 million is a sum you could never earn in your lifetime. Do you think a pauper like you has ever seen 20 million? After taking my money, you still refuse to let me go. He struggled on the ground, attempting to crawl away. To spare you once is to show you leniency. But if I do not teach you a lesson, you will undoubtedly seek trouble again, therefore. Lu Yong declared, seizing the third young master's arm and twisting it forcefully. Crack! In an instant, the hand of the third young master was violently shattered by Lu Yong. The sound of bone fracturing resonating sharply and deafeningly. The jagged splinters of his bone pierced through the flesh and skin of his arm, leaving the stark white of his exposed marrow laid bare to the air. All present were rendered speechless by this horrifying spectacle. The onlookers felt phantom pains in their own hands, as though the sensation of broken bones had somehow transferred to their own bodies. This individual was utterly terrifying. To possess such strength to break a person's arm with a single hand was simply brutal. A series of anguished screams erupted from the third young master. Reminiscent of a slaughtered pig, the agony of his fracture was excruciating, tearing at his very heart. Yet, Lu Yong showed no intention of relenting, his face adorned with a chilling smile as he seized the other hand of the third young master. No, please, don't. I'll do anything you ask. I'll be like a dog. Just let me go. The third young master begged incessantly. However, Lu Yong remained unmoved. With a sickening crack, his other hand was similarly broken. Ah, it hurts so much. I'm dying. Someone, please help me. The third young master was on the brink of despair, tears and snot streaming down his face. The intense pain blurred his vision, rendering him nearly unconscious. The other students stood frozen in place, paralyzed by fear, too terrified to even breathe, lest they draw Lu Yong's attention and become his next target. The cruelty displayed by this foreign student was beyond comprehension. Their eyes were filled with dread directed at Lu Yong. Even the second young master was shaken by Lu Yong's actions. What a madman to break his own brother's hand in front of so many witnesses. It was utterly insane. He clearly regarded human life as expendable. Even the second young master, who was accustomed to the underworld, had never been so merciless. At that moment, Lu Yong was inundated with the negative emotions emanating from the third young master and the surrounding students. His display of power was a chilling deterrent to all present, instilling a profound fear within each of them. Undeterred by the terrified gazes of the crowd, Liu Yang continued his assault, seizing one of the third young master's legs. Upon witnessing this, the third young master's horror intensified. With both hands broken and hanging uselessly at his sides, he feared that his legs would soon suffer the same fate. No. Please, I don't want to be a cripple. I'll give you 20 million, he pleaded desperately. Yet, in the next moment, Liu Yang exerted force, and with a sickening crack, the third young master's thigh was abruptly broken. The pale bone pierced through flesh and skin, as well as his trousers, oozing blood into the open air. "Ah, my leg, he shrieked. "Please, spare me. I swear I won't provoke you again." The third young master's cries echoed in despair. Yet, Liu Yang merely grasped his other leg. Then, with another crack, the third young master fell silent, having succumbed to the pain and fainted. His face turned ashen, foam spilled from his mouth, and he collapsed, his trousers now damp, clearly having lost control of his bodily functions due to the agony. Blood began to seep from the fractures, trickling through the gaps in his skin. The sight left everyone in stunned silence. The school gate was enveloped in an eerie quiet, as no one dared to make a sound, fearful that any noise might provoke Liu Yang's wrath and result in their own demise. Liu Yang's gaze shifted to the second young master, who trembled in fear at the attention. Liu Yang flashed a crooked smile and said, "Considering that you two brothers have given me 40 million, I want to take your lives. However, if I catch you provoking me again, you want to have a chance to live." With that, Liu Yang departed. Once he had left, the second young master exhaled deeply, the threat of death still weighing heavily upon him. Now that the specter of doom had finally departed, he clutched his aching chest and approached his fallen brother. Casting a reproachful glance, "You fool! You claimed he was merely an ordinary university student. Can an ordinary student be so ruthless? You nearly got us killed. You deserve every bit of this suffering." After reprimanding his brother, he turned to his subordinates and ordered, "Call for an ambulance to take him to the hospital." "Yes, boss." One of the lackeys nodded. Chapter 37. Do you want to kill me? Congratulations, host. You have gained 200 negative emotion points. Congratulations, host. You have gained 200 negative emotion points. Congratulations, host. You have gained 200 negative emotion points. Though he had left the school gate, the negative emotion points continued to accumulate in Liu Yang's mind, evidently stemming from the lingering fear he had instilled in those present. This time, far too many were left intimidated by his display. Additionally, some had recorded videos, likely to share on the school forum, which would undoubtedly expose more students to his brutal actions. Even through video, witnessing the breaking of limbs would evoke a sense of terror. Such bloody and violent imagery was not something the average person could withstand. Therefore, these videos would yield him considerable emotional points. Liu Yang glanced at the system in his mind, noting that his emotion points had surged to over 2,000. Indeed, instilling fear in the masses was the correct way to utilize this system. The more people there were, the greater the emotional points accrued. In the 2 days leading up to the apocalypse, he could directly kill a few individuals in front of the entire school, which would surely net him even more emotional points. Alternatively, he could threaten the lives of the entire school body. That would undoubtedly result in a rapid increase of his emotional points. But those were considerations for another time. Only during the outbreak could he act so brazenly, otherwise, he would end up in the hands of the police. As Liu Yang contemplated this, he made his way toward Madame Oda's villa. While traversing a more secluded route, a black SUV suddenly appeared to be careening out of control, barreling toward him at high speed. Instinctively, Liu Yang sidestepped and rolled to evade the impending collision. Boom! With a resounding crash, the SUV smashed into a nearby lamppost, and then sped away without a backward glance. Inside the vehicle, the driver slapped his thigh in frustration, his expression one of disbelief. Damn it! I didn't expect that guy to be so lucky. Managing to react in such a situation, not killing him this time is just his good fortune. A hit and run? Liu Yang regarded the fleeing vehicle with a puzzled expression. Brushing off the dust from his clothes, he charged after the SUV. With a maximum running speed of 129 kilometers per hour and an acceleration of under 3 seconds, the SUV, despite its speed, was no match for him. Within moments, he had caught up. As he ran alongside the vehicle, he glanced inside and recognized a familiar, corpulent figure. Nakai. So this scoundrel had intended to run him down. A cold smile crept across Liu Yang's face as he rapped on the window. Startled, Nakai looked over and was taken aback. This kid actually caught up to me. He quickly checked his speedometer, which read over 80 kilometers per hour. What the hell? How could he keep pace with a car going over 80 kilometers an hour? Is he some kind of athlete? As a slovenly individual, Nakai had no concept of human limits, in his mind. Anyone capable of running at such speeds must be an athlete capable of slaying tigers with a mere slide tackle. Liu Yang grinned at Nakai through the window, then pointed to his own eyes and then at Nakai, mimicking the gesture of "I see you." Nakai was instantly gripped by fear. He slammed down on the accelerator, pushing the speed to 150 kilometers per hour, finally managing to shake Liu Yang off his tail. Watching the SUV disappear into the distance, a cold expression settled on Liu Yang's face. He halted his pursuit, murmuring, "It seems I underestimated this glutton's covetousness for Madame Oda. Jealousy can warp one's character, even turning a sloth into a would-be murderer, but you failed to kill me. So it is you who shall meet your end." Resolute in his determination, Liu Yang continued at a leisurely pace towards Madame Oda's villa. Meanwhile, Nakai returned to his own villa, his face etched with terror. "This is bad. That guy saw my face. That detestable individual managed to keep up with an SUV. He must be a strong athlete. No wonder Madame Oda is so infatuated with him. He beheld my visage and recognized my intent to end his life. What if he were to call the authorities and have me apprehended? But I must remember, I did not collide with him. There was no contact between my vehicle and his. Even if he were to report me, there would be no evidence to substantiate his claim that I wished him dead. I could merely assert that I was distracted while driving and accidentally struck a streetlight. That despicable scoundrel. It is fortuitous for him that I did not succeed in taking his life this time, yet I am certain his luck shall not hold out for long. As long as he remains within the confines of Lady Oda's villa, I must bide my time and seek an opportunity to eliminate him. She is my woman, and none shall dare to approach her. Those who do so shall face dire consequences." Nakai's breath quickened as he sat in his computer chair, his entire being steeped in anxiety. This was a deranged act of attempted murder. Although I ultimately failed, the exhilarating tension lingered, rendering Nakai restless for quite some time. He tore open a bag of chips, incessantly stuffing his face. Subsequently, he booted up his computer and played a brief video featuring an AI face swap, replacing the lead actress's visage with that of Lady Oda. He grasped a cup adorned with a photograph of her. After 2 minutes of self-reflection, he managed to calm his racing heart. Gazing at the cup embellished with her image, his eyes glimmered with avarice. "Lady Oda, no matter when I behold you, you are ever so enchanting and alluring. I can hardly contain my eagerness to share intimate moments with you." He continued to admire the photograph of Lady Oda. At that moment, Liu Yang had returned to the villa district where Lady Shida resided. He spotted the black SUV parked in the courtyard of the central villa, a smirk creeping across his face. This time, he did not return to Lady Oda's villa. Liu Yang surveyed his surroundings and, upon confirming that no one was present, he leapt over the 3-meter-high wall of Nakai's villa, landing directly in his yard. He then ascended to the second-floor terrace in a single bound. Chapter 38. What a pervert. Upon entering Nakai's villa, Liu Yang was taken aback to discover that Nakai had transformed a luxurious residence into something akin to a pigsty. The interior was littered with scattered delivery boxes and refuse of his own making. This grand villa housed only him, and dust coated every surface. It seemed this fellow did not even bother to clean, nor did he hire anyone to maintain it. Perhaps he feared that someone would invade his sanctum and uncover his voyeuristic secrets concerning Lady Oda. The walls and tables were adorned with countless photographs of her, all surreptitiously captured by Nakai within the confines of his villa. Liu Yang could not help but marvel inwardly at Nakai's infatuation with Lady Oda. No wonder he would contemplate running me down for her sake. Yet, if she were to discover that a pervert was secretly watching her, it would surely shatter her psyche. After all, who would willingly endure the gaze of a deviant? The sensation of being surveilled can drive one to madness. Liu Yang continued to traverse the villa, cautiously exploring. He approached the door, quietly twisting the doorknob and slowly opening it one step at a time. He entered the dimly lit room, wrinkling his nose in distaste. A plump, middle-aged man lay sprawled in a chair before the computer, fast asleep. Lu Yong had entered his chamber unnoticed, unable to contain himself. Lu Yong scoffed. This fool has passed out. He then delivered a sharp slap to Nakai's face. Crack! The sound echoed through the room, the sting of pain jolting Nakai awake, and upon realizing the identity of his intruder, sheer terror overtook him. Struggling to rise from the chair, he inadvertently lost his balance and tumbled backward with a thud, landing on the floor, his hand resting in a takeout box that splattered its contents all over him. "Why you? How did you get in? What do you want?" he stammered, scrambling several meters backward, his finger pointing at Lu Yong. "Huh? You fat couch potato, weren't you just trying to run me over? Now that I'm standing right before you, this is your golden opportunity to take me out. You better seize it," Lu Yong sneered, advancing step by step toward Nakai, who continued to retreat, his face a mask of horror. He had initially believed that even if Lu Yong had seen him today, the college student would never dare confront him, as he was merely a foreign student who would swallow his pride. Yet, he never anticipated Lu Yang's efficiency. He had come directly to his villa. What were his intentions? Was he seeking revenge? Nakai was acutely aware of his own physical limitations. He could only attempt to eliminate Lu Yong by running him down with a CAR in a direct confrontation. He stood no chance against an athlete who could outrun a vehicle. A single slide tackle could easily take down a tiger. He hastily pleaded with Lu Yong. "I see there's some misunderstanding between us. I truly was distracted while driving and nearly struck you by accident, but it was merely an oversight. Besides, you weren't injured, so I didn't stop to check on your condition. Is it really necessary for you to come to my villa seeking retribution? Is that so? Just an accident? Yet I can't shake the feeling that you were envious of my residing in the villa previously occupied by Lady Oda, and thus you wish to eliminate me." At this point, Lu Yong had reached Nakai, planting a foot squarely on his face, distorting his already rotund features. Nakai emitted a pained scream. "Ah, it hurts. Let me go, you monster. Do you think I won't call the police and have you imprisoned?" "Call the police? Do you truly believe you have that opportunity left?" Lu Yong replied coldly, then delivered a powerful kick to Nakai's head. Boom. The force rendered Nakai unconscious. When Nakai regained consciousness, he found himself confined within a dog cage. His hair was damp, clearly doused with water by Lu Yong to rouse him. Upon surveying his surroundings, he gasped in shock. "This is my basement?" Lu Yong sat before him on a chair, peering at him through the iron bars with a sardonic smile. Oh dear, who would have thought that this fat couch potato is an unadulterated pervert? The basement is stocked with an array of instruments typically associated with such depravity. Are you planning to capture Lady Oda in this dungeon to torment her? Having endured the apocalypse, Lu Yong was well aware that every individual harbors a demon within. Yet he was astonished to discover that even in peaceful times, this wretched fat man could possess such malevolence. How could this be? I would never do such a thing. These are merely cages I prepared for my pet dog, and the whips are for training purposes. As for those adult items, they are just personal collectibles. They are all legal. What do you intend to do by imprisoning me? Let me out, Nakai protested vehemently. Let you out? Not a chance. Given your desire to kill me, allowing you to live is already a generous act. I believe this cage is quite suitable for holding you, you fat wretch. I shall conduct an experiment to see how long it takes for a 200-pound slob to perish from starvation. Ha ha ha. As Lu Yong spoke, he began to stride toward the exit of the basement. Upon witnessing Lu Yang's impending departure, Nakai's face contorted with despair as he implored, "Don't go. Please let me out. I don't want to be here. I realize my mistake in trying to run you over. Just release me, and I will do anything you ask." Lu Yong did not look back, as the system prompts echoed in his mind. Negative emotion increased by 1. Negative emotion increased by 1. Negative emotion increased by 1. It was evident that this basement was meticulously prepared by the fat man to capture women, replete with soundproofing and an array of torture devices. Even if a woman were to scream loudly from within, no one outside would hear her. And now, it was perfectly suited to confine him, an isolated fat man, devoid of friends, whose sole pastime was to spy on the neighbor's wife. Surely, such a worthless creature would go unnoticed even if he vanished for an entire month. During this time, Lu Yong would continuously accrue negative emotion points from Nakai, by the end of this day before the apocalypse. He would eliminate him once and for all. Those who sought to take my life shall find that even death is a form of liberation. Chapter 39. The Human Bullet Train. After completing all of this, Liu Yang departed Nakai's villa and returned once more to Lady Oda's residence. The weather was sweltering, and clad in light attire, Lady Oda busily prepared in the kitchen. Upon seeing Liu Yang's return, a sweet smile graced her lips as she addressed him. Liu Yang-kun, you've worked hard. You are finally back. The renovations to the walls and the basement have been completed, and the supplies have been moved into the basement. The second batch of supplies you requested is currently being procured, but it will take some time. Indeed, you truly are remarkable, Lady Oda. Your efficiency is commendable and I am quite satisfied, Liu Yang replied with a nod. It is my duty, Madame Oda said with a smile. As long as the fact that my son is bullying others remains undisclosed, then anything I do is justified. At that moment, Kudo returned from outside. Upon seeing Liu Yang, Kudo's body tensed up in an instant, his eyes brimming with fear towards Liu Yang. This man is a mad demon. The video circulating on the forum, depicting him mercilessly breaking the limbs of the third young master, echoed in the minds of all the students, the chilling sound of bones snapping haunting them like a nightmare. A lunatic. He is undoubtedly a lunatic, and this lunatic resides in my home. Kudo's mental state was crumbling. Initially, he had threatened Liu Yang, hoping to drive him away, but now, Liu Yang had become a harbinger of misfortune in his eyes. Not only could he not drive Liu Yang away, but even a mere glance at him filled Kudo with dread of provoking him. I doubt I won't have dinner, Kudo said with a quivering voice to Madame Oda, then turned away and hurried into his room, slamming the door shut behind him. He leaned against the door, gasping for breath. Terrifying. The constant feeling of anxiety living in his own home was utterly dreadful. That brat? Alas. Madame Oda sighed in frustration. Just the sight of Kudo made her angry. He was already 18 yet still so immature. He spent his days causing trouble, and when compared to Liu Yang, the difference was like that between heaven and earth. If only he could be as mature as Liu Yang. Children tend to be willful. He'll understand as he grows older, Liu Yang consoled Madame Oda. I hope so, she replied softly. Then Liu Yang-kun, shall we dine together? Sure. I'm quite hungry too. Thus, the two shared a delightful meal in the dining room, filled with laughter and conversation. Liu Yang occasionally teased Madame Oda, a widow for a decade, who always wore a shy smile on her face. In the room, Kudo clenched his fists tightly, tears streaming down his face. Useless. I am utterly useless. Kudo, you are pathetic. A cowardly wretch. His eyes were filled with disappointment in himself. Yet, the thought of Liu Yang's ruthlessness at school extinguished any rebellious spirit he might have possessed. After finishing dinner, Liu Yang routinely gave Madame Oda a half-hour massage, bringing them closer together. Subsequently, Liu Yang returned to his own room. He checked his negative emotion points in his mind and found that they had reached 2,500, slowly increasing. Clearly, the video on the forum was still causing a stir. Most people, after watching the video, would be filled with fear. Although the fear was minimal through the screen, it still contributed to his emotional points. Without hesitation, Liu Yang addressed the system. Commence the draw, 1,000 points per draw. Ding, congratulations, host. The draw was successful. You have obtained an A-level reward. 1 superpower fruit, fantastic, another superpower fruit. At that moment, Liu Yang already possessed 2 superpowers, sharpshooter and mind reading. Now, with another superpower fruit, it seemed his third superpower was about to be realized. He quickly commanded the system, use the superpower fruit. Ding, congratulations, host. The superpower fruit was successfully used, granting you an A-level superpower. Invisibility. You gain a passive ability as a superpower user. All attributes increase by 10 points. Upon receiving this notification, an expression of excitement spread across Liu Yang's face. Invisibility? This superpower is invincible. He hurriedly examined the description of this superpower. Superpower name. Invisibility. Superpower level. Level 1. Superpower rarity. A level. Superpower effect. You can directly vanish into thin air. In an invisible state, you cannot be targeted or locked on, existing in a state of nothingness. Usable once a day, lasting 1 minute. Superpower cost. Occasionally, you may be unable to deactivate the invisibility state, lasting an entire day. After reading this description, Liu Yang's excitement grew. The inability to be targeted while invisible. Existing in a state of nothingness meant that once invisible, he would be akin to a ghost. No physical attack could harm him. This was not merely invisibility. It was utterly invincible. Although it could only be used once per day for a duration of 1 minute. This ability was essential for survival. A minute. Who knows how many lethal attacks he could evade in that time? For instance, if Nakagawa were to run him over with a car, if he reacted quickly and activated invisibility just 0.01 seconds before impact, the car would pass through his body, causing him no harm whatsoever. Moreover, the cost of this ability seemed to have no significant side effects. An entire day of invisibility, while in this state, he would be in a void, impervious to physical attacks, and unable to attack others physically. However, magical attacks could still be utilized. What if he acquired a power that allowed him to attack enemies from a distance? Excitement surged within Liu Yang at this thought. This superpower was truly formidable. Liu Yang quickly instructed the system, commence the second draw. Ding, congratulations, host. The draw was successful. You have obtained an A-level reward. 1 superpower fruit. Another superpower? Awesome. He now possessed 3 superpowers and unexpectedly acquired a 4th. Without hesitation, Liu Yang commanded the system, use the superpower fruit. Ding, congratulations, host. The superpower fruit was successfully used, granting you an S-level superpower, lightning power. You gain a passive ability. All attribute points increase by 10. An S-level superpower? Incredible. This was Liu Yang's first S-level superpower, and upon acquiring it, an expression of exhilaration lit up his face. He quickly examined the description of this superpower. Superpower name, lightning power. Superpower level, level 1. Superpower rarity, S-level. Superpower effect, you can control lightning to attack enemies. Superpower cost, your chances of being struck by lightning increase 10-fold. The description was succinct yet precise. Wasn't this exactly the magical attack he had just pondered? It was as if his thoughts were manifesting. Liu Yang extended a finger, and in an instant, it crackled with electricity. He then pointed forward, and a bolt of lightning shot out, boom, with a thunderous roar. The lightning struck the wall of Liu Yang's room, instantly scorching a deep, blackened crater into it, several centimeters deep. Witnessing this scene, Liu Yang's face broke into a delighted grin, exclaiming, "Wow, amazing! Does this mean I can strike anyone I wish? If that lightning struck someone on the head, it could singe their brains." This was astounding. It was his first offensive superpower. The potency of this ability surpassed Liu Yang's expectations. With his current mental strength, combined with this superpower, claiming to be the King of Thunder would not be an exaggeration. If he desired, he could probably obliterate hundreds of people in an instant. The police in Sakura country would likely have no means to deal with him now. Invisibility was the perfect skill for evasion. Furthermore, being in a state of nothingness meant he could pass through walls, indicating that no prison could detain him. Meanwhile, controlling lightning allowed him to eliminate foes at will, with long-range attacks directly targeting heads. Who in this world could stand against Liu Yang? With just over 20 days until the apocalypse, it seemed he was on the brink of invincibility, thrilling, utterly exhilarating. Liu Yang checked his attribute panel. Name, Liu Yang, age, 18, height, 185 cm, weight, 85 kg, strength, 60, speed, 60, maximum speed, 54 meters per second, stamina, 60, mentality, 60, superpowers, mind reading level 1, sharpshooter level 1, invisibility level 1, lightning power level 1. Special items, none, system storage space, level 1. Gazing at this panel, Liu Yang was filled with excitement. His base stats had reached 60 points, equivalent to 6 times that of an ordinary person, with a maximum speed of 54 meters per second, translating to 194 kilometers per hour. He was nearly as fast as a high-speed train. The legendary human high-speed train was none other than Liu Yang. Chapter 40. I am a citizen of my country. After completing this double draw, a joyful expression spread across Liu Yang's face. This system was truly remarkable. Every reward it offered was exceptional. Now, his base attributes had reached 6 times that of an ordinary person. Claiming to be a little superhero was no exaggeration. Coupled with his invisibility and lightning power, along with sharpshooter and mind reading, these 4 abilities made him nearly invincible before the arrival of the apocalypse. Previously, Liu Yang had thought he should not be too arrogant before the end times, fearing capture by the police of Sakura country, which could lead to his demise in prison. However, he had now changed his perspective. With his current strength, Which police force in Sakura country could possibly apprehend him? He could do as he pleased. The exhilaration of possessing such a hidden advantage is truly delightful. Liu Yang feels an overwhelming surge of confidence. Indeed, he possesses the means to indulge in this newfound arrogance. These 4 superpowers are sufficient to elevate him to a status befitting a citizen of his homeland. Liu Yang's spirits soar, and he is consumed by a fervent enthusiasm, as if he is ablaze with passion. Just as he struggles to contain this excitement, a voice suddenly pierces the air. Today, I am in high spirits. Moreover, having acquired such formidable abilities, it is time to celebrate. Thus, Liu Yang refrains from slumber and promptly opens the door. Upon hearing the sound of the door creaking open, Mrs. Oda's demeanor shifts dramatically. Liu Yang then knocks on Mrs. Oda's door with a firm, rhythmic sound. Knock, knock, knock. Upon hearing the knocking, Kudo instantly perks up, questioning the situation. Can I intervene? Meanwhile, inside Mrs. Oda's room, a loud voice resounds. Who is it? What do you want? Liu Yang calmly replies, Madam, I wish to discuss something with you. Please open the door at O. It's you, Liu Yang-kun. Please hold on a moment. Mrs. Oda responds, hastily climbing out of bed to open her door. Upon seeing Liu Yang, she inquires, What brings you here, Liu Yang-kun? Liu Yang appears somewhat off-kilter. His gaze seems unsettling. If he were to enter my room, would it lead to unforeseen circumstances? Entering the room first, Liu Yang swiftly sidesteps Mrs. Oda and makes his way inside. She had intended to restrain him, but Liu Yang has already barged in, leaving her no choice but to close the door and follow him inside. Liu Yang steps forward, grasping Mrs. Oda's delicate chin, gazing into her stunning visage. She looks at him anxiously, attempting to reason with him. Liu Yang-kun, please calm down. Slap. Liu Yang delivers a sharp blow across Mrs. Oda's face, knocking her to the ground. Ah! Mrs. Oda screams in shock, utterly unprepared for Liu Yang's sudden aggression. This is not the Liu Yang-kun she once knew. Hee. A cold smile spreads across Liu Yang's face. Outside, Kudo seethes with rage. How dare you, Liu Yang, you wretched beast, to lay a hand on my mother. You shall pay for this. The next day, Liu Yang awakens feeling refreshed, and after completing his morning routine, he prepares to descend for breakfast. True to form, Mrs. Oda has risen early to prepare a meal, awaiting Liu Yang's arrival. However, upon seeing him come down, her eyes betray a mix of evasion and fear, though she still greets him softly. Liu Yang-kun, you're up, come and eat breakfast. A red mark adorns her face, a remnant of Liu Yang's earlier actions. Liu Yang, bewildered by his own behavior from the previous night, offers her a smile. Good morning, madam. At his greeting, Mrs. Oda trembles. Noticing her reaction, Liu Yang continues, What are you afraid of? It's disobedience that invites punishment. I don't strike indiscriminately. No, that's not how it is, Mrs. Oda replies, her cheeks flushed. Nearby, Kudo listens to their exchange with a scowl. But when Liu Yang turns to him, Kudo's anger morphs into fear, recalling the moment Liu Yang had shattered the third young master's limbs. This is someone not to be trifled with, even having attacked his mother. Kudo feels utterly powerless. Observing Kudo's trepidation, Liu Yang presses on, My obedient son, are you finally willing to join us for breakfast? Kudo flinches at the words, quickly standing to address Mrs. Oda. I'm full. I'm off to school. With that, he scurries out of the house, clutching his backpack as if fleeing. Mrs. Oda, uncertain how to respond to Liu Yang, buries herself in her meal. Liu Yang, brimming with self-assurance, revels in the expansion of his power. Feeling invincible at this moment, I am a citizen of my homeland. I shall do as I please. No one in Tokyo can defy me, women. I'll pursue whomever I desire. Who dares to provoke me? They shall face dire consequences. After finishing breakfast, Liu Yang strides out with unwavering confidence to attend school. Meanwhile, at a hospital bed, a young man bound in bandages, both hands and feet immobilized, expresses his fury to another man, whose chest is also wrapped in bandages. Second brother, are we simply going to let this slide? I cannot swallow this humiliation. My hands and feet are shattered. I am now a mere shell of my former self. And even if I heal, I may never again experience the joy of running and jumping. How have we, the Akiyama family, ever suffered such indignities? When have we ever been so bullied? The second young master, his face mirroring his brother's anger, responds with more maturity, Do not rush, third brother. Those who offend the Akiyama family never meet a good end. True, our opponent is formidable, and we are not his match. However, I have reported this to Elder Brother. He will return to Tokyo in a few days after completing his mission and will address this matter for us. Elder Brother, he has agreed to support us? Excitement floods the third young master's face. Their elder brother is unlike them. Taken by a ninja organization from a young age, he underwent rigorous training to become a top-tier assassin, currently ranked 18th in the global assassin rankings. This means he is among the elite of the elite. He typically receives assassination contracts with bounties in the millions, far beyond what mere yin can compare. He rarely returns home and his family has no means of contacting him. Yet, the second young master shares a close bond with their elder brother, allowing him access to his contact information. He relayed the situation regarding his own injuries and his brother's shattered limbs to their elder brother, who is now preparing to eliminate Liu Yang. Upon hearing that their elder brother is willing to intervene, the third young master is overjoyed. This is the legendary top-tier assassin. Liu Yang is doomed. He cannot contain his excitement, exclaiming, "Wonderful!" With elder brother stepping in, this is certain that Liu Yang is as good as dead. Second brother, I want to be discharged from the hospital to witness firsthand how that guy meets his demise. Absolutely, the second young master replies confidently. Meanwhile, Liu Yang has arrived at school. At this moment, he has become a figure of notoriety within the institution. Students turn to glance at him, awed by his audacity in publicly breaking the third young master's limbs. Truly a ruthless character. The boys harbor a mix of admiration and fear, while some girls cast him flirtatious glances. A man as powerful and fearless as Liu Yang naturally attracts the attention of women, and he revels in their admiration. Among the throng, he notices a strikingly beautiful and tall female student, her alluring figure capturing his attention. He instantly recognizes her as Yui, one of the 4 renowned school flowers, famed for her voluptuous figure. Liu Yang is captivated, unable to tear his gaze away. A smirk graces his lips as he strides toward Yui. Upon locking eyes with him, her face flushes, and she quickly looks down, overwhelmed with anxiety. Initially, she had merely come to observe the commotion, utterly unprepared for Liu Yang's focused attention, especially as he approaches her directly. What does he want? This is nerve-wracking. Please don't come closer. Just as her heart races, Liu Yang stands before her, boldly declaring, Yui, I know you and have heard of your name. Would you consider being my girlfriend? What? Yui is momentarily stunned, caught off guard by Liu Yang's directness in front of so many witnesses. The other students are equally astonished. Liu Yang already has Sakura and Lina, yet he seeks to ensnare Yui as well. With 2 goddesses already vying for his affection, he is unaware of the multitude of rivals he has created. And now he dares to pursue a third. What audacity! The boys nearby wear expressions of frustration, silently clenching their fists and grinding their teeth. Meanwhile, Liu Yang's mind buzzes with system notifications. Negative emotion value increases by 100. Negative emotion value increases by 100. Negative emotion value increases by 100. With each alert, Liu Yang's excitement intensifies as he firmly grasps Yui's delicate chin, lifting her gaze to meet his "Be my woman. And today you shall experience the pleasures of being a woman." No, please don't. Jay shook her head, freeing herself from Liu Yang's grasp, and retreated incessantly. Meanwhile, a nearby boy, unable to contain himself any longer, who was also a devoted admirer of Jay, resolved that he would willingly face death for her. Although Liu Yang possessed formidable strength, capable of confronting even the formidable third young master, which was indeed terrifying, the devoted admirer believed that for the sake of his goddess, he would brave any peril. Clenching his fists, he charged at Liu Yang, landing a punch squarely on his chest. Bang! The moment his fist made contact, he felt as though he had struck an impenetrable fortress. The pain causing his entire body to tremble. Astonishment filled his eyes. What on earth is this guy? Is he even human? Chapter 42. Not a good person. The courage that had surged within the admirer in his moment of folly dissipated in an instant after that punch. Replaced by sheer terror. Liu Yang was undoubtedly no ordinary individual. He was incredibly muscular, his physique as solid as iron. No wonder he could effortlessly break the limbs of the third young master. Had he lost his mind? How could he have dared to strike him? Regret? At that moment, the admirer was a picture of remorse. In a fit of impulsiveness, He had actually dared to raise his hand against Lu Yong. Would this hand still be salvageable? Despite having resolutely vowed in his heart to do anything for his goddess, when confronted with true fear, the instinct for survival triumphed over his devotion. He was terrified. He did not wish to die. He wanted to live. Lu Yong had encountered many such individuals in peaceful times. Couples that were inseparable but would turn against each other in the face of survival. Let alone a devoted admirer like this one. When faced with the primal instinct for survival, so-called love becomes trivial. It's the core. One is a living being, and the urge to survive is insurmountable. Some may sacrifice themselves for love, but such individuals are exceedingly rare fools. In Lu Yang's eyes, the paramount importance was his own survival. Sure enough, just as the admirer feared, Lu Yong turned to him with a playful expression, coldly stating, "You dare to lay a hand on me? Your courage is commendable. You are the first to have truly struck me." The admirer immediately took a step back, attempting to flee. However, Lu Yong swiftly kicked him in the back, sending him sprawling face first onto the ground, his teeth shattering upon impact. The admirer let out a dreadful scream, blood pouring from his mouth, streaming down his chin. He hastily scrambled to his feet, not daring to resist again. Instead, dropping to his knees before Lu Yong, repeatedly bowing his head, "I was wrong. I was wrong, Lu Yong. I swear I will never dare again. I should not have raised my hand against you. Please, spare me this once." The others were momentarily stunned into silence. Some were also devoted admirers of Jie and had initially felt a surge of anger at Lu Yang's actions. But now, their fury had morphed entirely into fear. Lu Yong was utterly unreasonable, resorting to violence at the slightest provocation. He was like a plague. Those who crossed him met their demise. Jie stood frozen in place, terrified by Lu Yang's overwhelming brutality. She had never witnessed such a domineering and volatile man. The feeling of dread made her tremble, leaving her paralyzed, while Lu Yong approached her, taking her hand and saying, "So, Jie, the campus bell, your admirer has already been brought to his knees begging for mercy. Do you still wish to resist?" Jie was genuinely frightened. She feared that she too might be kicked away by Lu Yong. She desperately wanted to reject him, but the words refused to escape her lips. Lu Yong wore a satisfied expression, grinning as he declared, "Hee hee. Since you haven't refused, I shall take it as your acquiescence. From today forth, Jie shall be my third girlfriend, and none of you admirers are to harbor any improper thoughts." Thus, amidst the gazes of the envious admirers, Lu Yong took Jie's hand and strode into the school. Once Lu Yong had walked away, the admirers finally dared to voice their thoughts. How infuriating! Lu Yong is utterly despicable. He is forcing Jie into submission. Jie clearly did not desire to be his woman, yet he had brazenly dragged her away. This guy wouldn't dare to take Jie to a hotel in the middle of the day. Would he? No, please. Not that kind of thing. Jie is my beloved goddess. Wah? Lu Yang's strength is so overwhelming. A single kick could send someone flying 10 meters away. When he unleashes those legs, they move like a jackhammer, spinning at a dizzying speed. The consequences of Jie falling into his hands are too horrifying to contemplate. Alas, our goddess is about to be transformed into Lu Yang's possession. How infuriating! The admirers of Jie wore expressions of despair, feeling as though their existence had lost all meaning. Watching their goddess being forcibly taken away by Lu Yong, they could do nothing but stand by helplessly. This feeling of powerlessness was utterly crushing. They had believed their unwavering devotion to women could conquer all, only to realize that in the face of absolute power, their feelings were mere self-deception. When a devoted admirer loses even the heart of a devoted admirer, what remains? At that moment, they felt as though they had lost the very purpose of living. They were utterly shattered. Meanwhile, Lu Yong was inundated with negative emotions, having just exhausted 2,000 the previous night. And now he had over 1,000 more. What a thrill! He paraded through the school with Jie, drawing the attention of onlookers, many of whom took out their phones to capture the moment. The news of Lu Yang's third girlfriend swiftly erupted across the school forum. Jie trembled, acutely aware of the overwhelming aura emanating from Lu Yong, a potent presence that made it difficult to gaze directly at him. This man was terrifying, excessively domineering, and immensely powerful. She wanted to resist, yet found herself utterly unable to do so, compelled to obediently follow Lu Yong. Lu Yong turned to her, saying, "Don't be nervous, Jay, I'm not a bad person. Generally, I only strike those who provoke me first, like the third young master and your admirer just now. As you saw, he threw the first punch at my chest, and I merely retaliated. So long as you don't provoke me, I typically won't harm you either. Just be a good girlfriend, as if, no matter how one looked at it, you hardly seem like a good person, Jay thought to herself, though she dared not voice it. All right, you can return to your classroom for your lessons. Let's have lunch together in the cafeteria later. Since you're my girlfriend, we should engage in some activities that couples do. Luyang stated unequivocally, releasing Jay so that he could enter his own classroom. Walking down the hall, Jay finally let out a breath of relief. This guy was utterly unreasonable, terrifyingly domineering, and incredibly shameless. Although he was undeniably handsome, charismatic, and immensely powerful, becoming his girlfriend on the very first day seemed a bit too hasty. Jay felt a wave of anxiety wash over her, even contemplating whether to report him to the authorities. Ultimately, she shook her head and it seemed pointless to report him now. After all, he hadn't done anything overtly inappropriate. Perhaps she would wait until he truly violated her will before taking action, Jay thought to herself. Chapter 43. Control Lightning. Upon returning to the classroom, Luyang was met with the rapt attention of his peers. Even their homeroom teacher dared not meet his gaze directly. This guy had recently become the center of attention at school. The incident where he had publicly struck the guidance counselor was enough for other students to talk about for a lifetime, not to mention that he had several girlfriends, according to the news circulating in the school forum. Today he had managed to win over one of the campus belles, Jay, in record time. Was he really switching partners every day? Did he never play the same woman twice? His girlfriends were all extraordinary. The dream of countless admirers, and swapping them out so casually seemed wasteful. Male classmates cast envious glances at Luyang, wishing they could be in his shoes, changing girlfriends daily. Such a life seemed utterly exhilarating. Gu Tang also noticed Luyang, quickly diverting his gaze elsewhere, afraid to meet Luyang's eyes. This guy had managed to secure yet another campus belle as his girlfriend. Gu Ting felt a mixture of envy and resentment. He too desired to experience the thrill of being with such extraordinary women, yet they wouldn't even glance his way. Even his own mother had grown indifferent to him in Luyang's presence. He felt utterly insignificant. The disparity between people was simply too vast. After class, Luyang made his way to the cafeteria. Sakura Kangto and Lena had been waiting for him. Luyang smiled at them, then scanned the cafeteria, spotting Jay's graceful figure. Thus, he chose not to approach Sakura and Lena, instead heading directly to Jay's table, plopping down across from her. Jay was startled by Luyang's sudden appearance. This guy truly was relentless. Luyang chuckled and said, "Jerry, didn't I tell you? Wait for me to eat together when we come to the cafeteria. Why did you start without me? I'm going to have to punish you later." "No, I'm afraid I must decline. Should you dare to lay a hand on me against my will, I shall report you to the authorities." With newfound courage, Jay resolutely declared to Luyang. After a morning of contemplation, she had firmly resolved to reject him with unwavering strength. Otherwise, would she not be at the mercy of this international student? Although he was indeed exceptional, quite handsome, and aligned with her aesthetic preferences, had they met in a conventional manner, perhaps they could have developed a romantic relationship. She did not wish to become his girlfriend through coercion. Thus, Jay firmly refused. Upon hearing Jay's words, Luyang was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that the campus beauty possessed such fortitude. How delightful! He found himself drawn to individuals of such defiance, for they offered a certain thrill. Very well. We shall see, Jay, the illustrious campus queen. You will eventually find yourself climbing into my bed with that. Luyang strode away from Jay's table and made his way to Sakura and Lena. Seeing Luyang return, Sakura and Lena exchanged knowing smiles and remarked, "We never expected our Luyang to encounter a setback. It seems that Jay, the campus queen, is not so easily swayed. Indeed, however, the more challenging a woman is to conquer, the greater the sense of accomplishment." Luyang stated nonchalantly, "Haven't found her weakness yet. My sister and I could assist you in gathering information." They reasoned, "We are all students at the same school. Why should she be exempt from your influence? How unfair. Everyone in this institution should be subject to your sway. That would be equitable for us both." Sakura pouted, convinced that she and Lena had endured the rain, and others should too. Luyang chuckled at her words. "Why didn't I think of that? You have quite the imagination, and I support your idea." If you manage to uncover any leverage against other rivals, I can reward you with a few more trips to the hotel for some air conditioning. Ha! That hardly qualifies as a reward. Each time leaves me utterly exhausted. Sakura rolled her eyes at Lu Yang. Back when we were enjoying the air conditioning, you certainly didn't voice such complaints. Lu Yang laughed heartily. After their meal, they rented a room for the afternoon to enjoy the air conditioning before resuming their regular classes. Remarkably, no one dared to confront Lu Yang again that day. His journey home was uneventful, with no one bold enough to ambush him. Upon returning to the villa district, Lu Yang chose not to enter Oda's grand residence, but instead proceeded directly to Nakai's villa. Making his way to the basement to AT that moment, Nakai remained confined within a cage. Upon seeing someone open the basement door, a glimmer of hope flickered across Nakai's previously despondent face. However, when he realized the intruder was none other than Lu Yang, his expression quickly fell into despair once more. He had dared to hope for salvation, but as a lonely, overweight individual without family, friends, or employment, his disappearance would go unnoticed. Who else would venture into his basement besides Lu Yang? At this point, Lu Yang was his sole hope for survival, prompting Nakai to plead for mercy. Please, let me go. I'm so hungry. I'm starving. You wouldn't want my death on your conscience, would you? I believe we need not reach such a dire conclusion. If you were to kill me, the police would surely seek justice. Crimes always leave traces. The law is relentless. You will undoubtedly be apprehended. Lu Yang replied coldly, Oh? You are aware of the law's tenacity? Yet, when you sought to run me down, did you consider the possibility of being caught by the police? Or did you believe that, as a mere international student, my demise would go unnoticed, merely deemed an unfortunate accident? Nakai was taken aback, realizing that Lu Yang had seen through his thoughts. But what of it? Was it not typical for a background-less foreign student to be targeted? Countless international students met untimely fates in this land of cherry blossoms each year. Indeed, it is precisely because you are an international student that the police will scrutinize you even more. Moreover, your sudden residency at Oda's home, in the villa across the street, raises suspicions. You do not belong here. Yet you have moved in, making you the prime suspect. If you dare to kill me, be prepared for the consequences. You too will face execution. Lu Yang scoffed. Do you think I fear such threats? He extended a finger toward Nakai, and with a crackling sound, electricity surged from his fingertip. In an instant, a bolt of lightning shot forth, striking Nakai squarely on the forehead. The ensuing explosion echoed through the basement. Sending plumes of smoke into the air, Nakai recoiled in shock, collapsing backward as he shrieked, Ah, my head! My head! Woe is me! His forehead charred. His thinning hair curled from the heat, releasing the acrid scent of singed flesh. His body tingled with the shock, rendering him powerless to rise from the cage. He gazed at Lu Yang, his expression a mix of terror and disbelief. This man could control lightning? Chapter 44. Struck down by lightning you. You are not human. What manner of creature are you, to wield such power over thunder and lightning? Nakai's fear had reached its zenith, his eyes wide with horror, nearly bulging from their sockets as he clutched his scorched forehead. Incredulously staring at Lu Yang, a mere finger could unleash such power? This defied all reason. He could only conclude that Lu Yang was either a demon or a god. Yet gods do not imprison innocent souls in cages. Thus, Lu Yang must be a demon. At that moment, Nakai was engulfed in fear. He had initially contemplated using the police to intimidate Lu Yang, yet now the tables had turned. Faced with someone who could command lightning, possibly a demon, he realized the futility of such threats. What could the police do against him? No wonder Lu Yang had remained unfazed by his intimidation. It was over, utterly over. Nakai felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, his corpulent body trembling uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Lu Yang's mind buzzed with notifications of acquiring negative emotions from the terrified Nakai. Clearly, witnessing Lu Yang's command over lightning had left Nakai paralyzed with fear, extinguishing any desire to resist. Lu Yang smirked, declaring, Indeed, I am not human. I am the god you can only dream of. I shall dominate your entire nation of cherry blossoms. Every soul in this land shall kneel before me. Lu Yang, you, a pitiful wretch, dared to plot my demise. Now, I shall let you experience the agony of electric torture. With that, Lu Yang pointed his finger once more, unleashing another bolt of electricity that struck Nakai's chest, spreading throughout his body. "Please, I beg you, spare me, do not electrocute me any longer. I will comply with any terms. It was my folly to act against you, I apologize. Grant me mercy this once," Nakai cried out. Writhing in agony, he collapsed to the ground, repeatedly bowing before Lu Yong, his body rigid, unable to articulate any further pleas, only able to emit pitiful sounds of distress. "Oh, dead already? How fragile you are," Lu Yong scoffed, reveling in the moment. This marked the first life he had claimed since his rebirth. Initially, he had expected his first kill to be the third young master, yet it turned out to be this pitiful glutton. Nevertheless, even the third young master merely sought to confront him over Sakura and did not resort to murder. But Nakai had attempted to run him down simply because he had taken residence at Oda's house. Such a fate was richly deserved. The moment Nakai resolved to take another's life, he should have prepared himself for the consequences. This reclusive, overweight individual had no social connections. Even if he vanished, no one would notice. His basement was utterly soundproofed and devoid of any scent. Before the apocalypse arrived, no one would discover his secret. Even if someone did find out, it mattered little. With his current abilities, even the police of the Cherry Blossom Nation would be unable to apprehend him. Moreover, Lu Yong had tested the potency of his electrical attacks. Merely using a third of his strength had been sufficient to kill. If he unleashed his full power, he could obliterate a person's skull. What a thrill! Had he possessed such capabilities in his previous life, would he have met his demise? Now, with the system's support, he was destined to become a god in the impending apocalypse, bringing the entire Cherry Blossom Nation to its knees and claiming all its beauties for himself while reducing all its men to mere servants. He aspired to become the mightiest man in existence. After dispatching Nakai, Lu Yong exited the villa, sealing the basement door behind him, ensuring Nakai would remain ensnared in eternal slumber. Having completed his task, Lu Yong returned to Oda's residence. At this moment, Madame Oda observed Lu Yang's return, her face betraying a flicker of tension and fear. The events of the previous night, marked by Lu Yang's overwhelming violence, had left her thoroughly unsettled. She had come to fully comprehend Lu Yang's formidable strength. Though he appeared to be merely an ordinary university student, once disrobed, his muscular physique surpassed even that of a bear. Lu Yangkuan, you've returned, dinner is ready. Let us dine together. The supplies you requested have all arrived and have been moved to the basement, Madame Oda said, mustering her courage as she spoke to Lu Yong. Her tone remained gentle, yet it was tinged with a hint of trepidation. Ma'am. Lu Yong nodded in acknowledgement, and subsequently, they shared their evening meal. After dinner, Lu Yong proceeded to the basement to inspect the supplies. He had already stored the previous batch in his spatial realm, and with a decisive wave of his hand, he collected all the supplies from the basement into his space once more. After completing this task, he returned to his room. Meanwhile, in one of Tokyo's finest hospitals, a powerful man entered a patient room. Chapter 45. The Return of the Elder Brother. This man was tall and robust. His muscular contours sharply defined as if chiseled from stone. His skin was dark, resembling bronze, having been tempered through countless trials. His features were resolute, and his gaze was sharp and icy, causing those on the street to avert their eyes. As if a mere glance could inflict harm, with each step, he exuded an air of vitality and agility. Upon entering the patient room, the man lying on the bed, his chest bound in bandages, instantly sat up, his face lighting up with surprise as he exclaimed, "Elder brother, you've returned? I thought it would be several more days." The eldest son of the Chiu Dao family, ranked 18th on the global assassin leaderboard, had been recognized for his extraordinary talent from a young age by a top-tier assassin organization where he underwent rigorous training. He had since risen to become a prominent figure within that organization. His prowess was underscored by the fact that the most challenging missions were entrusted to him. The Chiu Dao family's esteemed position in Tokyo was largely attributable to the wealth and connections he had cultivated. Having completed his mission ahead of schedule, he had returned. The eldest son spoke lightly, his gaze lingering on his two younger brothers for a moment before his brow furrowed involuntarily as he remarked, "A crushed chest? Broken limbs? It seems the opponent possesses considerable strength, a true martial artist." The eldest son mused that he himself could not achieve the feat of breaking a man's thigh with bare hands. For his training had focused primarily on assassination techniques, which emphasized stealth and precision strikes. While he was indeed stronger than the average person, he had yet to reach the level where he could shatter bones with his bare hands. The thigh bone, being the strongest in the human body, would require an instantaneous application of at least 250 kilograms of force to break. This implied that the opponent's strength must allow them to lift at least 500 pounds with one hand. Far surpassing that of a professional weightlifter. It was likely that this individual was a dedicated practitioner of strength training. Upon hearing the eldest brother's words, the second and third sons displayed expressions of sheer terror. They were immediately reminded of the horror they had experienced at Liu Yang's hands. The second son's eyes brimmed with tears as he lamented, "That guy is nothing short of a monster. Elder brother, his strength is simply overwhelming. Several of our strongest men were sent flying by him. When his foot pressed down on my chest, it felt as though I were being crushed by a steamroller. He is an international student from the Dragon Kingdom, and I suspect he is a legendary martial artist." A martial artist from the Dragon Kingdom? I have encountered such individuals before, no matter how skilled. They fear the blade eye in the face of an assassination expert. Martial artists are merely inconsequential. Provide me with his name and photograph. Tomorrow will be his last day on this earth. I shall ensure he disappears without a trace. The eldest son declared with confidence. His expertise lay in assassination, not direct confrontation. Although he acknowledged a disparity in strength, he believed that no one in Tokyo could surpass his skills in assassination. The only assassin in Sakura country who could rival him was currently abroad. Thus, the eldest son felt empowered to eliminate anyone who crossed his path without fear of obstruction. "Understood, elder brother. I will send it to you immediately." The second son replied, promptly retrieving his phone to forward the photos and videos of Liu Yang that had been captured on a forum. Upon viewing the images of Liu Yang surrounded by admirers at school, the eldest son furrowed his brow and remarked, "He hardly appears to be a formidable opponent. Nevertheless, that matters little. He shall be eliminated. Elder brother, please exercise caution. This individual is quite unusual. Do not be deceived by his appearance. He is much more than an ordinary university student." The second son cautioned, "Rest assured, there are only 17 individuals in this world who warrant my caution, and regrettably, they are all currently outside of Sakura country." The eldest son's face radiated confidence as he exited the hospital room without a backward glance. Once the eldest brother had departed, the third son exhaled deeply, having felt a sense of suffocating pressure while his elder brother was present. "Second brother, is elder brother not immensely powerful? I feel as though his pressure far exceeds that of Liu Yang. Surely, Liu Yang cannot match elder brother's strength. We are safe now, of course. Elder brother is the strongest. He ranks among the elite globally. The top 50 assassins are all extraordinary individuals, and our elder brother's position at 18th is indicative of a true master. To date, there has been no task beyond his capabilities. How could a mere university student pose any challenge to him? His demise is inevitable." The second son's eyes darkened with malice. As a prominent figure within a society, he was accustomed to being revered and honored. Yet Liu Yang had humiliated him publicly, compelling him to kneel in submission. He could not swallow this indignity. With elder brother returning to avenge him, he felt exhilarated. "Second brother, I wish to be discharged early. I must witness how that detestable individual meets his end. He has inflicted unbearable harm upon me, breaking both my arms and legs. I want to see him beg for mercy before elder brother." The third son declared through gritted teeth. The mere recollection of Liu Yang's actions sent shivers down his spine. Having spent a sleepless night in the hospital, he awoke from nightmares where Liu Yang pursued him, leaving him in a state of terror. Liu Yang had become his haunting nightmare. Unless he witnessed Liu Yang kneeling in supplication, he would never find peace. Calm yourself, third brother. While elder brother is indeed powerful, Liu Yang is not to be underestimated. If he feels cornered, he may retaliate against us. Even elder brother might not be able to protect us all if that were to happen. Surely, you do not wish to be collateral damage in his final moments? At these words, the third son recalled Liu Yang's terrifying strength, causing him to shudder involuntarily. "Very well, I shall remain in the hospital. We will await the good news from elder brother together." The third son was no fool. Though he yearned to witness Liu Yang's demise, he was not willing to risk his own life in the process. Chapter 46. A Direct Elimination. The following morning, Liu Yang awoke feeling invigorated. After enjoying the heartfelt breakfast prepared by Madame Oda, He set off for school. As he walked along the path, a sensation of being watched washed over him. Having developed a keen sense of vigilance during the apocalyptic times, he instinctively guarded against potential ambushes. This was the same intuition that had alerted him to Nakai's covert scrutiny in the past. Now, he felt the weight of another set of eyes upon him, and the feeling of danger was palpably stronger. Liu Yang frowned subtly, realizing that as he made more enemies, the number of those wishing him harm increased correspondingly. However, with his current strength, who could possibly pose a threat to him? He continued forward, deliberately choosing a less crowded route, eventually finding himself in a desolate alley. This location served as an ideal setting for an assassination attempt. If someone intended to harm him, they would surely reveal themselves now. Just as Liu Yang came to a halt, the air suddenly sliced with a series of swift sounds. 3. Throwing knives soared from the shadows, aimed directly at his chest. These knives flew with such velocity, akin to bullets, that they could only have been hurled by an extraordinary individual. For anyone else, reacting in time would have been impossible. Yet, at this moment, Liu Yang possessed several times the physical prowess and reflexes of an ordinary person. To him, the speed of the knives appeared almost sluggish. With a deft sidestep, he evaded the trio of blades, which then embedded themselves deeply into the concrete floor. Liu Yang was taken aback. What tremendous strength! Their force nearly matched a third of his own. Observing Liu Yang deftly avoid his projectiles, the eldest son, lurking in the shadows, gasped in astonishment. Incredible! He managed to dodge that. Liu Yang's gaze locked onto the eldest son's south hiding place. As the flying knife was launched, he had already discerned the opponent's location through its trajectory. Behind the corner of that distant building, Liu Yang's eyes sparkled with electric intensity, and a faint crackling sound emanated from his fingertips, ready to unleash his lightning attack at any moment. Yet, before striking, he wished to ascertain the identity of his adversary. Thus he called out to the person concealed behind the corner. "Come forth. I am aware of your hiding place. Who are you? Why do you seek my demise?" The young master realized that his hiding spot had been compromised, so he abandoned his concealment and stepped into view. Upon seeing him, Liu Yang instantly recognized that this individual bore a striking resemblance to the third young master, albeit older, presumably one of his elder brothers. The third young master truly was incorrigible. Still plotting revenge against him in such dire circumstances, it seemed that sparing his life had not been valued, and next time, he would ensure to take his life instead. Liu Yang, a freshman at the University of Tokyo and an international student from Longhua, possessed martial arts skills that allowed him to contend with 10 foes simultaneously. As the young master advanced, he began to recite Liu Yang's personal details. Liu Yang regarded him with a bemused expression, thinking, "Your information is rather outdated. I possess 4 additional superpowers. How is it that you are unaware? But you should never have touched my brother. Offending me means you have sealed your fate with that." The young master swiftly launched several more flying knives directly at Liu Yang's face. He approached with a ghostly swiftness, intending to attack up close under the cover of the flying knives. He understood that his opponent could evade his projectiles, yet as a professional assassin, his methods of killing were far from singular. The more proficient the assassin, the more archaic their assassination techniques. It was said that the number 1 assassin on the leaderboard employed only one method: throat-slitting. No matter how challenging the task or how formidable the opponent, he would always sever their neck, earning him the moniker of throat-slitting maniac. Liu Yang let out a cold laugh and deftly dodged the flying knife. In that very moment, the young master was nearly upon him, brandishing a dagger glinting ominously, poised to pierce Liu Yang's heart. Liu Yang extended a finger towards him, and in an instant, the young master felt a jolt of trepidation. A profound sense of danger coursed through him, causing his hair to stand on end, as if he were locked in the sights of a sniper rifle. How could such a mere finger possess such overwhelming power? What did this individual intend to do to him? In the next heartbeat, he witnessed a burst of electricity flicker from Liu Yang's fingertip. Zzz, boom. A thunderous crack resounded as a bolt of lightning, akin to a silver serpent, surged forth from Liu Yang's finger, striking the young master squarely in the head. Reviewers, please note that this scene depicts the young master attempting to kill the protagonist, thus necessitating the protagonist's counterattack, which does not constitute unwarranted murder. Subsequently, his body crumpled to the ground in a running posture. The globally ranked 18th assassin had met his end at Liu Yang's hands. Yet, Liu Yang maintained an expression as serene as a gentle breeze, emerging from the alleyway to resume his academic pursuits, as if vanquishing a professional killer were as simple as a casual roadside respite. In school, his peers regarded Liu Yang with a mixture of fear and reverence, avoiding him at all costs, only daring to capture clandestine photographs from a distance. Wherever he went, waves of negative energy followed, instilling dread in all who crossed his path. During lunch, he continued conversing with Sakura Kongtian and Lena, enjoying the refreshing air conditioning. Upon returning to Mrs. Oda's residence after classes, Liu Yang found his online purchases had arrived: bows, crossbows, and large machetes. In total, he had ordered 20 bows, 20 crossbows, and 20 machetes, along with 1,000 arrows. Though he wielded lightning attacks, his current mental energy could not sustain frequent use. Thus, ordinary weapons like bows and swords would prove most effective against typical zombies. In the basement, Liu Yang prepared to test his sharpshooter abilities. According to the description of his superpower, he could achieve perfect accuracy and even fire consecutive shots. The notion of perfect accuracy was easily comprehensible, but the reason for the mention of consecutive shots puzzled him. Couldn't any ordinary person shoot arrows in succession? Even firing 10 arrows in a row was not beyond their capabilities. Why was this superpower singled out? Pondering this, Liu Yang swiftly knocked an arrow and released it. Whoosh, thud. The arrow struck the bullseye. Liu Yang's face lit up with astonishment. Indeed, it was perfect accuracy, scoring a 10 without even needing to aim meticulously. He could shoot purely by intuition. Chapter 47. The police arrived next. He sought to understand the nature of the consecutive shot ability. Liu Yang quickly knocked another arrow and released 2 arrows in rapid succession. Whoosh, whoosh. As the first arrow flew, the second arrow followed closely behind, striking the first arrow's tail. The force was transferred to the first arrow, and with a sharp crack, the first arrow embedded itself deep into the target, even penetrating the concrete wall behind it. Seeing this, Liu Yang's expression turned to one of delight. So this is the fabled power of the consecutive shot, which doubles the impact. The first arrow is struck by the second, resulting in the amplification of force. An idea sparked in Liu Yang's mind. If this were the case, could he not alter the trajectory of the first arrow by adjusting the angle of the second? Without hesitation, he released 2 more arrows. Whoosh, whoosh. This time, the second arrow hit the tail of the first arrow from a different angle. The first arrow changed direction, achieving a curve. Witnessing this, Liu Yang's face radiated with joy. Indeed, it was possible. He could even achieve a 90-degree turn. This sharpshooter ability was truly remarkable. Even if an enemy were hiding behind a wall, Liu Yang could use this skill to curve his arrows and strike them. The potential of this ability was staggering. After testing his sharpshooter powers, Liu Yang wore a satisfied smile, promptly storing all the weapons in his storage space. He exited the basement, returned to his room, took a shower, and lay down in bed, ready for a restful sleep. Meanwhile, in the hospital's morgue, the second young master gazed at the corpse before him, his face betraying shock. The sinewy muscles, the chiseled features, the body forged like tempered steel. It was undeniably his elder brother. Yet, why had his brother's head exploded? What on earth transpired? Who was responsible? Did not his brother vow to avenge him against Liu Yang? How could he have been slain so summarily? The second young master was on the verge of madness. Nearby, a police officer addressed him. Please accept my condolences. According to the initial assessment by the doctor, he was struck by lightning, which fortuitously hit his head, resulting in instantaneous death. It is classified as accidental. Accidental. How could that be? In broad daylight, where would lightning come from? There had been no rain or wind. Liu Yang did this. It had to be him. The second young master raged. Liu Yang? Who is that? Inquired a seasoned police officer, his gaze sharpening with skepticism. The circumstances surrounding this death were indeed suspicious. Struck by lightning in the middle of the day, especially amidst towering city buildings, was a rare event. Lightning rods atop skyscrapers would typically divert any strikes, preventing them from hitting individuals below. The young master had perished in a narrow alley, far from open spaces where lightning would normally strike. Liu Yang is an international student at the University of Tokyo. My chest, my brother's limbs, were all broken by him. My elder brother sought to avenge us, only to meet his end near the University of Tokyo. Who else could it be but Liu Yang? The second young master asserted vehemently. Xiao Lin, review the surveillance footage from that vicinity and see if this Lu Yong has made an appearance." The old officer commanded a young female officer beside him. "Understood, Captain." The tall, attractive officer named Xiao Lin nodded, promptly commencing her investigation of the footage. The old officer then handed the second young master a business card, stating, "I am Kato, the captain of the Tokyo security team. If you uncover any further leads, do not hesitate to contact me. Rest assured, if your brother's demise was indeed a murder rather than an accident, I will ensure the perpetrator is brought to justice." The second young master accepted the card, his face still alight with agitation. "It was undoubtedly Lu Yong. Investigate him thoroughly. You will surely uncover clues. That man is no ordinary person. He knows martial arts. He may even possess some form of sorcery. Perhaps he summoned the lightning himself. Do not worry. Remain calm. We will not overlook any murderer, nor will we falsely accuse any innocent party." "We are professionals," Kato reassured him, patting the second young master on the shoulder before departing. In the Tokyo security team's office, Xiao Lin retrieved the surveillance footage she had gathered and projected it onto the screen. As the playback continued, the captain remarked, "This is the morning route taken by the international student Lu Yong. According to surveillance footage, he indeed entered that alley. However, there are no cameras within the alley, so we cannot ascertain what transpired inside. Furthermore, Lu Yong was the only person to enter the alley. There has been no trace of the young master. The footage does not reveal when the young master entered. It seems as though he appeared out of thin air. Yet, the time of the young master's death coincides with Lu Yang's presence in the alley, suggesting a potential connection between the two. The young master, being one of the top assassins on the global leaderboard, could easily evade surveillance and find blind spots. He initially believed he would eliminate Lu Yong, deliberately avoiding cameras to leave no clues for the police. Unexpectedly, he became the one who met his demise. Observing the footage now, Captain Kato's expression grew somber. It appears that neither of these individuals is quite normal. The young master did not appear on the surveillance. How did he end up in that alley? How did he meet his end there? What is the nature of their relationship? Was it merely to avenge his brother by causing trouble for Lu Yong? If that were the case, why is there no footage of him? After pondering for a few minutes, Kato made a decisive statement to Kobayashi. "Bring Lu Yong to me. I wish to question him personally." "Understood, Captain." Kobayashi nodded and promptly set out with several team members. At 10 p.m., following the leads, Kobayashi, accompanied by 3 officers from the security team, arrived at Madame Oda's residence and knocked on her door. Madame Oda opened the door herself, and upon seeing the officers, her face instantly registered shock and fear. "I didn't call the police. What is going on with these Tokyo officers? Who are they looking for?" After her initial fright, Madame Oda feigned calmness and inquired, "Officers, how may I assist you?" "Good evening. You are Madame Oda, correct? We have received information that the international student Lu Yong, residing at your home, may be connected to a case and needs to accompany us for questioning. He should be living here, correct?" Kobayashi stated bluntly. "A case?" Madame Oda felt as if she had plunged into an ice pit. "This case 1T involved the bullying incident with Kudo, will it?" "No, please, not that. I have worked so hard to stabilize Lu Yang's situation. Am I to lose everything now?" Though she was on the verge of a breakdown internally, Madame Oda maintained a facade of calmness as she addressed Officer Kobayashi. "Officer, Lu Yong indeed resides with me, as he is a good friend of Kudo's. He is merely an ordinary international student. How could he possibly be involved in any case? That is not something Madame should concern herself with. For now, we need him to accompany us." Kobayashi signaled to his team with a glance and entered Madame Oda's home. He was guided to Lu Yang's room. At that moment, Lu Yong was preparing to rest when he heard a knock at the door. Upon opening it, he was met by 4 officers. The leading female officer was strikingly beautiful, standing approximately 1.65 meters tall and weighing around 100 pounds. Her ample bosom was evident even beneath her uniform, showcasing a figure that was undeniably impressive, rivaling even Madame Oda's. She must be a top-tier officer. It seems this female officer carries a heavy burden every day. I wonder if she manages to catch thieves when in pursuit? Lu Yong was not surprised to be approached by a female officer at such a late hour. He instantly recalled the incident involving the young master's death, fearing that the police might have already discovered it. However, they would surely lack evidence, for he had no physical contact with the young master. He had been struck by lightning. Thus, Lu Yong wore a relaxed expression as he addressed the officer. "What is it?" "Officer?" Is it too much to let someone sleep at night? You are Lu Yang. Officer Kobayashi's face showed a hint of surprise. Although she had seen a blurry image of Lu Yang in the surveillance footage, she had not anticipated him to be so handsome and radiant, not at all resembling a potential killer. He did not appear to be a vicious criminal capable of trampling on another's chest or breaking limbs. That's me, Lu Yang replied calmly. Then you need to come with us. We suspect you are involved in a case, and we need your cooperation for our investigation, Kobayashi stated evenly. A case? I haven't done anything wrong. Lu Yang replied, displaying no sign of panic. For now, it is merely a suspicion. If you cooperate with our investigation, and if you are innocent, we will clear your name, Officer Kobayashi assured him. Very well, I will accompany you. Lu Yang nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Madame Oda watched Lu Yang anxiously, signaling him with her eyes while subtly shaking her head to indicate that this matter was not her doing and that she was not the one who alerted the police. Lu Yang understood well that Madame Oda had put in considerable effort. She had invested money and even sacrificed her own comfort in transforming the villa. In such circumstances, she would never report him to the police, for the sunk costs were too high. Once the police were involved, her son's bullying would come to light, and all her efforts would be in vain. Lu Yang gave her a reassuring nod, indicating she need not worry. He then followed Officer Kobayashi and his team into the police vehicle and proceeded to the security team headquarters, in the interrogation room at the security team. Captain Kudo held a stack of investigative materials, scrutinizing Lu Yang with a knowing gaze. This individual is not merely the honest and sunny character he appears to be. Investigations reveal he has recently acquired a considerable amount of illicit wealth. How exactly did he come by such funds? This is indeed a matter worth contemplating. Kudo began. Lu Yang, 18 years old, an international student from Long Country, currently enrolled as a freshman at the University of Tokyo. Prior to May 11th, you were an honest and straightforward student. However, on May 11th, you moved into Madame Oda's home, having had no prior interaction with her. Moreover, your relationship with Kudo, Madame Oda's son, is far from amicable. You have even clashed and fought at school, so how did you come to reside in Madame Oda's home? Lu Yang replied calmly, it was love at first sight with Madame Oda. We met on the train on May 11th. I was drawn to her and she to me, so I moved into her home. Is there a problem with that? Officer Kobayashi raised an eyebrow at this statement, but Madame Oda is already 35 years old. Women are like fine wine. They become more exquisite with age. I prefer someone a little older. I see that Officer Kobayashi also possesses a certain charm. May I inquire how old you are? Lu Yang replied with a cheeky grin. Kobayashi's cheeks flushed a shade of red. Captain Kudo interjected sternly, this is not the time for jest. Answer my questions directly. Very well. I assure you of my cooperation. Lu Yang replied calmly. Kudo continued, Madame Oda transferred you 5 million. Your school principal transferred you 50 million. And the third and second young masters each transferred you 20 million. You amassed an incredible sum of 95 million in just a few days. Why did they transfer this money to you? What methods did you use to threaten them? I have already explained I fell in love with Madame Oda at first sight. She is a renowned television host with ample funds, while I am in need of money, so she generously gave me 5 million as pocket money. As for the third and second young masters, they sought to trouble me and assaulted me publicly, only to realize they could not overpower me and ultimately decided to settle with money, which I consider compensation for emotional distress. They offered it voluntarily. I never extorted them for it. I have never asked them for money or specified any amount. As for the principal, that was due to my commendable performance at school. I often highlighted the principal's achievements, so he took the initiative to reward me with 50 million. Does that not make sense? Lu Yang answered matter-of-factly. Listening to Lu Yang's words, Captain Kudo frowned at it. Seemed as though Lu Yang's statements were devoid of truth, yet he could not find a way to counter them. At first glance, they appeared reasonable. Today, surveillance shows you entered a dead-end alley, where the body of the young master was discovered. The time of his death coincides with your entrance into the alley, indicating that you killed the young master. Correct? Kudo fixed a piercing gaze on Lu Yang, as if he could see through his thoughts. Lu Yang recognized this as an attempt by the security team captain to provoke him. He replied calmly, what can an international student like me do? I would never dare to commit murder. Officer, a case must have evidence. Please do not slander me without basis. Do not be arrogant. As long as you are guilty, I will find the evidence, Kudo stated earnestly, continuing to question Lu Yang. Now tell me, what transpired after you entered that alley? Why did you go there? Did you encounter the young master? Lu Yang maintained an air of tranquility. Responding with a hint of amusement, I found myself in urgent need while on my way to school, so I sought out a secluded alley to relieve myself. When I entered that alley, I did not encounter this so-called young master. His answer was both reasonable and coherent. Countless clues indicated his involvement in the young master's demise, yet not a shred of conclusive evidence could be found. How infuriating! Kato furrowed his brow and flipped through the documents in his hand, continuing his interrogation. According to our investigation, you recently instructed Madame Oda to purchase a considerable amount of supplies, and you also made numerous online purchases for weapons, including bows, crossbows, and knives in staggering quantities. What do you intend to do with these weapons? Are you planning to commit murder? Kato, I must remind you that although you are the captain of the security team and have reasons to suspect me, you cannot malign my character. I feel you harbor some bias against me, and if this continues, I shall not cooperate further. Please discuss this matter with my lawyer. Lu Yang replied coldly. Very well. I concede that my approach in questioning you has been somewhat improper. Let me rephrase. What is your purpose in acquiring such an arsenal? Kato, taken aback by Lu Yang's astuteness, was compelled to soften his tone. I have a passion for outdoor survival, and my collection of these weapons is simply a reflection of my interests as an enthusiast. It is a perfectly normal hobby for someone who thrives on survival. Moreover, all these weapons comply with the laws of Sakura country. They are not prohibited items. Therefore, you have no grounds to suspect me of murder solely based on my possession of weapons. Lu Yang replied with unwavering calmness. Upon hearing this, Kato felt a surge of frustration as he closed the file in his hands. The leads provided by the documents indeed failed to substantiate Lu Yang's culpability. Surveillance footage did not capture the young master entering the alley, nor was there any evidence linking Lu Yang to the young master's injury. The case had reached an impasse, leaving them at a loss for further investigation. Numerous signs pointed to Lu Yang's high level of suspicion, yet no evidence could be found. It was exasperating. Beside them, Officer Kobayashi furrowed her brow, scrutinizing Lu Yang. There was something decidedly off about him, and he exhibited a disconcerting levity. While responding to the captain's inquiries, his gaze would occasionally flit towards her. What could he possibly find appealing? She could feel her patience wearing thin. He struck her as exceedingly lewd. Everyone, if there are no further questions, I believe I may take my leave. I have classes to attend tomorrow. Rest assured, should you uncover any evidence, you may contact me at any time. I will fully cooperate with your investigation. Lu Yang remarked casually to Kato. Kato was reluctant to let him go, yet Lu Yang's reasoning was sound. They could not resort to coercive measures or force a confession. Given his cooperative demeanor, it seemed unreasonable to detain him further. Very well, you may return for now, Kato conceded with a nod, albeit begrudgingly. It's rather dangerous for a university student to walk alone at this hour. What if I were to encounter a nefarious individual? Perhaps Officer Kobayashi could escort me home. I relish her company. Officer Kobayashi is broad-minded and exudes a sense of security, Lu Yang said with a mischievous grin. Upon hearing this flippant remark, Officer Kobayashi felt a surge of irritation and shot Lu Yang a disdainful glance. However, Kato swiftly exchanged a knowing look with her, signaling her to draw closer to Lu Yang to seek a breakthrough. If he exhibited such a lecherous demeanor, they might leverage that to their advantage, as it was the only apparent weakness they had identified. Kobayashi, you will drive Lu Yang home. Please ensure safety en route, Kato instructed. Understood, Captain, she replied curtly before turning to Lu Yang with a hint of distaste. Let us go. I'll take you home. Thank you, officer, Lu Yang said with a smile, nodding before addressing Kato again. Captain Kato, in the future, if you lack substantive evidence, I would appreciate it if you refrained from disturbing my rest in the middle of the night. My lawyer will reach out to you. Any matters should be discussed with him. With that, Lu Yang gracefully turned to leave the security office and stepped into Officer Kobayashi's patrol car. As Lu Yang departed, Kato's team members displayed expressions of frustration. One officer exclaimed, Captain, that guy is definitely hiding something. Why did we let him go? We have the right to detain him for 24 hours. If we keep him awake, he will surely reveal some truths. Another added, Indeed. This fellow is far from innocent. Why have so many people transferred him money in such a short span? Why do they only send him funds? 9,500,000 is an amount that most people would struggle to earn in their lifetime, and he is merely an international student. A third officer suggested, perhaps we should investigate those around him, such as Madame Oda and that headmaster. If we uncover the truth behind their financial support to Lu Yong, we might find some leads related to his involvement in the murder. Kato nodded after listening to his team. You all make compelling points. This individual is certainly suspicious. I can guarantee that based on my decade of experience in solving cases, we simply have yet to gather the evidence. You should begin investigating those close to him. I will have Kobayashi subtly probe Lu Yong, hoping to uncover any cracks in his story. There is no such thing as a perfect crime. Every crime leaves traces. Criminals will eventually be caught, regardless of who they are, Kato declared confidently. The death of the young master was the most perplexing and challenging case he had encountered in years, igniting Kato's competitive spirit to solve it and bring the perpetrator to justice. And at present, the prime suspect was Lu Yong. Meanwhile, in the patrol car, Lu Yong sat in the passenger seat, admiring Officer Kobayashi as she drove. He marveled at her beauty, noting her alluring charm. She appeared to be around 25 years old, embodying the innocence of youth while possessing the allure of maturity, a perfect blend of both. Even her anger and disgust were captivating. One could only imagine how stunning she would be when she smiled. Such a woman was someone he genuinely wished to date, especially since he had never had a police officer for a girlfriend. Officer Kobayashi, how old are you? Lu Yong asked with a smile, glancing at her as she drove. Why do you want to know? Do you not realize that asking a woman her age is inappropriate? Kobayashi retorted, shooting him an exasperated look. This man, a criminal suspect no less, seemed blissfully unaware of the situation, casually approaching her as if she were not dedicated to apprehending wrongdoers. I was merely curious. You appear youthful and beautiful. Perhaps around 30. I find it impressive that you've already become an elite detective. Lu Yong commented casually. However, upon hearing this, Kobayashi's expression morphed into one of disbelief and anger. What? You think I look 30? Are your eyes deceiving you? I'm only 25, she exclaimed incredulously. People say I look like I'm in my 20s. How dare you suggest I'm 30? You insufferable man. Oh, I see Officer Kobayashi is actually 25. I'm 19, so you are 6 years my senior. There's an old saying, a woman 3 years older than a man is like a gold brick. You are perfectly positioned? Having 2 bricks, Lu Yong teased with a mischievous grin. He couldn't help but admire her form, his gaze lingering on her alluring figure. Upon hearing his words, Kobayashi's disdain deepened. You are truly a lecherous individual, she scoffed, rolling her eyes. Whether or not I have a boyfriend is my personal matter, not yours. I would rather ask you why you committed murder. Now, I must remind you, as officers of the law, you ought to be cautious. Such unfounded accusations should not be levied against us, especially as representatives of the Sakura country's authorities. Do you really think we would bully an international student? I assure you, I am not a murderer. Do I look like someone capable of such an act? Lu Yong spread his hands, feigning innocence. Kobayashi cast a skeptical glance at his arms. The muscular definition in his forearms was more pronounced than that of the deceased young master. His physique, even concealed beneath clothing, resembled that of a bodybuilder. You handily dispatch 100 chickens. You are a man of no integrity. I increasingly suspect you. Rest assured, if you are guilty, the truth will ultimately surface. She warned him, momentarily forgetting Kato's earlier directive to build rapport with Lu Yong and extract information. She found it impossible to engage with such a loathsome individual. At long last, she delivered Lu Yong to Madame Oda's residence. Upon opening the door, Madame Oda's countenance brightened with relief at the sight of Lu Yang's return. Her eyes were slightly reddened, unmistakably indicative of the tears she had shed due to Lu Yang's earlier apprehension by the police. On one hand, she genuinely cared about Lu Yang's safety. On the other hand, the thought of her son's video of bullying classmates being automatically uploaded online, should Lu Yang be taken away, loomed heavily over her. Thus, witnessing Lu Yang's return was akin to a weight being lifted from her heart. Officer Kobayashi, observing Madame Oda's tear-streaked eyes, couldn't help but harbor a sense of disdain. Could it be that she genuinely harbored feelings for Lu Yang? After only a few hours since his arrest, her eyes were already swollen from crying. No, I mean, madam, he is your son's classmate. There is nearly a 20-year age difference between you. Do you truly find such a tender sprout appealing? Aren't you afraid of dying in bed? Officer Kobayashi internally scoffed. Moreover, it seemed Lu Yang had a penchant for older women. As he had just spoken to him in a rather forward manner in the CART, appeared their peculiar tastes aligned perfectly. Initially, she had dismissed Liu Yang's words as mere fabrications, but after witnessing Madame Oda's demeanor, she began to entertain the possibility that perhaps they had indeed experienced a moment of undeniable attraction. Otherwise, why would Madame Oda weep so sorrowfully if she had not been coerced? Liu Yangkuan, you have finally returned. I was so worried. Madame Oda spoke with a quivering voice. It's nothing, merely a trivial matter. Assisting the police with their investigation is our collective duty. I trust the Tokyo police will clear my name. By the way, madam, has my lawyer been contacted? Liu Yang gently patted her back in reassurance. Yes, I have reached out to the best lawyer I know. I will send you the contact details shortly. You can reach out to him directly for any matters, Madame Oda responded. Good, that's reassuring. Liu Yang nodded, then turned to Officer Kobayashi, saying, Officer Kobayashi, if there is nothing further, you may return. You have quite alarmed our madam tonight, and I need to comfort her properly. Upon hearing this, Officer Kobayashi grimaced in disgust. What a peculiar pair. He then turned and departed for the police vehicle, heading back to the station. Once the police had left, Madame Oda hurriedly asked Liu Yang, what on earth transpired? I have never reported you to the police. Why did they come looking for you? Rest assured, Madame Oda, it is not your concern, and it is not related to the incident of Kudo bullying his classmates. The police are investigating me for other matters. There is no need for you to worry. I will handle it myself. I am quite fatigued and wish to rest now. You should also retire early? Liu Yang calmly replied. He glanced at his phone. It was already past 1 in the morning. Those wretched peacekeeping forces had robbed him of a good night's sleep. Very well, Liu Yangkuan, do go rest. Madame Oda exhaled in relief. She feared Liu Yang might mistakenly think she had reported him, potentially leading to the release of the incriminating video, but thankfully, Liu Yang was astute enough to understand. Chapter 51. Discovery of the basement. The following day, Liu Yang attended school as usual, while the criminal investigation team began probing into the individuals surrounding Liu Yang. They initially focused on Madame Oda, who had provided financial assistance, as well as the school principal, as for the second and third young masters. Their motives for financial support were abundantly clear, rendering further inquiries unnecessary. They insisted Liu Yang must have been the one to murder the eldest young master. Thus, their testimonies were dismissed, given their familial ties to the deceased. However, what the criminal investigation team did not anticipate was that neither Madame Oda nor the principal would provide any useful leads. Madame Oda's explanation was quite straightforward. She was willing to financially support Liu Yang, a good friend in need. While her words implied a rather scandalous arrangement, the principal, being the uncle of the deceased, was expected to furnish them with valuable insights. To their surprise, the principal adamantly asserted that the 50 million yen was a voluntary gift to Liu Yang, motivated by Liu Yang's exemplary status as a student. Although he was strict with ordinary students, he held a special fondness for outstanding ones, often rewarding them out of his own pocket. He even retrieved records of transfers made to several high-achieving female students, varying from 10 million to 30 million yen. As a member of the Akiyama family, the principal was not lacking in financial resources. In his eyes, Liu Yang, being the most exceptional student and a foreigner in need, warranted such assistance. Consequently, the police had no choice but to accept his account and regarded him with admiration, viewing him as a commendable educator. The principal further emphasized Liu Yang's merits, highlighting his academic excellence and virtuous character, asserting that he only retaliated when provoked, even noting that his own nephews ended up in the hospital after antagonizing Liu Yang. In the principal's perspective, the fault lay with his nephews, not Liu Yang. Yet, the principal was not naive. He knew he held leverage over Liu Yang. Although Liu Yang claimed to have deleted the video, the principal doubted such an important piece of evidence would not have a backup. The only thing restraining Liu Yang was the agreement stipulating he would incur a tenfold compensation, amounting to 5 billion yen, should he release the video. However, if Liu Yang were apprehended by the police, no amount of money would save him, and he might inadvertently expose the principal's own misconduct with female students, jeopardizing his future and possibly leading to imprisonment, considering that some of those students had been coerced. Therefore, the principal had no desire for Liu Yang to be captured by the police. After hearing the principal's testimony, the criminal investigation team once again found themselves at an impasse. Neither Madame Oda nor the principal had provided any clues regarding Liu Yang's alleged crime. How had he managed to receive money while standing idle? Liu Yang was not in need of funds and had no apparent motive for murder. even if the eldest young master sought to confront him. It hardly warranted such extreme measures. Furthermore, the autopsy revealed that the young master had perished due to a lightning strike. What capacity did Liu Yang possess to summon lightning? All signs indicated that Liu Yang was likely not the murderer. The members of the criminal investigation team exchanged glances before departing the principal's office. After a day of fruitless inquiries, they returned to the station to report the findings to Captain Kudo. Upon hearing their account, Captain Kudo donned a grave expression. His instincts told him Liu Yang was the culprit, yet no evidence corroborated this theory. This was indeed a perplexing case. Shaking his head, he addressed his team. Let's leave it at that for today. Tomorrow, we shall continue our investigation, starting with those close to him, including classmates and any romantic interests. He has become quite the figure of notoriety in the school forums. I trust you have seen the discussions surrounding him. How did a once unassuming exchange student become such a prominent figure? There must be more to this story. Additionally, investigate the residents of the villa area where Madame Oda resides. We may uncover some insights from the neighbors regarding Liu Yang. Understood, Captain. The team members nodded in agreement before departing. Meanwhile, Liu Yang maintained his routine, attending school, returning home, and engaging in casual conversations with the school beauty in a hotel room. Enjoying the air conditioning. The following day, the criminal investigation team commenced their inquiries among the neighbors in the villa district, hoping to glean insights about Liu Yang from their perspectives. However, the villa area was sparsely populated, and the residents rarely interacted. Most had no recollection of Liu Yang and were even unaware that he lived among them. The only individual with a slight impression of Liu Yang was the security guard, who merely recognized him as a guest of Madame Oda's. The investigation team felt disheartened by this lack of information. They then approached the neighboring villa directly across from Madame Oda's residence. But after knocking for an extended period, no one answered. The team members were perplexed and sought assistance from the property management. The management informed them that the villa was indeed occupied by a resident named Nakai, a reclusive individual who seldom ventured outside. Undeterred, the investigation team continued to knock, but after much persistence, they still received no response. The villa in question is the closest one to Madame Oda's residence, making it the most convenient location for observing her every move. It is quite possible that there are clues regarding Liu Yang within, prompting the investigation team to request access from the property management. Soon, the doors swung open. Upon entering the villa, the detectives were taken aback to find every corner adorned with photographs of Madame Oda. The owner of this house is clearly a deviant. As they scoured the premises, their suspicions about the owner's perverse nature only deepened, especially upon discovering an abundance of photographs of Madame Oda on his computer hard drive, alongside videos featuring AI-generated face swaps using her likeness. The content of those videos was disturbingly explicit, causing Officer Kobayashi to blush and his heart to race. Unable to endure any further, he abruptly shut off the playback, exclaiming, "Where has this guy gone? We must find him. He is truly a pervert." Thus, they continued their search, quickly focusing their attention on Nakai's basement. Exchanging glances, they collectively opened the basement door, only to be met with a shocking sight. Chapter 52. Discovery of the corpse. The basement was permeated with a foul stench. Inside a steel dog cage lay a corpulent corpse, curled up and charred black. Beneath the body was a puddle of liquid, the origin of which, be it bodily fluids or excrement, remained ambiguous. The entire basement was a specially designed sealed space, almost airtight, causing the putrid odor to become trapped within as soon as the door was opened. The stench assaulted their senses. Even seasoned Captain Kudo found it nearly unbearable, feeling a wave of nausea wash over him. Ugh! Other team members and Officer Kobayashi clutched their stomachs, retching uncontrollably at the overpowering stench. Ultimately, Kudo pinched his nose and ventured further inside, instructing Kobayashi, "Immediately contact the team to send a coroner to examine the body." "Yes, Captain." Kobayashi sighed in relief and hurried outside to make the call. Meanwhile, Captain Kudo and the other team members delved deeper into the basement, which was cluttered with torture devices and an array of adult paraphernalia. It was evident that this basement was designed for inflicting torment. As Kudo examined the surroundings, he remarked, "According to the property management's description, the deceased should be Nakai, the owner of this villa. This basement, located within his residence, has clearly undergone significant alterations, presumably by him. But how could he have met his demise here?" One team member, pinching his nose, suggested, "Captain, Could it be that he intended to indulge in some perverse activity and accidentally overstepped, becoming trapped in the cage with no one to discover him until he perished from starvation? Another team member countered, "That seems unlikely. The skin is charred black, the body curled up, and there are indications of incontinence. This manner of death resembles electrocution, does it not?" The first team member's expression shifted to one of realization as he stated, "Ah, I see. He didn't die of starvation. Rather, he sought to engage in some deviant play and electrocuted himself for thrills, only to inadvertently succumb to a lethal current." The second team member rolled his eyes at the first. "How is it that you always jump to such perverse conclusions? Have you considered the possibility that he was murdered?" "Murdered?" This villa was locked from the inside, and without a key, no one could enter. We only gained access thanks to the property management. Who could have murdered him and then locked up the villa? The first team member scoffed. "Locked room murders are not as rare as you think. What is so strange about it? Yet, you're quick to assume he was simply indulging in perverse play and ended up killing himself. It's individuals like you who are most likely to overlook the true culprit." "We must proceed with caution, understood?" The second team member retorted. As the tension between the two escalated, Captain Kudo interjected, "Enough. Let us wait for the coroner's examination to clarify." Before long, the coroner arrived. After a preliminary inspection, he informed Captain Kudo, "Based on our observations, the time of death appears to be approximately 48 hours ago, which means he died the day before yesterday. The cause of death was cardiac arrest due to excessive electrical current, leading to cessation of heart function. Prior to death, the deceased experienced unimaginable terror, as evidenced by the severe contortion of his facial expression. There are bruises on his forehead, not from a cage, but from repeatedly striking the ground, suggesting he may have been begging for mercy, possibly due to the agony inflicted by the current." Upon hearing this, Captain Kudo's expression grew grave. Indeed, it was a murder. Furthermore, the act was committed within the very basement that the deceased had constructed for his own sinister purposes. Undeniably, Nakai was no innocent party. The design of this basement reveals a mind steeped in malevolence, likely intended for his obsession with Madame Oda. His home was plastered with her photographs, his computer filled with illicit videos of her, and AI-generated films featuring her visage, showcasing an obsession that had reached a pathological level. Thus, it was reasonable to conclude that the dog cage was also intended for her. It was a tragic irony that this deviant met his end in the very creation of his own twisted fantasies. Captain Kudo pondered aloud. Nakai had no significant social connections. Even after several days, no one noticed his absence. This suggests he had little enmity to So, who possessed the motive to kill him. The motive for murder is a critical lead in any homicide investigation. There once existed a particularly challenging case of reciprocal murder, wherein two individuals each sought to eliminate someone, potentially in different cities or even different countries, ultimately agreeing to exchange targets. In other words, one would kill the person the other wished to eliminate, thereby nullifying their motives for murder. In Nakai's case, the paramount question is, who harbored the motive to slay him? Madame Oda's acquaintances may have motive. Officer Kobayashi interjected. Nakai's obsession with her reached a perverse level, surveilling her daily life. If I were Madame Oda's partner and discovered this, I would undoubtedly wish to eliminate Nakai. After all, no one desires their spouse to be the object of a deviant's fixation. The first team member chimed in, but Madame Oda's partner has been deceased for 10 years. The second team member added, "Isn't it true that she has a new love interest?" Liu Yang, the international student involved in the young master case, and considering that the young master was struck dead by lightning while Nakai was electrocuted, their deaths bear an uncanny resemblance. Upon hearing this, realization dawned upon everyone present. Indeed, Liu Yang currently resides with Madame Oda, and their relationship is rather ambiguous. According to Liu Yang, they are now in a romantic relationship. Thus, Liu Yang could very well possess the motive to eliminate Nakai. Ostensibly to protect his girlfriend, Madame Oda, Captain Kudo immediately commanded, "Kobayashi, head to Tokyo University at once and bring Liu Yang back to the investigation team. I wish to interrogate him personally." Officer Kobayashi nodded. Affirming, "Understood, Captain, I will go find him right away." Thus, the investigation team departed from Nakai's villa, his body being removed from the basement. The area surrounding the villa was cordoned off, drawing the attention of onlookers. Madame Oda had gone to work, while Liu Yang attended school with Kudo. However, the surrounding neighbors had already surrounded Nakai's villa, alarmed by the unfolding events. When Nakai's corpse was carried out, they were left in shock. A death in such an opulent neighborhood. Was it murder, suicide, or an accident? Regardless, it appeared that the tranquility of this villa community had been shattered. Chapter 53. Jealousy breeds contempt. He deserved it while in class. Liu Yang was approached by Officer Kobayashi, who had located him. Tall and striking, with exquisite features and a captivating presence, Kobayashi commanded attention as she entered the school. The detectives typically dressed in civilian attire, so the students initially mistook her for a glamorous city woman, unaware of her true profession. As she waved to Liu Yang outside his classroom, astonishment rippled through the students, who began to murmur among themselves. What a stunning beauty! This mature lady appears more alluring than any of the girls in school. Her skin is flawless, and her figure is extraordinary. Those curves are unmatched by any female student here. She is incredibly beautiful, and she is specifically looking for Liu Yang. What luck! How fortunate is he to have Sakura, Lena, and Yui, and now a mature beauty as well. Is his stamina truly that exceptional? How infuriating! Liu Yang is truly insufferable. At that moment, Liu Yang caught sight of Officer Kobayashi outside the window. He understood that her visit signified yet another investigation, but he remained unfazed, amidst the envious gazes of his classmates. Liu Yang confidently strode towards the classroom exit, approaching Officer Xiao Lin with a relaxed smile. Oh dear. Officer Xiao Lin, you miss me so much. We just parted ways yesterday, and here you are at school looking for me today. Just look at how everyone thinks you're my girlfriend. At this rate, I'm going to have trouble finding a girlfriend at school in the future. You'd better take responsibility for that. Enough of this nonsense. Officer Xiao Lin replied tersely, I'm not here for idle chatter. We've uncovered another murder case, and it likely pertains to you as well, so please accompany me back to the station for further investigation. She spoke softly, leaning in close to Liu Yang to avoid alarming the other students. Liu Yang could even feel her breath, fragrant and gentle. Near his ear, to the onlookers, it appeared as though they were sharing an intimate whisper. Oh my goodness! How flirtatious! Just look at their posture. They might as well be about to kiss, one student exclaimed. Where did Liu Yang find such a beautiful girlfriend? She's stunning, with such a great figure and so mature. Right in front of us, she seems ready to kiss him. If they were alone, she might as well sit on his lap. I can only imagine how delightful it must be to have such an attractive girlfriend. Sakura, Lena, and Yui might just faint in the restroom. The crowd was filled with jealousy towards Liu Yang. This only served to increase Liu Yang's negative emotional value. In good spirits, he turned to Officer Xiao Lin and said, No problem, I'll come along with you. I have already stated that I am more than willing to cooperate with your investigation. Thus, Officer Xiao Lin escorted Liu Yang back to the detective team. Once again, it was Captain Kudo who would interrogate Liu Yang. As soon as Liu Yang seated himself in the interrogation room, Captain Kudo slammed a stack of photographs onto the table in front of him. His expression furious, You're finished. We have found evidence of your involvement in the murder. Look at this person in the photographs. You must be familiar with him, right? Nakai, age 40. Orphaned, currently single, with no close friends or relatives. Yet he was found dead in his home. As a reclusive man, he never bothered anyone, his only pastime being the peeping on Mrs. Oda, and you happen to be her boyfriend. Your motive is abundantly clear. An impassioned 18-year-old with a 35-year-old unsatisfied girlfriend, while the middle-aged neighbor has long coveted her. It's only a matter of time before you snapped and killed him out of jealousy. Am I right? With a forceful bang, Kato struck the table, hoping to intimidate Liu Yang. Yet, Liu Yang remained unfazed, leisurely picking up the photographs and examining them. Goodness, this fellow met a gruesome end. The last time I saw him, he smiled and called me an outstanding young man. How could he have ended up like this? And you say he was coveting Mrs. Oda? Is that true? But then again, Mrs. Oda is such a mature, alluring and gentle woman. Who wouldn't he be drawn to her? Stop pretending, Liu Yang. Whether it's the young master or Nakai, they both died because of you. Tell me how you killed them. Did you have accomplices? Confess now, and you might be able to lessen your sentence, Kato coldly demanded. Liu Yang raised his eyebrows, dismissing the photographs as he replied, Captain Kato, I must remind you, I only came here because of Officer Xiao Lin. If you continue to slander me like this, I won't return next time. You should speak with my lawyer instead. Her name is Sakura, and she was referred to me by mrs.oda.its, said she is an expert in dealing with defamation cases. Would you prefer to converse with me or my lawyer? You may hold biases against me, but as law enforcement, you must rely on evidence rather than subjective judgment. Kudo was rendered speechless by Liu Yang's retort. Deep within, he seethed with anger. This young man was merely an international student, yet his demeanor was exceedingly cautious, revealing no apparent weaknesses. However, it was precisely this caution and composure that raised suspicion. Such psychological fortitude seemed beyond the capability of a typical student. Regrettably, they were unable to uncover any evidence. Kudo inhaled deeply, attempting to regain his composure, and continued, "All right, let me ask you this. Where were you the day before yesterday between 4 p.m. and 8 p.m.? I was at school, of course. After school at 5:30, I returned to Mrs. Oda's house. Where else would I be? My classmates can vouch for me. My schedule is fixed, and the time I leave school is consistent. The discrepancy wouldn't exceed half an hour. I had no opportunity to commit the crime." After half an hour of questioning, they ultimately yielded no results. Liu Yang was correct. He had no opportunity to commit the crime. Nakai had died from electrocution, which would require subduing him first and confining him in a dog cage. However, Nakai was a fully grown man, standing 180 centimeters tall and weighing 240 pounds. Subduing him wouldn't be a simple task. Even if he were knocked unconscious, dragging a 240-pound man to the basement would not be easy, and there were no signs of drag marks on the ground, suggesting the possibility of multiple assailants moving him directly to the basement. Yet, the surveillance at the entrance of the villa had not recorded any unfamiliar individuals entering during that time. Moreover, one would need to prepare sockets and wires in advance. After electrocuting Nakai, they would also need to hide and dispose of the equipment. Yet no such tools had been discovered thus far. This case had seemingly reached a dead end. At this moment, Kudo felt immense pressure. The chief of the precinct had issued a strict order. Both cases must be solved within 2 weeks. Tokyo was the capital of Sakura Nation. Under the Emperor's reign, 2 heinous murders had occurred in quick succession, with no leads to follow. The entire city was abuzz with discussions about these cases, and some even feared to venture outside at night. Given the circumstances of the 2 deaths, the public had speculated that both victims might have been killed by the same person, one struck by lightning, the other electrocuted. The connection was hard to dismiss as mere coincidence. Yet, their prime suspect remained calm and composed, engaging in light-hearted conversation without revealing a hint of guilt. He had the most substantial motive. Both Nakai and the young master had conflicts with him. Unfortunately, there was no evidence. Frustrated, Kudo gazed at Liu Yang's expression, which was devoid of concern, and said with a smile, "Captain Kudo, don't stress yourself too much. It's just a job. If it gets too tough, you could always resign. But please, don't make reckless accusations against innocent people in your desperation." Upon hearing this, Kudo's face turned an even darker shade of green with anger. If Liu Yang were indeed the murderer, his audacity was astonishing. "I, Kudo, vow to uncover your secrets," he declared vehemently. "If you think you can keep your deeds hidden, you are sorely mistaken. Rest assured, I will find the evidence. Let Officer Shaolin keep an eye on me. I wouldn't mind her watching over me, even if I were completely undressed," Liu Yang quipped playfully. "Don't worry. I'll find the most suitable person to monitor you. You may leave now, but you must remain available for questioning once we have new developments in this case," Kudo instructed, waving Liu Yang off. "Very well, since it was Officer Shaolin who brought me. I request that she escort me back to school," Liu Yang replied, nodding with a relaxed demeanor. Kudo addressed Shaolin. "Shaolin, please see him back." "Yes, Captain," she affirmed. Thus, Liu Yang once again found himself in Officer Shaolin's car. During the ride, he remarked, "Officer Shaolin, in the future, please refrain from approaching me without evidence. It wastes my time. I still have to secure my scholarship this semester. If you delay my studies and I fail to obtain it, who will bear that loss? A scholarship? You already possess a staggering fortune of 95 million. Do you truly need that little scholarship?" Officer Shaolin retorted. "Liu Yang, you are filled with red flags. You are currently a suspect, so I hope you adjust your attitude and cooperate with our investigation." A sudden shift in an international student's demeanor, combined with the influx of money and the deaths of 2 individuals connected to him, raised significant suspicion. To assert that he has no connection to the case truly astounds me. I find it utterly implausible. Officer Xiao Lin harbors even greater suspicion towards Liu Yang than Captain Cat, particularly given Liu Yang's erratic demeanor, which is decidedly irksome. What suspect are we discussing? It would be more accurate to say that you are targeting me, bullying a mere international student with no connections. Furthermore, I have been more than cooperative with you. Yet, you seem to relish seeking me out at every turn. How about this? You need not escort me to the police station anymore. Should any issues arise, you can inquire directly, and I assure you I will respond truthfully. A private meeting between us would suffice. I am quite willing to converse with Officer Xiao Lin, but engaging with that middle-aged Captain Cat is far from my preference. That irascible old man has no conversational finesse whatsoever, Liu Yang remarked with a carefree expression. Is that so? You claim you will answer all my questions honestly? Then allow me to inquire. Did you kill the young master and Nakagawa? Officer Xiao Lin fixed her captivating eyes upon Liu Yang, her gaze unyielding. Liu Yang was taken aback by her bluntness. Goodness, is there anyone as straightforward as you? Even if one aims to extract confessions from a suspect, it is typically done through insinuations. Yet you ask me outright if I am the murderer. How am I to respond? Am I to admit guilt? Liu Yang found himself amused by her audacity, questioning whether Officer Xiao Lin had leveraged connections to attain her position. This question is rather challenging to answer. Perhaps we ought to find a discreet location to engage in a more thorough discussion. If the atmosphere is conducive, I might divulge something, he suggested. Really? Where shall we converse? Officer Xiao Lin inquired earnestly, her curiosity piqued. How about a hotel room? If you treat me well, I might just let something slip. Liu Yang replied with a mischievous grin. Get lost? Do you dare to flirt with a law enforcement officer? You must be tired of living. Officer Xiao Lin's face flushed with indignation, resembling a ripe apple. At 25, she had graduated from the police academy 2 years prior, becoming the belle of the security team, yet she had never had a boyfriend. This international student would occasionally tease her, always devoid of any seriousness. It was utterly infuriating. Liu Yang laughed heartily, exclaiming, Ha ha ha, what do you mean by flirting? Which man wouldn't be enamored by a beauty like Officer Xiao Lin? I suspect the others in your precinct share my sentiments, but lack the courage to express them. They are timid, whereas I am bold. Only the brave may win a fair maiden's heart. Meanwhile, a member of the investigation team entered the room, addressing Captain Cat. Captain, representatives from Tokyo Television are here. The commissioner has instructed us to handle them ourselves. Please say a few words to reassure the public. Sighing, Cat rose and made his way to the door. Chapter 55. Surveillance of Liu Yang as Cat stepped outside. A swarm of reporters captured his image with their cameras. Flashes illuminating the scene. Mic in hand, they thrust their questions at him. Captain Cat, could you provide an update on the 2 recent homicides? Reports suggest both deaths were rather peculiar. The public is anxious. Can the security team offer an explanation? Captain Cat learned that 2 individuals had died under similar circumstances, raising concerns of a serial killer at large. Would the perpetrator strike again? The victims were reportedly of different ages and professions, with no apparent connection between them, indicating a random act of violence. Does this mean anyone could be at risk? Captain Cat, there are rumors suggesting that the victims perished due to lightning strikes. Can the murderer control lightning? Is this not an otherworldly occurrence? What are your thoughts on this matter? Have you uncovered any leads? Faced with the barrage of inquiries, Captain Cat felt overwhelmed, his brow furrowing in silence. The questions posed were beyond his current knowledge, and he felt equally helpless. Yet, to calm the crowd, he composed himself, donning a confident demeanor, and with a smile akin to a gentle spring breeze, he declared, Please do not worry. We have made significant progress in this case, and I am confident we will apprehend the culprit shortly. Upon hearing this, the reporters exhibited expressions of surprise. Truly, Captain Cat is commendable. The most formidable detective in the Tokyo Security Bureau. To have discovered leads so swiftly is remarkable. So, you have identified a suspect? Before long, there shall be no further victims, correct? The citizens of Tokyo are most fearful of a serial killer striking again, uncertain of who might be next. Rest assured, protecting the safety of Tokyo's citizens is our duty. We will bring the perpetrator to justice, and until then, no one else shall fall victim, and no criminal can escape my grasp. Allow me to take this opportunity to address all offenders. Your days of freedom are numbered, and I, Cat, vow to see you punished. With that, Captain Cat turned and returned to the investigation team. While the reporters broadcasted the interview on Tokyo Television, Citizens expressed admiration for the astute and formidable Captain Cat. Indeed, with him on the job, the people of Tokyo could feel secure. Within the investigation team, Captain Cat instructed Shaolin, "You and the others shall closely monitor Liu Yang, ensuring he remains within your sight at all times. We must ascertain whether any further homicides occur during this period." "Understood, Captain." The two team members nodded and departed to rendezvous with Officer Shaolin. The trio would rotate shifts, maintaining a 24-hour watch over Liu Yang. Meanwhile, Captain Cat sat back, inhaling a puff of smoke and exhaling a ring, remarking, "Let the contest begin, lad. Justice shall undoubtedly prevail over evil." Liu Yang returned to school. This time, Officer Shaolin refrained from entering the premises, merely escorting him to the school gate. "Officer, won't you join me for a cool respite at a hotel? Aren't you eager to investigate me?" Engaging in conversation could yield some valuable insights, Liu Yang said with a playful grin as he leaned against the car window. "Enough. Our investigative team has our methods." Officer Shaolin retorted, rolling her eyes. "I've seen cars sold with models, houses sold with salespeople, but never have I encountered a case where a police flower is offered as a bonus. This fellow, what does he think of himself? I am not that sort of woman. Very well, I shall head to class now. Should you change your mind, feel free to seek me out. I would be delighted to engage in deeper conversations with a woman as lovely as Officer Shaolin." Liu Yang concluded before entering the school, musing to himself, "Not a loose woman, is she? We'll see how not loose she is once I, Liu Yang, have my way with her." After Liu Yang's departure, the two team members approached Officer Shaolin. "Officer Xiao, Captain Cat has sent us to join you in monitoring Liu Yang. We will rotate shifts, ensuring he remains in our line of sight 24/7. Upon hearing this, Shaolin nodded. "It seems Captain Cat shares my suspicions. Liu Yang indeed appears to be the prime suspect. He certainly does not resemble a typical international student. All right, I will take the first 8-hour shift. You two may rest, returning to switch shifts in 8 hours." "Understood. Stay in contact and alert us immediately if anything unusual occurs." The two team members nodded and departed, seeking a place to rest, while Shaolin began her surveillance of Liu Yang, observing his daily routine. He appeared no different from an ordinary student, except that during lunch, he dined with two beautiful girls, suggesting a close and special relationship. Remarkably, the two women seemed to coexist harmoniously. After lunch, he even flirted with a stunning beauty named Yui at the adjacent table, earning himself a disdainful glare. Following their midday meal, he took Lena to enjoy some air conditioning. Upon entering the hotel, Officer Shaolin stealthily followed him inside. "This fellow is rather intimidating." Chapter 56. Under surveillance after a restful afternoon, Liu Yang attended his classes as usual, returning home after school, of course, to Madame Oda's residence. Officer Shaolin diligently monitored Liu Yang for 8 hours, uncovering no suspicious behavior. She then switched shifts with another team member. He stealthily infiltrated the villa district where Madame Oda resided, taking out a pair of binoculars to conceal himself in the shadows, keenly observing every movement of Liu Yang, Madame Oda's associate. Their secret surveillance had long been detected by Liu Yang, whose vision, perception, mental acuity, and reflexes were several times superior to those of an ordinary person. No one could monitor Liu Yang from the darkness, not even the young master who once ranked 18th on the assassin leaderboard. It was futile to expect such ordinary security personnel to succeed. Thus, during midday, he had deliberately engaged in an animated conversation with Lena, just to demonstrate his superiority to Officer Kobayashi, likely pushing the latter to the brink of exasperation. Perhaps tonight, Kobayashi would find himself dreaming of spring. A slight smile crept onto Liu Yang's face. "I wonder if I will be the object of her dreams," he mused. "So, you wish to spy on me? Allow me to deliver a little shock to you. I shall act under your very gaze and see how you can handle it." Suddenly, Liu Yang conceived an excellent method for accumulating negative emotional value: to become a true madman. When he could pose a threat to the safety of all Tokyo residents, fear would grip everyone, and at that moment, he could surely amass emotional value from the entire city, or even from all of Sakura country. Even if each person contributed just a little, it would still amount to millions of units of emotional value. However, without revealing his identity, it was uncertain if the emotional value would be effective. After all, when he became the madman, people would fear the identity of the madman, not Liu Yang himself. Tomorrow, he would put this to the test. After dinner, Liu Yang returned to his room to rest. Preparing to seek a target the following day, to demonstrate to Officer Kobayashi and his colleagues how a murderer operates. The next day, Liu Yang awoke feeling refreshed. He stretched his back and wore a contented expression, his keen observational skills noting that the police were still vigilantly monitoring him. Yet, he was indifferent. The surveillance was just right. They could merely watch as he did as he pleased. Shortly after finishing breakfast, he prepared to head to school. Upon arriving at the school gate, he spotted Yui and approached her with a mischievous grin. He seized her hand and said, "Yui, the school beauty, would you do me the honor of dating me today? Even if it's just for a single day. I promise to make you experience the joys of being a woman." Yui possessed exquisite features and a perfect figure. In comparison to Lena, the pink-haired school beauty, she was equally captivating, embodying a different kind of allure. While the pink-haired beauty exuded an air of arrogance, Yui was more gentle, fitting the soft girl archetype. Liu Yang was curious about the sensation of being with such a soft girl. "No way!" Yui exclaimed, attempting to shake off Liu Yang's grip, but his hold was as firm as a vice, making it impossible to break free. After several futile attempts, she resigned herself to the situation. Perhaps it was just a minor inconvenience, as long as he didn't force himself upon her. She could tolerate it. Observing this, the police frowned, contemplating, Liu Yang is too brazen. In front of so many students at the school gate, he dares to lay hands on a female classmate, despite her evident reluctance to engage in such intimacy. He continues to hold her hand. This is outrageous. Were it not for Captain Kato's strict orders to monitor Liu Yang for clues about his potential killings, I would have intervened and arrested him for harassment. As Liu Yang strolled through the campus with Yui, a male student suddenly rushed forward, pointing at Liu Yang and shouting, "You despicable scoundrel, let Yui go at once." Another infatuated fool. Excellent, the perfect target for today's punishment. I shall not release her. What will you do about it? Liu Yang looked at him with a sly smile. If I don't let her go, I'll beat you. I'll call the police on you. Don't think I'm unaware. You are currently a suspect in their eyes. Your arrogance won't last long. I have connections within the official security team. If you dare lay a hand on me, you will be swiftly apprehended. The male student, named Aki, boasted with bravado. His older brother was part of the criminal investigation unit, and on that day, his brother had questioned him about Liu Yang. Under pressure, his brother had inadvertently revealed that Liu Yang might be the murderer. Armed with this information, Aki felt emboldened. Liu Yang had always been arrogant at school, but now that he was a suspect, Aki believed he wouldn't dare to act so brazenly. Surely, he wouldn't dare to strike me. If he did, his older brother would not let him off easily. Oh, I see. No wonder this weakling feels bold enough to stand before me. P.S. Relying on his connections, do you know what fate befell the last person who acted arrogantly in my presence? His arms and legs were broken, and he had to compensate me for 20 million in emotional damages. Do you have 20 million to spare? Liu Yang sneered. Aki froze in shock, his body trembling uncontrollably. That was the third young master. The video of the third young master having his limbs broken at Liu Yang's hands was still circulating wildly on forums, with the sickening sound of cracking bones and piercing flesh sending chills down the spine of anyone who had seen it. He did not wish to meet a similar fate. Facing Liu Yang's threat, Aki felt a chill run down his back. He glanced at Yui, who was looking at him with hopeful eyes. Aki gritted his teeth. He could not back down now. He steadied his fearful heart and, through clenched teeth, said, "If you have the guts, hit me. Don't think I don't know. You are being monitored by the police. If you strike me, you will be arrested immediately. You can act tough in front of others, but before me, Aki, you should shrink back and behave yourself. I warn you, if you ever lay a hand on Yui again, I will make you pay." "Very well, a brave man indeed, but you shall pay the price for your courage." Liu Yang released Yui's hand and walked towards the roadside restroom. Upon witnessing this scene, the students displayed expressions of shock, murmuring among themselves, "What is happening?" Liu Yang actually backed down in front of Aki. Aki is impressive. Has the untouchable Liu Yang finally met his match? It's known that Liu Yang had once broken the limbs of the third young master. How dare Aki act so arrogantly before him? The tides have changed. The chaos incarnate is no longer Liu Yang but Aki. Aki is incredible. He forced Liu Yang to retreat to the restroom. It seemed Liu Yang felt he could not afford to lose face and was merely pretending to go to the restroom. As the crowd discussed, Liu Yang was inside the restroom, chuckling coldly. He then whispered to himself, Invisibility. At that moment, as Liu Yang activated his invisibility, he vanished from the restroom. This was his first experience with the invisibility state. According to the system's description, in this state, the human body existed in a void, unlocatable, untouchable, and impervious to physical contact. Testing it, he found that without even opening the restroom door, he could pass through it. Akin to a specter. His face lit up with excitement. This skill is remarkable. You wish to surveil me? Then I shall commit murder right before your eyes and see what clues you can uncover. Liu Yang dashed towards the spot where Aki had just been, at that moment. Aki, seeing Liu Yang retreat into the restroom, wore a smug expression and said to Yui, "Don't worry, Yui, I'll protect you. That Liu Yang won't dare to bother you again. If he does, I'll have my brother apprehend him. My brother is a member of the Criminal Investigation Unit. Who would dare cross me?" Upon hearing Aki's words, Yui's face brightened with joy. "Thank you, Aki. I wouldn't know what to do today without you. Don't mention it. May I treat you to dinner tonight? Just the two of us. To have a good chat. You don't have a boyfriend, and I don't have a girlfriend. Perhaps we could try dating." Feeling inflated with confidence after scaring Liu Yang away, Aki grinned at Yui. "Huh?" Yui paused, then noticed Aki's mischievous smile. "Good grief, you're just like Liu Yang. I've just escaped from a tiger's den, only to fall into a wolf's lair." She felt utterly exasperated. Damn it. All these guys are just beneath contempt. "Yui, speak up. Will you join me for dinner tonight? You don't want to fall back into Liu Yang's clutches, do you?" Aki pressed on to no. "I'd rather go to dinner with Liu Yang. At least he is better looking than you." Yui huffed disdainfully and turned to leave. Yet Aki grabbed her hand, insisting, "Don't go. I helped you today. You should thank me. Even if you want to join me for dinner. You ought to show some gratitude, right? How about we skip the meal and head straight to a hotel? Get lost." "I don't want to." Yui forcefully yanked her hand away from Aki. Aki attempted to lunge for Yui again. But at that moment, a sudden crackling sound surged through the air. Zzzzz. Aki felt a chill run down his spine. Boom. Ah. The surrounding students erupted into chaos. Jay was rendered pale with fright, her entire being curled up on the ground, clutching her head and trembling uncontrollably, her lips emitting continuous wails. The scout observing this scene from a distance was momentarily taken aback. He quickly discarded the cigarette from his mouth, cursing under his breath. "Damn it! This is it!" He then dashed forward to Arky's side, only to discover that the latter had collapsed, his body convulsing. At that moment, the sound of flushing echoed from the restroom. Soon after, the restroom door swung open, revealing Liu Yang, who emerged leisurely. Upon witnessing the scene before him, he feigned surprise. He hurriedly approached Jay, enveloping her in his embrace while gently patting her back, reassuring her, "Do not fear, do not fear, do not fear. Your brother Liu Yang is here. Stay calm. Hold me tightly." Jay instinctively nestled into Liu Yang's arms, clinging to him as she sobbed uncontrollably against his chest. In that instant, Liu Yang appeared to her as a lifeline, a source of solace desperately needed after such a harrowing scare. Liu Yang's stature in Jay's eyes soared, as if he had transformed into her savior. Meanwhile, the officer watched Liu Yang emerge, his expression a tapestry of complex emotions. This fellow had been in the restroom all along. My attention was solely focused on that restroom. After hearing a loud bang, Arky was already down. How he met his demise remained a mystery. All that was visible was a flash of lightning. Yet, it was certain that nothing unusual had occurred in the restroom. The distance between the restroom and where Arky fell was a full 30 meters. There was no way Liu Yang could have attacked from the restroom. Damn it. What on earth is happening? Liu Yang was certain that the surrounding students were terrified, yet he felt no influx of negative emotional energy. This left him feeling somewhat disheartened. Before long, Officer Xiaolin arrived with another team member, and upon witnessing the scene, Officer Xiaolin was taken aback. The male student before him was enveloped in smoke, his fate mirroring that of the young master. Xiaolin instinctively turned his gaze towards Liu Yang, who was cradling the beautiful classmate. Liu Yang, however, wore an expression of innocence, merely continuing to comfort Jie. "What on earth is going on?" Xiaolin inquired of the officer who had been monitoring Liu Yang. I don't know either," the officer replied, a look of helplessness on his face. He realized his career was effectively over. This individual had been brought down right before his eyes, attacked under his watchful gaze. Yet he had failed to detect any irregularities. It seemed his career as an officer was destined to end here. I had a job as an officer, but I failed to cherish it. I deserve this. Another team member spoke to Xiaolin. There is surveillance footage. We can check it to uncover the truth. All right. You go retrieve the footage, and I'll contact Captain Kudo. Xiaolin nodded in agreement. Soon, Captain Kudo arrived at the school with other team members. His face a stormy shade of anger. Just yesterday, he had assured reporters that he would bring the perpetrator to justice, declaring that there would be no further crimes before that happened. Yet, who could have anticipated that just a day later, the reality would slap him in the face so harshly? Not only had the perpetrator struck again, but they had done so right in front of the officers. This was tantamount to dragging the Tokyo Security Bureau through the mud. If they failed to apprehend the perpetrator this time, it was likely that the bureau chief would not spare him. Chapter 58. Another interrogation in the school surveillance room. Captain Kudo scrutinized the monitor with a grave expression. The footage displayed Liu Yang grasping Jie's hand as they walked through the campus, only to be intercepted by Archie. The two appeared to engage in a heated argument, culminating in Liu Yang's hasty retreat. It seemed that Archie had emerged victorious in that confrontation. Subsequently, it appeared that Archie had a dispute with Jie as well. Then, out of nowhere, a bolt of lightning struck him squarely in the forehead, obliterating his head. This bolt of lightning had appeared out of thin air, witnessed by all, and captured by the surveillance cameras. It was evident that this phenomenon had no human manipulation. It had simply manifested in broad daylight. Liu Yang was not present at the scene. He had been in the restroom, only emerging after Archie's demise. Could it truly be nothing more than a mere accident? Is it conceivable that such a coincidence could exist in this world? The young master had also met an accidental end, as had Archie. Could it be that Nakai had also perished by accident, with no actual murderer at large? If this surveillance footage were to be released, it would likely lead everyone to believe that this was merely a supernatural occurrence. Captain Kudo immediately ordered, Xiaolin, copy this surveillance footage back to the Security Bureau. Delete the original. There must be no leaks. Understood, Captain. Xiaolin nodded, promptly inserting a USB drive to begin copying the footage. Once completed, he deleted the original version from the school surveillance room. Captain Kudo then added, bring all students who were present at the scene back to the Security Bureau. If this is not a supernatural event but rather a murder of Archie, then every individual present could potentially be the culprit, especially Liu Yang and Jie. They are the prime suspects due to their prior conflicts and disputes with Archie. Yes, Captain. The criminal investigation team immediately sprang into action. Armed with the surveillance footage and all the students present, they returned to the criminal investigation unit, where they began to interrogate each one in hopes of uncovering clues. Jie was the first to be questioned, as she had been the last person to have contact with Archie. Blood from Archie's exploded head still clung to her hair. The officers did not even allow her to wash it out. Jie was in a state of utter shock. She was merely an ordinary college student, a pampered campus beauty from a well-off family. She had never even seen a chicken slaughtered, let alone witnessed a murder. In the interrogation room, Jie trembled, her face ashen, her lips quivering. Her fear seemed genuine. The one questioning her was Xiaolin. Do not be afraid, Jie. We only wish to ask you a few simple questions. According to the surveillance footage, it appears that you and Archie had a dispute prior to his death, and there was even physical contact between you. What was said during your argument, and what prompted it? Xiaolin inquired at that moment. Liu Yang came to take my hand, and Archie, seeing this, intervened on my behalf. Initially, I was grateful to him, but after he chased Liu Yang away, he insisted I go out to dinner with him. Even suggesting we go to a hotel, far more outrageous than Liu Yang, I was infuriated and unhesitatingly rejected him. Turning to leave, however, he wouldn't let me go and instead grabbed my hand. Naturally, I forcefully shook off his grip. Who could have known that the next second, his head would explode? Woo-woo, it was too terrifying, truly terrifying. Jie sobbed as she spoke. As an ordinary female college student, she had never experienced anything like this. It was not just frightening, it was utterly horrifying. Do not cry, do not cry. We merely wish to ask you a few simple questions. There is no need to be afraid. The ordeal is over. If your statements align with those of the other students, you may leave. Xiaolin stood up and comforted her. Having been a female college student herself years ago, she understood how fragile these young women's mental fortitude could be. If she were to empathize, she could imagine being utterly terrified if a classmate's head had exploded before her very eyes. Meanwhile, Liu Yang was being personally interrogated by Captain Kudo. The latter was genuinely reluctant to see this individual. Yet it seemed that each death was somehow linked to him. Kudo felt both helpless and infuriated, nearly rendered speechless. Yet Liu Yang appeared to possess a psychological resilience that surpassed even Kudo's, who had been an officer for a decade. Upon entering the bureau, Liu Yang wore a relaxed smile, exuding an air of calmness, seemingly unfazed. The more composed he was, the more it indicated that he was not an ordinary student. His suspicion loomed large, yet without evidence, Kudo could not act. Liu Yang, after your argument with Archie, the circumstances surrounding his death are closely tied to you. Please elaborate on what transpired at that moment. Kudo inquired. Liu Yang casually replied, Isn't the situation all recorded in the surveillance footage? What more is there to ask? After our argument, he boasted that his older brother was a member of your security team, and that his family's influence was formidable. Taking care of a foreign student like me would be akin to dealing with a mere chick. He threatened me, stating that if I dared to lay a hand on him, he would have his brother throw me in jail. He was aware that I had become the prime suspect in your eyes, suspecting me of being the murderer, using this to intimidate me. It seems your security bureau has rather loose lips, Captain Kudo. The information regarding the case has already begun to affect my life. Until evidence is found, I am merely a suspect, neither a criminal nor a perpetrator. You have no right to tarnish my reputation. Once I am released, I will report you to the inspectorate. Under such threats, I, of course, chose to retreat. If I had truly laid a hand on him, you might have arrested me as a murderer, abusing your power. As an ordinary college student, how could I possibly contend with officials like you? At that moment, I had to relieve myself, so I hurried to the restroom to avoid his wrath. Who knew that by the time I emerged, he was already dead? Liu Yang's response was flawless, aligning perfectly with the footage captured by the surveillance cameras. Captain Kudo was taken aback by the revelation that Aki had claimed someone within the security team was involved. He would have to inquire later about who this Aki's elder brother was. Well, Liu Yang, I have meticulously recorded all your statements. We will compare them with the testimonies of other students later. I hope you won't give me any cause for doubt, Kudo said with a restrained expression before exiting the interrogation room. Chapter 59. Capture him within a week. Soon, members of the administrative team had gathered, each having interrogated a student. They presented all the testimonies, discovering that the accounts were largely consistent, allowing them to conclude that no one was lying, including Liu Yang, whose narrative was the most detailed. The responses of the others mirrored Liu Yang's, including the conflict between Liu Yang and Aki, the threats Aki had made against Liu Yang, and Aki's intimidating proposition to Yui after Liu Yang had left. These were all corroborated by other students. The case had once again reached a deadlock. Amidst the surveillance footage and police oversight, a murder had occurred at Tokyo's most bustling university. This incident would undoubtedly make headlines in Tokyo news, and the pressure on their security bureau would be unprecedented. The director of the security bureau had already called, demanding that Kudo apprehend the murderer within a week, or he would have to relinquish his position as head of the criminal investigation team. Kudo felt a deep sense of despair. I am merely an ordinary head of a criminal investigation team, not the renowned Detective Conan. How can I capture a suspect in such a supernatural case within a week? The footage clearly shows that the victim was struck by lightning, a phenomenon that occurred spontaneously and was beyond anyone's control. Who in this world can command lightning? Wouldn't that make them a god of thunder? His cold gaze turned toward his team members as he spoke sternly. Do you understand why Aki is dead? It is because someone within our criminal investigation team leaked information regarding Liu Yang's case to Aki. Aki then used this information to threaten Liu Yang, which ultimately led to the confrontation with Liu Yang and Yui, resulting in his demise on campus. Who is Aki's elder brother? A team member. His face pale with fury, raised his hand. Today, his younger brother had been murdered. He was filled with astonishment, sorrow, and rage. Now, the captain implied that his brother's death was due to his own negligence in leaking information about Liu Yang's case, intensifying his guilt. You should take a month off. Do not involve yourself in this case any further. Additionally, write a report not less than 5,000 words. Captain Kudo waved his hand dismissively. Understood, Captain. The team member nodded before stepping away from the group. Kudo continued, I must remind you that we as security personnel must maintain our integrity. We must not disclose any information regarding the case to anyone, especially when we have yet to determine a suspect. Not only could this alert the perpetrator, but it might also tarnish an innocent person's reputation. Although Liu Yang is indeed our primary suspect, who can prove he is the murderer? If he is not, how can he continue his studies and life after being wrongfully accused? I hope you all take this matter seriously. Do not mention your work to anyone. Life is life, and work is work. You must distinguish between the two, even with your wives, lovers, or closest companions. Yes, Captain. The team members nodded in agreement. At that moment, Kobayashi approached Captain Kato and inquired, "Captain, what should we do with these students next?" Based on their inquiries, it seems no one has spoken out. Their responses are nearly identical. The surveillance footage clearly captures the tragic moments of the deceased's final moments, making it difficult to discern who was responsible for the murder. Yui, who was the last to interact with Aki, appears to be just an ordinary student who was understandably terrified. Should we send them home for now? Kato nodded in affirmation, for the time being. I see no issues. Let them return home, he added. You three continue to monitor Liu Yang, and send 3 more team members to keep an eye on Yui. I have a nagging suspicion that the murderer is one of those 2. Understood, Captain, Kobayashi replied, promptly entering the interrogation room to inform the students they could return to school. Another team member approached Captain Kato, saying, "Captain, reporters from Tokyo Television have arrived again. This time, the victim is a student from Tokyo University, and he died in front of many witnesses. Although we have deleted the surveillance footage, some students have already shared recordings online, causing a significant panic. The television station is demanding an explanation from us." Upon hearing this, Kato's already somber expression grew even colder. What a burden. For the first time, Captain Kato felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness. He sensed he was so close to uncovering the identity of the murderer, yet so far away. His instincts told him this was not a supernatural event, but rather a premeditated murder, yet he could find no evidence, even with the surveillance footage right before him. He could glean no clues, and now he had to deal with those insufferable reporters. They cared little for the progress of the investigation. They were solely interested in how sensational the news could be. What a waste of time. Let us go meet them, Kato sighed, ultimately following the team member to the press room. As soon as Captain Kato arrived, the flashbulbs went off in a frenzy, and microphones nearly crowded his face. Captain Kato, last time you mentioned that you had identified a suspect, assuring us that they would not have another chance to kill. However, merely a day has passed, and yet another victim has died, struck by lightning? No less. How do you explain this, Captain Kato? We understand the latest victim was a student from Tokyo University, dying in front of numerous witnesses in a particularly gruesome manner, causing considerable distress. Some students are even too frightened to attend school. Shouldn't the criminal investigation team provide Tokyo University with an explanation? Captain Kato, how many leads do you actually have? Will you be able to apprehend the murderer? The citizens are extremely concerned about this matter. It is said that there is surveillance footage of the victim's death, and many students captured the incident on their devices, which has since gone viral. The footage is rather unclear. Could you provide us with a clearer official version for everyone to view? In a situation where there is surveillance footage, the victim is murdered, yet you cannot catch the perpetrator. Does this indicate the murderer is too cunning, or is it a reflection of the incompetence of the criminal investigation team? The citizens of Tokyo feel the investigation is ineffective, wasting our taxpayer dollars. Captain Kato, shouldn't you provide the public with an explanation? Faced with a barrage of questions, Kato felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Truly, these professional reporters posed sharp and incisive inquiries. Taking a deep breath to steady his nerves, he replied with a solemn tone, "I assure you, we have identified a suspect and will apprehend them within a week. Until then, I will not be granting any further interviews to the press. My focus remains on the case. I hope you will patiently await updates from our criminal investigation team." With that, Captain Kato turned and left the press room. Chapter 60. The day before the Apocalypse School was cancelled due to the tragic death of a student at Tokyo University, which had occurred in front of numerous witnesses, sparking widespread panic. Consequently, Tokyo University decided to take a day off. Many parents hastily brought their children home, preventing them from attending school. The gravity of the incident had instilled immense fear throughout the citizens of Tokyo. Liu Yang returned to Madame Oda's home, as did Kudo. However, Kudo was plagued by fear, looking at Liu Yang as if he were a monster. His instincts warned him that Liu Yang was not someone to be trifled with. The chilling realization that this monster was living under the same roof, and that he had previously fought against him, sent shivers down Kudo's spine. Seeing Lu Yong and Kudo safely return, Madame Oda breathed a sigh of relief. Having seen the news as the host of another educational program on Tokyo television, she was deeply concerned about the incident. Thus, upon seeing both boys return unharmed, she displayed a joyful expression. Lu Yong-kun, Kudo, you're back? I heard about the murder incident at Tokyo University. I was so worried. Now that you're both safe, I can breathe easy. Kudo's face remained expressionless. Easy for you to say? You can feel safe? Yet there's a murderer living under your roof. I tremble in fear every day. He thought to himself, what a foolish woman. It's laughable to worry about a murderer when every victim is connected to Lu Yong. If Lu Yong isn't the killer, who else could be? Without uttering a word, Kudo retreated to his room and closed the door. Meanwhile, Lu Yong smiled at Madame Oda and remarked, Madam, there's no need to worry. The person capable of killing me, Lu Yong, has yet to appear. Even a murderer cannot accomplish that. By the way, what's for dinner tonight? Tonight, we have the dry pot squid that Lu Yong-kun enjoys. Madame Oda gently replied, then I shall indulge a little more. Lu Yong chuckled. After finishing dinner, Lu Yong retreated to his room to check his system, only to discover that his negative emotion value had surpassed 1,500 points. Regrettably, committing murder in public could have garnered him even more negative emotion points. However, without revealing his identity, these negative emotions remained ineffective. It was not Lu Yong that instilled fear in others, but rather the elusive specter of a murderous fiend. The system did not account for this, and Lu Yong felt a twinge of helplessness. Did it mean that the next time he killed, he must reveal his true self? Although Lu Yong possessed formidable strength, he felt it was still insufficient. After all, the police of the Cherry Blossom Nation were no pushovers. Until he could withstand bullets, it was prudent to keep his identity concealed. For now, he had no intention of redeeming the 1,500 points. He would gather 10,000 points before attempting a draw. Under police surveillance, Lu Yong refrained from bullying his classmates too brazenly, as acquiring negative emotions was not as simple as he wished. Lying in bed, Lu Yong opened the school forum and discovered a video of Aki being struck dead by lightning had made its rounds. The discussions among the crowd were fervent. Have you all noticed? The recent deaths are all connected to Lu Yong. However, when Aki died, Lu Yong was in the restroom, so he did not kill a Q. Is it possible that Lu Yong is favored by the divine? Those who bully him suffer heavenly retribution, and Aki's death was, in fact, due to divine punishment. I suspect Lu Yong is the reincarnation of the thunder god, unbeknownst to him. Hence, anyone who dares to bully him meets their end by lightning. This is a passive skill beyond his control, thus it cannot be deemed murder. In short, all who provoked Lu Yong perished. He was undoubtedly a harbinger of doom. Those who crossed him would meet their demise. And they would think twice before approaching him again. From your descriptions, Lu Yong sounds rather dashing, with a built-in divine punishment passive. Will he not be able to roam freely in Tokyo, with no one daring to provoke him? Indeed, if the police dare to apprehend him, they may find themselves struck down. From now on, let us call him Lu Yong, the Lord of Thunder. This fellow is more than worthy of the title. Watching these discussions, Lu Yong found it amusing, as they had even elevated him to the status of the Lord of Thunder. However, he also recognized a troubling issue. Even ordinary students within the school could connect the deceased to him. Perceiving the lightning as his passive skill, surely, the police would think even more deeply about this, and it was only natural for them to harbor suspicions about him. It seemed prudent for him to keep a low profile during this period. With approximately 20 days remaining until the apocalypse, the wait felt interminable. If only there were just 2 days left, Lu Yong could truly unleash himself without restraint. 3 days later, school officially commenced, yet a third of the students were still absent, gripped by fear of the murderous fiend lurking within the school. Though many jested about Lu Yong being the Lord of Thunder, most did so with a tone of mockery. They did not genuinely believe he could wield lightning to kill. They merely entertained a mindset of believing it could be true, while avoiding Lu Yong whenever they crossed paths. Even this avoidance provided Lu Yong with a trickle of negative emotion points, which slowly accumulated. Even Ji had not been seen for quite some time. It seemed he had not returned to school. Perhaps Aki's death had left him with a significant psychological scar that he had yet to recover from. The reconnaissance team continued to monitor Lu Yong from the shadows, Yet they had not detected any abnormalities during these days. The murderous fiend had not struck again. Captain Kudo finally breathed a sigh of relief. If a body fell each day, his position as head of the reconnaissance team would undoubtedly be compromised. June 10th. Only one day remained until the apocalypse erupted. Tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, 80 of the population would instantaneously transform into zombies, plunging the world into utter chaos, as all order would collapse in that moment. This very moment, Liu Yang's system space was brimming with supplies. Madame Oda's villa had been fortified to withstand any assault. His marksmanship had reached an unparalleled level, allowing him to hit every target with unerring precision. Even the legendary warrior Elbu, famed for his prowess with the halberd, would pale in comparison to Liu Yang. Excitement radiated from Liu Yang's face. It was coming. It was finally coming. Today, he would act with impunity. He intended to maximize his negative emotion points before humanity succumbed to their zombie fate. At present, Liu Yang's mental tally of negative emotions had reached 11,100 points. He aimed to multiply this number tenfold within a single day. Chapter 61. Murder in Liu Yang's identity. Liu Yang savored Madame Oda's heartfelt breakfast, maintaining his composure as he set off for school. Yet today, he was not there to learn. He was there to act with reckless abandon, and to do so under the guise of Liu Yang. Even if each individual could only contribute a mere fraction of negative emotion points, he could amass millions. Today, the school security officer, having spotted Liu Yang's departure, trailed him closely, continuing to monitor his every move. However, having witnessed no unusual behavior for over 20 days, the officer had grown somewhat complacent, occasionally glancing at his phone while idly passing the time. Upon arriving at the school entrance, a disheveled middle-aged man suddenly charged forth. His hair was unkempt, resembling a nest, and it appeared he had not washed it in over a week. Dark circles framed his eyes, and his face bore the marks of neglect, as if he had not washed it in a fortnight. His clothing was stained, yet he seemed utterly indifferent to his appearance. The man's mental state was evidently deteriorating. He rushed towards Liu Yang, halting before him, and then drew a handgun, pointing it at Liu Yang while shouting, "You little brat, stop pretending. I know you killed Aki. You are the one who controls lightning and slaughters without mercy. Aki died because of me. He was my younger brother. Today, I shall avenge him. I will kill you. I will kill you." Witnessing this scene, all the students froze in shock, unsure of how to react. The police officer covertly observing Liu Yang also caught sight of the unfolding drama, swiftly discarding his cigarette. Oh no, this is bad. Although his role was to surveil Liu Yang, he was also a security officer, tasked with maintaining public safety. If someone were to be killed in front of him, it would be a clear dereliction of duty. Not to mention, the assailant was none other than Aki's brother. This man had been on leave for a month, and as his break was nearing its end, he had returned in this ghastly state. It was he who had leaked information about Liu Yang's case to his brother, leading to Aki seeking trouble with Liu Yang, ultimately resulting in his demise by lightning. It was likely that this weighed heavily on him, causing him sleepless nights and an inability to eat, manifesting in his current gaunt and filthy appearance. However, no matter how much psychological torment one endured, it was unacceptable to attempt to kill Liu Yang. The other party was merely suspected of being a murderer. It did not mean he was guilty. Until evidence was presented, everyone was entitled to legal protection. "Stop!" the police officer shouted, rushing forward towards Aki's brother. Yet Aki's brother remained unmoved, merely sneering at Liu Yang and taunting, "What's the matter? Are you scared? But when my brother died, did you not feel fear? You vile creature, join him in death with that." He prepared to pull the trigger. At that moment, a flicker of lightning danced in Liu Yang's gaze. In the next instant, a bolt of lightning, thicker than his wrist, erupted from his fingertip, boom, with a deafening crack. Aki's brother collapsed to the ground. Note to reviewers: Aki's brother was about to shoot the protagonist, forcing the protagonist to act in self-defense. This is not an unprovoked murder. No matter how swiftly one could pull the trigger, it could never rival the speed of lightning. Witnessing this, the students were once again paralyzed with fear. After more than 20 days, they had almost forgotten the horrors of the murderous fiend. Yet Aki's brother's fall jolted them back to reality. The terror once again gripped their minds, and this time, they finally recognized the true culprit, Liu Yang. "Oh, help! Liu Yang is the fiend!" they screamed, preparing to scatter in all directions. Meanwhile, Liu Yang bellowed, "Stay where you are." His commanding voice froze most students in place, paralyzed by fear. However, a few defiant ones attempted to flee. Liu Yang pointed at them, asserting, "You will come with me into the school. Those who dare resist shall face punishment." Liu Yang's voice was cold and unyielding. The students trembled in sheer terror, their faces betraying their overwhelming fear. At that moment, Liu Yang's mind was inundated with system notifications. "Congratulations, host. You have gained 300 negative emotion points." "Congratulations, host. You have gained 300 negative emotion points." "Congratulations, host. You have gained 300 negative emotion points." Meanwhile, the security team had received the news, and Captain Kudo immediately led his team to the school. Upon arriving and seeing the bodies of the two security officers at the entrance, shock and sorrow washed over his face. His instincts had proven correct. At the entrance of the school, surveillance cameras captured the entirety of Liu Yang's murderous act. Captain Kudo, watching the footage of Liu Yang wielding lightning, was utterly astonished. Damn it, this guy is truly a menace. Could he really be the reincarnation of Thor? Nevertheless, he reasoned, every criminal shall face justice, even if they are the reincarnation of a deity. Captain Kudo turned to his nearby team member and inquired, "What is the current situation?" "Captain, Liu Yang is holed up in one of the classrooms, which is filled with numerous students. As of now, no one has attempted to negotiate with him, and we remain unaware of his intentions. However, the parents of those students have begun to pressure our security bureau. We are talking about over 1,000 students, affecting more than 1,000 families." Chapter 62. A harmonious atmosphere. Upon hearing this, Captain Kudo felt an overwhelming headache. With over 1,000 students at stake, any mishap would be a burden he could not bear. Moreover, Liu Yang was a person capable of controlling lightning. After all, humans conduct electricity. Have the special forces arrived? Are the snipers in position? Captain Kudo continued to question. To rescue the students, the priority was to find an opportunity to eliminate Liu Yang. Only then could the safety of the other students be assured. The snipers are in place, 3 of them, positioned at 3 different angles surrounding the building. The special forces are also fully armed and prepared for an assault. Even armored vehicles have been dispatched, replied a member of the criminal investigation team. Excellent. Then let me confront Liu Yang, Captain Kudo declared, gritting his teeth as he began to advance. Captain, please be cautious. Liu Yang has yet to request negotiations. We cannot predict if he might suddenly lose control. We are unaware of his psychological and mental state, and your impulsive approach might very well lead to your demise, the investigator urgently warned. Reasoning with a madman is futile. I have interrogated Liu Yang twice without uncovering any evidence or flaws. It is largely my responsibility that this murderer has evaded capture until now. This matter must be resolved by me. Even if he intends to kill me, he must confront me in doing so. The snipers will have their opportunity. If it means sacrificing my life to protect over 1,000 students, it is worth it. Captain Kudo asserted with conviction, his face reflecting a resolute determination, clearly prepared to gamble with his own life. This monster has wreaked havoc in my jurisdiction, time and again slipping through my grasp. My failure to identify Liu Yang during my interrogations is a dereliction of duty, and thus, I must atone for it, Captain. The team member attempted to intervene once more, but Kudo firmly replied, My mind is made up. There is no need for further discussion. Immediately clear the area and evacuate the other students. Ensure that no one leaks any footage and keep all reporters at bay. They must not be allowed entry. If the footage of Liu Yang's murder circulates, it will undoubtedly incite widespread panic. A murderer with the ability to control lightning would be deemed a supernatural event. Captain Kudo wished to prevent such occurrences from permeating society. If this information were to spread, it could plunge the entire populace into chaos. Understood, Captain Kudo. The team member nodded, stepping back. At that moment, Officer Kobayashi approached, her eyes red-rimmed. Captain, I wish to accompany you. For the past 20 days, it has been I and 2 other officers monitoring Liu Yang, yet we failed to notice any signs of his instability. It was our negligence. One of my colleagues has already lost his life at Liu Yang's hands. I seek to avenge him. I want to capture Liu Yang with my own hands and execute him. Officer Kobayashi was overwhelmed with guilt and sorrow. Captain Kudo had assigned the 3 of them to watch Liu Yang's every move. But despite their vigilance over the past 20 days, they had failed to detect any abnormalities. Now, with Liu Yang's violent outburst resulting in the deaths of 2 officers, She lamented that had she been more observant, perhaps those officers would still be alive. This was all her fault. Captain Kato looked at Officer Kobayashi with a mix of understanding and compassion. Kobayashi, I comprehend your feelings, my sentiments mirror yours. However, as the lead investigator on this case, the weight of responsibility lies heaviest upon me. Rest assured, all criminals will face justice, and Liu Yang shall pay for his deeds. Leave this to me. Should I perish, you must find a way to capture him and avenge me. Upon hearing Captain Kato's resolve, Officer Kobayashi reluctantly nodded, her eyes glistening with tears. Very well, Captain Kato. Please take care. If that fiend does indeed kill you, then every day of the rest of my life will be dedicated to hunting him down. That will be my sole purpose for living. Thus, Captain Kato proceeded step by step towards the classroom, a loudspeaker in hand, addressing those inside. Liu Yang, I am Kato. We are old acquaintances. Let us converse calmly. What is your purpose? What do you desire? From within the classroom, Liu Yang's voice echoed. Captain Kato, it has been a while. I have missed you. You, as a seasoned investigator, immediately suspected that I was the culprit. Your suspicion is indeed correct. It was I who killed both the young master and Nakajima, as well as my motives are simple. I demand that someone from Tokyo Television broadcast live. For I shall reveal my intentions. Captain Kato's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing this. This demand was peculiar. Liu Yang insisted on a live broadcast to disclose his motives, but such a broadcast would surely incite panic throughout the entire Sakura nation. This was unacceptable. Liu Yang, let us discuss this rationally. Please do not resort to violence. I am willing to exchange myself as a hostage. Release the students first. They are children from loving families, and their parents are deeply concerned for their safety, just as yours would be for you. If you agree to release them, I can advocate for a reduced sentence on your behalf. Captain Kato appealed to Liu Yang's emotions and reasoned with him. Reduced sentence? Captain Kato, do you truly believe you can apprehend me? Liu Yang chuckled. Tio, demonstrate my sincerity. Here's the first one. As his words fell, a trembling male student emerged from the classroom. Thank him. He has secured you 1 extra minute. Liu Yang's voice slithered out like a demonic whisper, sending chills down Captain Kato's spine. After years of service as a law enforcement officer, he had never encountered such a ruthless individual. All the officers present wore expressions of shock, their hearts gripped by profound terror. The students within the classroom quaked in fear. At this moment, Liu Yang's negative emotional value had surpassed 30,000 and continued to escalate rapidly. Once the television station arrived for the live broadcast, that rate would likely increase tenfold. Chapter 63. The hypocritical woman within Captain Kato's heart. A sense of despair began to take hold. Liu Yang was utterly outrageous, terrifying, and merciless. He seemed devoid of any humanity. Damn it, this guy is truly a menace. I should have trusted my instincts from the beginning. Even in the absence of evidence, I should have incarcerated him. Captain Kato was filled with regret over allowing this monster to slip through his fingers time and again. He took a deep breath to regain his composure, suppressing his anger as he addressed Liu Yang. Liu Yang, do not go too far. You are trampling on the dignity of our entire Sakura nation, disregarding our laws. Such actions will not go unpunished. Can you bear that responsibility? Do you think you can escape? Regardless of your abilities, you cannot contend with an entire nation. Surrender peacefully. If you act recklessly, I swear I will bring you to justice, even if it costs me my life. Do not overvalue your existence. Even if you sacrifice your life, you will achieve nothing. Liu Yang's icy voice resonated once more. Captain Kato, I advise you that you have 40 seconds left. Hurry and bring the reporters here, or face the consequences. Curse it. Captain Kato gritted his teeth, anger flashing across his face, yet feeling utterly powerless. He raised the loudspeaker and continued, Liu Yang, please remain calm. It will take at least 5 minutes for the reporters to arrive. I implore you. Grant me these 5 minutes. Isn't that splendid? Just 5 lives in exchange for the safety of over 1,000 students. What a bargain. Liu Yang's voice dripped with mockery. Upon hearing this, every officer felt a chill run through them. This man truly regarded human life with utter contempt. Captain Kato quickly spoke into the intercom. Immediately allow the reporters outside to enter. But do not let them turn on their cameras. Confiscate all the batteries from their devices. Have them pretend to broadcast live, and keep Liu Yang calm. Yes, Captain Kato. A team member promptly began searching for the reporters. Kato then inquired via the intercom to another team member. How is it going with the sniper? Have you found the optimal shooting position? Is there any chance of eliminating him? Lu Yang has placed all the students beside the windows, obstructing any view from inside, making it impossible to ascertain his location. It is futile to locate a sniping angle, and there is a significant risk of mistakenly harming innocent students. The only way to eliminate him is if he steps out of that classroom. The team member's words dashed Captain Kato's hopes. If it weren't for the presence of over 1,000 students, he would have charged in with an armored vehicle to take him out. Kato couldn't help but mutter in frustration. He took a deep breath to steady his agitated heart and prepared to attempt to placate Lu Yang once more. At that moment, Officer Kobayashi stepped forward and said to Captain Kato, "Captain, allow me to try. I have had a few encounters with that guy and understand him relatively well. He has a certain weakness for women. Perhaps communicating with him through a female presence would be more effective." Hearing this, Captain Kato reluctantly nodded and handed the megaphone to Officer Kobayashi. She took the megaphone and called out, "Lu Yang, we are old friends. Can't we have a proper conversation? Hurting those innocent students holds no significance for you. It will only deepen your sins. They are blameless, having done nothing wrong. They do not deserve such a calamity. Present any demands you have. As long as we can fulfill them, we will comply." Lu Yang replied, "Your words sound quite appealing, Officer Kobayashi, but you are just a deceiver. When you initially suggested we share a room to discuss matters, perhaps I would have confided my identity as a killer to you. Yet, you refused without a second thought. I see no reason for further dialogue between us. Frankly, a significant portion of the responsibility for the students' deaths lies with you, Officer Kobayashi, for your unwillingness to sacrifice yourself." Upon hearing this, Officer Kobayashi bit her lip, sadness washing over her face. It seemed there was truth in his words. Initially, Captain Kato had suggested that she use her charms to approach Lu Yang, hoping to extract clues from him, but she had never lowered her guard. Had she truly employed her allure, perhaps these students would have been spared. Observing Officer Kobayashi's self-reproach, Captain Kato reassured her, saying, "Kobayashi, do not heed his twisted logic. This is not your fault. You have done nothing wrong." With reddened eyes, Kobayashi replied, "No, Captain Kato, I believe he speaks the truth." After saying this, she raised the megaphone to Lu Yang and declared, "Lu Yang, if you release the students, I am willing to share a room with you. You can do as you please. Please do not harm those innocent students any further." Upon hearing this, the officers around her expressed their outrage. Lu Yang had gone too far, demanding that their goddess, Officer Kobayashi, share a room with him. Officer Kobayashi was a revered figure in their department, admired by many men. Yet, she was breathtakingly beautiful, a goddess among women. And though they admired her, they dared not express it. But Lu Yang, to brazenly suggest such an act was utterly shameless, tarnishing Officer Kobayashi's sanctity. This man deserved to be punished. They seethed with anger, their teeth grinding in frustration. Meanwhile, Lu Yang in the classroom watched his negative emotional value soar. His spirits lifted beyond measure. It had already exceeded 50,000. The madness before the apocalypse was exhilarating. Moreover, Officer Kobayashi had publicly declared her willingness to share a room with him. Reflecting on her strong-willed character, he mused that even if her words were meant to placate him, expressing them publicly must have been a tremendous psychological burden for her. Likely after much internal struggle, Lu Yang had long asserted that Officer Kobayashi was merely pretending to be prim and proper. She was not the type to be easily swayed. He was determined to find a way to make her into a woman who could abandon her inhibitions. That would bring him a sense of accomplishment. Chapter 64. Exchange of 10 students. Nonetheless, Lu Yang had no faith in Officer Kobayashi's words. These officers were desperate to apprehend him. It was only natural for them to resort to deceit to gain his trust. After all, they could not afford the burden of responsibility for the lives of over 1,000 students. Lu Yang addressed the outside, saying, "Officer Kobayashi, while your offer is tempting, it is hard to believe. Moreover, I have already eliminated 2 officers. Under these circumstances, I fear I will not live long enough to share a room with you. I know the area outside the classroom is likely surrounded by snipers. Should I dare to show my face, they will take me out. Here's the deal. You want to exchange hostages, right? Officer Kobayashi can enter, and I will release 10 students." Upon hearing this, Kato's expression changed instantly. Thankfully, the reporters had not arrived. Otherwise, under public pressure, Officer Kobayashi might have felt compelled to comply with his demands. After all, trading one life for 10 is a compelling argument, and if she refused, the reporters would surely report that the police lacked a spirit of sacrifice. However, if she agreed, Officer Kobayashi would undoubtedly be in danger. Liu Yang was a psychopath, a killer, who could predict his next move. Kato quickly warned Kobayashi, "Do not listen to him. This man is deranged. Every word he utters is a lie. You must not fall into his trap. If you agree to his terms, you will be playing right into his hands." Other team members also displayed expressions of anger. "Yes, Kobayashi, do not believe him. This man has already killed 2 officers, one of whom was monitoring him alongside you. If you follow his demands and exchange hostages, you could very well be next," they clamored, urging Kobayashi not to trust him. In their eyes, Liu Yang had never harbored good intentions, especially when interacting with Kobayashi. If she truly exchanged 10 students as he proposed, who knew what horrors awaited her in that classroom, the mind of a killer could not be fathomed. He might execute Kobayashi in front of the 1,000 students without a second thought. Such an act would not only disgrace Kobayashi but also tarnish the reputation of their entire department. After all, she represented the official face of Sakura Nation, while Liu Yang embodied evil and darkness. Yet, Kobayashi clenched her teeth and replied to Captain Kato, "Captain, this is the only opportunity to get close to him. We cannot let it slip away. Moreover, exchanging 10 students means saving 10 families, even if I must sacrifice myself. It is worth it." Upon hearing this, Kato's expression shifted dramatically. "Kobayashi, are you foolish? We are officers, not saints from a holy sanctuary. We can only save the citizens of Tokyo to the best of our abilities. Why would you willingly walk into certain death? You must think of your own safety. Do not simply cling to the ideals of self-sacrifice taught in textbooks." Kobayashi was taken aback. She had never expected her idol, Captain Kato, to utter such words. That hadn't he previously told her that as an officer, one must be prepared to sacrifice for the people of Sakura Nation? Yet, now, at such a critical moment, Captain Kato was advising her against self-sacrifice for the citizens of Tokyo. Seeing the bewilderment on Kobayashi's face, Kato realized she was too naive. He leaned closer and whispered in her ear, "Those are just platitudes. You truly believe them? First, ensure your own safety before you can protect others. Think of your family. They would not want you to exchange hostages. Captain, please stop. I have made my decision. This is the only chance to approach Liu Yang, and if there is even the slightest hope of apprehending him, we must pursue it, don't you think?" He understood that Kato's words stemmed from a desire to protect her, but hadn't Kato initially contemplated exchanging hostages as well? Resolutely, Kobayashi lifted the megaphone and declared to Liu Yang, "All right, I accept your demands. I will exchange for 10 hostages." As Kobayashi uttered these words, the parents of the students who had rushed to the scene heard her. Originally, they had been confined behind a barricade, but upon hearing Kobayashi's declaration, they broke through the officers' blockade, determined to seize the only opportunity for their children to survive. The parents encircled Xiao Lin, clutching her as they wept. "Officer Xiao Lin, please save my child. Save my child. Take mine instead. I have only this one child." A lavishly dressed middle-aged woman grasped Officer Xiao Lin's hand and exclaimed loudly, "Officer Xiao Lin, grant me one of the 10 spots. I am willing to pay. I can offer 50 million yen, just for one spot for my child." A tall, muscular man covered in tattoos rushed forward, addressing Xiao Lin with fervor. "Officer, grant my child a spot. Otherwise, I will not let you and your precinct go unpunished, and my child's peril is due to your negligence. Now that there is a chance, if you deny my child a spot, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. I shall transform into a merciless killer, targeting your officers." Faced with the desperate pleas of these individuals, Officer Xiao Lin appeared somewhat at a loss, unsure of whom to choose. With over 1,000 students, only 10 could be saved. Whomever she selected would be unfair to the others who remained. Upon hearing the tattooed man's words, Kato swiftly delivered a kick to his abdomen. Boom! The tattooed man was instantly knocked to the ground. Kato turned to his fellow officers and commanded, "This man has threatened the officer. Apprehend him." The tattooed man, struggling and shouting, proclaimed, "You despicable officers, unable to capture the real killer, turn your aggression towards us ordinary citizens. We are citizens of Tokyo, we pay taxes, and you are funded by our contributions. Not only do you fail to protect our safety, but you dare to flaunt your authority before us. You all deserve to perish. Chapter 65. Remain calm, all of you. Step back beyond the perimeter immediately, or you will all be taken into custody. There are only 10 spots available. Any selection would be unjust to the others. So we will not choose. We will allow the other party to release individuals at random. Whoever is chosen will be purely by chance, ensuring fairness for all. Kato's voice shifted to a cold tone as he continued. This opportunity was earned through Officer Xiao Lin's self-sacrifice, trading her own safety for yours. If you cannot even express gratitude and dare to blame her, it is truly disheartening. All parents of these students, leave the perimeter at once, or you will all be arrested. The parents were instantly silenced by Kato's icy demeanor, a testament to his authority as the veteran detective. They had dared to shout in front of Officer Xiao Lin, but they did not have the courage to do so in front of Kato. Under the guidance of the officers, they retreated beyond the perimeter, no longer daring to raise their voices. That moment. A group of students emerged from the classroom. Lu Yang's voice resonated from within. Officer Xiao Lin, I have released the students. You can now lower your weapon and come into the classroom. Xiao Lin raised a loudspeaker and responded. Absolutely. She relinquished her sidearm and the handcuffs from her waist, returning the loudspeaker to Kato. Kato's gaze was filled with a complex mix of emotions, as if he had a myriad of words to express. Yet he remained silent, simply casting a look of admiration towards Officer Xiao Lin. She then walked towards the classroom as the students gradually made their way outside. As Officer Xiao Lin brushed past the students, Lu Yang's voice called out once more from inside. We need to switch one more. I miscounted earlier. Now there are 11 students. It seems one must be punished. I can't let this slide. Upon hearing this, the students trembled, and even Officer Xiao Lin felt a chill. What? The other students screamed in unison, their fear palpable. Lu Yang had randomly selected 11 individuals, each facing the potential of punishment. They had just traversed the threshold of despair. The students were petrified, including Officer Xiao Lin, who shouted angrily towards Lu Yang inside the classroom. Lu Yang, do you dare to act again? What of it? In 1 minute, another student will face punishment, so hurry and call your reporters. Officer Xiao Lin, you should come in quickly, or another student will suffer because of you. Lu Yang's nonchalant voice echoed from the classroom. Officer Xiao Lin bit her lip, suppressing her anger, and stepped into the classroom. Upon entering, Officer Xiao Lin was taken aback by the sight before her. Over 1,000 students stood in the classroom, a dark mass of fear. If Lu Yang were to unleash his wrath, a single bolt of lightning could annihilate hundreds. Each student trembled, their faces etched with despair, pallid with fright, cold sweat dripping from their brows. The air was thick with a foul odor. Clearly some students had been so terrified they lost control. The ground was littered with puddles of liquid. In such an atmosphere, they had undoubtedly endured immense psychological pressure. Each student feared becoming the next victim of punishment, and a cloud of dread enveloped them all. Lu Yang understood this too, as his negative emotion count had surged past 80,000. However, the rate of increase had begun to slow, as it was evident that the students were at their breaking point, contributing less and less to his negative emotion tally. Thus, he desperately needed a reporter to broadcast the situation to the television networks, ensuring that everyone in Sakura Country would witness it, allowing him to garner new negative emotion points. Taking a deep breath to quell her fury, Officer Xiao Lin addressed Lu Yang. Lu Yang, surrender peacefully, and you may still receive leniency. If you confess, you might escape the death penalty. But should you continue this obstinacy, your fate will be to be captured by the police and publicly sentenced to death. Dio, you truly believe you can contend with the entire police force of Sakura Country? Officer Xiao Lin. It seems you still do not grasp the situation. You should be asking what qualifications your police force possesses to oppose me, or what right the entire Sakura Country has to confront me. My intentions extend far beyond merely toying with your police. I aim to trample your entire Sakura Country underfoot. You too will suffer at my hands. When you fall into my grasp, it will be a different story. Let us not waste time with empty words. Hurry and bring your reporters. Lu Yang retorted with a smirk, undeterred by Officer Xiao Lin's warnings. You truly are arrogant? Officer Xiao Lin was rendered speechless by Lu Yang's taunts. A mere foreign student believing he could dominate the entire Sakura Country. Such audacity. Even if he possessed the power to control lightning, what could that accomplish against the might of a nation? Can your magic surpass the power of a missile? One missile could obliterate you without a trace. Calm down. do not act rashly. The reporters are on their way. Rest assured, if you have any demands, feel free to voice them, and I shall relay them to the department. Officer Xiao Lin sought to maintain her composure in the face of Liu Yang's threats. What use is it to discuss anything with you? You are but a minor figure. Were it not for your beauty and figure, suitable for procreation, I wouldn't spare you a second glance. Beyond your value as a woman, what else do you offer? Merely a tool for release. Liu Yang spoke bluntly. Chapter 66. The reporters arrive. Upon hearing this, Officer Xiao Lin's face turned pale. This man spoke with such audacity, openly referring to her as a mere tool for gratification in front of 1,000 students. It was utterly humiliating. The other students trembled nearby, recalling Liu Yang's notorious deeds, such as publicly assaulting the second and third young masters, even breaking the limbs of the third young master, and attacking both the headmaster and their homeroom teacher without consequence. They now understood why their teachers had endured such treatment. Liu Yang was a madman. Indeed, experience trumps youth. Had they not endured, they likely would have been eliminated by Liu Yang in an instant. How unlike their current plight, where fear pervaded each individual. With Liu Yang's actions and the police's inaction, even Tokyo's female officers were publicly humiliated by Liu Yang, rendering them speechless. They had gradually succumbed to despair. If the precinct could not handle Liu Yang, what chance did they, as students, have to escape? Their fate seemed sealed. An atmosphere of hopelessness enveloped them, their fear morphing into numbness. Meanwhile, Liu Yang's acquisition of negative emotions began to plummet. He realized the students had reached their limit. Human emotions resemble a rubber band. While it can stretch and yield energy, once it reaches its breaking point, it snaps. These students were perilously close to that point, becoming like soulless beings, numb to their fears. This was why a mere handful of invading soldiers could decimate an entire city. Because the entire city has succumbed to a numbing despair, its inhabitants have lost all will to resist. Standing motionless like marionettes, the students in this classroom are no different. Liu Yang furrowed his brow. The television crew no longer visits, and the pace at which he accumulates negative emotions is dwindling. Soon to come to a halt. Over 1,000 students have only yielded him a mere 50,000 units of negative emotion. It is insufficient, utterly inadequate. Liu Yang spoke to Officer Xiao Lin, saying, I suggest you, beautiful officer, promptly use your intercom to contact those outside and summon the reporters. Otherwise, time is of the essence. Though Liu Yang wore a cheerful expression, to Officer Xiao Lin, his words sounded like the whispers of a demon, chilling and terrifying. This man showed no compassion for his former classmates, viewing them merely as lambs awaiting slaughter. Calm down, do not act rashly, I will contact them immediately, Officer Xiao Lin urged Liu Yang. Hastily retrieving her intercom, Captain Kudo, are the reporters on their way? Tell them to hasten. Xiao Lin, are you all right? Did he harm you? Assure him that the reporters are en route and will arrive within a minute. He must not act impulsively. Kudo's voice crackled through the intercom. I am unharmed, Captain. Let us first concede to his demands, Xiao Lin replied. Outside, Captain Kudo's expression darkened as he addressed his team. Disconnect all power from their cameras. Ensure they capture no footage. They may only pretend to broadcast live, and simultaneously, disable all network signals in this vicinity. We cannot allow any information to leak. Understood, Captain Kudo. The team members complied immediately, while the reluctant reporter protested. Do not touch my camera. It is very expensive. Do you understand? It contains over 1,000 lives. Can you bear the responsibility for any mishap? Follow the police's orders, or else you will regret it. Captain Kudo boomed, his furious gaze startling the reporter. Do not resort to violence. I will handle it myself. The reporter reluctantly removed the battery from his camera. Captain Kudo nodded and then called out to Liu Yang from outside the classroom. Liu Yang, I have brought the reporters you requested. Speak your mind quickly. I warn you, do not act rashly. If any harm comes to those students, we will not spare you. You will become the enemy of the entire Tokyo police. We will deploy armored vehicles, helicopters, and even missiles to eliminate you. Do you wish to perish without a trace? Captain Kudo, I detest being threatened, Liu Yang replied, a change flickering across Kudo's face. No, Liu Yang, stop. How infuriating. How infuriating, you wretched man. You are truly deserving of 1,000 curses. They are innocent. Captain Kudo was on the brink of exploding with rage. Liu Yang was trampling on the entire Tokyo Public Security Bureau. showing utter disdain for their authority and even for the Tokyo government as a whole. Mind your tone when speaking to me, Captain Kudo, Liu Yang continued. Tell that reporter to commence a live broadcast. I have something to say to all of you. No problem, Captain Kudo replied promptly, then turned to the reporter, quickly, initiate the live broadcast. This was directed at Liu Yang. The reporter complied, feigning the activation of the camera, and said, the live broadcast is now active. What would you like to say? Liu Yang opened his phone only to find no signal. He frowned, realizing that they were attempting to sabotage him. Thus, he directly activated his phone's camera, recording all his subsequent actions. Liu Yang addressed those outside. Captain Kudo, I hope you are genuinely broadcasting live. If you deceive me, you will bear the consequences. Chapter 67. The helicopter is deployed, rest assured. Liu Yang, we have initiated the live broadcast. Speak swiftly and refrain from harming any more students. You have already taken enough lives. Captain Kudo maintained a stoic demeanor. However, given that the entire area lacked network connectivity, Liu Yang could not verify the existence of the broadcast. The reporter echoed, indeed, we have begun the live broadcast. Good, Liu Yang declared within the classroom, instructing 10 students to exit. Upon witnessing this, Kudo felt an ominous dread. Each time a student emerged, it heralded a death, and he dreaded witnessing more students perish. Liu Yang, do not act rashly. We have complied with your request to start the live broadcast. What more do you want? Do not act impulsively. If you have indeed commenced the live broadcast, then these 10 shall be safe. If you deceive me, none shall escape. Liu Yang's cold voice resonated from within the classroom, resigned and despondent. The lambs destined for slaughter should be prepared for their fate. They exhibited no emotional fluctuations, yet Captain Kudo was consumed by rage. He bellowed at Liu Yang, you wretched man. How dare you continue this? We have already begun the live broadcast. Why do you still act this way? Liu Yang killed a student before the reporter's camera, yet no surge of negative emotion followed. He understood the situation. The broadcast was not truly live. Otherwise, the citizens of Tokyo would witness the scene and inundate him with negative emotions in an instant. Captain Kudo and the reporter were deluding themselves. How audacious! Liu Yang's voice dripped with disappointment. It appeared that Captain Kudo had not taken his words seriously. In this situation, they still dared to deceive him. He had always loathed being deceived, especially since it had led to his demise in his past life. Thus, he resolved to make Captain Kudo pay the price. Without hesitation, Liu Yang pointed outward. The impact was staggering. The reporter was struck dumb with fear, emitting a piercing scream. "Ah, enough, enough, enough. I won't film anymore. You can film whoever you want." With that, he fled, camera in tow. Captain Kudo was left dumbfounded. He had never anticipated Liu Yang would act so decisively. 10 more students lay dead before him. I demand a live broadcast so that all of Sakura country can witness this situation. Can you not hear me? From now on, a life will be taken every minute until you truly commence the live broadcast. Liu Yang's voice floated out, calm yet imbued with a chilling aura that instilled fear and dread. Staring at the 20 or so corpses strewn across the floor, Captain Kudo was utterly stunned. He had never encountered someone so audacious, nor had he imagined Liu Yang would go this far. In less than an hour, he had mercilessly killed 24 individuals. Such behavior transcended the label of a mere murderer. Captain Kudo feared that if this continued, the lives of over 1,000 students would be in peril. What a dilemma! Was he truly to allow Liu Yang to broadcast live, exposing the situation to all of Tokyo? The gruesome sight of 20 corpses and the blood-soaked ground, if aired, would surely haunt children with nightmares, spreading panic throughout the entire Sakura country and revealing the incompetence of the Public Security Bureau. How could they permit such a madman to roam free, threatening the entire bureau? This would be a disgrace to the Public Security Bureau and a trampling of Sakura country's laws. When had the Tokyo Public Security Bureau ever faced such a threat? It was inconceivable. They could never concede to any criminal. Just then, a tall man dressed in a suit approached, flanked by several rugged companions. Upon seeing this man, Kudo's expression shifted dramatically, and he hurried over, bowing respectfully. "Director, you have arrived." The director of the Public Security Bureau had personally come. He oversaw the safety of all Tokyo and was Kudo's superior's superior. The director's presence filled Kudo with an unsettling apprehension. "Are you the one responsible for this case?" the director inquired. "Yes, director," Kudo replied respectfully, though drenched in perspiration. A case of this severity occurring under his watch was inexcusable. In every minute, a life is taken, and you let him act with impunity? The director's face darkened. We are powerless, director. He insists on having the Tokyo television reporters broadcast this situation live, or he will continue to kill a person every minute. But can this situation even be broadcast? If it were to go live, our Public Security Bureau would surely lose face, Kato lamented helplessly. Such a heinous incident has occurred, and my position is undoubtedly precarious. There must be a scapegoat for this case, and the most likely candidate is myself. Thus, I find myself indifferent to the situation, beginning to adopt a rather defeatist attitude. Moreover, the unfortunate reality is that I cannot conceive of a viable solution. If this continues, I will merely be led by Liu Yang. Consequently, I am unable to conduct a live broadcast, nor can I rescue the hostages. What is your proposed course of action? Shall we simply wait for him to execute one person per minute until he has killed them all before we make our move? The authoritative voice of the director reverberated once more, directed at Gu Teng. At that moment, the sound of helicopters echoed through the sky. 3 armed helicopters circled ominously above, enclosing a classroom in their midst. Upon witnessing this scene, Gu Teng's expression morphed into one of astonishment. Did the director send these? To apprehend a single criminal, they deployed 3 armed helicopters? Liu Yang must possess considerable influence. Chapter 68. The self-defense forces have arrived. We are diligently devising a strategy. For the time being, we must stabilize the situation and prevent the assailant from descending into madness. The director is aware that the perpetrator is a maniac, unpredictable and prone to reckless violence. Furthermore, the assailant possesses the bizarre ability to control lightning and kill with it. You must not approach that classroom. Otherwise, you may encounter peril, Gu Ting asserted resolutely. The only option is to exaggerate Liu Yang's prowess slightly, thereby indicating that my inability to act is not due to a lack of desire, but rather a lack of means. To my surprise, the director merely laughed, saying, all fear stems from insufficient firepower. A peculiar ability? Can it withstand a missile? With that, he gestured, and behind him, fully armed self-defense forces emerged, marching in unison. Hundreds of them. They were well-equipped and rigorously trained. Although they are called the self-defense forces, they are essentially a military unit, fundamentally different from the officers of the Public Security Bureau. They are born for combat. To capture a single murderer, deploying a self-defense force of 500 personnel, in addition to 3 armed helicopters, is truly astonishing, Director. Are you suggesting? Kato's face displayed shock. Could it be that the director intends to launch a full-scale assault? Such a significant case would surely be beyond even the authority of the director of the Public Security Bureau. Our Tokyo Public Security Bureau has never compromised with any criminal, and thus this individual must face our justice. We do not yield to threats. If he refuses to release the students, we shall assault. The middle-aged director stated calmly. He then seized the megaphone from Captain Kato's hands and shouted towards Liu Yang inside. Listen here. I do not know your motives, nor why you threaten the police for a live broadcast. Perhaps it is your twisted sense of humor or your psychological abnormalities, but regardless, we, the police, shall not yield to you. I am giving you 1 minute to release all the hostages inside. Otherwise, in 1 minute, we will initiate a forceful assault to rescue them. If you believe you can stand against our Tokyo self-defense forces, then continue your futile resistance. But I assure you, the outcome will leave you regretting your choices. Our Tokyo self-defense forces are not the inept fools you imagine. The director's words carried considerable weight, even causing other officers present to feel a surge of astonishment and fervor. Indeed, criminals should be confronted with such resolve, rather than cowering before their threats. Look at us, intimidated by the foe. These students are all from Tokyo University, the blooming flowers of society, the hope for Tokyo's future. The director of the Public Security Bureau has, at the very least, established an overwhelming presence against the adversary. Upon hearing the director's declaration, Liu Yang instantly recognized that this individual was the primary authority in this situation. The confidence with which he spoke indicated that he was the most influential person present, making conversations with him far more productive than with Captain Kato. Thus, Liu Yang called out from the classroom, "Haha, very well, I shall release them." Hearing this, a proud expression adorned the director's face, and he cast a disdainful glance at Captain Kato, as if to say, "Look at you worthless fools, despite your efforts, you could not persuade him to yield." Yet with a single sentence, I have achieved the rescue of the hostages. What use are you? But a waste of societal resources? Captain Kudo had not anticipated Liu Yang's compliance, so, you are susceptible to pressure, he thought, filled with regret. Had he known threats would be so effective, he would have employed them sooner. One by one, the students began to emerge from the classroom, 20 in total. However, midway, Liu Yang's voice rang out once more, "Dare to threaten me? Then let me show you the consequences of such folly." Upon hearing this, Kudo's expression shifted. He quickly realized that Liu Yang was not capitulating but rather preparing to escalate the situation. The director of the Public Security Bureau, having not previously engaged with Liu Yang, was oblivious to his intentions and momentarily confused. But the next second, a flash of electricity illuminated the scene, making it clear to the director that Liu Yang's actions were a blatant affront. Liu Yang had audaciously struck in the presence of the director of the Tokyo Public Security Bureau, demonstrating that he was unafraid. He was undoubtedly a madman, reaching a level of insanity. It seems that after today, a thorough investigation of all foreign students will be necessary. These individuals are potential threats, capable of igniting chaos at any moment. Moreover, this was the first time he had witnessed Liu Yang's peculiar abilities. This individual was indeed strange. Instinctively, he took a couple of steps back, distancing himself from the classroom. Kudo was right. This person was no ordinary individual. Yet, no matter how extraordinary he might be, he could not withstand the assault of a 30mm cannon mounted on an armed helicopter. The director of the Public Security Bureau raised the megaphone, furiously addressing Liu Yang. "You dare challenge the entirety of the Tokyo Public Security Bureau? Do you think our authority can be so easily trampled upon? You will come to regret this." Boom. Another deafening explosion resonated, marking Liu Yang's response. The director's face twitched violently, his anger morphing into a grotesque mask. After several seconds, he finally managed to utter through clenched teeth, "Damn it! Self-defense forces, prepare. Initiate a full-scale assault." Captain Kudo quickly grasped his arm, exclaiming, "Director, if we proceed with an assault, we cannot fathom the cost. Can we withstand the pressure of public opinion?" "What pressure of public opinion? We are here to rescue students. If a few minor sacrifices occur during the rescue, that is merely a part of the process. If we do not save them, they will all perish. Be why saving them. We may preserve a portion. Besides, once we capture Liu Yang, he will bear the full brunt of the blame. What concern is it of ours? The signals here have already been jammed. No one can transmit information from this location. Hostages are only hostages while they still breathe. If they all perish, are they still hostages?" The director of the Public Security Bureau gritted his teeth. Chapter 69. He cannot escape. Upon hearing the director's words, Captain Kudo's expression shifted dramatically. Good heavens! As expected of the director, his vision surpasses mine by leaps and bounds. Over 1,000 students can be sacrificed without a second thought? That is truly formidable. Yet, it is evident that he is genuinely infuriated by Liu Yang. Liu Yang has gone too far, showing blatant disregard for the Public Security Bureau. He has become a killing machine, consumed by bloodlust. Thus, Captain Kudo refrained from further remarks. With the director personally commanding the operation, it was clear that he was no longer in charge. If any public outrage were to ensue, the director would take the brunt of it. What authority did a mere captain like him have to make such weighty decisions? Inside the classroom, Liu Yang peered through the window's gap, observing the self-defense forces assembling outside. A faint smile crept onto his face. Indeed, these officials from the land of cherry blossoms regard the lives of these students as expendable. To prevent the events here from leaking, they are even willing to sacrifice over 1,000 students rather than allow this situation to be broadcasted. It seems I have underestimated their ruthlessness. However, upon reflection, who among the high-ranking officials in the land of cherry blossoms is not a cunning individual? In their eyes, the common populace may be considered inconsequential. I am a murderer, yet they are not without their own share of blood on their hands. The people of the land of cherry blossoms are indeed a hypocritical bunch, possessing the face of humanity while harboring the hearts of beasts. Liu Yang murmured to himself. Officer Kobayashi could no longer bear it, retorting, "It is not as you claim. It is your reckless killing that has incited the director's wrath. They believe you have lost your mind. That rational means can no longer persuade you. Thus, the only viable option left is to subdue you by force to save more lives. Liu Yang, cease your actions. The self-defense forces are outside. You cannot escape. Your arrogance will be punished." Liu Yang listened to Officer Kobayashi's words with not a trace of panic on his face. Was the self-defense force composed of individuals who did not even dare to call themselves an army? What combat capability could they possibly possess? In a nation like Sakura, a defeated country that cannot even maintain its own military, how dare they flaunt their power before me, Liu Yang? Let alone your few hundred self-defense forces. Even if you were to summon the troops from the so-called ugly nation to confront me, I would still have the audacity to act with such arrogance. It begs the question. What sort of circumstances would necessitate the ugly nation's troops coming to apprehend me? I wonder if the female soldiers from the ugly nation are entertaining. I have yet to experience the thrill of engaging with a foreign mare. As Liu Yang spoke, a contemplative expression emerged on his face, as if he were savoring the allure of his imaginings. Witnessing this scene, Officer Kobayashi felt a chill run down her spine. A murderous maniac was surrounded by the self-defense forces, with 3 armed helicopters hovering above. Yet here he was, conversing with her as if they were exchanging pleasantries, devoid of any fear, even discussing the pleasures of foreign maras. Truly, he was a deviant. At that moment, Officer Kobayashi suddenly realized that her decision to negotiate for the hostages might have been a grave mistake. She could scarcely fathom the torment that awaited her. Meanwhile, the surrounding students wore expressions of utter desolation. Officer Kobayashi felt deeply moved. She did not want to witness the future hopes of Tokyo perish here. Thus, she addressed Liu Yang, imploring him for more time to contact the outside world to send reporters for a live broadcast. I believe we need not escalate this to such a deadlock. Liu Yang shook his head in reply. Do not be naive, Officer Kobayashi. Have you not grasped the reality of the situation? Your director of public safety has already deemed these students, along with you, as expendable, showing no regard for your lives. Face the truth. You are beyond salvation. They will not make any concessions for you. Let alone sending reporters, I suspect that the ensuing scandal will tarnish the reputation of the entire Tokyo Public Safety Bureau, making it even less likely for them to allow information from here to leak, and they may even resort to silencing witnesses. Do not delude yourself into thinking that the Tokyo Public Safety Bureau is composed of honorable individuals. Behind the scenes, it is rife with darkness. Since rescuing the hostages poses such a challenge, why not simply eliminate the individuals involved in this predicament? If all the hostages are disposed of, would there not be no hostages left? Officer Kobayashi shook her head vehemently. No, that is impossible. How could that be? Our duty in the Public Safety Bureau is to protect every citizen of Tokyo. I will contact Captain Kato immediately. He will undoubtedly send reporters. Without hesitation, Officer Kobayashi seized her walkie-talkie and spoke into it. Captain Kato, what is the current situation? Why have the reporters not arrived? The students are terrified. Hurry and send reporters to save them. Captain Kato's reluctant voice came through the walkie-talkie. Kobayashi, alas. The director of public safety is personally overseeing the operation on site. I no longer have the authority to make decisions. You must protect yourself. Should the self-defense forces commence a full-scale assault, Liu Yang would undoubtedly show no mercy, killing all the hostages, and even Officer Kobayashi might fall victim to his hands. Confronted with the imminent sacrifice of this young officer, Kato's emotions were in turmoil. Damn it, if it weren't for my incompetence. How could I allow my team members to perish one by one? Liu Yang has truly forced the Public Safety Bureau into a corner. Captain Kato, do you mean to say that you have abandoned the lives of the students? Can I speak directly with the Director of Public Safety? Officer Kobayashi's face reflected disbelief. She had not anticipated hearing such words so easily from Captain Kato. Moreover, his admonition for her to prioritize her own safety implied that even she had been forsaken. In that moment, Officer Kobayashi's composure began to crumble. She had joined the Public Safety Bureau to protect every citizen of Tokyo, to contribute to their welfare, yet she had never imagined that, in the eyes of the Bureau, the lives of over 1,000 students were deemed insignificant. The director is likely too occupied commanding the operation to engage with you. In any case, take care of yourself, Kobayashi. When necessary, submission to the opponent may be warranted. Strive to survive. Captain Kato's sorrowful voice resonated through the walkie-talkie, his own heart conflicted, helpless, and despondent. He wished to save her, yet felt powerless. Thus, he urged Kobayashi to consider surrendering to Liu Yang, if only to survive. For once the self-defense forces initiated a strong offensive, Liu Yang would have nowhere to flee. Chapter 70. Collateral damage to students is acceptable. Officer Kobayashi stood there, dazed, holding the walkie-talkie, her mindset shattered. It turned out that the Public Safety Bureau was not as noble as she had imagined. The individuals within were not as virtuous as she had hoped. They would sacrifice the lives of Tokyo's citizens for their own reputation. Even she had been abandoned. Such is human nature. Officer Kobayashi, if you survive until tomorrow at 10, your worldview will be shattered anew, so do not rush to despair. Tomorrow will bring even greater calamity. Liu Yang laughed mockingly, fully anticipating these developments. However, since the self-defense forces were preparing to storm the classroom, he decided to forego pretense. With a thought, Liu Yang summoned 2 large cleavers from his system space, weapons he had specifically prepared for the apocalypse. Gripping one in each hand, Officer Kobayashi felt an ominous premonition as Liu Yang brandished the dual blades. Liu Yang, what are you planning? Do not act impulsively. Heh, what do you think I intend to do? I am simply responding to your director of public safety. Liu Yang sneered, then pointed to one of the students. Yu Neil, a student from Tokyo University, seemingly numb, stood up and walked to Liu Yang's side before kneeling without any resistance, a hint of relief on his face, as if he had long awaited this outcome, merely a question of timing. Now that it had finally come, it allowed him to release the tension he had been harboring. However, the other students remained in a state of numbness, resigned to their fates, fully aware of their inability to struggle. They simply ceased to resist. Simultaneously, Liu Yang called out to those outside the window. Come, you self-defense forces of Sakura, hurry and kill me. Outside, the director of public safety was utterly shocked upon witnessing the students being dragged out. It was outrageous, truly excessive. This man had no regard for our Sakura nation's authority. He immediately issued orders to the self-defense forces. Commence a full-scale assault. Spare no expense to capture this murderous maniac. Whether dead or alive, he must not escape this classroom. Understood. The fully armed 500 self-defense forces surged toward the classroom, trained and coordinated, ready to breach the door. Officer Kobayashi implored Liu Yang. Stand down, Liu Yang. You cannot escape. Liu Yang chuckled in response. Heh, what if I told you there exists a possibility that I never intended to flee? Today, anyone who dares to invade this classroom shall perish. Officer Kobayashi. Allow me to demonstrate the worth of a humanoid high-speed train. He readied his dual blades, standing at attention, watching the classroom door. Outside, the self-defense forces finally breached the door. Bang! A tremendous sound erupted as the classroom door was kicked open. But in the next moment, a flash of cold light appeared. Swish! The soldier had yet to retract his leg when it was immediately severed. The remaining soldiers were momentarily stunned, then reacted by pulling their triggers. Bang, 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 bang. However, the figure before them vanished like a wraith, evading the bullets that struck the ground, failing to hit anyone. In the next instant, Liu Yang reappeared before them, swinging his blade. Swish! The leading 3 soldiers had their arms severed in an instant, their rifles crashing heavily to the floor. Ah! The 3 soldiers emitted cries of agony, while the soldiers behind them hurriedly opened fire at Liu Yang. Yet once again, he vanished, disappearing from sight. The soldiers quickly took cover against the walls, aiming their weapons at the classroom door, no longer daring to rush in. They had barely comprehended the situation when the first 4 members of their unit had suffered 1 death and 3 injuries. The opponent's speed was akin to that of a demon, swift as lightning. He could leap dozens of meters in a single bound. Was this truly a human? They couldn't even aim properly. Although the opponent's speed may not exceed that of a bullet, it certainly surpassed their aiming speed, moving like a mere afterimage. Unless they could unleash a full barrage, but with the door still closed and no clear sight of the opponent's position. How could they cover the area with fire? At this moment, hundreds of self-defense forces were drenched in sweat. Since its establishment, the self-defense forces had yet to engage in true combat, having only participated in drills. However, those drills were conducted against the strength of ordinary human soldiers. They had never faced such a monstrous adversary. This is no longer human. It is entirely a monster. Moreover, the opponent can wield lightning to kill. And thus far, they have yet to employ that ability, indicating that they remain comfortably in control, unwilling to reveal their trump card. We are merely a self-defense force. We are not an exorcist team. Why must we confront such a formidable aberration? The team members exchanged glances, none daring to charge forward. The chief of the Security Bureau, observing the scene from a distance, was equally astonished. He addressed Kudo, saying, "You only mentioned that the opponent possesses the ability to control lightning to kill, but you failed to inform me of their extraordinary speed. Does that speed still resemble that of a human?" Kudo wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, speaking helplessly. "I had no idea they were this powerful. I suspect they are not human at all, but rather a kind of demon or monster. Perhaps we should summon the monks from the temple to perform a ritual? A ritual? The physical cleansing under heavy fire cannot touch them. Do you think that kind of mysticism would be effective?" The Security Bureau chief shot Kudo a cold glance, then turned to the self-defense forces and commanded, "Charge in and unleash firepower without hesitation. Even if students are accidentally harmed, it matters not. We must eliminate them." The self-defense team leader felt a profound sense of helplessness. The door to the classroom was barely large enough. How could they possibly rush in? The pressing issue was that the moment one foot crossed the threshold, it would be severed instantly. No one dared to be the first to step forward. Chapter 71. Indiscriminate murder. Do not concern yourselves with those students by the window. Their lives have long since reached their end. They are beyond saving. You will break the windows and simultaneously rush in from multiple angles. I refuse to believe they can kill you all before you reach them. The voice of the Security Bureau chief rang out again, laced with a hint of madness. Today, regardless of the cost, this murderous fiend must be captured. Kudo, listening to the chief's words, wore an expression of shock. The chief has truly abandoned all those students. To instruct the self-defense forces to enter with heavy firepower suggests an intention to eliminate both the students and Lu Yang together. Over 1,000 students. He did not even blink before making such a decision. How terrifying. Is this the resolve of the Security Bureau chief? Kudo felt that the chief had gone as mad as Lu Yang. Yet, perhaps the chief was right in forbidding the dissemination of news. Otherwise, once live coverage began, that individual might drive the entire city of Tokyo to madness. Their brand of evil and perversion would affect everyone. After hearing the chief's orders, the self-defense team leader nodded. It seemed there was no other option. The opponent's speed was simply too fast, weaving through the crowd like a specter. Apart from heavy fire, no one could land a hit. There was no longer time to consider the lives of the students. Otherwise, the self-defense forces themselves would suffer heavy losses. Thus, the team leader addressed the other members. "Very well, we shall proceed as the chief ordered. Team 1 will enter through the door, Team 2 through the first window, Team 3 through the third window. We will break in simultaneously and then lay down fire. I refuse to believe that individual can escape." "Understood, Captain." The other team members nodded in agreement. As members of the self-defense forces, obeying orders is their foremost duty. Although some soldiers felt that killing students was unjust, once the orders were given, they would comply. And so, at the captain's command, everyone charged toward the classroom. In that moment of entry, Officer Kobayashi displayed an expression of shock. She never anticipated such a situation. Was this not a massacre of students by the self-defense forces? For review, this is the self-defense forces killing students, not the protagonist. Have these self-defense members gone mad? Why the indiscriminate killing? She instinctively dropped to the ground. In less than 30 seconds, there was not a single person left standing in the classroom. With hundreds of self-defense members firing their weapons, those students could barely withstand 10 seconds before being entirely gunned down. The air was thick with the stench of blood, mingling with the acrid scent of gunpowder, overwhelming and nauseating. The self-defense team leader raised his hand, and all members ceased firing instantly, gazing at the classroom, which resembled a slaughterhouse. The expressions on the faces of the self-defense members were complex. These students had all perished at their hands, and Lu Yang had also met his end among them. "In, search for Lu Yang's body," the team leader commanded the other members. However, the next moment, a chilling voice reached his ears. "Are you finished? Now, it is my turn." Upon hearing that icy voice, every self-defense member felt their hair stand on end, a tremor coursing through their bodies as they were seized by a cold sweat. This individual was not dead. They quickly raised their weapons, aiming at the ground where the bodies lay, firing again in a desperate act. However, at that moment, Lu Yang appeared before them. Those still firing were instantly paralyzed by electricity, collapsing to the ground. Their hair singed, their skin charred. The speed of the electric current was akin to that of light. In less than a second, hundreds of self-defense members were struck down. The team leader's face bore an expression of shock. Yet his body was already rigid on the ground. His features contorted, his grip tight on the automatic rifle, his eyes filled with terror. He would die without ever understanding how Liu Yong had survived amidst the hail of bullets. Is Liu Yong even human? Yet his astonishment was far from over. The next moment, a bolt of lightning shot toward the helicopters above. Boom, boom. 3 deafening explosions resounded as 3 helicopters instantly erupted into flames. The chief, having designated those helicopters as the trump card to capture Liu Yong, had lost them in an instant. Meanwhile, Liu Yang's invisibility was drawing to a close. He no longer wished to linger, addressing the chief. I had a splendid time today. Over 1,000 students. You merely said fire, and they fell. Truly commendable living on your part. We shall play again next time. With that, Liu Yong departed the school at lightning speed. As he burst out of the school, his invisibility wore off, and he returned to his usual form. A look of exhilaration gracing his face. This phasing invisibility function is simply extraordinary. Not even a hail of bullets could harm me. If only it could last for an hour, I would be invincible. Inside the school, the chief and Captain Kudo had yet to comprehend the situation. Play again next time? Has that guy already left? Impossible. We never even saw him depart. They stared at the blood-soaked classroom, hesitant to approach. The swift demise of 500 self-defense members indicated that anyone who neared that classroom would meet the same fate. They were oblivious to Liu Yang's trump card and how he managed to take down 500 self-defense members in a heartbeat. All they felt was fear. The security bureau chief, holding a megaphone, called into the classroom, Liu Yong, you have no hostages left. Surrender peacefully. However, after several minutes, no response came. Chapter 72. The Sole Survivor. Inside the classroom, the floor was awash with blood, and suddenly, a bloodied corpse stirred. Moments later, a woman crawled out from beneath the body, covered in blood. She surveyed the gruesome scene with a vacant gaze, taking in the multitude of corpses, the nauseating scent of blood filling her senses. The next second, she let out a piercing scream. Ah! This is hell. This is nothing short of hell. Officer Kobayashi had completely lost her composure at that moment. Her mental state had shattered. Those students had died from gunfire. Who, then, was the true murderer? In the face of state-sanctioned violence, what was a murderer? Officer Kobayashi could no longer discern what constituted justice, what was madness, and what was perversion in this world. What difference was there between the actions of the self-defense forces and those of a murderer? Shouldn't the self-defense forces protect the citizens of Sakura Country? Why had they turned their guns on the people, unleashing a massacre? Officer Kobayashi's psyche had utterly unraveled. She felt as though her worldview had been turned upside down. The principles she once upheld seemed to dissolve into mere illusions. Liu Yong may be a murderer, but he never claimed to be a good person. At least he did not erect a facade for himself. Yet these self-defense members were more repugnant. They masqueraded under the guise of protecting citizens while committing atrocities against them. Madness. This world had gone mad. Officer Kobayashi continued to scream, expressing the despair and rage within her. Captain Kudo, outside, heard her scream and recognized it as Kobayashi's voice. His expression shifted immediately. Kobayashi is alive. He displayed a look of joy, quickly grabbing the megaphone from the chief and calling out, Kobayashi, are you all right? What happened in there? Is Liu Yong still inside? Kobayashi heard Kudo's voice, but she was still in a state of collapse, her screams echoing without response. Nearby, a team member suggested to Captain Kudo, Captain, we should go in and check. Liu Yong may have already met his demise, as the final lightning strike seemed to be his desperate struggle for survival. Otherwise, why was Kobayashi unharmed? Captain Kudo, upon hearing this statement, did not concur. Liu Yang's last words were filled with a sense of ease and tranquility, utterly unlike one who had been shot. To claim he perished would be less plausible than suggesting he simply vanished into thin air. However, it had been a considerable time since Liu Yong had uttered a sound, and his silence surely indicated he was no longer in the classroom. After all, the hostages had been evacuated, rendering his presence there pointless. Had he been able to escape, he would have done so long ago. Thus, Kudo nodded and declared, let us proceed to rescue Kobayashi. Everyone, exercise caution. It is possible Liu Yong still lurks within the classroom. Understood. Let us go, Captain. The members of the reconnaissance team were predominantly Kobayashi's devoted admirers. for she was indeed the goddess of the police force. Upon hearing her scream, who could resist the urge to save her? Consequently, Captain Kudo led the reconnaissance team as they cautiously approached the classroom, which was littered with the bodies of self-defense personnel. Some of these individuals had not even had the chance to breach the classroom before Liu Yang's electric currents claimed their lives. Upon entering the classroom, they were met with a scene that left them utterly astounded. The floor was a veritable pool of blood, the depth reaching several centimeters, and the air was thick with the nauseating stench of gore. In the center of the classroom sat a woman, her body draped in snow, her hair disheveled, as she wailed in agony. Her expression was contorted, her gaze hollow. It was not fear that she exhibited, but utter despair. Witnessing such a sight, every member of the Security Bureau felt a profound sense of sorrow. How could this situation possibly be resolved? Captain Kudo rushed to Kobayashi, helping her to her feet, and comforted her, saying, "Kobayashi, remain calm, stay composed. It is over now. Liu Yang is gone, do not fear. No one can harm you." Kobayashi's face was stained with blood and tears. In her despair, she implored Captain Kudo, "Captain, isn't it our duty as the Security Bureau to protect the citizens of Tokyo? Why did these students have to perish at the hands of the self-defense forces? It is all Liu Yang's fault. He is the one who caused these students' deaths." "Kobayashi, do not blame yourself," Captain Kudo reassured her. "No, we are all culpable," Officer Kobayashi replied earnestly. "We must leave this place. The environment is too horrific. You should head to the hospital for a checkup to see if you have sustained any injuries." With the assistance of her comrades, Kobayashi departed from the blood-soaked classroom. Upon witnessing Captain Kudo and the others escorting Kobayashi out, the bureau chief approached them, inquiring, "What is the situation? Did Liu Yang perish inside?" Captain Kudo responded, "I cannot say. There are over 1,000 bodies within. Who can tell if Liu Yang is among them? Let someone go in to recover the bodies and identify them one by one." Thus, the bureau chief promptly dispatched a medical team to assess the injured and determine if any could be saved, while simultaneously identifying the deceased. Meanwhile, Kudo escorted Kobayashi to the hospital for treatment. And after examination, it was confirmed that she had not been harmed. She was indeed fortunate, being the sole survivor of that massacre. Captain Kudo then inquired, "Kobayashi, did you witness Liu Yang commit murder? How did he manipulate the lightning?" Kobayashi shook her head, replying, "I only saw him wielding a knife to kill. His speed was astonishing, and his strength unparalleled. He possessed physical capabilities far beyond that of an ordinary person. He was akin to a martial arts master from a Dragon Kingdom film. His movements were ghostly, making him impossible to track or target. Even the self-defense forces were powerless against him, and we in the reconnaissance team stood no chance of capturing him. He is, perhaps, unconquerable. Even without the ability to control lightning, his sheer physical prowess alone is enough to overwhelm all adversaries." At these words, all the team members displayed looks of shock. Could it be that Liu Yang had truly reached such formidable heights? It seemed that the criminal investigation team had no need to pursue Liu Yang any further. It would be best to leave the matter to the military from here on out. Chapter 73. The lottery begins. Liu Yang returned to Madame Oda's residence, finding it deserted. She was still at work, and after the school's evacuation, Gufeng likely had not returned home either. Gufeng was in utter disbelief. Had Liu Yang truly been a madman? He had resided in my home for so many days. I had lived alongside a lunatic every day, and I even sought out my friends to confront him. I marvel at my own bravery. Surviving until now, that call of Dad was well worth it. Mufeng was now filled with dread. Unwilling to return home, he pulled out his phone and sent a message to his mother. "Mom, don't come home tonight. Liu Yang is problematic." Gufeng refrained from outright labeling Liu Yang as a madman, for should Liu Yang discover that his secret had been exposed, his life could be in jeopardy. Thus, he could only imply that Liu Yang was troublesome. "I think you are the one with issues. Save your mother some worry. Tomorrow is the last day. After that, Liu Yang will move out of our home." "Do not cause any more trouble," Madame Oda quickly replied. This month had been exceedingly difficult. Now, it seemed it would finally come to an end. Madame Oda felt a great sense of relief, but her son's message abruptly shattered her good mood. "What a troublesome child! To think that my own mother does not believe my words." Nevertheless, Liu Yang had resided in our home for a month without ever causing us harm. Surely he would not kill us. Even if Liu Yang were to be vicious, he would not slay his own family. Goofing decided to tuck his phone away and sought a nearby internet CAF, opting to pull an all-nighter and not return home that evening. Meanwhile, Liu Yang reclined on the sofa in the previously grand villa, a smile gracing his face. Tio have instantaneously eliminated 500 self-defense personnel with a single strike of lightning was truly remarkable. This power allowed him not only to obliterate a person with a single bolt, but also to transmit electricity from one individual to another, permitting him to kill thousands in an instant as long as they were in close proximity. He glanced at the total amount of negative emotions in his mind, discovering it had surged to 60,000. With 1,000 points per draw, he could conduct 60 draws. Even with 10,000 points per draw, he could still manage 6 draws. Thus far, he had not yet encountered a draw exceeding 10,000 points and was curious about what rewards awaited him. Liu Yang retrieved his phone to review the videos he had recorded. During his time at school, his phone had been devoid of signal, but now that he had returned to the villa, the signal had been restored. It was evident that the security personnel had tampered with it, likely blocking the signal at the first opportunity. Without hesitation, Liu Yang uploaded the videos online, even attaching a selfie to proclaim to the world that the madman was indeed him. The security bureau personnel quickly became aware of this. Liu Yang had posted 3 videos. In addition to footage from school, he even released videos of the self-defense forces killing students, as well as footage from the principal's office. Upon witnessing this, the security bureau personnel were left dumbfounded. The bureau chief urgently commanded his subordinates, immediately contact the heads of major networks in Tokyo. We must suppress these videos. They must not be disseminated. Hurry. Increase the pace. The principal, having seen the videos online, was initially shocked by the footage of the self-defense forces killing students. However, the next moment, another video popped up, causing him to jump in alarm. Damn, that bastard released the video of me rendezvousing with female students as well. I knew he had backups. Now that Liu Yang's status as a wanted criminal was known throughout the city, he naturally felt no fear regarding the confidentiality agreement. The penalty for leaking a video was tenfold, amounting to 500 million, but as a fugitive, did he still need to worry about paying that sum? The principal felt an overwhelming sense of dread, pondering how he would navigate life at school from now on. What further compounded the principal's despair was that the video of the self-defense forces killing people vanished from the internet in less than a minute, clearly indicating that the authorities had begun to restrict its circulation. Yet, the video from his office remained untouched. Come on, can you at least remove it thoroughly? Is my video not considered to have a negative social impact? The principal felt utterly mortified. Meanwhile, Liu Yang, lounging on the sofa in the villa, noticed that the videos he had posted were promptly retracted. Attempting to share more, he found that he could not. Evidently, the videos had been flagged across the entire internet and could no longer resurface. These damned officials of the Sakura Nation were remarkably adept at controlling the flow of information. However, with 500 self-defense personnel having killed 1,000 students, the release of such footage would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout Tokyo. Would the parents of those students simply stand by? Liu Yang shook his head and checked his negative emotion value once more, realizing that despite the video's brief existence online, his negative emotion points had skyrocketed to 110,000, finally exceeding 100,000. Just moments ago, it had been 60,000, and in mere seconds, it had surged by 50,000. If that video had persisted online for a day, he would have amassed a fortune. Alas, it was a pity. Nevertheless, 110,000 was more than sufficient. With 10,000 points per draw, he could draw 11 times. Liu Yang was eager to discover the rewards he might obtain from a 10,000-point draw when he received a system notification. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your negative emotion points have surpassed 100,000, unlocking the advanced lottery pool for 100,000 points. In this lottery pool, one can attain rewards of a higher echelon. Are there even more advanced lottery pools? A look of astonishment graced Liu Yang's countenance. However, with only 110,000 points to draw from, he could only partake once. There remained 10,000 points, which he could utilize first. Thus, he addressed the system. The system commenced the lottery, drawing from the 10,000-point pool. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your lottery draw was successful, consuming 10,000 emotion points, and you have received a system reward, S-grade system reward. Chapter 74. Acquiring the Indestructible Shield. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your lottery draw was successful, and you have obtained an S-grade reward, Advanced Superpower Fruit. Upon use, There is a chance to acquire an S-grade superpower or even an SS-grade superpower. Upon receiving this notification, a look of delight appeared on Liu Yang's face. An advanced superpower fruit? The minimum guarantee is an S-grade superpower? Without hesitation, Liu Yang commanded the system. System. Utilize the advanced superpower fruit. Ding. Congratulations, host. The advanced superpower fruit has been successfully used, granting you an S-grade superpower. Indestructible shield. You gain a passive superpower that enhances all basic attributes by 10 points. Indestructible shield. Is it the kind I envision? A smile of joy spread across Liu Yang's face as he hastily reviewed the description of this indestructible shield. Superpower name. Indestructible shield. Superpower rarity. S-grade. Superpower effect. Upon activation, your entire body becomes incredibly hard. No attack can inflict harm upon you. You could even bathe in the sun's core, however, while using this ability. Your entire body will become rigid, rendering you immobile. Superpower cost. Perhaps a certain part of your body will uncontrollably harden. This effect will last an entire day. After observing the effects of this superpower, astonishment filled Liu Yang's expression. Could this indestructible shield truly be so formidable? To bathe in the sun's core, resisting temperatures of tens of thousands of degrees, with no attack in the world, be it magical or physical, able to harm me? Moreover, this superpower does not specify limitations on usage frequency or duration. If I wish, could I not utilize it for an entire day? A look of elation adorned Liu Yang's face as he eagerly tested this ability. With a single thought, swish, his entire body instantaneously transformed into a metallic hue. Simultaneously, he became as hard as forged steel, rooted in place. His joints became immobile. Nevertheless, with another thought, the indestructible shield state vanished, and he returned to normal. A gleeful expression illuminated Liu Yang's face. The ability to activate and deactivate at will implies that when faced with an enemy's assault, he could instantly employ the indestructible shield. After withstanding the attack, he could promptly deactivate it and retaliate. Thus, the immobility effect did not pose a significant hindrance point. One merely needed to regard it as a shield capable of repelling any assault. Once the attack had been deflected, he could then cancel the indestructible shield and resume mobility. This ability is splendid. My invisibility and phasing can only last a minute. In the past, during the siege by that self-defense force, I had to conclude matters swiftly. Yet, with this indestructible shield, it is an entirely different scenario. Bullets would be utterly ineffective against me. I could toy with them for an entire day. There are no cooldowns and no limits on usage. It is simply invincible, truly deserving of its S-grade status. Could it be possible that the remaining 100,000 points could yield an SS grade, or even an SSS grade reward? Liu Yang's expression brimmed with anticipation. He then addressed the system once more. System. Initiate the lottery. Grant me a 100,000 point draw. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your lottery draw was successful, consuming 100,000 emotion points. You have received an SS grade item, Universal Fusion Device. What is this Universal Fusion Device? An SS grade reward should possess remarkable effects, right? Liu Yang hastily examined the description of the Universal Fusion Device. Item name, Universal Fusion Device. Item rarity, SS grade. Item effect, it can amalgamate any two or more items placed within the device, allowing you to create new objects. You will possess the creative abilities akin to a deity, conjuring that which has never existed in this world. Such marvel. The power akin to that of a creator? Liu Yang beheld within the system's space a colossal furnace radiating a faint golden light, exuding an air of sophistication. With a thought, he cast a knife and a bow into the furnace. Flames began to erupt from the furnace. Moments later, he received a notification from the system. Congratulations, host. Fusion successful. Acquired new item. Blade bow. Liu Yang withdrew the blade bow. He discovered that the edges of this bow were remarkably sharp, resembling two knives. It could be utilized for both ranged and melee combat. Suddenly, an idea struck Liu Yang. If the items fused possessed the characteristics of both original items, then if I were to place a man and a woman inside, would I not yield a child? If I combined a dog and a little girl, would I not create a beast with a human head and a canine body? What if I fused two women? Could I not produce a woman with two sets of reproductive organs? Or if I fused a person with a cockroach, would the human not gain the cockroach's vitality? After the apocalypse erupts, what would occur if I fused a zombie with a normal human? Goodness, This furnace truly has limitless potential. A look of eager anticipation graced Liu Yang's face. This furnace is exceptional. It is indeed an SS-grade reward. It is not only useful but also highly entertaining, offering infinite possibilities. Each fusion holds an element of surprise. Meanwhile, within the Tokyo Public Security Bureau, the upper echelons were convening. Captain Kudo was among them. The scene of 1,500 corpses in a Tokyo University classroom was profoundly shocking. Such a number had never perished in Tokyo before. Fortunately, the news had not yet spread, and the city's higher-ups remained oblivious to the incident, with the school still under lockdown. Otherwise, the director of the Tokyo Public Security Bureau might face dire consequences. Their current objective was to swiftly apprehend Liu Yang. Capturing this mastermind would provide an explanation. Otherwise, who could bear the burden of these 1,500 lives? The director of the Public Security Bureau inquired of everyone. Based on the clues from the forensic team, none of the corpses contained Liu Yang. Furthermore, the videos circulating online indicate that they were disseminated by Liu Yang, which suggests that he is still alive and even has the leisure to send videos. Yet, we have searched every corner of Tokyo University and have not found any trace of him. How could he have vanished right before our eyes, disappearing without a trace? Tokyo University is entirely sealed off. Not even a fly could escape. How did he accomplish this? Faced with this question, everyone in the Public Security Bureau fell into a deep silence. They too were at a loss as to how Liu Yang managed to escape. Everyone believed he remained in the classroom, yet he had seemingly vanished into thin air. How on earth did that fellow achieve this? Is he still even human? Why are his actions so perplexing? A sense of unease permeated the air, as each individual felt a chill run down their spine. They understood that their adversary was no ordinary killer but a being shrouded in enigma and unpredictability. How could one possibly triumph over such an opponent? Chapter 75. Do you dare call again? After a prolonged silence, no one offered an opinion. The director of the Public Security Bureau frowned deeply. He too was in a state of distress, yet this was a major homicide case occurring under his jurisdiction. The presence of 1,500 corpses incessantly served as a reminder. If Liu Yang were not apprehended, he would likely be cast into the flames by the people of Tokyo. With no other recourse, he pointedly addressed Captain Kudo. Kudo, you have had the most interactions with Liu Yang. What do you believe we should do next to capture him? Where do you think he is hiding now? Upon hearing this inquiry, Kudo revealed a bitter smile before responding. How would I know? That fellow vanished into thin air. Perhaps we will never find him. All surveillance around the school has been thoroughly examined, yet we have not detected his presence. The school itself has been scoured, nearly to the point of digging 3 feet into the ground. But we have seen no sign of him. I suspect he is transformed into air. Or perhaps he never intended to hide, and he might currently be at home, sipping a soda and watching the news. Laughing at our incompetence, initially, he had taken 1,000 hostages with a purpose, to compel Tokyo's reporters to broadcast live. However, with those 1,000 hostages now deceased, he has lost any motive. We have no leads to pursue in our attempt to capture him. I would argue that it would have been better to heed his request from the start and allow the reporters to broadcast live, to ascertain his true intentions. Now, we are completely in the dark regarding his objectives. We are like headless flies, unable to find any clues. Are you implying that this is my fault? The director of the Public Security Bureau narrowed his eyes, a displeased expression crossing his face as he retorted to Captain Kudo. Of course not. I am merely stating that we are currently devoid of leads and do not know how to continue our investigation. Shall we directly investigate Liu Yang's residence? That individual is utterly unpredictable. I suspect he hasn't hidden away at all and may have even returned home, Captain Kudo hastily explained. This situation indeed arose from his initial negligence in failing to recognize Liu Yang as the murderous fiend, resulting in catastrophic consequences with over 1,500 lives lost. Now, with the chief of the Security Bureau bearing the brunt of the blame, Captain Kudo finally feels a measure of relief, yet he dares not provoke the chief any further. Whatever the leadership decrees must be accepted. As long as the blame does not fall upon my shoulders, that is all that matters. Do you believe him to be foolish, or are you the fool? A murderer would never return home, the chief of the Security Bureau remarked coldly. Captain Kudo fell silent. Aside from Liu Yang's home, he had no idea where else Liu Yang might be hiding. At this moment, the deputy chief of the Security Bureau spoke up. We will commence a thorough investigation centered around the University of Tokyo. First, We will search within a 5-kilometer radius, then gradually extend our search to 10 kilometers. Naturally, we must also dispatch personnel to monitor Liu Yang's acquaintances, as he may seek assistance from them. With that man's capabilities, does he truly require anyone's aid? 500 self-defense force members were dispatched in an instant, and he obliterated them all. Who could possibly assist him? The chief of the security bureau retorted icily. The deputy chief chose to remain silent. Goodness, you ask us for solutions, we provide a plan, and yet you dismiss it. Then you shall decide for yourself. Captain Kudo had long seen through this. He understood that the chief had likely been driven to madness by Liu Yang and was now in a state of delirium. Ultimately, as long as the blame does not land on him, he wished to concern himself with nothing else. At this juncture, the chief's secretary spoke up. Chief, the parents of the students are on the verge of an uproar. Although we have sealed off the entire campus and concealed the fact that over 1,000 students have perished, those parents, unable to contact their children, will not relent. They are now at the school gates with banners, attempting to storm the premises, while our security personnel struggle to hold them back. However, it remains uncertain how long this situation can be maintained. The scene may escalate at any moment. An escalation of the situation. Are the personnel of the Security Bureau utterly inept? Unable to capture Liu Yang is one thing, but they cannot even manage a handful of distraught parents. Am I not being clear enough? Until Liu Yang is apprehended, news from within the school must not leak out. Otherwise, everyone in our bureau, from top to bottom, will face repercussions. The outside world is under the impression that Liu Yang is contained within the school. For now, the situation remains stable. If they were to discover that Liu Yang has long since vacated the premises, and that our sealing off the school is merely to prevent news of the deaths from leaking, the situation would no longer hold. The pressing priority is to capture Liu Yang. Once he is apprehended, everything can be explained. Yes, Chief, I will ensure your orders are conveyed. The female secretary quickly nodded and then departed. Just then, Captain Kudo's phone rang unexpectedly, drawing the attention of everyone in the quiet conference room. He swiftly pulled out his phone to silence it, but in the next moment, he froze in place. The ringtone continued to blare, leaving all present puzzled as to why Kudo neither hung up nor answered. What is this? We are in a meeting. Are you intentionally playing music? The chief of the security bureau admonished Kudo to its Liu Yang. He is the one calling. I interrogated him twice, and we shared our phone numbers for the purpose of quick contact. I never anticipated he would call me directly. This is audacity beyond measure, Captain Kudo declared earnestly. Everyone present was taken aback. The chief of the security bureau quickly regained his composure and commanded, "Connect the call on speaker. Find a way to ascertain his location. Alert the technical department to immediately trace the phone's location." Captain Kudo promptly connected the call. Liu Yang's voice echoed through the receiver. "Captain Kudo, how have you been? The party at the school today was simply unforgettable, wouldn't you agree? Therefore, at midnight tonight, I will host another gathering, and I hope you all can attend. This time, you must ensure that a reporter from Tokyo Television is present to broadcast live. Or else the death toll may exceed that of the school. Liu Yang, what are you plotting? Why is it necessary for Tokyo Television to cover this live? What do you truly desire? Is there something we can discuss amicably? Please, do not act impulsively," Captain Kudo urged, attempting to buy time. "When your reporter arrives, you will understand. Tonight's party will be held in one of Tokyo's most densely populated areas, and this time, my hostages will number not 1,000, but 10,000. Do you still possess the audacity to murder them all?" With that, Liu Yang abruptly ended the call. Hey, don't hang up," Captain Kudo shouted, but only the sound of a dial tone greeted him. The deputy chief remarked, "The call was too brief. We couldn't trace the location in time. However, we must prepare for the impending threat. We cannot allow him to kill again. Immediately begin notifying all residents of Tokyo to return home and avoid congregating in crowded areas. A curfew will be enforced starting tonight." Chapter 76. Pressing on with tears in one's eyes after concluding the call, Liu Yang's mind became inundated with accumulating negative emotional energy. Merely a single message had instilled terror in the hearts of the entire security bureau. Hundreds of individuals within the bureau began to provide Liu Yang with emotional energy. The reason Liu Yang chose to wait until midnight to initiate the next round of threats was that his invisibility had already been utilized. Although he gained an indestructible form, it lacked a cooldown time, yet it remained inferior to invisibility in some aspects. While no harm could affect the indestructible form, the user could not move while utilizing it, rendering them susceptible to capture. If the adversary employed a massive net to ensnare him, escape would become impossible. Thus, he must await the refresh of his invisibility. At that moment, the Security Bureau commenced efforts to evacuate the public, securing various crowded venues. All schools were ordered to close, and large shopping centers, supermarkets, amusement parks, and entertainment venues were shuttered. They stood on high alert, awaiting Liu Yang's next move, determined to apprehend him during his subsequent action. Gu Tang had been enjoying himself at an internet CAF, but to his surprise, it too was sealed off. Not daring to return home, he opted to find a hotel room to stay for the day, planning to return only after Liu Yang was captured. Otherwise, even with 10 lives, he would not dare to share a roof with a murderer. Fortunately, the hotel had not been sealed. Jiu Tang checked into a room and began browsing the school's forum, where discussions about Liu Yang were rampant. The news of Liu Yang being a murderous fiend had spread across the entire forum, leaving all students in a state of anxiety, hoping fervently for his capture. This individual was nothing short of a menace, even daring to kill security personnel. Who could possibly stand against him? Previously, he might have boasted and even bullied Liu Yang. Now, he hoped that Liu Yang would not hold a grudge and would show mercy. Considering their shared past, at this moment, Gu Tang was filled with regret. He had previously bullied Liu Yang along with other classmates. Reflecting on it now, he felt quite brave. Indeed, as Gu Tang was engrossed in browsing the forum, something suddenly flew through the gap of his hotel room door, startling him. Having just read about Liu Yang's gruesome deeds, he was understandably shaken. What on earth was that? Cursing under his breath, Gu Tang climbed off the bed to investigate the object. To his surprise, it was a small card featuring a photograph of a nurse dressed in a uniform. The woman possessed a perfect figure and exquisite features, playfully sticking out her tongue, exuding a charming and adorable demeanor. Her looks surpassed even those of the school's most popular girls. Initially, he was tense and fearful, overwhelmed by the pressure of the situation. However, upon seeing this photo, he felt the need for some comfort from a beautiful woman, especially since he had offended a murderous fiend. Who knew how long he could live? If Liu Yang were to target him, he could be killed at any moment. It was only right to indulge while he could. Without hesitation, he dialed the number on the card. A soft, sultry voice answered on the other end. Hello, how may I assist you, dear? Would you like in-home service? Yes. What are the rates? I want the person in the photo. Gu Tang declared without a second thought. One-day girlfriend service, 100,000 yen. I can accompany you for fun, dining, and drinking. I guarantee you will be satisfied. The seductive voice continued. Jiu Tang felt himself on the verge of losing control. Come quickly. My address is room 208 at the Shimizu Hotel, Gu Tang replied without hesitation. Not a problem. I will arrive within 10 minutes. Please be patient, dear. I will be there shortly. With that, the call ended. And Gu Tang was filled with excitement. He was incessantly examining that small card, his impatience palpable as he could hardly wait even a minute. After a 10-minute wait, a knock finally resonated at the door. At the sound, Gu Tang jolted upright, a surge of excitement coursing through him as he rushed to open the door, his face alight with anticipation. However, the moment he swung the door open, a visage larger than a dinner plate greeted him, a heavily made-up face exuding the scent of low-quality cosmetics. Gu Tang was taken aback. Had there been a mistake? The girl depicted on the card appeared to possess a perfect figure, a slender waist, ample bosom, and curvaceous hips. Yet, in front of him stood a hefty woman, her weight easily surpassing 150 gene, resembling a gas canister, and surely in her 30s, whereas the photo had depicted an 18-year-old. Aside from the clothing being identical, everything else was vastly different. While the ample cleavage was noteworthy, it paled in comparison to the allure of a lean physique, utterly valueless. Jiu Tang stood frozen, his mind racing with countless thoughts. Yet, as a university student with no prior experience, he found himself at a loss on how to navigate this unexpected situation. Upon seeing Gu Tang, the woman's face lit up with pleasant surprise, clearly taken aback by the presence of such a handsome young man showing interest in her. She mused that even if she did not earn the promised 100,000 yen, she would not be at a loss. Using a sultry tone, she cooed, "Come on, let me in. I can hardly wait." To his dismay, her voice was identical to that which he had heard over the phone. It truly was her. Gu Tang, momentarily stunned, hesitated for 0.32 seconds before finally allowing his body to step aside from the doorway, permitting her entrance. She had arrived, and after 10 minutes of anticipation, his fervor was akin to a volcano on the brink of eruption. With the atmosphere charged, it felt inappropriate to do nothing at this juncture. Curse it, Gu Ting thought to himself. His first encounter was with a bona fide behemoth. Chapter 77. The outing begins. The entirety of Tokyo plunged into chaos as a curfew was imposed. Meanwhile, Gu Tong was embroiled in a tussle with the genuine behemoth within the hotel at tea that moment. Mrs. Oda had returned home from work. She turned to Lu Yong and remarked, "Lu Yongkuin, it seems Tokyo is rather unsettled lately. A serial killer is on the loose. You must be extra cautious." Her tone brimmed with sincerity and concern. Although tomorrow marked Lu Yang's final day at the villa, her perception of him had shifted significantly during their time together. He was an independent, resolute man, remarkably strong and robust. Were it not for the considerable age gap, Mrs. Oda might have harbored some feelings for Lu Yong. Despite Lu Yong having threatened and even struck her in the past days, the thrill of it all had seemingly rejuvenated her, breathing new life into her spirit. Upon hearing Mrs. Oda's earlier comments, Lu Yong smiled faintly. "Indeed, and that very maniac is standing right in front of you." Lu Yong responded, "Understood, Mrs. Oda. However, what can a mere serial killer do to me? I have stated before that I am the threat here. By the way, Mrs. Oda, you needn't go to work tomorrow. It will be my last day at your villa, and I hope to enjoy it thoroughly with you." Oh. Mrs. Oda's face flushed, as if she were contemplating something inappropriate. "Enjoy this day? That notion alone is enough to make one blush. It seems my allure remains undiminished." A hint of pride graced Mrs. Oda's countenance, for to garner the affection of such a youthful man spoke volumes about her own charm. She nodded and replied, "Very well, Lu Yongkuin. I shall take the day off tomorrow. However, I hope you will honor your promise to delete the video completely after tomorrow. Rest assured, after tomorrow, that video will no longer trouble you. I guarantee it with my integrity," Lu Yong assured her with a smile. "At 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, the apocalypse will erupt, with 80 of the population transforming into zombies. Should Mrs. Oda go to work, she would undoubtedly perish in the Tokyo TV station studio." Lu Yong could not bear the thought of such a captivating and beautiful woman becoming fodder for the undead. If fortune smiled upon her and she could withstand the airborne transmission, he would not mind taking her in, allowing her to become his companion in this new world. Where on earth has that Gu Ting run off to? He has not returned home for days, such a worrisome child, Mrs. Oda lamented as she dined, her brow slightly furrowed, an ominous premonition lingering in her heart. Children must find their own fortune, she mused, acknowledging Gu Tung's adulthood and the necessity for him to take responsibility for his actions. Lu Yong casually swallowed a bite of the delicious dinner prepared by Mrs. Oda and remarked, "Tokyo is currently plagued by a serial killer, and Gu Tung has a penchant for provoking trouble. Thus, I am somewhat concerned. While he does enjoy bullying others and sometimes acts rashly, he is still merely a child." Mrs. Oda shook her head helplessly, sighing, "If only that boy possessed half the maturity you do, Lu Yongkuin, I would feel at ease." Lu Yong chuckled and remained silent. How could a mere child like Gu Ting ever compare to someone with his extensive life experience? After finishing dinner, Lu Yong retreated to his room. Awaiting the arrival of midnight, tonight, at 12 o'clock, Lu Yong would commence his performance. At 12 o'clock. Having dressed, Lu Yong exited his room, only to unexpectedly encounter Mrs. Oda seated in the living room clad in alluring sleepwear. Upon seeing Lu Yong, her face expressed astonishment as she inquired, "Lu Yongkuin, where are you off to?" "Just unable to sleep, so I thought I might wander a bit." "What about you, Mrs. Oda? Why are you here?" Lu Yong asked curiously. "I'm just worried since Gu Ting hasn't he returned yet," Mrs. Oda replied, her brow furrowed with concern. "Fear not, Mrs. Oda, he will be fine. You needn't fret too much. A good night's rest will set everything right." Lu Yong reassured her. "Upon awakening, the entire world's rules will have shifted, and you need only worry about your own survival." "Very well. I shall head to bed now." The gentle Mrs. Oda nodded obediently and proceeded upstairs. At that moment, Gu Tung was still engaged with the genuine behemoth, while Lu Yong stepped out of the villa, traversing the now eerily silent streets of Tokyo. He soon realized that the once vibrant city had descended into an unsettling stillness. Clearly, the authorities had initiated their operations, evacuating all residents from the urban landscape. Establishments that once thrived with activity were now shuttered, and not even a single internet CAF remained open. Bars, karaoke venues, and nightclubs were all devoid of light. A smirk played upon Liu Yang's lips. Is this truly your approach to the crisis? Alas, there are certain places beyond your control. Liu Yang made his way towards an underground casino, initially unaware of its existence. He had stumbled upon it while scavenging for supplies after the apocalypse began. Discovering it overrun with zombie gamblers, it dawned on him that such a clandestine establishment existed in Tokyo, likely unknown even to the authorities. Navigating through the dim alleys, he approached the heavy iron door of the basement. The guard intercepted Liu Yang, demanding, "Who goes there? What brings you here?" "Just here to have some fun," Liu Yang replied with a grin. Before swiftly rendering the guard unconscious with a resounding thud. One step at a time, Liu Yang advanced into the casino. Chapter 78. The Gambler in the damp, shadowy depths below, behind a heavy iron door. A cacophony of excitement and fervor filled the air. The underground casino was dimly lit, flickering lights casting an enigmatic glow over the scene, while smoke swirled about, enveloping the entire space in a shroud of mystery. Around the gambling tables stood a diverse array of individuals, their faces betraying greed, tension, and anticipation. Most were prominent figures, business owners, corporate executives, and high-ranking officials. But within the confines of this casino, they all transformed into frenzied gamblers. Some had bloodshot eyes, fixated on the ever-changing odds, beads of sweat forming on their brows. Others appeared deranged, wildly brandishing their chips while shouting their bets. The dealer, expressionless, skillfully manipulated the gaming devices, leaving onlookers dazzled by his deftness. The sound of dice rolling within the bowl resonated like the drumbeats of fate, each roll echoing in the hearts of the crowd. The sharp clink of chips colliding mingled with the cacophony of curses, cheers, and sighs, creating a chaotic symphony of sound. The air was thick with the intoxicating scent of indulgence. Sensually clad women weaved through the throng, carrying drinks. In a corner, several despondent individuals slumped in defeat, their gazes vacant, as if their souls had been snatched away. Meanwhile, those who had temporarily triumphed wore smug expressions, succumbing further to the allure and peril of the gambling world. In a shadowy corner sat a woman, reminiscent of a wilting flower, despondently slumped beside the gambling table. Her eyes were hollow and despairing, the once vibrant spark now extinguished. She watched helplessly as her last remaining chip was mercilessly claimed by the dealer. Her heart brimming with regret and anguish, her hands trembled slightly, as if still attempting to grasp at the wealth and hope that had slipped away. "I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that." Liu Yang chuckled softly, then swiftly kicked the severed leg on the ground into the trash bin, reassuring the burly man, There, it no longer hurts. Your foot is already in the bin." "Ah!" The moment the large man laid eyes on Liu Yang, he perceived him as a demon, erupting into a more frantic scream. Meanwhile, the patrons who had come to gamble were already huddled in fear. One individual, attempting to escape through the casino's entrance amidst the chaos, was struck by a bolt of lightning that connected with the back of his head. Bang! The fleeing customer's head exploded instantaneously. Ah! Witnessing this gruesome scene, the remaining customers were paralyzed with terror. No longer daring to flee, Liu Yang's cold voice rang out, "I have long warned that anyone who dares to run will meet their end. Anyone who dares to resist will also perish. Kneel and submit to me, and perhaps you shall live a while longer." Upon hearing these words, the patrons collectively knelt to the ground, abandoning any thoughts of escape, while the 6 men who had suffered the loss of their thighs continued to wail. The security captain stood frozen in place, paralyzed with fear, drenched in sweat and trembling. In Liu Yang's mind, the notifications of increased negative emotional value echoed incessantly. This casino housed 500 individuals. Each one contributed a fraction, totaling 500 points. Negative emotional value increased by 500. Negative emotional value increased by 500. Negative emotional value increased by 500. The accumulation of negative emotions continued to surge. In just a mere few seconds, Liu Yang amassed thousands of points in negative emotional value. What exactly are you?" The security captain stuttered, pointing a trembling finger at Liu Yang. From the moment Liu Yang entered the casino, the captain sensed a terrifying aura emanating from him, and now he understood his instincts had been correct. This man was indeed formidable. Quick to resort to murder, he was far more ruthless than any underworld figure. and the ability to control lightning to kill was nothing short of supernatural. I am not human. I am a god, the supreme deity who shall soon rule over your entire little empire. Liu Yang coldly declared. Kneel and submit to me, or I shall sever your head. The choice is yours. Chapter 80. Request for military cooperation. Damn it. How audacious. You consider yourself a supreme deity? How juvenile, the burly man retorted. Gritting his teeth, I do not know how you manipulate lightning, but I believe we should have a fair conversation. If you wish to avoid mutual destruction, we can negotiate. The security captain, displaying a demeanor of defiance, drew a pistol and aimed it at Liu Yang's forehead in the face of truth. All are equal. I know you possess the ability to wield lightning, but what of it? I pull the trigger. And you will still die. Even if you unleash your lightning, I can still react in time to pull the trigger. The captain appeared resolute, embodying a defiance toward death. How arrogant! Killing you requires no lightning. Liu Yang's words had scarcely left his lips when he vanished in an instant, transforming into a blur as he charged toward the security captain at astonishing speed. Witnessing this, the captain was taken aback. Hastily pulling the trigger to shoot at Liu Yang's fleeting shadow, bang bang bang. Not a single bullet found its mark die in less than a second. Liu Yang was upon him, a blade poised at his throat. While the captain's ammunition was spent, at this sight, the security captain was truly terrified. This man could evade bullets. Liu Yang scoffed. You see, within 7 steps, my blade is swift. Beyond 7 steps, it remains swift. What gives you the audacity to oppose me? I realize my mistakes. I beg you, spare me, the security captain pleaded. I have already given you a chance. Alas, you squandered it. Liu Yang shook his head, then gently swung the knife. Swish, the captain's head fell to the ground, rolling aside, while his headless body collapsed onto the floor. At this moment, no one in the casino dared to defy Liu Yang any longer. They curled up on the ground, clutching their heads, too frightened to meet Liu Yang's gaze. The once respected young lady, Qing Yuan, who had been forcefully pinned to the gambling table, trembled uncontrollably in fear. A murderous fiend. This man had arrived and killed a guard, then the security captain, and even severed the legs of 6 of my security team members without so much as a blink. He was utterly ruthless. At this moment, Liu Yang was captivated by her. The casino was filled with beautiful women. The dealers and waitresses were all clad in revealing attire, their figures stunning. Yet this disheveled and improperly dressed woman stood out, devoid of any sordid essence, but exuding an alluring charm. Liu Yang addressed her. Rise, woman. Allow me to behold your visage. Upon hearing this, Qing Yuan was taken aback, realizing that this murderous fiend had taken notice of her. No, please, she trembled, clutching her head, unwilling to stand. Am I not clear? Stand up, or do you wish for your head to be severed too? Liu Yang threatened coldly. Qing Yuan quaked, slowly raising her head. Only then did Liu Yang discern her exquisite features. Her poise and beauty were indeed extraordinary. Clearly, she was of the elite class, a true socialite. Such elegance was leagues beyond that of any common harlot. Alas, having entered this underground casino, even the finest lady would ultimately be reduced to a mere plaything. Fortunately, I, Liu Yang, have arrived to rescue her. This woman is fit to be my partner in expanding my lineage. It would surely be delightful. Thus, Liu Yang directly addressed her. You possess good looks and an appealing figure. Ample bosom and hips, ideal for bearing children. You shall be mine. Huh. Qing Yuan was momentarily stunned, not anticipating such directness from this man, even more so than from the security captain. The captain merely suggested she accompany him once, serving him well for a promise of 5 million. While this man boldly proposed she follow him indefinitely to bear children. I am a lady of status, not a mere vessel for procreation. I refuse, Qing Yuan muttered to herself. I am the esteemed Qing. My family's assets exceed 100 billion. Oh? You refuse? That is not for you to decide. Smack! Liu Yang struck her down. Then, disregarding her further, he proceeded to focus on his pressing matters. He pulled out his phone and dialed Captain Cat. Soon, the call was answered by Cat, who was urgently engaged in a strategy meeting. This meeting had stretched from the afternoon into the midnight hours, with no comprehensive plan formulated to counter Liu Yang. Yet Liu Yang had called, causing tension to ripple through the room. Cat placed the call on speakerphone, and everyone in the conference room held their breath, not daring to make a sound. Liu Yang's mocking voice emanated from the phone. "Captain Cat, where are the attendees for our agreed gathering? All I have seen is your imposed curfew. Your strategy cannot be merely to have them hide at home. Can it?" Cat inhaled deeply, steadying himself before responding. "Liu Yang, surrender peacefully. We have already devised a battle plan. If you dare continue your rampage today, you will certainly face death. All crowded public venues have been sealed off. This time, do not think you can use hostages to threaten us," Liu Yang retorted. "It seems you have not completed the sealing. How is it that this underground casino in the Eastern District still houses hundreds of gamblers?" Upon hearing this, Cat's expression shifted dramatically. Establishing an underground casino in Tokyo necessitated connections, all of which had been acknowledged by the police. Therefore, Cat was well aware of the location of the main underground venue in the Eastern District, which operated daily. In the process of evacuation, he had forgotten to secure the underground casino. To his astonishment, Liu Yang had managed to locate it. "Liu Yang, what have you done in the underground casino?" Cat questioned nervously. Liu Yang chuckled. "Oh, nothing much, just killed a few people and threatened a few hundred hostages. You should hurry and join the party, otherwise it becomes rather dull to kill these people. The rules remain the same, 1 person per minute. Hurry and summon the television crews for a live broadcast. Otherwise, I shall eliminate everyone in the casino." Upon hearing this, the atmosphere in the conference room turned frigid. After all their preparation, they found themselves threatened yet again by this murderous maniac. "Damn it!" The security chief ordered, "Action! Request cooperation from the forces stationed in the neighboring nation. This time, we must eliminate Liu Yang." "Yes, understood, sir." Everyone replied in unison. The leaders, not wishing for the author to starve, implored for gifts. "Thank you to those who sent gifts. I love you all. Sending hearts." Chapter 81. Captain of the Female Special Forces. Thus, the security forces of the Little Empire quickly mobilized, preparing for action, and simultaneously notified the neighboring nation station troops, who dispatched a special forces unit for support. The special forces of the Ugly Nation stand in stark contrast to the military of the Cherry Blossom Nation, possessing far superior equipment and rigorous training. They employ high-tech warfare. In comparison, the self-defense forces of the Cherry Blossom Nation seem no different from the children's army of a summer camp when placed beside the special forces of the Ugly Nation. Soon, they surrounded an underground casino. The iron gate of the casino had already been kicked open by Liu Yang, now wide ajar. The interior was shrouded in darkness, obscuring the situation within. Both the self-defense forces and the special forces of the Ugly Nation arrived on the scene, with the leader of the special forces being a female commander named Ilea. Upon seeing Ilea, the director of the Public Security Bureau from the Cherry Blossom Nation displayed a respectful demeanor and expressed, "We are grateful for your assistance, Captain Ilea. The adversary is a remarkably ruthless murderer, possessing an eerie ability that seems to control thunder and lightning. Our self-defense forces have already lost 500 soldiers without being able to apprehend him. This time, we must rely on you, Commander Ilea." The ominous darkness of the entrance seemed to narrate the horror of the murderer. The director of the Public Security Bureau had previously encountered Liu Yang and was acutely aware of his terrifying nature and strange abilities. Hence, he was reluctant to send his personnel into the fray again and preferred to let the forces from the Ugly Nation take the lead. These station troops from the Ugly Nation and the Cherry Blossom Nation were notoriously arrogant. The male soldiers would directly assault the beautiful Cherry Blossom women, and after such heinous acts, they faced little to no punishment, often merely returned to their homeland for a nominal trial. Once back in the Ugly Nation, any semblance of justice was merely a facade. The Cherry Blossom women endured relentless torment from the soldiers of the Ugly Nation. Simultaneously, a significant portion of the Cherry Blossom women were infatuated with foreign soldiers, often captivated to the point of inaction in their presence. The men of the Cherry Blossom Nation harbored resentment towards this reality, yet felt utterly powerless in terms of height and physique. They could not compete with the imposing soldiers of the Ugly Nation, who enjoyed considerable privileges while stationed in the Cherry Blossom Nation, indulging in their whims with little consequence. For many women, such privileges were alluring, leading them to wish to serve the soldiers in any way possible. Given the vast privileges enjoyed by the station troops of the Ugly Nation, it was only fair they faced some repercussions when danger arose, prompting the director of the Public Security Bureau to address Ilea in such a manner. Upon hearing his words, A hint of disdain graced Ilia's exquisitely crafted features. Indeed, these individuals from the Cherry Blossom Nation are utterly inept, unable to capture even a murderer, yet they seek our aid. Alas, even if one raises a dog, should it be harmed, one must seek retribution. Otherwise, would it not dishearten the creature? Perhaps we should toss them a bone. Moreover, a murderer capable of controlling thunder and lightning is unprecedented. Capturing him could yield significant insights for our research in the Ugly Nation, potentially enabling us to clone soldiers with similar abilities. Ilia nodded and said, "Rest assured, a mere murderer is no challenge for us." With a wave of her hand, a small special forces unit of 20 individuals commenced their operation. They employed tactical maneuvers to steadily approach the entrance of the underground casino. Observing their actions, Kudo inquired, "Director, do you think they can succeed? Our self-defense forces were annihilated by Liu Yang. They are but 20. The director of the Public Security Bureau chuckled. Even if they fail, it matters little. You know as well as I that the people of the Ugly Nation are vengeful and cannot abide losses. If this special forces team is defeated by Liu Yang, what do you think the headquarters of the station troops will do?" Kudo pondered for a moment before responding. Given their nature, they would not let Liu Yang off lightly. They would dispatch more personnel armed with superior weaponry. The director nodded. "Precisely. They will send additional troops from the Ugly Nation. When that occurs, Liu Yang will become their dilemma. Not ours. I hope the conflict between Liu Yang and the Ugly Nation escalates, as it would ease our burden." Upon hearing this, Kudo looked at the director with admiration. Truly, experience prevails. After all, you are the director, and I am merely a captain. If we can shift the blame onto the Ugly Nation, any subsequent losses incurred while besieging Liu Yang will rest squarely on their shoulders, sparing our bureau from accountability. The director is indeed formidable. I have so much to learn. Following your example, I shall never cease to improve." Kudo sincerely remarked, revealing his earnest desire for advancement. As the special forces of the Ugly Nation approached the entrance of the underground casino, they were greeted by the sight of a headless corpse and fresh blood staining the ground. The acrid scent of blood caused Ilia to furrow her brow. Such a clean incision, swift and decisive, devoid of hesitation. Indeed, a truly ruthless murderer. "Everyone, exercise caution. Should we spot the adversary, empty your magazines." "Understood, Captain Ilia," the others affirmed, nodding in unison. Meanwhile, within the depths of the underground casino, Liu Yang sensed the intruders encroaching. A smile of anticipation graced his face. It appeared the show was about to begin. However, this time, the Public Security Bureau seemed to have learned from past mistakes, opting for stealth rather than broadcasting their intentions. Nonetheless, in the face of Liu Yang's keen perception, even the world's most elite assassins could not hope to approach him undetected. Rising from his seat, Liu Yang prepared himself as the special forces of the Ugly Nation reached the threshold. Ilia exchanged glances with her teammates, then signaled with a wave of her hand, prompting 2 soldiers to rush out. Upon exiting, they were met with the sight of Liu Yang, who bore an expression that was both mocking and enigmatic, along with several hostages crouching with their heads clutched in terror. The 2 soldiers were momentarily taken aback. The murderer before them was not as they had envisioned. He stood weaponless, seemingly awaiting their capture. With guns drawn, the 2 soldiers shouted, "Get down! Hands on your head! Do not move! Ah, at long last, you've arrived. I've awaited your presence for quite some time." Liu Yang chuckled darkly. "Do you think I anticipated the self-defense forces of the Cherry Blossom Nation, only to be graced by the presence of your soldiers from the Ugly Nation? Excellent! I shall thoroughly enjoy playing with you. For once I conquer the Cherry Blossom Nation, I shall inevitably turn my sights upon you as well." With a cold laugh, Liu Yang suddenly vanished in a blur. Darting towards the 2 soldiers with serpentine agility, a massive blade materializing in his hand. Damn, such speed! Bang, bang, bang. The soldiers unleashed a barrage of bullets, yet Liu Yang's velocity rendered their aim futile. Instead, many bullets struck the hostages, claiming their lives. Too slow, pathetically slow. How can one survive in this world with such sluggishness? Liu Yang's voice echoed ominously. In a swift motion, he severed the hands of the 2 soldiers, causing their rifles to clatter to the ground as they screamed in agony. Chapter 82. Request for headquarters support. At that moment, soldiers positioned behind the door realized something was amiss and rushed to provide assistance. However, before they could even aim, Liu Yang had already incapacitated the first soldier. Too fast. Unbelievably fast. I can't even see clearly. Fear gripped the soldiers as they heard the anguished cries of their comrades. Some were struck in the hands, others in the feet, while a few lost their heads altogether. The horrifying truth was that they could not even discern the appearance of their foe. What is happening? Are we truly engaged in battle against a mere human? At this moment, Liu Yang possessed the speed 7 times that of an average human. To him, all movements appeared as if in slow motion. Just as a cat can toy with a snake due to its superior speed, the principle held true in combat. In the realm of martial prowess, speed reigns supreme. Having severed the hands of 2 more soldiers, Liu Yang chose not to wait for additional reinforcements. Instead, he plunged into the depths of the casino, where 16 more soldiers awaited. Transforming into a shadow, he charged forward, brandishing his blade. The soldiers descended into chaos, firing wildly at the rapidly moving phantom. Bang, bang, bang. Several bullets struck their comrades instead, leading to a few unfortunate soldiers falling victim to friendly fire. Calm down. Don't shoot at your own, Ilea shouted, but a bullet grazed her cheek, leaving a bloodied mark against the wall behind her. Damn it. This highly trained Special Forces unit is being toyed with like mere children. They are firing indiscriminately, even hitting their own comrades without realization. In that moment, even Ilea felt a twinge of despair. The adversary was simply too formidable. What kind of monster had emerged from the Cherry Blossom Nation? In less than 10 seconds, the corridor was filled solely with the anguished cries of the soldiers from the ugly nation, and a bloodied machete was pressed against Arya's throat. Some clutched their severed hands, others their amputated feet, while a few held their ruined chests as their desperate wails echoed relentlessly through the passageway. It was only at that moment that Arya finally discerned the visage of her assailant. A young Asian boy with jet-black hair. Strikingly handsome and tall, his face perpetually adorned with a mocking expression. His relaxed demeanor suggested that the fallen soldiers around him were not victims of his own brutal handiwork. Arya's ammunition had run dry, and before she could reload, he had already positioned the blade at her neck. Beads of perspiration formed on her fair forehead, and her body, encased in a bulletproof vest, was drenched in cold sweat. Her golden hair clung to her delicate cheeks, while her ample bosom rose and fell with each breath. Damn it, do you even realize what you've done? We are the Special Forces of the ugly nation. You dare to provoke us? You are as good as dead, Arya threatened Liu Yang. The dignity of the ugly nation would never allow for such affronts, for it was the mightiest country in the world. A global hegemon, a beacon of humanity, a leader guiding civilization forward. There was nothing beyond their capabilities. To them, the people of other nations were but inferior beings. Only those from the ugly nation were deemed the noblest, the most perfect, the most intelligent, evolved to the utmost. Thus, should the lowly dare to strike against their betters, they must be eradicated to prevent any imitation. This was why the people of the ugly nation were known for their unwavering vendettas. Liu Yang sneered. What? Do you think you're something special? I not only intend to kill your soldiers, but I will also toy with you. In times of peace, the ugly nation may indeed be formidable. Yet, alas, this morning at 10 o'clock marks the dawn of the apocalypse. The entire world order will collapse. What of the ugly nation? Your president will be cowering in a bunker, trembling, perhaps even wetting his pants. Upon hearing Liu Yang's words, Arya's expression shifted to one of shock. This man had completely dismissed the ugly nation. He even claimed he would toy with her. Damn it. I am not some plaything to be trifled with. I am the squad leader of the Special Forces. You are far too arrogant. Clearly, you have no comprehension of the might of the world's most powerful nation. Do not mistake this. Even the entirety of Sakura Nation pales in comparison before us. Release me at once, or you will deeply regret it. Arya continued her threats towards Liu Yang. Regret? The true regret would be to miss the opportunity to thoroughly enjoy this beautiful mare. Follow me. Liu Yang roughly seized Arya by her golden hair, dragging her into the casino's grand hall. Witnessing this, Arya panicked, shouting, What do you think you're doing? Let go of me. The ugly nation will not let you escape unscathed. Ha! Still so defiant. I wonder how tough you'll be when you face my tempest. Liu Yang dragged her several meters before tossing her beside Lady Chan. Both women were quite appealing. Once this little soiree concluded, he would take them back for some entertainment. Then, Addressing the incapacitated special forces, Liu Yang commanded, "Hurry and send a message to your headquarters. Capture this situation on video. Make sure I look handsome." An injured special forces member, with his feet severed, picked up his phone, capturing the scene. A dozen special forces soldiers sprawled in pools of blood while Liu Yang menaced their leader by her hair. The soldier sent the video back to headquarters, simultaneously relaying through the intercom, "Headquarters, requesting backup. Requesting backup. Our team is nearly annihilated, many members are gravely injured, and Captain Arya has been captured. Requesting support." Upon receiving this video, the headquarters of the Ugly Nation's garrison was thrown into turmoil. Since their deployment to Sakura Nation, they had never faced such catastrophic losses. An entire Special Forces unit of 20 was nearly wiped out, and their squad leader was captured and subjected to humiliation? Did that rogue not see the national flag of the Ugly Nation on their shoulders? Damn it! This wretched fiend will pay dearly. "We shall reduce him to ashes," declared the commanding officer of the Ugly Nation's garrison. "Mobilize immediately. Black Hawk helicopters, deploy. Equip air-to-ground missiles, if necessary. Annihilate him along with that building." Chapter 83. He can withstand bullets outside the casino. Members of the Public Security Bureau were observing the situation. After hearing a round of gunfire, the entire casino fell into an eerie silence, leaving them uncertain of what had transpired within. Kudo could not suppress his curiosity and asked the director, "Sir, should we not attempt to assist? It's so quiet inside. Could it be that those soldiers from the Ugly Nation have already been subdued?" The director of the Public Security Bureau chuckled. "Ha! How can the special forces of the Ugly Nation compare to our self-defense forces? They are probably on the brink of total annihilation. Then shouldn't we act swiftly?" Captain Kudo inquired. "Indeed, you make a valid point. Action is warranted." The director nodded and then addressed everyone. "Everyone, immediately retreat to a safe distance of 50 meters. Upon hearing this, Kudo was left bewildered. What is going on? The special forces of the Ugly Nation are about to be wiped out, and the director chooses not to intervene, but instead orders a retreat? "Sir, why is that? If we do not assist, the garrison from the Ugly Nation may hold us accountable," Kudo questioned, perplexed. "What good would our presence do? You know how the Ugly Nation operates. Their soldiers will immediately call for backup if they are in danger. I suspect support from the Ugly Nation is already en route. It won't be long before fighter jets arrive to turn this place to rubble, so it's best we keep our distance." The director spoke with confidence. He understood the modus operandi of the Ugly Nation well. Their soldiers, when in peril, would swiftly call for assistance from headquarters, and such support arrived at lightning speed, typically involving direct air support. But this is the bustling district of Tokyo. If air support comes in to bombard, many innocent civilians could perish. Captain Kudo expressed his concerns. "As long as we can apprehend Liu Yang, it will all be worth it. Besides, this will be a civilian area bombarded by the garrison of the Ugly Nation. What does it concern us? We can shift the blame onto them. Our Public Security Bureau will remain unaffected," the director said with a carefree demeanor. Requesting support from the garrison was undoubtedly a wise choice. After hearing the director's words, Kudo suddenly understood. Brilliant, truly brilliant. No wonder you are the director. He hurriedly instructed the personnel of the Public Security Bureau to retreat from the casino entrance. Moving several dozen meters away, that moment, Liu Yang's mind was inundated with negative emotions as he realized the soldier's video had been sent out. Unfortunately, no one from the Public Security Bureau had yet arrived, leaving Liu Yang somewhat exasperated. Had these officers truly been so mentally destabilized by him? After capturing hundreds of hostages, they now dared not even take a glance inside, merely waiting for the Ugly Nation's garrison to arrive. Those soldiers were likely in for a rude awakening, unaware of Liu Yang's true prowess. They mistook him for an ordinary criminal, intending to storm in and capture him, only to find themselves in dire straits. This party was proving to be rather dull. Those who were supposed to attend had not shown up. Liu Yang shook his head in resignation. Thankfully, the individuals within the casino continued to provide him with a steady stream of emotional energy. At that moment, the garrison of the Ugly Nation arrived swiftly on the scene. Above, 5 Black Hawk helicopters, heavily armed and equipped with air-to-ground missiles, circled ominously over the casino. A middle-aged military officer wielding a massive megaphone shouted at Liu Yang. "You inside. I care not who you are. Now, immediately release our soldiers, or you shall find yourself without a grave." Inside the casino, Liu Yong heard the outside proclamation and understood that the Public Security Bureau had given up any hope of rescuing the hostages, instead allowing the soldiers of the ugly nation to take charge. Very well, let me step outside to meet them and offer them a glimmer of hope. Then I shall plunge them into utter despair. Since broadcasting the scene was not an option, he would extract negative emotional energy from these officers and the garrison soldiers instead. Liu Yong bound Lady Qingyuan and Arya, leaving them in the casino while expelling all other hostages. The officer from the ugly nation, seeing people emerge, mistakenly believed his intimidation tactics had worked, and a smug grin spread across his face. Under the majesty of our ugly nation, who dares defy us? He glanced back at the director of the Public Security Bureau and his team, a mocking expression on his face, as if to say, "Look at you useless fools, a bunch of cowards, forced to retreat." Hundreds of hostages were forcibly expelled from the casino by Liu Yong, who subsequently took refuge behind them, gripping the severed remains of a grotesque soldier from a rival nation. At that moment, the commanding officer of the occupying forces caught sight of the soldier being held aloft and immediately addressed Liu Yong with a furious demand. "You insolent brat, release our soldier at once and surrender with your hands on your head. Who gave you the audacity to speak to me in such a manner?" Liu Yong boldly proclaimed, "I am Liu Yong, the man who has trampled upon both your cherry blossom nation and your grotesque country." With that, he tightened his grip around the soldier's neck, lifting him effortlessly with one hand before applying pressure. A sickening crack resonated through the air as the soldier's neck was instantaneously snapped. Witnessing this gruesome act, the soldiers of the rival nation trembled, realizing that this audacious individual had dared to slay their comrade before their very eyes. The commanding officer was on the brink of losing his composure. He whispered urgently into his earpiece, "Has the sniper locked onto the target? Ready to fire and eliminate him." The sniper's voice crackled back, "There are too many people. We might hit the hostages. Do those cherry blossom citizens matter? They are merely our pets. Fire," commanded the officer without hesitation. The sniper, seeing no alternative, pulled the trigger. A deafening boom echoed as the bullet pierced through the head of a cherry blossom hostage, exploding it like a watermelon and showering the air with a mist of crimson. The bullet then ricocheted off Liu Yong, producing a metallic clang. To the shock of all onlookers, Liu Yong remained unscathed despite the bullet's impact. In that critical instant, he had sensed the impending danger. Activating his indestructible ability, as the bullet deflected harmlessly away, he promptly deactivated this power, indicating that its duration barely exceeded a second. The soldiers were left bewildered, unable to comprehend the events unfolding before them. Only witnessing Liu Yong repel the bullet, fear etched itself onto their faces as they realized they were in the presence of something otherworldly. Liu Yang's mind was inundated with negative emotional energy, amassing over 20,000 points in mere seconds. Chapter 84. Everyone must die. The massacre begins. Damn it. Covering fire. Do not concern yourselves with the hostages. Fire at will. The commanding officer ordered ruthlessly, disregarding the lives of the hostages, all citizens of the Cherry Blossom Nation, believing their lives to be inconsequential. Yet the presence of Liu Yong behind them instilled a deep sense of peril. If a bullet could strike the head of a soldier and leave him unscathed, then surely Liu Yong was not invulnerable. Under the barrage of fire, he would undoubtedly perish. Yes, sir. The soldiers of the rival nation began their unrelenting assault, unleashing a torrent of gunfire upon the hostages and Liu Yong. The air was filled with desperate cries as they ruthlessly slaughtered the hostages. "Director, they are indiscriminately killing the hostages," Captain Kato exclaimed in disbelief as he observed the atrocities. "This is necessary sacrifice," the director replied calmly. "Over 1,000 students have already perished. What is a few hundred more? If it leads to capturing Liu Yong, it is worth it. Besides, it is the forces of the rival nation doing the killing. It is not our concern." A minute later, Liu Yong remained steadfast, unyielding, even as the hostages around him fell to the ground. At last, there were no more obstacles to the soldiers' aim. A relentless barrage of bullets rained down upon Liu Yong, metal clanging as the bullets were deflected. He stood there like an unmovable statue. An eerie and unscientific spectacle amidst the carnage. The ground was littered with corpses, pools of blood surrounding a figure that remained untouched by the violence. This was far more terrifying than any horror film. The commanding officer raised his hand, and the soldiers ceased fire.
Liu Yang had transformed into a figure soaked in blood, yet he remained standing, an embodiment of a blood-soaked demigod. The commanding officer was left in utter shock, his voice trembling as he spoke. This man can truly withstand bullets. Damn it. We must deploy missiles to eliminate him. Black Hawk 1. Launch surface-to-air missiles. Yes, sir. Target locked. Commencing launch. A thunderous roar erupted as a missile struck Liu Yang, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that reduced the front of the underground casino to rubble. Inside, the bound Lady Qingyuan and Alia gasped in shock at the deafening blast. Though they could not see the outside chaos, they felt the tremors of an explosion powerful enough to demolish a building. Surely Liu Yang must have perished. Alia's expression brightened, hopeful for the arrival of rescuers. Outside, the commanding officer of the rival nation fixated on the location where Liu Yang had stood. As the flames dissipated and the smoke cleared, he was horrified to see Liu Yang still standing, like a statue, though his clothing had been reduced to ashes, revealing a physique as formidable as iron. Muscles sculpted with the elegance of ancient Greek statues. Damn it! Not even a missile could take him down. The commanding officer and his soldiers were frozen in terror. Give me that gun. The commanding officer seized a soldier's rifle and aimed at Liu Yang. Let me see just how tough you really are. He pulled the trigger. The bullet struck its mark but was instantly deflected away. The realization that even the most vulnerable parts of a man could withstand bullets left everyone utterly demoralized. Fear spread among the ranks, not only amongst the soldiers but also among those observing from a distance. They witnessed the so-called strongest military in the world being rendered powerless against Liu Yang. What could they do now? Liu Yang's invincibility meant he could kill at will. Damn it. How did such a monster appear in our Tokyo? What sins have we committed? The commanding officer snapped back to reality, urgently commanding his subordinates, retreat, immediate withdrawal. This man is a murderous demon of the Cherry Blossom Nation. It is none of our concern. We are merely here to assist. The soldiers had long awaited this order. Once they realized their bullets were ineffective against Liu Yang, they had given up any hope of defeating him. The commander's call. They turned and fled. In the next moment, a crackling sound filled the air, followed by a thunderous boom as a bolt of lightning erupted from Liu Yang's hand, striking a Black Hawk helicopter in the sky. The electricity spread to 4 nearby helicopters, igniting them in explosions that lit the night sky as brightly as day. Everyone gasped in horror, turning to Liu Yang, only to find he had vanished from sight. Then, piercing screams echoed through the air. Bang, 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 bullets flew wildly, inadvertently hitting several soldiers. Yet Liu Yang remained unharmed. Retreat. Now Liu Yang moved. You fired all your bullets and launched your missiles, and now you think you can escape. Did I give you my consent? Everyone must die. Chapter 85. Miss, please stop calling. No one is coming to save you. The sound of soldiers falling echoed incessantly as Liu Yang moved with blinding speed, darting through the night like a specter, evading capture. The rival forces descended into chaos. Some soldiers, in their frantic struggle, fired wildly, unknowingly killing their own comrades. In under 3 minutes, they had lost more than half their number. The commanding officer was thoroughly bewildered, shedding his armor as he fled. Yet in the next instant, Liu Yang appeared beside him, grinning widely, his blood-soaked form revealed only by the gleam of his white teeth. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. The incidents involving your soldiers from the so-called ugly nation bullying the Sakura girls are numerous. If you can bully the Sakura girls, can I not bully you, this female soldier? With that, Liu Yang seized the golden locks of the other party's hair, lifting her up with considerable force. Chapter 87. The Conquest of the Ugly Nation. Liu Yang harbored a profound disdain for 2 types of individuals in his life. When this Alia dared to discriminate against those of East Asian descent in his presence, he decided to show no mercy. Ultimately, she was left without the courage to resist, as this man was indeed ruthless. He truly dared to strike a woman. Was it not said that the men of Dragon Country were the epitome of chivalry, never laying a hand on women? Why was this international student any different? All those movies must be deceiving. Were not East Asians supposed to be the friendliest? Yet Liu Yang was more robust than any bodybuilder. Woe is me, you have crossed the line. I am a Caucasian, the female captain of a special forces unit, an officer of the ugly nation, and yet you dare to do this to me. Alia had completely crumbled. It is precisely those of your so-called superior nation that are most delightful to punish. Rest assured, not only you, but even the princess of your ugly nation shall eventually bow before me. Liu Yang, I shall conquer both the Sakura nation and the ugly nation. A confident expression adorned Liu Yang's face. He then confined Alia to a room, seeking another for himself, to take a shower and prepare for rest. Both of them had an 80 chance of turning into zombies. As for himself, the likelihood of becoming one was nil, for in his previous life, Liu Yang had remained unchanged, and this time would be no different. Thus, he had no desire to share a room with these women. Otherwise, come tomorrow morning at 10, should they transform into zombies while he slept, would he not be caught off guard and bitten by them? Lying in bed, a satisfied expression graced Liu Yang's face, as his mental reservoir of negative emotions reached a staggering 30,000 points. With every 10,000 points, he could draw thrice. However, he refrained from hasty draws. Opting to wait until the apocalypse unfolded to see what awaited him, he set his phone alarm for 10 in the morning and drifted off to sleep. The following day, at 10 o'clock, the alarm on Liu Yang's phone rang. At that moment, the cacophony outside the casino permeated within. The sounds of screams echoed, punctuated by relentless explosions. Some attempted to flee in their cars, only to be obstructed by others on the road. Collisions with lampposts and walls ensued, resulting in violent detonations. Others, having witnessed their family members transform into zombies, dashed from their homes, only to be overwhelmed by zombies on the street, blood spilling in torrents. The entire world had descended into chaos. Even the self-defense forces of the Sakura Nation saw 80 of their ranks instantaneously succumb to zombification. The remaining individuals hardly had time to react before being infected. After all, even the self-defense forces could not perpetually wield their firearms. Even with weapons, 8 out of 10 could succumb in an instant. Who could possibly react in time? In any densely populated area, the risk of immediate infection by zombies was high. The sole stroke of fortune was that the Natural Bureau had imposed a curfew throughout Tokyo the previous night. Most entertainment venues were sealed off, and those crowded areas were now devoid of people. Many remained sheltered at home. Consequently, Tokyo had, through misfortune, become fortunate, with far fewer succumbing to zombification compared to other cities. For those who stayed indoors, if a family of 3 had 2 members turn into zombies and 1 remained unchanged, they would only need to contend with 2 zombies. But had they been in a supermarket, mall, casino, bar, amusement park, or karaoke venue, they might have faced hundreds or even thousands of zombies. In truth, Liu Yang's actions were commendable, as his involvement in the killings had led to the curfew in Tokyo, sparing many from immediate infection. Hearing the commotion outside, Liu Yang understood that the transformation had begun. A joyful expression lit up his face. It had come at last. The long-anticipated apocalypse had finally arrived. In this lifetime, Liu Yang would ascend to the pinnacle of the world. His system space was now brimming with supplies, an entire 1,000 cubic meters. To be taken down by that old foe once again would render this rebirth utterly futile. He wondered if those 2 women had transformed into zombies yet, with a sense of anticipation akin to opening a mystery box. Liu Yang approached Alia's room. With a single thought, a machete materialized in his hand. Should she have become a zombie, he would not hesitate to sever her head. He turned the doorknob and quietly opened the door. At that moment, Alia was startled by Liu Yang's entrance, her mind instantly recalling the terror inflicted upon her the previous night. She quickly curled up in a corner. Liu Yang's face broke into a satisfied smile. Very good, luck is on my side. She has not changed. Now you can help me produce a hybrid child. However, her unchanged status did not bode well for the young lady from Cheng. After all, the likelihood of both remaining unchanged was exceedingly slim. Thus, Liu Yang closed the door and proceeded to the chamber of the Qingwen young lady. He opened her door as well, startled by Liu Yang's entrance. The young lady let out a yelp, shocked. You haven't changed either? Liu Yang's expression displayed surprise. Changed? What do you mean? The Qingyuan young lady halted her scream, inquiring with confusion. Hee, you'll find out soon enough. Now get up quickly. We must leave if we linger in this casino any longer. The corpses outside will begin to stink. Liu Yang spoke calmly. Where are we going? Can I finally go home? I truly long for home. I don't want to die. Please, I implore you, do not torment me further. Let me return. The Qingyuan young lady asked pitifully. Of course, no problem. However, if upon witnessing the scene outside, you still wish to return home, I shall not stand in your way, Lu Yang replied calmly, leading the Qingyuan young lady and Alia toward the exit of the casino. Chapter 88. He is the pillar of the apocalypse. Yet upon stepping out of the casino's doors, they were rendered speechless by the sight before them. The roads were littered with wrecked vehicles, the ground stained with the nauseating scent of blood. Hundreds of skeletal remains lay scattered, remnants of the ugly nation's troops and law enforcement from the previous night, now reduced to bleached bones. The sight was reminiscent of a slaughterhouse in hell. Beside these bones stood figures, drenched in blood, with ghastly expressions and pale eyes. These were the zombies. The outbreak of the apocalypse had commenced. The Qingyuan young lady and Alia were taken aback. Alia swiftly picked up a rifle dropped by a soldier, gripping it tightly with a vigilant gaze fixed on the zombies, while the Qingyuan young lady clung to Lu Yang, seeking refuge behind him, her face a mask of terror. Lu Yang, what is happening? Who are these people? What has become of them? It is rather evident, is it not? They have turned into zombies. Furthermore, 80 of the populace has succumbed. The remaining 20 are desperately scrambling for survival. Before long, another 80 of them will perish, Lu Yang responded nonchalantly. As soon as he finished speaking, the zombies turned their attention toward Lu Yang and his companions. The previously motionless zombies, standing like posts beside the skeletal remains, suddenly erupted into frenzied screams. They charged forth like wolves spotting their prey, dozens of zombies rushing forward simultaneously, each moving with the speed of sprinters. Such swiftness. Alia's expression shifted to one of astonishment as she unhesitatingly raised her rifle. Bang, bang, bang. With each gunshot, a zombie collapsed, each one struck in the head. Truly commendable marksmanship for a captain of the special forces. Lu Yang did not deter her from firing. Instead, he observed her with a calm demeanor. As her magazine emptied, a fraction of the zombies had fallen, yet the remaining ones showed no sign of fear, continuing their relentless advance. They were mere mindless corpses driven by their hunting instincts, devoid of pain or fear, with only one purpose: to consume. Witnessing this, Alia felt a chill run down her spine. She quickly bent down to retrieve another firearm. However, at that moment, the fastest zombie lunged toward her, preparing to pounce. Alia was taken aback, yet in the next instant, swoosh, that zombie's head was swiftly severed, yet astonishingly, the head continued to roar, not immediately succumbing. Such indomitable vitality. Alia, gazing at Lu Yang who stood protectively before her, felt a wave of gratitude. Lu Yang remarked, although you have been fortunate enough to be immune to airborne transmission, no one can evade bloodborne transmission. Thus, be cautious of injuries. Once wounded, you shall become a zombie. Moreover, it is advisable not to fire your weapons. Look over there. Lu Yang gestured toward the street corner, where a throng of zombies was relentlessly approaching. There must be hundreds of them, he continued. Zombies possess low intelligence, but they are attracted to sound. Firing will only summon more zombies. Upon hearing this, Alia picked up the rifle from the ground but refrained from firing. What should we do? There are hundreds of zombies running toward us. Alia and the Qingyuan young lady were both in a state of panic. Without the use of firearms, it would be impossible to eliminate the zombies. Yet, discharging a weapon would undoubtedly attract even more of them. Is this not a paradox? Watch me, Lu Yang declared confidently. He then charged into the horde of zombies wielding his two machetes. His speed was astonishing. With each swing, a zombie's head was severed cleanly. Before the blood could even splatter onto him, he had already darted to the side of another zombie, delivering yet another lethal strike. This was the first time Arya witnessed Lu Yang's true velocity, and she finally understood why she had been so thoroughly overwhelmed by this Asian man the previous night. In retrospect, her survival in his bed was solely due to her rigorous training. This man was simply extraordinary. His prowess in dispatching zombies was nothing short of breathtaking. At that moment, Arya felt that even if Lu Yang had insulted her, she had nothing to lose. After all, encountering such a formidable man was a rare fortune. Hundreds of zombies fell beneath his blades, and in less than 10 minutes, Lu Yang had slain them all. Black blood pooled on the ground. Lu Yang returned to Arya and Miss Qingyuan's side. His attire, freshly donned that morning, remained pristine, untouched by a single drop of blood. Elegant, utterly elegant. Lu Yang, you are truly remarkable, Miss Qingyuan exclaimed, her words stammering with awe. The spectacle of slaughtering zombies was simply too overwhelming. Liu Yang chuckled. Did you not experience my strength last night? If you could not withstand my might, how could the zombies do so? In this apocalyptic world, cold weapons are far more effective, he continued. Now, you have two choices. You may leave freely or choose to remain by my side as my women, pledging absolute obedience to me. In return, I will escort you back to my sanctuary and ensure your safety. Upon hearing this, both Miss Qingyuan and Arya displayed expressions of struggle, their hearts filled with hesitation. Initially, when Liu Yang had promised them freedom upon exiting the casino, they had been overjoyed. However, upon stepping outside, they realized the world had dramatically transformed. If Liu Yang's claim that 80 of the population had turned into zombies was true, then half of the remaining 20 would likely perish on the first day. This meant that only 10 of people remained alive. What of their families and friends? Their chances of survival were equally bleak. Even if Liu Yang allowed them to leave, could they navigate their way home safely given their current strength? The streets of the city were teeming with zombies. Even possessing firearms would be of little use, as the gunfire would only attract more of the undead. Observing the two women in their indecision, Liu Yang simply smiled and fell silent, beginning to gather the weapons strewn about the ground. Having eliminated the military and law enforcement personnel the previous day, he hadn't taken their weapons, but now he deemed it prudent to collect them, ensuring nothing went to waste. With a sweeping gesture, he gathered all the weapons within a 10-meter radius into his storage space. In mere moments, the ground was devoid of all weaponry. At this juncture, Miss Qingyuan had made her decision. They understood that the world had irrevocably changed. All previous rules had crumbled, and to survive, they must submit to Liu Yang. With reddened eyes, Miss Qingyuan displayed a resigned expression. She had witnessed the horror of the zombies and did not wish to be devoured alive. Desiring to live, she addressed Liu Yang. Liu Yang, I will follow you without reservation. I hope you can ensure my safety. I am willing to do anything for you, as long as you protect me. Witnessing this proud woman finally bowing her head, Liu Yang beamed with satisfaction. Very well, those who know the times are wise. Rest assured, as long as you remain by my side, you will want for nothing. Liu Yang affectionately ruffled Miss Qingyuan's hair. Meanwhile, Arya remained torn. As a captain of a special forces unit, she possessed formidable survival skills and marksmanship. Yet she had come to realize the terrifying nature of the zombies. While one could slay a zombie, or even 10, could one truly defeat 100? When those horrific creatures charged simultaneously, no amount of skill could save you. Only someone with Liu Yang's extraordinary speed and strength could navigate through a horde of zombies with such ease. She had come to comprehend Liu Yang's immense power. Ultimately, she relented, presenting her rifle to Liu Yang, stating, Liu Yang, I too am willing to submit to you. Please protect my safety. Excellent. Then come with me, Liu Yang rejoiced. Pleased that both women were intelligent and not foolish. In this apocalyptic era, they recognized who truly held power. As they traversed the streets, Arya and Miss Qingyuan felt a chill of fear. Corpses and zombies littered the area. Some bodies had been reduced to mere skeletons, having been devoured before they could even rise as zombies, while others had lost most of their flesh yet continued to roam. They observed a zombie with its limbs completely gnawed away, unable to stand, yet its face contorted in rage, continuously howling on the ground. Unable to rise or perish, it was an utterly grotesque and terrifying sight. None of them wished to become such abominations as women. They cherished their beauty. The thought of being bitten by a zombie and transforming into such a hideous creature filled them with dread. Surrounding the corpses were throngs of zombies, standing like lifeless husks. When they sensed anyone approaching, they would spring into action, as if triggered by an unseen force. Thankfully, with Liu Yang's formidable strength, he effortlessly dispatched the zombies with his blades, efficiently severing their heads without attracting more of their kind. As he carved a bloody path, countless zombies fell at his feet. He continued his relentless advance back to the villa district. Upon entering, he discovered that even the security personnel had succumbed to the zombie plague. As they spotted Liu Yang returning with two beautiful women, they charged at him with furious roars. Liu Yang had previously held a favorable impression of this security guard, who had greeted him warmly during his stay. Alas, the advent of the apocalypse had claimed yet another victim. Without hesitation, Liu Yang swung his blade, and with a swift motion, the guard's head was severed. Liu Yang felt he had granted his old acquaintance a merciful release. The The villa district was sparsely populated, and along the way, he encountered only a handful of stray zombies, likely because most had remained trapped within their homes. Unable to escape their fate, Liu Yang swiftly dispatched any zombies he encountered, soon arriving at Madame Oda's villa. The heavy iron gate stood firmly closed. With a towering 5-meter wall, he felt no fear even amidst a zombie onslaught. Standing before the door, he pondered whether Madame Oda had undergone a transformation. It would be a pity if this alluring and mature woman had also become a zombie. With that thought, Liu Yang effortlessly leaped over the 5-meter wall and landed in the villa's courtyard. He then unlocked the iron gate, allowing Arya and Miss Qingyuan to enter. The interior of the villa was eerily silent, as if devoid of life. Liu Yang frowned, wondering if the lady had indeed transformed. A sense of helplessness washed over him as he led the two young women inside. Upon entering, they beheld Madame Oda, clutching a kitchen knife, huddled on the sofa. Startled by the opening door, she aimed the knife at Liu Yang. But upon recognizing him, her expression shifted to one of sheer joy. Liu Yang-kun, you're unharmed? How wonderful, truly wonderful, woo-woo. So many have turned into terrifying monsters, devouring people. Thankfully, I listened to you and took a day off. Otherwise, I would surely have been eaten. The lady clung to Liu Yang's arm, her face streaked with tears. Earlier, she had heard unsettling noises from within the villa, accompanied by cries of terror. In a panic, she had ventured outside to investigate, only to find numerous people transformed into zombies, frantically pursuing and devouring others. Terrified, she had quickly retreated into the villa and locked the iron gate. Shortly thereafter, she received an official text message from Tokyo. The message read, "Dear citizens of Tokyo, please be advised that due to the outbreak of an unknown virus, many have transformed into man-eating monsters resembling the zombies depicted in films. Anyone bitten will be infected and become one of them. Please remain indoors, secure your doors and windows, and await official rescue." Upon reading this message, she had turned pale, consumed by despair, for she feared for her son, who had yet to return home at that moment. She had no idea where he was or whether he had been bitten by a zombie. She also worried about being trapped in the villa with limited food supplies, unsure how long they would last. Although services had not yet been interrupted, how long could they continue in the wake of the zombie outbreak? Thus, Madame Oda had been overwhelmed with fear. Now, seeing Liu Yang's return, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. Although Liu Yang was merely a classmate of her son, he possessed a maturity that made him seem incredibly reliable. Upon seeing him, one cannot help but perceive him as a dependable man. In stark contrast to her own son, who remains utterly unaccomplished and perpetually a source of worry. Liu Yang gently patted Mrs. Oda's back and comfortingly assured her, "Do not fret, madam, you are now safe. The fact that you have not succumbed to becoming a zombie is the greatest fortune. Henceforth, as you remain by my side, Liu Yang, no harm shall befall you as long as you heed my guidance. I shall ensure your safety. Indeed, I will certainly listen to you, Liu Yang-kun. I will do anything you ask. I shall not oppose you in any way," Mrs. Oda quickly replied, recognizing that Liu Yang was her last lifeline. And she was determined to cling tightly to him. Observing her understanding demeanor, Liu Yang displayed a satisfied expression. At that moment, Mrs. Oda also noticed two beautiful women beside Liu Yang. One appeared to be a woman from the land of cherry blossoms. Around 20 years of age, but her poised demeanor clearly marked her as a socialite. The other was a striking blonde with blue eyes, appearing to be approximately 25, possessing a robust physique and graceful curves. Her gaze exuding determination, reminiscent of a soldier. Mrs. Oda was somewhat taken aback. These two did not seem to be Liu Yang's classmates. Curiously, she inquired, "Who are these two lovely ladies?" "They are all my women," Liu Yang replied. "From now on, let us all coexist harmoniously. I abhor any discord among my harem. Should anyone disobey, I shall unceremoniously cast them out to feed the zombies," Liu Yang declared with gravity. "A nation has its laws, and a household has its rules. Since these women have chosen to follow me, they must abide by my regulations." Upon hearing this, the women nodded in agreement, be it Mrs. Oda, Miss Qingyuan, or Arya. Having witnessed the horrors of the apocalypse, they had long since resigned themselves to their fate. They resolved to submit to Liu Yang, unwaveringly adhering to his wishes, and no matter how unreasonable Liu Yang's demands might be, they would comply. After all, Could anything be more terrifying than being devoured by a zombie? Chapter 90. The forum erupts. The identity of the murderous fiend is rendered useless. Yet, Mrs. Oda's countenance still bore a hint of sorrow. For her son, Gu Teng, remained missing. Lu Yang discerned her concern and inquired, "Madam, what troubles you?" "That wretched boy, Gu Teng. Since last night, he has been unreachable, ignoring my calls and texts. I have no idea what his situation is." Mrs. Oda lamented. Despite her son's penchant for trouble, he was fundamentally obedient. He was not a bad person, merely a product of his father's absence. Had he been blessed with a powerful father like Lu Yang to guide him, he would undoubtedly have avoided his rebellious phase. His nature was not inherently malevolent, and thus Mrs. Oda was genuinely worried for her son's safety. Upon hearing this, Lu Yang chuckled, "Madam, do you consider your son a good student?" "Ah?" Mrs. Oda was taken aback by Lu Yang's question. After a moment's contemplation, she shook her head and replied, "If he were a good student, he wouldn't bully his classmates, and I wouldn't have to fret so much about him. Indeed, there is a saying, good people seldom endure, yet calamities linger for a millennium. Fear not, he shall not perish easily." Lu Yang reassured her with a smile. Mrs. Oda was left in a quandary, unsure whether to feel elated or despondent. "I hope that is the case," she sighed softly. Lu Yang addressed the other two women. "All right, feel free to find a room to settle in. I too must return to my quarters for a brief respite. After battling with both of you last night and slaying hundreds of foreign troops, I have yet to properly rest." "Understood, Lu Yang." Both Miss Qingyuan and Arya nodded in agreement. Mrs. Oda warmly invited them. "Follow me, and I shall arrange a room for each of you." "Thank you, madam." Arya and Miss Qingyuan expressed their gratitude. Mrs. Oda's cheeks flushed slightly. "From now on, please call me Odine, for we are all women of Lu Yangkuan and thus sisters. Calling me madam feels too formal." "Certainly, Odine." The two women replied with smiles. Despite one being a wealthy heiress and the other a captain in the special forces, they dared not underestimate Mrs. Oda, for she had long been recognized as Lu Yang's woman. While they had only recently joined his side in terms of seniority and status, Mrs. Oda was indeed their superior. Under her guidance, the two women proceeded to the adjacent guest rooms, while Lu Yang returned to his chamber, took a shower, and lay on his bed. He retrieved his phone and discovered that, amidst the apocalypse, water, electricity, and the internet had yet to fail. Opening the school forum, he found it already in a frenzy. "Help! I'm trapped in my home bathroom. My parents have turned into zombies. What should I do? Can anyone save me? I killed my parents. I'm so scared. I'm trembling all over. They turned into zombies and tried to eat me." So in a panic, I rushed into the kitchen and used a knife to slay them. What should I do next? Can anyone guide me? Those who frequently commit murder know that while killing is easy, disposing of the body is not. You killed your parents, and soon the stench will attract other zombies. I suggest you dismember them and flush the pieces down the drain. Help! My dad has also turned into a zombie. I just killed him, but he bit my hand, and now the wound is turning black. What should I do? I feel dizzy. Am I infected too? Can anyone save me? I'm trapped upstairs. Why, Dad bit my mom to death. And her screams lasted for several minutes. I'm so scared. Can someone help me? Wait for official rescue. Did you not see the message? We should stay indoors and secure our doors and windows. Can we really trust the officials? With such a disaster, they must be affected as well. I suspect the officials have turned into zombies. I think so too. At least these zombies have low intelligence. Otherwise, if they wielded guns and drove tanks, what would we do? The school forum was inundated with desperate pleas for help. It was primarily frequented by students. All posts were from them, exemplifying survivor bias. It appeared as though only students had escaped becoming zombies, while their parents had not. In reality, some students had transformed into zombies and killed their parents, yet those who had turned would not post. Thus, it seemed as though only the students were normal while their parents were not. Lu Yang pondered for a moment and then uploaded videos of his own killings along with footage of the self-defense forces in action to the school forum, with the remaining students likely having a 10 survival rate. That still amounted to thousands of students who would witness the videos, potentially generating negative emotional value for him. Moreover, with order having collapsed, it was unlikely anyone would retract his videos. Seizing this opportunity for further gain was not a loss. As soon as Lu Yang's video was posted on the forum, it ignited a flurry of comments from students. Yet, Lu Yang noticed that he received far fewer negative emotional values than expected. With an unremarkable increase of mere tens per second that soon dwindled to zero, Liu Yang was bewildered. What is going on? Are these students not afraid of me? He glanced at the comments beneath the video. Wow! Liu Yang truly is a murderous fiend. So many students had their heads chopped off by him. My goodness, the self-defense forces are the real murderers. Over 1,000 students were shot dead by them. Damn! Is this how the officials treat us students? Who said to wait for official rescue? It seems the officials are the most hypocritical. If I encounter an official, I will surely slay them. In this apocalypse, the rules of peace no longer apply. 1 kill is insufficient, 2 kills are a bonus. I wish I had been killed by Liu Yang. At least it would have spared me this despair. Even if I were slain by Liu Yang, it would be a swift end. I wouldn't have to kill my parents myself. Though they have turned into zombies, I still struggle with the psychological burden of having taken their lives. Indeed, in retrospect, dying at Liu Yang's hands seems far more merciful. Absolutely. Seeing these comments, Liu Yang was left speechless. It appeared that his reputation as a murderous fiend paled in comparison to the chaos of the apocalypse. No wonder he could not garner more negative emotional value. After all, these students had endured far worse horrors. The sight of zombies disemboweling and devouring people was far more terrifying than Liu Yang's beheading. In the face of the apocalypse, what fear could a murderous fiend possibly instill? Liu Yang lamented his oversight. He had not anticipated that the onset of the apocalypse would elevate the psychological thresholds of these students. His identity as a murderous fiend no longer incited fear in them. Damn it. Chapter 91. Lottery draw. Upgrade ticket acquired. Sakurasara is still alive. Liu Yang closed the school forum, realizing it was futile to seek negative emotional value there. The forum had outlived its usefulness. Just then, his phone rang unexpectedly. Liu Yang picked it up, his face lighting up with joy upon reading the message from Sakurasara. Liu Yang, I saw your post on the forum. Are you still alive? I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. Is there a distinction between reading thoughts and psychological entries? A look of confusion crossed Liu Yang's face as he examined the description of this superpower. Superpower name: Psychological entry reading and rewriting. Superpower level: Level 1. Superpower effect: Upon utilizing this ability, the host can perceive the psychological thoughts of others, presented as entries above their heads. If the target is unguarded or lacks the ability to resist, the host can rewrite these entries, permanently altering the target's psychological thoughts. Example: if the host's adversary harbors a hostile sentiment towards the host, activating the psychological entry reading and rewriting ability will manifest this sentiment as an entry above their head. After gaining control over the adversary, the host can transform the hostile sentiment into one of submission. Thus, the adversary will become the host's subordinate, vowing never to betray. Upon reading this description, a look of delight appeared on Liu Yang's face. Incredible, he exclaimed. This ability is extraordinarily potent, capable of utterly transforming another's psychological thoughts. Does this mean that even if I were to slay a woman's entire family, I could still alter her mind to love me unconditionally and never betray me? Invincible. With this power, I shall no longer fear Lao Lu. With only 10,000 points remaining, Liu Yang continued to draw from the lottery. System: Commence my final draw. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully drawn and consumed 10,000 points of negative emotional value, earning an S-level system reward. 1 advanced superpower fruit. Another superpower fruit. Without hesitation, Liu Yang declared, use the superpower fruit. Ding. Congratulations, host. The use of the superpower fruit was successful, granting you the S-level superpower, Flame Power. You receive a passive enhancement of all attributes by 10 points. Upon receiving this notification, Liu Yang's face lit up with delight. Flame Power? Having already acquired Thunder Power, now I possess Flame Power as well? Amazing. He glanced at the description of this superpower. Superpower name: Flame Power. Superpower level: Level 1. Superpower effect: You can control flames to attack enemies, and your body will no longer fear high temperatures. Even if engulfed in flames, you can remain composed and unfazed. After receiving this notification, a joyful expression graced Liu Yang's face. With a mere thought, a ball of fire materialized in his palm. He then directed his gaze towards the wall ahead. Instantly, the flame shot forth in a blaze. Whoosh! Boom! With a thunderous roar, the fireball erupted, scorching the wall into charred blackness. What a formidable fireball technique! The explosive force was sufficient to obliterate a horde of zombies. Invincible. Liu Yang beamed with satisfaction. This lottery had bestowed upon him 2 superpowers, along with a superpower upgrade voucher, enhancing his capabilities 8-fold. Truly a bountiful harvest. However, acquiring negative emotional value would prove challenging henceforth. As the apocalypse had erupted and the number of humans dwindled, it was impossible to instill fear in everyone. For those who had encountered zombies would no longer be intimidated by mere murderers. Thus, in the wake of the apocalypse, Liu Yang's primary focus would be on gathering resources and building his influence. Once his strength was formidable, the survivors would begin to congregate within the existing bases. At that point, he could once again instill fear among the survivors. Having made this mental resolution, Liu Yang stepped outside. Meanwhile, Mrs. Oda, Alia, and Miss Qingyuan were gathered in the living room. Upon seeing Liu Yang emerge, their faces lit up with surprise, and they eagerly exclaimed, "Liu Yang-kun, you are awake? Are you hungry? I'll prepare a meal for you." Mrs. Oda said with a gentle demeanor. Liu Yang nodded, acknowledging his hunger. By the way, the food supplies in the villa must be running low, right? Take these provisions. From now on, you will be responsible for the meals in the villa. Liu Yang said, waving his hand, instantly summoning 10 bags of rice weighing 100 pounds each, along with fresh vegetables, meats, and various seasonings he had prepared during peacetime. The sight left Mrs. Oda and the others dumbfounded. How could Liu Yang conjure food out of thin air? P.S. Wishing everyone a happy mid-autumn festival. Even during the festival, I dare not rest, working overtime to write, seeking gifts and love to fuel my efforts. Sigh. I've entered the dark room. Starting tomorrow, I will temporarily cease updates to focus on the revival competition. Please wait for me. Chapter 93. Preparing to save Inkong Tao as Liu Yang took the opportunity to assess their perception of him. Words soon appeared above their heads. Above Mrs. Oda's head was inscribed, "A godlike man, possessing maturity beyond his years, with a remarkably strong physique. I truly adore him." Observing this evaluation, a satisfied smile graced Liu Yang's face. Not bad at all. I never expected Mrs. Oda to hold such a high opinion of me. It seems even without altering her psychological entry, she would never betray me. Liu Yang then turned his gaze to Miss Qingyuan, noticing the entry above her head. A figure that inspires both love and hate. His power is overwhelming, yet he is a pervert, fond of violence. However, in this apocalypse, he is undoubtedly a reliable ally. I must ensure to curry favor with him. If he casts me aside, I would be doomed. While Miss Qingyuan has not yet fully submitted to me, she understands my value. Truly, a wise individual recognizes the times. She likely will not betray me. Liu Yang then looked at Alia. A strong yet peculiar individual, ruthless and unflinching in killing, yet seemingly kind to his women. Being his woman seems advantageous, and is he truly of Asian descent? How can his muscles be more formidable than those of a black man? It seems this special forces captain has come to terms with reality. After all, the apocalypse has erupted, and the rules of peacetime no longer apply. Even if I was once a ruthless murderer, it does not negate my current status as a powerful ally. It appears the captain has swiftly recognized the situation. Excellent, excellent. Seeing that the 3 women bore no ill intentions towards him, Liu Yang's expression relaxed. If any of them harbored hidden animosity, he would unhesitatingly alter their entries to "I am Liu Yang's follower," ensuring their absolute submission and eternal loyalty. However, it seems they do not harbor any hostility. Having been thoroughly conquered by him, thus there is no need to amend their entries. Mrs. Oda took Liu Yang's ingredients into the kitchen to prepare the meal. These supplies were indeed precious and scarce in the apocalypse. Alia and Miss Qingyuan, eager to avoid appearing useless, also entered the kitchen to assist. Though one was a special forces captain and the other a wealthy heiress, they could manage simple tasks like washing vegetables and dishes. The 3 women busied themselves in the kitchen while Liu Yang reclined on the sofa in the living room, adopting a comfortable position, savoring this moment of tranquility. P.S. I've revised this about 10 times. Feeling as though the review process has become overly meticulous, it's becoming increasingly frustrating as I struggle to provide examples. Yet the review remains unapproved. I shall revise once more. If the royalties come through and this book is still not approved, I will abandon it entirely and start anew. Writing this has become a drain on my energy. At that point, launching a new book will be far easier. Thank you all for your support and patience. wishing everyone a joyful holiday. However, I truly find myself at an impasse with the review process. The authority of the review system is overwhelming. If I abandon this book, I will inform you all. And I will also notify you when I begin a new one. Chapter 94. Stepping out, the apocalypse has finally arrived, and this time I am fully prepared. I possess strength and resources. I cannot allow myself to miss the opportunity to ascend to the pinnacle of the world. The endeavors I failed to accomplish in my previous life, I shall fulfill in this one. The women I did not experience before, I will indulge in fully during this lifetime. As the apocalypse commenced, chaos reigned initially, but with the passage of time, survivor gathering spots began to emerge within the first month. By the second month, the survivor bases would start to take shape. Humanity possesses remarkable organizational capabilities. Even amidst the collapse of order, leaders soon arise to unite the scattered survivors into cohesive groups. The emergence of superpowered individuals further altered the fabric of humanity. Under the guidance of superpowers, humans could mount counterattacks against zombies. In the later stages, renowned superpowered individuals would rise, commanding formidable survivor bases. In my previous life, Liu Yang lacked even the qualifications to join these bases. But in this life, Liu Yang shall become the master of these powerful bases, compelling their high-ranking leaders to bow beneath my authority. For no superpowered individual can surpass Liu Yang. Soon, the steaming dishes were served, appearing exceptionally delectable. A satisfied expression spread across Liu Yang's face. Mrs. Oda's culinary skills never disappoint. Even Alia and Miss Qingyuan displayed expressions of surprise, exclaiming, "Sister Oda, your culinary skills are extraordinary. It smells divine. I can hardly resist wanting to eat." Thanks to my two younger sisters assisting me, I was able to complete my tasks with remarkable speed. Let us all gather to eat. Liu Yangjun, you may begin. Dio, take a moment to savor the flavors and see if they please your palate, Mrs. Oda gently suggested. Liu Yang nodded and immediately picked up his chopsticks. Delicious, truly delightful. Mrs. Oda's culinary skills remain consistently impressive. Liu Yang complimented with a smile. Mrs. Oda's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. I am simply delighted that Liu Yangjun enjoys the meal. I shall prepare it for you daily from now on, she replied, her face still tinged with pink. Liu Yang smiled, relishing the satisfying meal. Arya and Miss Qingyuan were already famished, having awaited their first meal until now in the afternoon. They devoured their food ravenously. Now with full bellies, their abdomens pleasantly round. Reclining on the sofa, they gently patted their slightly protruding stomachs, both wearing expressions of contentment. This is undoubtedly the best meal I have ever had, Arya murmured. Indeed, perhaps many are currently suffering from hunger and fear. We are fortunate to be with Liu Yang, allowing us to enjoy such exquisite dishes, Miss Qingyuan exclaimed. Liu Yangjun, I cannot thank you enough. Well, it is good to express gratitude. Next time you visit my room, a proper chat would be a fitting way to show your appreciation, Liu Yang replied casually. Absolutely, Miss Qingyuan responded eagerly. Liu Yang then prepared to head out, first to rescuing Kong Tao. As her parents had transformed into zombies, while Lena was alone at home and thus not an immediate concern. Upon seeing Liu Yang about to leave, Mrs. Oda's expression turned anxious. Liu Yangjun, where are you going? Just out for a bit, to gather supplies and perhaps save a few people. Liu Yang replied with a carefree demeanor. If you happen to encounter Gutong, could you bring him back? Though he may not be exemplary. He is still my child, Mrs. Oda said with a sorrowful visage. I will assess the situation, Liu Yang nodded. Bringing Guteng back would incur no loss, while I would have to provide him with food. During my chats with Mrs. Oda, he would also contribute to my negative emotion points, an advantageous exchange. As I stepped out of the villa, several zombies lunged at me instantaneously. Heh! Liu Yang scoffed coldly, drawing a large machete from his spatial inventory. He swung it decisively. Swish, swish, swish. 3 zombie heads fell to the ground, their severed heads rolling about as they continued to snarl and attempt to attack Liu Yang. The resilience of these zombies was indeed remarkable. Liu Yang continued onward, pausing as he passed a small supermarket in the villa district, ready to gather every available supply item. My spatial capacity has increased 8-fold. I currently have only filled 1/8 of it. Even if I emptied this small supermarket, it would scarcely fill my space. Upon entering the supermarket, Liu Yang discovered that the cashier had transformed into a zombie. The cashier, a woman in her 30s, had previously cast flirtatious glances his way during his shopping visits, Now, however, she appeared grotesque and menacing. Upon sighting Lu Yong, she lunged at him, black, viscous liquid oozing from her mouth, both thick and repulsive. What a pity. With the apocalypse upon us, she could not escape her fate. Lu Yong shook his head and with one swift stroke, dispatched her. Swish! The zombie was vanquished. The supplies within the supermarket remained largely intact. Thus far, the apocalypse had only just begun, and even those who had not transformed into zombies dared not venture out to scavenge. Moreover, many residents of the Villa District had their own food reserves, sufficient for 2 to 3 days. Lu Yong waved his hand, and in mere minutes, he had gathered everything within a 20-meter radius into his spatial inventory, completely emptying the supermarket. Satisfied with his haul, he made his way back outside the villa. Chapter 95. Mastering skills throughout the journey, Lu Yong encountered numerous zombies. Alas, they were as feeble as chaff before him. 1 stroke for each, presenting no challenge whatsoever. The path was littered with the skeletal remains of those who had been devoured, alongside some unfortunate souls who had transformed mid-consumption, now unable to rise due to their lack of muscle mass, endlessly writhing on the ground. The road was choked with vehicles. During the zombie outbreak, some had transformed while driving, causing horrific traffic accidents. Consequently, many cars remained stranded, paralyzing the entire thoroughfare, the entrance of the Villa District. A number of luxury cars caught Lu Yang's attention. Approaching a Range Rover, he peered inside to find a middle-aged woman donning a sun hat seated in the driver's seat. With a sharp and unkind visage, she radiated an air of unapproachability. Upon noticing Lu Yang's proximity, she let out a furious roar, her eyes wide with rage, her hands flailing as if to pounce on him. Unfortunately for her, as a zombie, she had lost all semblance of intelligence, unable even to unbuckle her seatbelt, thereby rendering her trapped within the vehicle. A zombie in a Range Rover? What a fool! Lu Yong couldn't help but scoff. Such wealthy middle-aged women had often looked down upon the impoverished during peacetime, believing that the less fortunate had no right to stand before them as equals. Now, in the wake of the apocalypse, the likelihood of becoming a zombie was the same for both the rich and the poor. In my opinion, the apocalypse represents true equality. Lu Yong chose not to eliminate the female zombie, preferring to leave her ensnared in the luxury vehicle she had once taken pride in. Along the way, he dispatched all the approaching zombies, following the address provided by Kong Tao. After over half an hour of travel, he finally arrived at the foot of Kong Tao's residence. Upon first sighting her home, it was indeed a grand mansion, reflecting the same opulence as Kong Tao herself. Truly, she was the belle of the class with a privileged background. Lu Yong brandished his knife and strode inside. Upon entering the hall, a male and female zombie rushed at him. These two must be Kong Tao's parents. Why apologies, but it is time for you to meet your end. Without hesitation, Lu Yong swiftly dispatched them both. Swish, swish, their heads fell to the floor, and Lu Yong advanced further into the home. Behind the sofa, a bloodied zombie, resembling a young man of similar age to Lu Yong, appeared. This must be Kong Tao's brother. He had been partially devoured by his parents before transforming into a zombie, yet he could not rise, as his thigh muscles had been entirely consumed. What a dreadful fate. He had been among the fortunate 20%, not transforming immediately but nonetheless falling victim to his parents' insatiable hunger. Lu Yong swiftly struck him down, offering him a release, thus performing a service for his future brother-in-law. He then ascended the stairs. At this moment, Kong Tao trembled in her room, hearing footsteps approaching. Fear gripped her, and she buried herself beneath her blanket, daring not to make a sound. Lu Yong had promised to rescue her. Yet with the apocalypse in full swing and zombies lurking everywhere, he would surely take considerable time to devise a plan to evade the undead before reaching her. It could take days. Furthermore, despite Lu Yang's strength, there was no guarantee he would not fall prey to the zombies along the way. He might very well be bitten before even arriving. Thus, Kong Tao was filled with dread and anxiety, her heart racing. Hearing footsteps outside her door, she feared it was her parents, having consumed her brother, now coming to devour her as well. No, please, I do not wish to be eaten. The heart-wrenching screams her brother had uttered still echoed in her mind. A haunting memory that was terrifying. She had never witnessed such horror. Just then, the footsteps reached her door. Clutching her blanket tightly, she curled into a ball on her bed, her heart racing, feeling as if it might burst from her chest. Suddenly, a knock resounded at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Then came a voice that resonated deeply within her. "In Kong Tao, are you in there? It's Lu Yong. I've come to rescue you." Huh? Lu Yong? In Kong Tao could hardly believe her ears. She had assumed it would take Lu Yong at least 2 to 3 days to reach her, yet he had arrived so swiftly. Overwhelmed with emotion, her eyes brimmed with tears. Lu Yong must have faced tremendous dangers along the way. Surely encountering numerous zombie attacks, he must have exerted every effort to arrive here. What kind of conviction drove him to brave such peril for her sake? Was it love? She was utterly moved. Hurriedly, she made her way to the door, flinging it open to reveal the strong figure she had longed to see. At that moment, Lu Yong appeared to her as a towering savior amidst despair, evoking feelings of admiration and gratitude. Upon seeing Lu Yong, her petite frame leapt into his embrace, burying her head into his broad chest, and she began to weep uncontrollably. "Woo-woo, Lu Yong. I cannot believe how quickly you came. I am so deeply touched. Thank you for rescuing me. I was so scared. How terrifying it is, truly terrifying. I have never witnessed such a horrifying scene. My parents have been infected by the zombie virus and, in an instant, transformed into mindless creatures. My brother bravely stood in front of them to protect me, only to be viciously bitten, blood oozing from his wounds. In a state of panic, I fled upstairs and hid in my room, narrowly escaping disaster. This world has gone mad. Everyone has lost their minds. My parents, who once cherished my brother so dearly, now seek to devour us as mere food. I am so frightened." In Kong Tao cried out incessantly, tightly embracing Lu Yong, her tears soaking the fabric of his chest. Lu Yong gently patted her delicate, fair shoulder and reassured her, "Do not fear. It will all be over soon. Rest assured, as long as I am here, no one can harm you. I have told you before. Following me, Lu Yong, will spare you from hardship. If you serve me well, even in this apocalypse, you shall thrive and flourish." With a confident demeanor, Lu Yong continued. And upon hearing his words, In Kong Tao felt a wave of emotion surge within her. "Yes, thank you, Lu Yong. I will serve you well. Whatever you ask of me, I shall do. Even if my skills are lacking, I can learn by watching videos. From now on, I will be your most devoted woman. As long as you protect me, I am willing to give everything." Lu Yong, satisfied, stroked her head. "Very well, this class flower is quite understanding." He appreciated such a sensible woman. If she were one of those who remained aloof even in the apocalypse, he would not hesitate to slap her. Foolish women who cannot see the situation clearly deserve it. "All right, now let us rescue Lena. She is trapped as well," Lu Yong said to In Kong Tao. "Lena? She is still alive? That is wonderful. Ever since Lena and I became your women, we have added each other as friends and often chat about you or other matters. I know her house is not far from mine, just about 10 minutes away. But Lu Yong, you must have engaged in fierce battles with zombies to get here. Do you still have the strength? Should we take a moment to rest?" In Kong Tao expressed her concern for Lu Yong. In her eyes, zombies were the most terrifying creatures in the world. Lu Yong must have exhausted considerable energy battling these dreadful beings. If they rushed to rescue Lena now, he might end up injured due to fatigue. An injury could mean losing his life. Lu Yong was her only lifeline, the strongest support in this apocalypse. She did not wish for him to suffer any harm. Hearing her caring words, Lu Yong smiled. "Do not worry. A few zombies are hardly worth mentioning. Tiomi, slaying them is as simple as mowing grass. Just stay close to me and remain silent. No shouting or screaming, understood?" "All right, Lu Yong." In Kong Tao obediently nodded. Before they began their descent, Lu Yong took a moment to gauge her thoughts about him. A line of text appeared above her head. "The savior walking on a rainbow. The most powerful man in the world. My Prince Charming. I want to be his woman for a lifetime. I will learn the best skills in the world to serve him, allowing him to soar." Lu Yong could not help but feel a rush of joy at her thoughts. How delightful. I even look forward to In Kong Tao's skills. Thus, Lu Yong led In Kong Tao downstairs. As they reached the ground floor, In Kong Tao was confronted by 3 headless corpses and their severed heads lying on the ground. These 3 were her family members. She once had a happy family. Her parents were successful business people, and her brother was outstanding, handsome, and well-liked by many girls at school, treating her with kindness. Who could have imagined that everything would change in a single day? Her parents had become terrifying zombies, and her brother had been bitten to death by them. Damned zombie virus, why must it plague our Sakura country? In Kong Tao's eyes reddened as she gazed at the bodies on the ground. Recalling her once beautiful life, the love her parents and brother had for her, now powerless to witness their transformation into lifeless corpses. Lu Yang gently patted her back. Do not be saddened. Such tragedies are occurring worldwide. Countless families have been torn apart, not just yours. The moment they became zombies, they were already dead, merely shells of their former selves. I understand. From now on, Lu Yangkuan will be my only family, In Kong Tao replied obediently. Lu Yang nodded and led her outside. As soon as they stepped out of the villa, several zombies rushed toward them. Seeing this, In Kong Tao froze in fear, her entire body stiffening. She was paralyzed by terror. In moments of extreme fear, a person often has no reaction, remaining rooted to the spot. Remembering Lu Yang's warning not to shout or make noise, she bit her lip tightly, drawing blood from her tempting red lips. Meanwhile, Lu Yang charged toward the horde of zombies with his blade. Slash, slash, slash. In under 10 seconds, he had decapitated 5 zombies. Witnessing this, In Kong Tao's face displayed a look of astonishment. Incredible. This was truly astonishing. Lu Yang's prowess in dispatching zombies was unparalleled, surpassing even his earlier encounters in the woods. Although she felt utterly exhausted from Lu Yang's relentless pace, she had managed to hold on for nearly an hour. While these zombies could not withstand even 10 seconds against him, Lu Yang was a warrior. At that moment, In Kong Tao gazed at Lu Yang with admiration, her fear dissipating entirely. Before her man, zombies were utterly powerless. What was there to fear? After vanquishing the zombies, Lu Yang turned to In Kong Tao and said, "Do not linger. We must continue our journey to MMO." "All right, Lu Yangkuan." In Kong Tao hurriedly quickened her pace to keep up with Lu Yang, fearing she would fall behind. Chapter 96. Keep pushing forward. Walking alongside Lu Yang on the street, In Kong Tao felt an unprecedented sense of security. Although the streets were littered with skeletal remains and slain zombies, as long as she was by Lu Yang's side, she believed these horrors posed no threat to her. With such a formidable man backing her up, even in this apocalypse, just as Lu Yang had said, she could thrive. In Kong Tao's home was not far from Lena's. Under normal circumstances, it would take only about 10 minutes to reach. With Lu Yang's speed, they would arrive in no time, as he moved several times faster than an average person and feared no zombies. However, with In Kong Tao accompanying him, they had to proceed at a more cautious pace. Halfway there, Lu Yang dispatched a few approaching zombies when suddenly, a cry for help echoed from a distance. Help me! Please, save me!" A middle-aged man, face contorted with terror, ran toward Lu Yang, shouting loudly. His cries attracted a swarm of zombies, trailing him closely behind. In Kong Tao's expression shifted to one of alarm. Shuh! Shuh shuh shuh! She hastily gestured for silence, but the middle-aged man seemed oblivious, continuing to shout as he rushed toward Lu Yang, as if Lu Yang were his last hope for survival after all. Lu Yang appeared robust and strong, wielding a bloodied machete. He seemed capable of fending off the horde. Even if he could not defeat the zombies, the man could seize the opportunity to escape while Lu Yang fought. Previously, an amusing question circulated online. If you and your companion were picnicking in the woods and encountered a bear, what should you do? Some replied, run away. When asked, but a person cannot outrun a bear. The response was, who said you need to outrun the bear? Just run faster than your companion. The current situation mirrored this. The middle-aged man did not need to outrun the zombies. He merely needed to divert their attention toward Lu Yang, dragging the young man into the fray, allowing himself to escape. Observing the man's behavior, Lu Yang furrowed his brow, recognizing his intentions. As the middle-aged man reached Lu Yang, he immediately grabbed Lu Yang's arm. Panting heavily, "Little brother, please save me. I can't run anymore. The zombies are too terrifying. I don't want to die. I don't want to be eaten. Please, save me." Unable to outrun the bear or his companion, he had no choice but to cling to Lu Yang's arm, preventing him from fleeing. Lu Yang discerned the man's ulterior motives and, with an impassive expression, replied, "What does your being pursued by zombies have to do with me?" "What do you mean by grabbing my arm?" The middle-aged man tightened his grip instead of letting go. "Aren't we all survivors? Shouldn't we help each other?" "Yes, we should assist one another, so please provide me with some negative emotions." Liu Yang coldly responded before swinging his blade. Slash! The man's hand was severed in an instant. Ah, how could you betray me like this? Not only do you refuse to help me fend off the zombies, but you also sever my hands. Are you even human? The middle-aged man cried out in agony, his severed hands lying on the ground. The intense pain rendered his face ashen, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. His entire body began to feel weak and limp. Once capable of fleeing, he now found himself utterly incapacitated. As the zombies approached Liu Yang and him, realization dawned upon the middle-aged man. Liu Yang intended to incapacitate him, leaving him to be devoured by the undead, thus granting Liu Yang a chance to escape. Despair washed over him in an instant. Meanwhile, Liu Yang's mind began to accumulate negative emotional values. Although it was merely a trickle, it was better than nothing. After all, in this apocalyptic world, humans were a rare commodity, and acquiring negative emotions was no simple feat. The scent of blood attracted the zombies, their movements becoming more frenzied as they charged towards Liu Yang and the middle-aged man. At that moment, Liu Yang advanced with his blade, striking down one zombie after another. With swift precision, he severed the heads of the undead. In less than a minute, he had dispatched over a dozen zombies, leaving just one remaining. With a decisive blow, he amputated the creature's hands and feet. Even after being dismembered, the middle-aged man felt no pain. He continued to crawl across the ground with his severed limbs. Witnessing this grotesque scene, the middle-aged man was left in sheer shock at the ferocity of the young man. Had Liu Yang truly slain all the zombies with the intention of saving him? Was the amputation merely a punishment for his earlier treachery? As hope flickered within him, he pleaded with Liu Yang, "Please, I beg you, save me. If you stop the bleeding, I might still survive." Liu Yang shook his head, replying, "In this world, only the ruthless can endure. You attempted to drag me down, to have me besieged by zombies. Do you truly believe you have any chance of survival? However, out of respect for your humanity, I shall grant you a sliver of opportunity. Observe that zombie. I have severed its hands and feet, leaving it to crawl with only half a limb. I will spare you one leg. With that advantage, you should be able to escape faster than it." A cold smile graced Liu Yang's lips, and upon hearing this, the middle-aged man trembled in fear. In the next moment, a flash of steel appeared before him. "No!" he screamed as his left leg was severed at the knee. "Ah, my leg, my leg. It hurts. Hurry and crawl forward. The zombie is closing in," Liu Yang urged, forcefully flicking the blood from his blade before continuing on with Sakura KT. Behind them, the dismembered zombie crawled towards the injured man, who, despite the excruciating pain, began to flee desperately. Chapter 97. The rescue of Sakura KT. Half an hour later, Liu Yang arrived at the foot of Lena's building. Having dispatched numerous zombies along the way, he also took the opportunity to test whether zombies would provide him with negative emotional values due to fear. He suspended one zombie and methodically struck it. But when nothing but its head remained, he felt no influx of negative emotions, leaving him disheartened. It seemed that their intelligence was far too low to possess fear. They were driven solely by their base desires. At that moment, the negative emotional values provided by the middle-aged man also ceased. Liu Yang checked and found he had accumulated over 100 points, likely because the man had been caught and devoured by the zombies, thus halting any further contributions. Even with one leg spared, he could not outrun a zombie that had lost its hands and feet. It was truly disappointing. Yet, it was understandable. The disparity in physical capabilities between humans and zombies was vast. While a human could succumb to excessive blood loss, zombies were impervious to such vulnerabilities. The middle-aged man, having endured for so long despite losing both hands and a leg, had shown remarkable tenacity. Additionally, the rate at which he garnered negative emotional values had slowed significantly. His fear had nearly been exhausted. Thus, he had met a fitting end. Gazing upon the opulent villa, Liu Yang couldn't help but marvel at the affluence of the students attending Tokyo University. Even the mother of his acquaintance, Gu Tang, resided in a villa. The third young master, undoubtedly, lived in even greater luxury. Sakura KT's home was also a grand villa, yet this Lena's abode surpassed it in splendor. Just like Lena herself, whose figure was even more striking than Sakura KT's, Liu Yang took out his phone and messaged Lena, "I have arrived at your doorstep. I am coming in to rescue you. Open the door quietly and do not panic. You shall be safe soon." Upon sending the message, Lena promptly replied, "Okay, Lu Yong. I'm waiting for you. I can't thank you enough, in such perilous times, to risk your safety for my sake. After this, I shall be yours forever and never betray you." Receiving this message, Lu Yong smiled in satisfaction. Indeed, Lena was the campus belle. Arriving at her doorstep, she feared he would not come to her aid and had added that heartfelt note. Lu Yong pushed open the grand door of Lena's home, entering with Sakura KT by his side. Lena, trembling with a kitchen knife in hand, glanced anxiously at the entrance. Upon seeing Lu Yong, relief washed over her. She dropped the knife and rushed into his strong embrace. "I'm so scared, Lu Yong. This world has gone mad. There are monsters everywhere, mutated zombies. I saw them devouring people in the streets. My parents are on vacation. I have no idea if they're safe. I can't reach them by phone, and no one is coming to rescue me. Calling the police is useless. Thank goodness you're here. Without you, I might have starved to death in this village." As she spoke, tears soaked Lu Yang's shirt. He comforted her, patting her back. "It's all right, it's all right. Now that I am here, you are safe. Stick with me, Lu Yong, and you will not be harmed." Lena nodded, her tear-filled eyes sparkling. "What should we do next? There are monsters everywhere. Shouldn't we wait for official rescue in the villa?" "Wait for official rescue? What official rescue is there? We can only rely on ourselves now. I will take you back to my home. It is spacious and warm, with ample food, and most importantly, a large bed," Lu Yong said with a mischievous grin. Hearing this, Lena's face flushed, her tear-streaked visage reminiscent of someone who had just been wronged. She looked delicate and vulnerable. "Okay, Lu Yong, in this apocalypse, I trust no one but you. All those officials and security personnel can perish," Lena declared earnestly. "By the way, do you have any food at home? We must take everything. Food is paramount in this world. There's probably some food left in the fridge. Let's take it," Lena replied honestly. Lu Yong nodded and followed her to the refrigerator. Upon opening it, he was taken aback. "Wow, you called this a bit?" The double-door refrigerator was stuffed with provisions. If someone else were to consume it, it could last her an entire month. It seemed that even if she were trapped in the villa, she would not face immediate danger due to the abundance of food. Noticing Lu Yang's astonishment, Lena blushed and shyly explained, "My parents bought a lot of food before leaving on their trip, fearing I might go hungry, but this food is meant for the three of us. We can share. Thank you, Lena. Unlike my home, I have no surplus food." Sakura KT expressed her gratitude, fully aware of the importance of sustenance in this dire world. "No need for thanks. We are all sisters now, bonded as friends, perhaps even closer than blood relatives," Lena reassured. Lu Yong then waved his hand, and with a swift motion, the food from the refrigerator was instantly stored in his space. Witnessing this, both Lena and Sakura KT stared in wide-eyed astonishment, their mouths agape in disbelief. Chapter 98. Rescuing Lena, they never anticipated that Lu Yong could make objects vanish into thin air. It was more astonishing than any magic trick that a refrigerator brimming with food had suddenly disappeared, leaving only an empty shell behind. Even Lena was taken aback. This food was prepared by her parents, a precious source of comfort in a world ravaged by chaos. It gave her the strength to persevere. This was precisely why, when Kongtao first saw Lu Yang's video on the forum, she immediately messaged him, while Lena refrained from doing so. Kongtao's household was devoid of sustenance, and with her parents transformed into zombies downstairs, she dared not venture outside, not even to leave her bedroom. Under such dire circumstances, she would likely survive only 3 or 4 days, succumbing to thirst. However, Lena's situation was markedly different. Her refrigerator was stocked enough to last her a month, and being the sole occupant of her home, her parents away on vacation, she faced no threat from zombies, merely needing to secure the doors. Thus, Lena remained calm. It was Lu Yong who reached out to her, and when he offered to rescue her, she was filled with surprise and joy. After all, a month's worth of food was merely a temporary reprieve. Once depleted, she would still face death. Therefore, clinging to Lu Yang's support was certainly a preferable option. Yet now, witnessing her refrigerator's contents vanish with a mere wave of Lu Yang's hand, she found it somewhat difficult to accept. As it was her food, if any distribution were to occur, it should surely be at her discretion, shouldn't it? Lu Yong, with a reassuring smile, said, "Rest assured, that food has been safely secured. You shall not go hungry while following me. Now, let us return to my shelter." Hearing this, Kongtao nodded obediently. Although Lena harbored questions and confusion, she concealed her feelings and nodded as well, her pink tuft of hair swaying with her assent. Thus, Lu Yang led Kongtao and Lena onto the street, heading back toward Mrs. Oda's residence. Just as they exited the villa belonging to Lena, a zombie suddenly charged at them. "Uncle!" Lena couldn't help but scream. For the approaching middle-aged zombie was none other than her uncle, who also resided in the same villa community, now transformed into a ghastly creature. Upon spotting the living, he roared and lunged forward, intent on devouring Lena and Lu Yang. This scene startled Lena immensely. Although she had witnessed zombies feasting from afar through her window, seeing a former relative transformed into a bloodthirsty monster charging towards her was utterly terrifying. "Shoo, Lena, do not scream. It will attract more zombies." Kongtao quickly covered Lena's mouth and whispered in her ear. Having witnessed Lu Yang's combat prowess, Kongtao remained unfazed. After all, a single zombie was no match for him. As expected, the zombie reached Lu Yang but barely had time to pounce before Lu Yang's knife flashed. With a swift motion, the zombie's head was severed, its strong body collapsing to the ground. Witnessing this, Lena's face drained of color. How terrifying! Was this truly the nature of zombies? Their speed had surpassed that of any human. Her uncle, a stout and somewhat clumsy middle-aged man, had never been fast. But as a zombie, he moved with astonishing agility. It seemed the zombie virus had unlocked latent human potential for speed. An ordinary person would likely need to exert every ounce of strength to outrun them. Lena's scream had attracted several other zombies from the villa community. They converged upon the sound, their frenzy palpable as they spotted Lu Yang, Kongtao, and Lena, rushing at them with alarming speed. Lena's expression turned tense again. Yet she heeded Kongtao's warning and stifled her voice, covering her mouth. With wide eyes, she looked at Lu Yang, placing all her hopes upon him. "It appears this villa community is rife with zombies, all drawn by your presence. If only they could experience fear, I would have struck gold." Lu Yang mused, shaking his head before brandishing his large blade and charging forward. With each swing, he dispatched a zombie, his extraordinary physical abilities allowing him to navigate through the horde effortlessly. In mere minutes, all the zombies lay defeated at his feet, their corpses devoid of heads, blood, dark and foul, pooled around them. Ugh! Lena could no longer bear the stench and retched, clutching her stomach in agony. Kongtao, however, remained composed, gently patting Lena's back. "It's all right. You'll get used to it." Lena nodded, wiping her mouth. "All right, it's over. Let us head back," Lu Yang said, cleaning the blood from his blade. "Yes, let us," Lena and Kongtao replied respectfully. Lu Yang then led them out of the villa community, where a small supermarket awaited just outside the gates. Having noted its presence earlier but prioritizing Lena's rescue, he now intended to scour its offerings. He ushered the two girls inside. As he pushed open the door, a clerk clad in a uniform lunged at him. Without hesitation, Lu Yang dispatched the clerk with a swift strike, then began to inspect the supermarket's merchandise. True to its location near a luxury villa community, the supermarket was stocked with an impressive array of high-quality goods. With a sweeping gesture, Lu Yang collected all items within a 20-meter radius into his spatial storage. Witnessing this, Lena and Kongtao were once again astonished. Initially, Lu Yang's ability to gather a refrigerator's worth of food had left them in awe, but now he was capable of sweeping up everything within several dozen meters. How incredible! Chapter 99. A new method to obtain emotional value. In just a few minutes, Lu Yang had cleared the high-end supermarket of all its goods. Observing this, Lena wore an expression of hesitation. Lu Yang noticed her demeanor and inquired, "What troubles you, Lena? Is there something you desire that I've taken?" "Fear not. Once we return to my shelter, simply tell me what you wish for. Lu Yang am not stingy with my women." Lena blushed at his words, lowering her gaze as she spoke softly. "That's not what I meant. I was merely thinking that this supermarket is the sole source of food for the survivors in the villa community. If you take all the supplies, won't that leave them starving and risking their lives to search for food in vain? Are you suggesting I should leave some provisions for the other survivors?" Lu Yang chuckled, considering that Lena had become his girlfriend due to his previous threats regarding her cruelty to cats. It was surprising to see this girl, who showed no sympathy for felines, express concern for humans. Lena shook her head in response. "Not exactly. I just fear that if the survivors find nothing in this supermarket and ultimately perish from hunger, it would mean Liu Yang caused their demise. I worry you might bear the psychological burden of it. That's a valid point. If I take the food from the supermarket, leading to the deaths of those who come after, would I be responsible for their demise? Liu Yang pondered, contemplating the implications. If their deaths were indeed attributable to him, could he gain negative emotional value from it? The thought ignited a spark of excitement on his face. I believe I've just conceived another method to accrue negative emotional value. Liu Yang grinned mischievously, slamming his knife down onto the shelf before him. The loud crash reverberated, instantly attracting several nearby zombies that surged towards the supermarket. Lina and Ding Kong Tao were terrified, bewildered by Liu Yang's sudden outburst. However, they dared not voice any objections, instead clinging tightly to Liu Yang's clothing, hiding behind him. As the zombies reached Liu Yang, he did not eliminate them but instead kicked one into the supermarket, swiftly shutting the glass door behind him. After completing all of this, he turned to Lina and remarked, "You see, there are several zombies in this supermarket. The survivors who come to seek food may not even have the chance to enter before they are dispatched by the zombies. So, wouldn't it be unfair to say that I, Liu Yang, starved them to death?" Upon hearing this, Lina was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and agreed, "Indeed, that makes perfect sense. Originally, those who came in search of food might have only faced the possibility of hunger. But now, with your zombies in the supermarket, not only will they fail to find sustenance, but they may also become a meal for those very zombies. After all, those brave enough to risk their lives for food are typically on the verge of starvation. Already dizzy and weak, how could they possibly outpace a zombie? The moment those survivors dare to open the supermarket door, their demise is all but assured. Liu Yang truly is ruthless." Lina had never encountered such a cold-hearted individual. It seemed to her that the lives of his fellow beings were utterly insignificant in his eyes, akin to the way one might treat a cat during a cruel game. Perhaps, in Liu Yang's perspective, humans and cats were not so different after all. In truth, Liu Yang harbored another thought. Confining the zombies within the supermarket and instilling fear in the survivors due to their presence. Could that not be considered a form of fear he had evoked? He was eager to test this theory. If successful, he would not hesitate to toss a few zombies into the survivors' base. Surely, those zombies would incite widespread panic. The mere thought of this brought a gleeful expression to Liu Yang's face as he waited to see if the zombies in the supermarket could derive some negative emotional energy from feasting on the survivors. "Let us depart," he said. "Since I have thoroughly scavenged this small supermarket and collected all the supplies, it is time for us to return." After saying this, Liu Yang addressed Lina and Sakura Momo, preparing to escort them back to Madame Oda's residence. "Yes, let us hurry," Lina replied. "Though Liu Yang-kun is formidable, I still fear those zombies." "Who wouldn't he be afraid? Those zombies are terrifying, their appearance akin to that of a dog stumbling upon excrement. No, rather like a hungry wolf encountering meat. Even in the absence of danger, I wish to avoid the sight of those grotesque zombies." Sakura Momo chimed in, her face betraying her lingering dread. Although she knew that with Liu Yang around, the zombies posed no threat, who would want to face those creatures with pallid skin, oozing black slime, baring their teeth, and charging with a deafening roar? Having seen too much, she feared nightmares would ensue. Thus, Liu Yang led Sakura Momo and Lina towards Madame Oda's villa, encountering numerous zombies along the way, all of which he dispatched with ease. As it was merely the first day of the apocalypse. Most survivors were still huddled in their homes, praying for a miracle or for official rescue. Little did they know, today might be the best day they would experience in the coming year. The situation would only worsen as days passed. Once their refrigerators were emptied, hunger would drive them outside, where they would confront the brutal reality of this new world. Over 80% of survivors would meet their end at the hands of the zombies while foraging for food. The remaining few would band together, gradually forming makeshift settlements that would evolve into survivor bases. However, even within these bases, safety was not guaranteed. Power struggles would arise. What if the leader of the base took a fancy to your wife, daughter, or sister and sought to force them into servitude? What would you do? Or, if you had to team up with others to scavenge for food only to encounter zombies, how would you respond? As the base grew, it would inevitably attract more zombies, culminating in a horde assault. Liu Yang had already witnessed the apocalypse's cruelty once. This time, he would emerge as the sovereign of this new world. Chapter 100. Integration. Acquisition of new weapons. Liu Yang, accompanied by Sakura Momo and Lina, opened the door to Madame Oda's house. Upon hearing the door creak, the women inside the villa exchanged anxious glances. However, upon recognizing Lu Yang, Madame Oda, Miss Aoi, and Elia breathed a collective sigh of relief. Not seeing Gufeng's figure, Madame Oda felt a pang of disappointment and sighed softly, though she refrained from voicing her feelings. This troublesome child, even amidst the apocalypse, offered no peace of mind. Gufeng, who had never before stayed out all night, had inexplicably chosen to do so the previous evening, and even attempted to message her to leave the house. Reflecting on it now, Madame Oda felt a chill. Had she left, she might have found herself amidst a horde of zombies, with survival far from assured. Not to mention, she was fortunate to have encountered Lu Yang, who provided her with protection. She was immensely grateful that she had heeded Lu Yang's advice rather than Gufeng's. Her foolish son seemed only capable of bringing trouble. The disparity between individuals was stark. Even in the wake of the apocalypse, Lu Yang proved to be an incredibly reliable man, whereas her son seemed to offer nothing but disappointment. Although they were of the same age and classmates, their approaches to life were worlds apart. That foolish son truly was a source of dismay. The attention soon shifted back to Sakura Momo and Lina, both of whom captivated everyone with their exquisite beauty. Whether it was Sakura Momo or the pink-haired school beauty, Lina, both possessed striking features and figures, particularly Lina, whose delicate features and adorable cowlick added to her charm. The moment Madame Oda laid eyes on Lina, she thought the girl should be paired with Lu Yang. It was hard to fathom why Lu Yang had chosen her, employing threats to force himself into her household. The age difference between the two was quite awkward to consider. Elia remained silent, while Miss Aoi displayed a joyful expression. Being that both Madame Oda and Elia were older, with Elia being 25 and Madame Oda 35, they were mature women. Now, with the arrival of two 18-year-old beauties, Miss Aoi felt she finally had peers to converse with in the villa. With a bright smile, she approached Sakura Momo and Lina, introducing herself. "Hello, sisters. I am Aoi. You must also be among the fortunate ones saved by Lu Yang today. That guy is tough on the outside but has a heart of gold. He is quite easy to get along with and treats his women well. We are all family now, and in time, you will come to understand him. Don't worry. I believe we will get along splendidly." Upon hearing Miss Aoi's words, Lu Yang chuckled. "You, a woman, have only known me for a day and already discerned my nature? Moreover, these two have been my partners for nearly a month. If anything, Sakura Momo and Lina are the seniors here." Miss Aoi was taken aback. She had assumed Lu Yang had simply rescued two beautiful girls he encountered while gathering supplies. Little did she know that both were his girlfriends. This revelation made Lu Yang seem quite passionate, especially given the apocalyptic chaos surrounding them. He had not flinched in the face of danger. Rather, he had ventured out on the very first day of the apocalypse to locate his girlfriends and successfully brought them back. How many men could possess such courage and responsibility? Suddenly, Miss Aoi felt incredibly fortunate. As Lu Yang's woman, she believed he would undoubtedly come to her aid should she find herself in peril. Being Lu Yang's partner brought a sense of security, and why apologies for the misunderstanding. "Dear seniors," she said graciously, "I regret that I must now share Lu Yang with you. I hope you will be understanding." "Not at all. With someone as strong as Lu Yang, the more of us there are to share him, the better. Otherwise, we might not be able to manage." Sakura Momo waved her hand dismissively. "Indeed," Lina added. "This fellow can be quite unpredictable. Who knows, there may be even more sisters joining us in the future. After all, with great power comes great responsibility. Given Lu Yang's capabilities, I wouldn't be surprised if every woman in Tokyo became his girlfriend." Madame Oda, seeing the young people engaged in such lively conversation, decided to chime in. "Absolutely. In this apocalypse, only a man as formidable as Lu Yang can truly survive, and only women who become Lu Yang and S partners can ensure their safety. I believe every woman in Sakura country should aspire to follow Lu Yang Dano. Don't forget to include our ugly country in that," Elia interjected with a smirk. The women of the land of cherry blossoms often proclaim, "With great power comes great responsibility," and assert that all women in their country should follow Lu Yang. "You are truly remarkable. Is it too much to ask for a hint of possessiveness that one might expect from a woman? Shouldn't you desire to enjoy Lu Yang's company exclusively?" If the other women were to learn of Ilia's thoughts, they would likely retort, "With our capabilities, do we really think we can monopolize Lu Yang?" At that point, they might very well exhaust themselves in Lu Yang's quarters. "Very well, I shall retreat to my room for a moment of rest. Please remember to summon me when it is time for dinner." With a wave to the women, Liu Yang returned to his chamber. Mrs. Oda arranged accommodations for Lina and Sakura Momo in separate rooms. Fortunately, her villa has ample space. Even a few more guests could be comfortably housed. Upon returning to his own room, Liu Yang surveyed the bounty he had gathered today in his storage space. Indeed, there was quite a collection. He retrieved a large machete and a rifle, spoils taken from the military station from the ugly nation. An idea sparked in his mind. If a knife and bow could be fused to create a blade bow, what might happen when a knife is combined with a rifle? Could it perhaps transform into a bayonet rifle? That seemed rather impractical. It would be far more intriguing to directly merge the knife with bullets and see what emerged. With this notion, Liu Yang swiftly acted, tossing a machete and a bullet into the fusion device. Shortly thereafter, a system notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations, host. Fusion successful. New weapon acquired. Launching blade. Liu Yang, with a thought, materialized this launching blade, discovering it to be indistinguishable from a typical machete. Not quite, my friend. Just where does this launching occur? Liu Yang mused, swinging the blade forward. Whoosh! In an instant, a bullet shot forth from the blade's tip, transforming into a dark streak that struck the wall ahead. Bang! The thick concrete wall was instantly indented several centimeters deep. Stunned, Liu Yang exclaimed, Goodness! I can shoot bullets while swinging this knife? Does that mean others might mistake it for merely a blade when, in reality, it functions as a firearm? Could it be that I possess infinite bullets? Upon inspecting the machete, he noted that its length had indeed shortened by 2 centimeters, indicating that a 2-centimeter bullet had been expelled. The law of conservation of mass remains unchanged. Using it once results in a 2-centimeter reduction. A 50-centimeter blade could thus potentially launch 25 shots. What an extraordinary weapon! It represents a remarkable fusion of tradition and modernity. In this new era, if your knife cannot fire bullets, can it still be considered a knife? Liu Yang quickly procured several more machetes and bullets to continue this fusion, contemplating the advantage of surprise in combat. After all, while opponents may evade gunfire, they often lower their guard against a blade from a distance. Chapter 101. Everything can be fused. He stored all the newly fused launching machetes into his system space. His face illuminated with satisfaction. These blades would prove invaluable in critical moments, while he could rely on ordinary machetes for close combat. The emergence of the launching machete heightened Liu Yang's anticipation for the fusion device. A treasure worth 100,000 points. What wonders might arise from fusing a machete with a beautiful girl? Perhaps it would yield a maiden with blades sprouting from her hands and feet. Yet, if the blades grew in inappropriate places, it would be a tragic waste of a beautiful girl, forever preventing her from bearing children. Perhaps it is best to postpone such experiments until he has more beautiful companions than he knows what to do with. Having completed his endeavors, Liu Yang prepared for a well-deserved rest. However, at that moment, a knock echoed on his door. Knock, knock, knock. Liu Yang wore a puzzled expression. Who could be seeking him at such an hour? Could it be Mrs. Oda, unable to withstand the solitude? Yet, considering her age of 35, it was plausible. Women of such an age often seek the company of men. Come in, he called out, creak. The door swung open to reveal Lina. The pink-haired school beauty seemed she had just bathed, her fragrant scent lingering as she wore a semi-transparent silk nightgown, likely belonging to Mrs. Oda. Strangely enough, the nightgown fit Lina remarkably well, suggesting their figures were quite similar in height, weight, and even bust-sized, just 18. Lina possessed a figure reminiscent of Mrs. Oda's, a testament to her natural endowments. As she entered, Liu Yang was enveloped by a gentle, alluring fragrance, his gaze drawn irresistibly to her graceful silhouette. His pulse quickened, a surge of warmth coursing through him. Lina, what brings you here? He inquired. To express my gratitude for your daring journey to rescue me. I simply wish to accompany you for an afternoon nap. Enjoy the air conditioning together and engage in conversation, Lina replied, her cheeks flushed. Liu Yang's willingness to battle countless zombies, risking the peril of infection to save her, left Lina deeply moved. Initially, their relationship had been forced. Liu Yang had coerced her into dating him after capturing her video of animal cruelty. What had begun as a month-long arrangement was nearing its conclusion, yet Lina found herself reluctant to end their association. Instead, she yearned for greater intimacy and a stronger bond. While none had the audacity to knock on Liu Yang's door, Lina did so, recognizing that in this apocalyptic world, only Lu Yang could protect her. She understood the necessity of seizing every opportunity to fortify their connection. It was only by becoming Lu Yang's true woman that he would genuinely safeguard her, ensuring her everlasting safety. Upon hearing Lena's words, Lu Yang appeared somewhat astonished. You wish to share air conditioning and converse? Until now, every woman in his life had seemed to bend to his will through various forms of coercion, whether it be Sakura Momo, Lena, Mrs. Oda, Ilea, or the noble lady from the Green Garden. While their thoughts had begun to shift, none had proactively sought him out until now. He quickly checked Lena's attitude towards him, and soon, a line of text appeared above her head. The strongest and most exceptional man in the world. He braves danger in the apocalypse to save me. He is my only hope. I wish to be his woman, to follow him forever. I want to enjoy the air conditioning with him every day. Seeing this message, Lu Yang's face broke into a satisfied grin. Well done, pink-haired beauty. He gently tousled her hair and said, very well, come closer. Thus, they began to converse. Outside, in the hall, the expressions of Sakura Momo and the others revealed a mix of intrigue and amusement. Mrs. Oda spoke first. Did Lu Yang not declare he wished to retire to his room to avoid disturbances? Why did Lena take the liberty to knock? Is she not afraid of his reprimand? While Lu Yang indeed treats his women well, should anyone dare defy him, he would show no mercy. Mrs. Oda had experienced Lu Yang's strength firsthand. Sakura Momo chimed in, surely not. Perhaps Lena has a matter to discuss with Lu Yang? What matter could it be? Bathing in the middle of the day and donning a semi-transparent nightgown. What could the purpose be? The noble lady from the Green Garden remarked dismissively, why goodness, if she truly faces reprimand. It sounds rather harsh. Ilea perked up, overhearing the conversation between Lu Yang and Lena. The others exchanged glances, their faces suddenly flushed. Lena, that little minx, daring to chat with Lu Yang in broad daylight. How bold of her. By 6 p.m., Mrs. Oda had prepared dinner and called for Lu Yang to join tea that moment. Lena remained sound asleep. The afternoon heat had made the air conditioning too enticing, resulting in her inadvertently sleeping in. Lu Yang gazed at her peacefully slumbering form, her pink hair cascading over the pillow, her delicate nose gently rising and falling with each breath, radiating relaxation. Perhaps only in Lu Yang's room could Lena afford such tranquility. Unable to resist, he pinched her cheek gently. At that moment, Lena stirred awake. Time to eat, Lu Yang announced. Upon hearing this, Lena sprang up, adjusting her nightgown, and nodded, All right, Lu Yang-kun. I am hungry too. Together, they descended the staircase, where Sakura Momo and the others were already seated at the dining table. The moment they spotted Lena and Lu Yang approaching, they exchanged knowing smirks. Chapter 102. I only save beauties. How was your rest, Lena? Quite bold of you to seek out Lu Yang for a chat in the middle of the day. It is indeed you, as expected of the pink-haired campus beauty, such a little vixen. Sakuraku Momo murmured. Instantly, Lena's face flushed crimson as she playfully pinched Sakuraku Momo's delicate arm, pouting, You just love to tease me. Dante you? Aren't you the same? Tonight, I won't compete with you. You can go chat with Lu Yang instead. Does your decision not to compete even matter? Look at all these people around. Sakuraku Momo whispered softly. Rest assured, we won't compete. Mrs. Oda, Alia, and Miss Qingyuan all chimed in unison. After all, Sakuraku Momo and Lena were Lu Yang's legitimate girlfriends at school, while the others were merely conquests he had forced into submission. They certainly dared not vie with the official girlfriends. Hearing this, a gentle expression finally graced Sakuraku Momo's face. That's good. Hee. Tonight I'll put on a show, ensuring Lu Yang is utterly captivated. At that moment, Lu Yang addressed everyone, saying, All right, enough chatting. Let us not waste Mrs. Oda's kindness by skipping the meal. The ladies immediately responded, Yes, it smells divine. Mrs. Oda's culinary skills are extraordinary. I must learn from her. The dining table was adorned with Mrs. Oda's meticulously prepared sushi, sashimi, tempura, ramen, grilled meat, grilled fish, and even a large portion of shabu-shabu. Lena poured herself a bowl of miso soup, inhaled deeply, and her face radiated delight as she exclaimed, So fragrant. I'm about to dig in. That salmon sashimi is my favorite, remarked Sakuraku Momo. Grilled eel is the most delectable, Miss Qingyuan added. Alia also picked up her chopsticks, declaring, Let me try the legendary grilled seafood. Each person sampled their chosen delicacies. their faces lighting up with expressions of surprise as they exclaimed in unison, "This is absolutely delicious." Witnessing the joy her cooking brought, Mrs. Oda's face beamed with happiness as she shyly remarked, "I'm just glad you all enjoy it. It's all thanks to Lu Yongkuen's presence that I have access to such an abundance of ingredients, allowing me to prepare such delightful meals. We should all be grateful to Lu Yongkuen for enabling us to savor such pleasures even in these dire times." Indeed, they all nodded, gazing at Lu Yong with sincere gratitude. At that moment, Mrs. Oda interjected, "However, the other survivors in the villa community are not as fortunate. Some, while not having turned into zombies or being attacked, find themselves with very limited food supplies. Many have already sought help in the homeowners group." Upon hearing this, Lu Yang's eyes brightened, and he eagerly inquired, "Homeowners group? Are there other survivors in the villa community?" Mrs. Oda nodded, saying, "Yes, there are quite a few survivors. However, most are trapped inside their villas, some even confined to their rooms, with their family members outside having transformed into zombies. They have no food or water and likely won't last much longer. Hence their pleas for help in the homeowners group. But in this situation, who can rescue them? They can only hope for a miracle. Come, quickly add me to your homeowners group. I want to see how they are pleading for help." Lu Yong said to Mrs. Oda. The presence of survivors in the homeowners group, coupled with the palpable atmosphere of panic, surely indicated that the group was rife with negative emotions. "Once I, Lu Yong, join the group, I shall absorb all that negativity. How delightful that would be." "Oh, all right." Mrs. Oda nodded and subsequently added Lu Yong to the homeowners group. Upon noticing a new member had joined, the residents of the villa were taken aback, with many commenting in the group, "What is going on? There's a new homeowner joining our chat at this time. Is someone from the security team here to rescue us? Please, let this disaster end quickly. I am trapped in my room and I'm so scared. I'm about to starve." Someone even tagged Lu Yong, asking, "Lonely Mickey, wealthy and generous, who are you? Are you here to save us?" Sakura Bear, wealthy and generous. "Please save me first. I'm in Villa 38. My parents keep banging on my door. They turned into zombies, and I fear this door won't hold much longer." Seaside Wind Chime, wealthy and generous. "The entire community is now overrun with zombies. How many members of the self-defense force are coming to rescue us? Will your firepower be sufficient? We might need tanks." Faced with the multitude of tags, Lu Yong remained silent, instead changing his profile picture to a selfie. To elicit negative emotions, one must first ensure that the other party recognizes his appearance. After completing the change, Lu Yong began to speak. "Wealthy and generous. First, let me introduce myself. My name is Lu Yong. I'm a student at the University of Tokyo and currently reside in this villa community. I possess both weapons and food." Image. Lu Yong shared a picture of his table laden with delicious food alongside a photo of an automatic rifle, showcasing his capabilities. The moment the group saw Lu Yang's images, chaos erupted. "Lonely Mickey. Wow, Lu Yong-san, you're incredibly capable. Even in the apocalypse, you're still enjoying hot meals. Please, come save me. I'm in Villa 18. If you can rescue me, I'll be eternally grateful and can offer you money." Sakura Bear, this is insane. Where did you get that gun? Aren't you a student at the University of Tokyo? Only the military can obtain guns, right? Even the security team only has handguns. Come save us with a gun. You should be more than a match for zombies. I'm in Villa 9. I beg you, hurry. In response to the desperate pleas, Lu Yong did not answer but continued. "Of course, I can save you. However, I will only rescue beautiful women. Those who are attractive, young, and fit. Immediately add me as a friend and send me a selfie. Of course, I mean a nude photo. Otherwise, I can't tell if your figures are truly enticing." As soon as those words left his mouth, the negative emotion alert began ringing in Lu Yang's mind. Negative emotion value increased by 18. 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 It seemed that 18 individuals were currently online, and they had all seen the messages he sent in the group, thus providing him with negative emotions, 18 points per second. Chapter 103. Even if I fall, I won't let you eat. The group erupted into chaos. Seaside Wind Chime, wealthy and generous, what are you saying? How can you be so outrageous? We thought you would come to our rescue. But instead, you utter such vulgarities. Dio, you have no shame? Lonely Mickey, wealthy and generous, who would be fooled by you? I suspect those images are stolen. merely a ploy to swindle photos from the girls. Disgusting. In this dire situation, don't let yourselves be deceived by him. He may just want to exploit you for your photos. Sakura Bear, wealthy and generous, how shameless. It's one thing not to help us during the apocalypse, but to take advantage of our plight and attempt to swindle others' photos is beyond despicable. I've never encountered such a lecherous man. It's truly revolting. Reformed human number 18. Wealthy and generous. I've been lurking, but seeing your outrageous behavior, I can't help but speak up. I've never seen someone so loathsome. You're a disgrace to men. The homeowners group erupted with accusations against Lu Yong, branding him a lewd scoundrel. Lu Yong, meanwhile, continued to eat his meal while perusing the chat records, a faint smile gracing his lips. Let them scold away. The more vehement their insults, the more desperate they will be when they beg for my help later. Hunger is an undeniable feeling. Don't be surprised if I demand you to kneel and lick my shoes. As for the men, they won't even have the chance to lick my shoes. Mrs. Oda also noticed Lu Yang's messages in the group. Rather than finding him excessive, she thought him quite merciful. Any woman could secure protection by merely sending a selfie to Lu Yang. How simple. She had earned Lu Yang's protection after living with him for an entire month. If those women could receive protection without enduring a bit of hardship, wouldn't that render her own experience unfair? How infuriating! She wished Lu Yang would torment them a bit more. That would be fair. As Lu Yang remained silent in the group, the chatter intensified, with many believing he had been silenced by their insults. Hokkaido's lone wolf. Wealthy and generous, why are you silent now? Are you feeling ashamed from our scorn? You have food and weapons, yet you are not seeking to rescue your fellow countrymen, but rather threatening them. Are you still one of us from Sakura country? Upon reading this, Lu Yang chuckled and replied that I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. The cashier girl inside often flirted with him, casting coy glances his way. He couldn't help but wonder what had become of her. Had she been devoured by the zombies? As Lu Yang stepped into the supermarket, he indeed spotted that very girl at the entrance. However, at that moment, she had transformed into a zombie, listlessly standing at the cash register. Upon seeing Lu Yang, she let out a furious roar and lunged at him. Alas, it was surprising how grotesque a once sweet cashier could become after such a transformation. What a pity. Lu Yang shook his head and swiftly struck with his blade. Swish! The zombie girl's head fell instantly to the ground. Yet, her roar had attracted other zombies within the supermarket. When the apocalypse erupted, many had been shopping in this supermarket, and now there were at least hundreds of zombies roaming the aisles. In densely populated places like this, the number of zombies was at its peak. Only Lu Yang, with his formidable strength, dared to venture here in search of sustenance. For others, it would be a one-way ticket to death, essentially delivering themselves as food to the undead. They all charged towards Lu Yang. Nevertheless, he remained utterly unperturbed. This time, he did not wield his knife. Instead, he extended a finger. Zzz. A crackling sound of electricity emanated from his fingertip, followed by a bolt of lightning, as thick as a bowl. Shooting forth, boom! With a resounding crash, one zombie was instantly obliterated, and the lightning spread to others. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of exploding heads echoed continuously, and in an instant, all the zombies collapsed, the air thick with the acrid scent of charred flesh. Chapter 105. Survivors in the supermarket gazing at the hundreds of lifeless zombie bodies strewn across the floor. A satisfied expression graced Lu Yang's face. His lightning ability was remarkably effective for crowd control. With its splash effect, the lightning could leap from one target to another, swiftly annihilating all adversaries. Lu Yang ventured deeper into the supermarket, beginning to scavenge for supplies. With a mere wave of his hand, all items within a 20-meter radius vanished, drawn into his personal space. This spatial ability was truly exhilarating. The supermarket was filled with numerous items. After clearing out the snack, beverage, and clothing sections, he headed toward the fresh produce area. It was the second day since the apocalypse had erupted. The supermarket still had power. The refrigerators were operational, and the meat remained unspoiled. Without hesitation, Lu Yang gathered all the meat, knowing that items stored in his space would never rot, while those left in the supermarket would perish once the power was cut. After collecting vegetables, fruits, and meats from the fresh produce section, he proceeded to the grains and oils area. There was an abundance of goods in this section. A single bag of rice weighed between 50 to 100 pounds. Lu Yang gathered rice, flour, noodles, dried fruits, and various beans into his space. At this moment, Lu Yong possessed a veritable supermarket of his own. The volume of supplies he had amassed was staggering, making it effortless to provide for Mrs. Oda and her companions. After clearing the items displayed outside, Lu Yong set his sights on the supermarket storage room. The storage held even more supplies and resources. For instance, the rice and flour were only partially displayed. With the bulk stored in the warehouse and the cold storage, there were various frozen goods. Vegetables and fruits needed to be kept in refrigeration at night, or they would spoil easily. Thus, the items displayed in the supermarket paled in comparison to those in the warehouse. Lu Yong continued his search within the supermarket until he finally located the entrance to the storage room. It was an artificial passageway leading to the warehouse, with several fire doors closed. The sign read "No entry for unauthorized personnel." At this moment, Lu Yong was certainly not an unauthorized person. Without hesitation, he kicked open the door. Just then, a zombie suddenly lunged at him. It was a supermarket employee who had already transformed. Judging by her attire, she appeared to be an office worker, dressed in professional attire. With an attractive figure, if one could overlook her grotesque zombie visage, she might still be considered alluring. Lu Yong felt a twinge of regret. Had this beauty not mutated, he would have welcomed a chance encounter with her. After all, her office attire, a form-fitting skirt that barely reached mid-thigh, paired with semi-transparent black stockings that had already been torn, and her white blouse straining against her generous bosom, certainly appealed to Lu Yang's tastes. What a pity! Now, however, he could only send her to her final rest. Lu Yong swung his knife. Swish! The zombie crumpled to the ground. Delving deeper, Lu Yong came across the words "office" on a door. This must be the employee office of the supermarket. He wondered if there were any survivors inside. Lu Yong was eager to investigate, especially since the previous office-attired female zombie had a commendable figure. If he could find more of her colleagues within the office, perhaps even more stunning, he would have no qualms about rescuing them. With anticipation, Lu Yong opened the office door. As it swung open, the zombies inside all turned to face him. There were over a dozen zombies in the office, all clad in professional attire, clearly the supermarket's employees, likely from various departments. Their attire closely resembled that of the female zombie outside. Upon seeing Lu Yong enter, they instantly roared and charged at him. Lu Yong readied his hefty blade, striking one after another. Swish, swish, swish. In less than half a minute, all the zombies in the office had been felled, the air thick with the stench of blood. Lu Yong felt a pang of regret. Among those he had dispatched, 2 retained commendable figures and allure. What a shame! After eliminating the transformed employees, Lu Yong began to search the office, discovering a passageway leading to the employee cafeteria. The kitchen staff inside had also become zombies, and without hesitation, Lu Yong dispatched them as well, collecting the items from the cafeteria. Though not abundant, every morsel counted. Following this, Lu Yong proceeded down the passage to the restroom, eager to see if there were any survivors. During an apocalypse, the restroom often proved to be one of the safest places, as hiding in a stall would evade detection by the low-intelligence zombies. Entering the women's restroom, Lu Yong checked each stall, and upon reaching the last one, he found the door locked. His heart raced. The lock suggested someone was inside. Hopefully not a zombie. He knocked on the door. Hearing no zombie growls, he concluded that the occupant was likely still alive. "Is anyone there? I'm here to rescue you." Upon hearing Lu Yang's voice, there was a brief silence before a melodious female voice replied. "Are you really here to save me? Are you from the Tokyo Public Security Bureau?" As she spoke, the restroom door opened, revealing a delicate face before Lu Yong. Perhaps due to having gone a day and night without food, her complexion was somewhat pale, yet her exquisite features shone through beautifully. She was dressed in a form-fitting professional outfit that accentuated her figure perfectly. Despite her hunger, she had not lost her curves. In fact, her physique was even more impressive than that of the previously encountered female zombie. "Public Security Bureau? I doubt anyone from the Bureau is still alive. Come out. My name is Lu Yong, and I am a survivor. However, I am quite strong and can protect you." Upon hearing these words, the woman finally revealed a look of relief, her previously furrowed brow relaxing. She stepped out from the restroom, and Lu Yong finally beheld her properly. Goodness! Her figure was even more remarkable than Mrs. Oda's. The buttons of her white shirt seemed ready to burst open. Moreover, she was exceedingly beautiful. appearing to be around 25 or 26 years old, exuding a unique blend of youthful exuberance and mature charm. Her fitted white shirt was both simple and professional, accentuating her elegant demeanor, while her pencil skirt hugged her curves perfectly, showcasing her figure's exquisite contours. The black stockings enveloped her long legs, adding an air of mystery and allure. Her face was strikingly beautiful, with eyebrows gracefully arched and eyes that sparkled with confidence and intelligence, reminiscent of twinkling stars. Beneath her high nose lay a pair of rosy lips, the corners of which seemed perpetually adorned with a warm smile. Her hair was neatly gathered at the back, revealing a smooth forehead, while a few strands framed her face, adding a touch of softness and embodying the essence of a leader. She exuded youthful vitality intermingled with the steadiness and poise of a leader. Upon discovering the absence of zombies in the restroom, she regained her usual composure. Glancing at Lu Yong, she noted that he was merely a young man, which instantly infused her gaze with a palpable confidence. To her, he was just a youth, perhaps a university student, while she had toiled in the professional realm for several years, ultimately rising to the esteemed position of supermarket general manager through her exceptional capabilities. She felt a twinge of pity for these college students. They were hardly a challenge. After all, she had encountered numerous office interns, naive and inexperienced youths, easily manipulated. They were thin-skinned, lacking societal experience, and most were eager to please, particularly the males, who became even more obsequious in the presence of attractive women. With just a modicum of strategy, she could transform them into devoted admirers. In her eyes, Lu Yong was merely another pliable sycophant. "You claim to possess great strength and the ability to protect me? Is that truly the case?" she inquired, casting a subtle flirtatious glance his way. It must be said that she was indeed an attractive woman, evoking memories of Fong Kelly, who wore glasses and donned an OL outfit, albeit with a physique that surpassed Fong Kelly's and features that were even more exquisite. Were she to cast such a gaze at any other inexperienced young man, he might very well be tempted to lay his heart bare before her. Unfortunately for her, Lu Yong was no naive youth. He was a formidable man. Having lived two lives, he disregarded her flirtation and addressed her directly. "What I say is indeed true. As long as you submit to me, I can ensure your safety. Of course, by submission, I mean complete and absolute obedience. Whatever I command, you shall do, however I wish to proceed." Upon hearing this, the strong woman's expression shifted dramatically. "How could this be? I am the general manager of a supermarket, overseeing dozens of employees. I have nearly 100 admirers, with countless suitors vying for my attention. Wherever I go, I am regarded as an exceptionally capable woman. I earned my position through hard work. My beauty and physique have even attracted the attention of talent scouts wishing to cast me in films, which I graciously declined. And yet, here I am, being told by a mere youth that I must submit to him. Does he take me for some naive girl who has never seen the world?" "Easily deceived," she retorted. "I can't have misheard you, can I? To submit utterly to you, a boy? While I appreciate your eliminating the zombies outside and rescuing me from the restroom, I am still the general manager of this supermarket. A woman of my caliber would never sell herself so cheaply," she declared. Then it seems there is no other option. If you refuse to be of use to me, I suggest you return to hiding in the restroom," Lu Yong said, stroking his chin nonchalantly. "Hide in the restroom? Why would I do that? There is no danger now. The zombies are gone. Can't I come out to find food or seek help?" the strong woman asked. Bewildered. "Only temporarily," Lu Yong replied. "Since you refuse to become my woman, I could easily capture a few zombies and toss them back in there with you, locking you in as if nothing had happened. Everything would return to the way it was before I arrived." His expression bore a devilish smile as he spoke, and upon hearing this, the woman was left dumbfounded. Lu Yong felt a surge of negative emotions emanating from her, indicating that he had indeed provoked her ire. Moments later, the woman exploded, pointing a finger at Lu Yong. How can you be so excessive? Aren't we all residents of Tokyo in this apocalypse? Shouldn't we help one another? You've already vanquished the zombies, and just because I won't submit to you, you intend to capture more zombies to confine me? How shameless can you be? After all the effort I put into clearing the supermarket of zombies, rescuing you from the restroom, I merely wish to engage in a deeper conversation, and you refuse. If you don't appreciate my help, why should I assist you? As your savior, shouldn't you be offering yourself to me?" Lu Yang remained unabashed. I senti it a bit rich for you to suggest that. You're the one who should be proposing such a thing, not me if you were to suggest it. Wouldn't he that violate a woman's autonomy? How could you be so brazen? Seeing her momentarily at a loss for words, Lu Yang pressed on. So, have you made your decision? Submit to me, Lu Yang, or retreat back to your restroom stall. I choose neither. I will simply run out. The zombies you've dealt with are all gone. I'm not in any danger, the woman retorted, regaining her once lofty demeanor. She did not believe Lu Yang would dare to harm her. If I can take out hundreds of zombies in the supermarket, surely I can handle you as well. You just reminded me. Instead of capturing a couple of zombies to throw in there with you, it is far simpler to just eliminate you altogether. Lu Yang's face broke into a devilish grin as he continued, perhaps it would indeed be more acceptable to kill you outright. Upon hearing this, the woman's expression shifted dramatically. She observed Lu Yang's calm demeanor, coupled with a glint of malice in his eyes. It became evident he was not jesting and was indeed capable of carrying out such a threat. Fear washed over her, and she quickly abandoned her previous bravado. Initially, she had thought that with all the zombies eliminated, she could seize the opportunity to escape the supermarket and seek help. However, it now seemed that Lu Yang had no intention of allowing her to leave. If she did not heed his words, she might very well be killed, and even if she escaped the zombies, there would be no safety from him, nor would her corpse be secure after death. No, I don't want that. Please, don't act rashly. If you commit such an act, once this disaster is over, the authorities will apprehend you. You will face severe consequences and be imprisoned forever, losing your freedom. Think carefully. This is not worth it. Don't let your baser instincts lead you astray. The woman attempted to persuade Lu Yang, hoping to secure her release. After all, she was a female leader. While this supermarket may not be a large corporation, she managed the entire establishment and earned a salary envied by many. To Lu Yang, she viewed him as an ordinary university student with nothing to his name, a man who was neither mature nor competent. In peaceful times, she wouldn't have even given him a second glance, so how could she possibly submit to him and serve him? It seems you still do not comprehend the situation. Your entire team may have been wiped out, yet you still await their rescue? You expect them to imprison me? How laughable that I offer you one final choice, death or submission to me. Choose wisely. Lu Yang said, pressing a large blade against her throat, capable of severing her head with the slightest effort. At this moment, the woman was genuinely terrified. Trembling, she realized that Lu Yang was utterly resolute. He was indeed a ruthless individual. Reluctantly, she nodded and said, Fine, I am willing to submit to you. Please don't kill me now, that's more like it. Why pretend to be a paragon of virtue? You women only respond to strength. If you don't assert yourself, you'll only take advantage of my kindness. It is only through firmness that I can ensure your compliance. Since you are the general manager of this supermarket, you must know where the storeroom is, and you are aware of where the supplies are most abundant. Lead me there, Lu Yang commanded as he sheathed his knife. The woman nodded and guided Lu Yang to the supermarket storeroom. True to her title, she exhibited an astonishing familiarity with the supermarket's layout, locating the storeroom with her eyes closed. Under her guidance, Lu Yang soon arrived at the storeroom. Along the way, she encountered the fallen zombies. Once her colleagues, who had succumbed to the virus at the onset of the apocalypse. Now they lay scattered, dispatched by Lu Yang. The sight filled her with a sense of nostalgia. As Lu Yang opened the storeroom door, he began to gather supplies. The pantry was brimming with grains and oils. Without hesitation, he waved his hand, absorbing everything into his system. Witnessing the supplies vanish before her eyes, the woman behind him wore a face of sheer astonishment, as though she had witnessed a ghost. What? How did you do that? How can these things just disappear into thin air? She exclaimed. Quite simply, I took them, Lu Yang replied with a chuckle, appearing at ease. Now, let us move on to the next storeroom. He opened another storeroom door, revealing an array of fresh fruits and vegetables. This storeroom boasted preservation features, maintaining a temperature of 4 to 5 degrees, allowing the produce to remain viable for an extended period. Lu Yang, without a moment's hesitation, swiftly absorbed these items into his spatial storage. Following that, he cleared out the snack warehouse, the clothing warehouse, and the frozen meat warehouse. Lu Yang gathered all the supplies, and upon completing the task of emptying the warehouses, a satisfied expression naturally adorned his face. Now, he had acquired all the resources from a large supermarket into his system space. In this apocalyptic world, one could say he lacked for nothing, akin to a walking department store. After securing these resources, Lu Yang expressed his contentment and remarked to the woman, "Excellent, this supermarket is now completely devoid of goods. We can return." Having witnessed Lu Yang's capabilities, the woman resigned herself to the reality, shedding her initial condescension. Initially, she had perceived Lu Yang as merely an ordinary university student who stumbled upon a large machete and, with his robust physique, could slay zombies. However, it had become evident that this young man harbored secrets far beyond her imagination. Not only did he possess extraordinary strength, but he also wielded the incredible ability to make items vanish into thin air, the whereabouts of which were clearly under his complete control. In a world where resources equate to life, this man now held the resources of a supermarket. To follow him was the key to survival. The woman nodded in agreement. Subsequently, with a look of submission, she trailed behind Lu Yang as they exited the supermarket together. Chapter 108. No interest in men. As the two emerged from the supermarket, they were suddenly confronted by 5 individuals, 4 men and 1 woman, who blocked their path, each wielding a weapon. The leader, a burly man, brandished a fire axe stained with dark blood, evidently having dispatched several zombies along the way. The remaining 4 held kitchen knives. The burly man eyed Lu Yang with a sly grin before shifting his gaze to the woman behind him. Her voluptuous and alluring figure accentuated every curve. The black stockings adorning her long legs struck a chord with his aesthetic sensibilities. Unable to suppress his desire, he licked his lips and leered, "Well, it seems fortune smiles upon me today. To stumble upon such a beauty while merely seeking food is indeed fortuitous. Listen here, kid, that machete of yours is quite impressive. Leave both the knife and the woman, and you may go. Otherwise, my axe is not known for its mercy." Upon casting a glance at the man, Lu Yang let out a cold chuckle, then turned his attention to the young woman behind him. She appeared to be around 18, strikingly beautiful, tall, and radiating youthfulness, with delicate features and porcelain skin that seemed almost ethereal. Such a stunning girl would undoubtedly be the belle of the ball in peaceful times. Lu Yang inquired of the burly man, "What is your relationship with the woman behind you?" "My sister." "Why do you ask?" The man replied instinctively, his expression quickly shifting to one of irritation, as if questioning why he should divulge such information to a stranger. He then defiantly challenged Lu Yang. "And what is your relationship with the woman behind you? Why should it concern you?" "None of your business," Lu Yang retorted with a smirk. The burly man was thoroughly enraged. "Damn it, this kid is courting death. I tell him, yet he refuses to answer me." In this initial confrontation, it seemed he was at a disadvantage. Lu Yang discerned that this man was likely the type with brawn but little brain. And it was surprising that his sister was so stunning given his own lack of appeal. If only she were his wife, it would have been even better. After all, the added wife status would make the beauty even more enticing. Moreover, if she were his wife, bullying her in front of him would surely elicit a wealth of negative emotional energy from the man. Infuriated by Lu Yang's mockery, the burly man brandished his fire axe and pointed it menacingly at Lu Yang, declaring, "I'll count to 3. You have one last chance. Drop your knife, leave your woman here, and get the hell out. Otherwise, in 3 seconds, I will sever your head with this axe." With 4 men and 1 woman on his side, each armed, the odds seemed overwhelmingly in the burly man's favor. He was a former self-defense force member with considerable strength and mental fortitude. After his wife had turned into a zombie, he had swiftly decapitated her with a kitchen knife before taking his sister to the community fire station. Where he had acquired the fire axe, he initially believed the outbreak was confined to the community, only to discover that even more zombies lurked beyond its borders. Consequently, he was forced to retreat into a residential building, where he encountered the remaining 3 men, who, unable to match his strength, willingly became his subordinates. After hiding for a day and growing hungry, they ventured out in search of food, slaying numerous zombies along the way, and ultimately set their sights on this supermarket. However, as they prepared to enter, they encountered Lu Yang exiting the establishment. The machete Lu Yang wielded was far more desirable than the fire axe in his hand, and the woman accompanying Lu Yang was undeniably more attractive than his zombified wife. Thus, the burly man conceived a plan to seize both the weapon and the woman from Lu Yang. In his eyes, Lu Yang was merely a Navi university student, easily intimidated by a mere word. Yet, contrary to his expectations, after uttering a threatening remark, Liu Yang displayed no sign of fear, instead responding with derision. Unfortunately for you, I'm not interested in the weapon you possess, so even if you lay it down, I won't let you go. You won't escape. Upon hearing this, the burly man's expression shifted dramatically, but in the next moment, he realized Liu Yang had vanished from his sight. Suddenly, he felt his body being propelled uncontrollably, hurtling through the air and crashing against a distant wall with a thunderous impact. Boom! The burly man felt as though his body were on the verge of disintegration. His mind went blank, and he collapsed to the ground, a metallic taste of blood filling his mouth as he coughed up a substantial amount. His 3 subordinates and sisters stood in shock, witnessing their leader's unexpected defeat. By the time they processed the scene, their boss lay incapacitated, bloodied, and with a sunken chest. The expression on the burly man's face twisted in agony, his eyes filled with terror as the fire axe slipped from his grasp. Landing several meters away, he stared incredulously at Liu Yang before him, unable to fathom that the youth he had belittled possessed such formidable power. Negative emotional value 5. Negative emotional value 5. Negative emotional value 5. As the onlookers gaped in horror, Liu Yang continued receiving system notifications. He stepped closer to the burly man, smiling as he said, "You see, I told you, you won't be leaving. Your sister seems quite delightful. I shall take good care of her on your behalf." With that, Liu Yang approached the young woman, grasping her neck firmly. The burly man, witnessing this, widened his eyes enraged. "No, let my sister go. What do you intend to do?"